You're listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. Everything here is created by real authors, narrators, and voice actors. Show your love and support to them by interacting with the video. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories. We hope you enjoy this production.
Games Afoot LLC presents Deathless Beast, Volume 1 of the Kallattian Saga, by Andrew D. Meredith, read by the author. Musical composition of Hills of Poramerias by Barrett Finken.
To my parents, for raising me as a proper nerd, a Meredith is never on time. We arrive when we mean to. Early. Part 1. Prologue.
It would have been better if I had made it here before the Primapator and his entourage arrived. Though a paladin, he wore a short black traveler's cloak, trying to cover up his armored frame, though it was a futile attempt. Gold cordons intentionally displayed on his shoulders marked him a pater minoris. It was an unnecessary show of rank, though, since they had all known each other for a long time. "I disagree," the other pater minoris said. He had a thin nose, close-set, beady, childish eyes, and road-weary wrinkles showing lighter against the tanned skin of most paladins stationed in the south. "Excuse me?" the first paladin asked. His rage seemed always a hair's breadth away, and offense was easily taken. "Vanguard," the second said. "If the Primapator had been visited by you or myself, he would have questioned why two paladins in leadership, from far-off fortresses and citadels, ones not on his itinerary, made such a trek to see him. That is why it is better that we arrived later than we did. Better that dusk, here, move them along their path and deeper into the turmoil that awaits them." "I agree, Belle," the third said. He had bright blonde eyebrows and a short stubble of matching blonde hair which was quickly growing in, despite his regular ritual of shaving. "It will be easy enough to keep things civil with the pretense that all is well to the north. Any and all calls for aid from Bortali and Baroni came to my desk and were easily disposed of. No one at St. Hamul even knows there are issues in those countries. Even the Konig of Nihn has remained in the dark, as the brother stationed there has been intercepting any messages from the north." "What turmoil do you speak of?" Vanguard asked. "Not only are Bortali and Baroni on the verge of all-out war, the Vul are acting up. There is even rumor of one of the cursed who have taken matters into his own hands. If it's who I think it is, then the Primapator and his followers are walking into a death trap as soon as they leave Nihn. If they all die, what good will that do our cause? If they live, then they walk into deeper political intrigue. It will give us ripe fruit to harvest for our cause, strengthening our numbers. If they die, the power vacuum left by the majority of the Order's leadership simply disappearing will give the three of us plenty of power in our own rights." "What of the Eri?" Belle said, turning to Vanguard. "What about it? You came all this way. What news do you have?" "It was merely my hope to come and pull additional wool over the Primapator's eyes. But the fact is, we suspect that we found who holds the plate, and expect to have it in our control soon." "Very good," Belle said. "Shroud has implied that he wants me to travel to Bulwark soon. I'll see if I can convince a number of them to travel in the direction of the Eri. You can do what you like with them." "Why do that?" Vanguard asked. "I have no need to see them destroyed. They are not part of my plans." "Shroud could care less about your plans. He needs the bulwark emptied, and you're the best man to take care of it. Tell Shroud I do as I please. If he wants to be so demanding, he should have come himself." "Don't be fools," Dusk said. The other two balked. Bell in surprise and Vanguard with barely contained rage. "I'm no fool, Primus," Vanguard growled. "You know the Motian tenets. We each walk our own path to glean for ourselves what power the gods let fall to the wayside. I have grown tired of being ordered about by a man I've never met. If he doesn't want to share his plans, I'll make my own." Vanguard stood abruptly and walked out of the inn. "Ignore him, Dusk," Bell said. "I have already forgotten him," he said, smiling. "But you're considering his words." "Of course I am. He's right. We each have our own plans. But I also understand why we must work together. Otherwise, everything is vanity." "What plans do you have in place?" Shroud will want to know. "I haven't had to make plans, to be honest," Dusk said with a smirk. "The political climate is toxic in the north. The Pater Minoris at St. Ramon is an ignorant fool, and he's making a mess of everything. When the Prima Pater arrives in Garrou, it's going to ignite a wildfire of problems. And this Pater at Ramon has been the perfect pawn. An ignorant pawn. He doesn't know a thing about our Motian sect, and he certainly knows nothing of international diplomacy. He's been scrambling back and forth from St. Ramon to Garrou all year and thinks he's fixing things, but he's making it worse. I don't know how he even made the rank of Pater, but he did. It's going to topple around him in a gentle breeze, and I won't have to lift a finger. My move will be to pick up the pieces. Tell that to Shroud when you see him." "Tell him yourself," Bell said. He pulled open a leather-bound book from its place at his elbow to the center of the table. "What do you mean?" "Well done, Dusk." The words flowered on the page in a deep red, nearly black ink. "A war between Bortali and Baroni is exactly what is needed." "How? A shade book?" Dusk asked, pulling his hands off the table. "You should know. You're the furthest into the secrets of the feather." "Shroud? Did you die?" "No. I am very much alive. I've long known how to make a shade book." "Of course," Dusk said. "But how so, if you still live?" "It's simpler than you think." "I want to know." "That is not why you're meeting. You were here to make sure that Brother Vanguard and his people were aligned with our plans. It seems they have taken matters into their own hands, and no longer feel their plans align with ours. That makes Lime dangerous for all paladins, Motians or otherwise. It also tells me he's lying, and they've long had the plate in their possession." "How do you come to that conclusion?" Dusk asked. "Because they wouldn't be scrambling if it were otherwise. We knew they had the plate at one point, but they must have lied to us about having lost it. It belongs to me by right. I should have taken it while I had the chance." "Shroud, if you suspect Vanguard has ill intent, then you should make your way north." "I intend to. Make sure the Prima Pater is stalled from arriving in Manful Har. Midwinter should suffice." "I will do that." Brother Dusk rose and left the inn without another word. "Why have you gone silent?" the ink read. Dusk laughed. "Do you think Dusk is for or against us?" "I believe he is for us. But I think he also has it in him to go too far, or to go his own way entirely." "Very well. Please proceed to Byron. As suggested, see that the Pater there rides to the apparent rescue of the Eyrie." "That would be an easy task. Pater Cole is a man of action, given little to do in Byron." "More the reason I need him and his followers away. I don't need him underfoot when I arrive." "You'll be in Byron?" "Soon." "You'd best conserve your energy. I'm sure this has cost you much blood." "This is true. You are a faithful friend to the cause. I will meet you in Byron. I look forward to being reunited with my shade." "The promise your predecessors made to us is coming close to an end," Bell said. Final words bloomed. "We are only just beginning." Chapter 1. Bortali Border. A long road ahead and straight, its eddies as the sea. The curves wind like wind and wave, the land's tapestry. Take now your life, be free. From The Traveller, the epic poem by Jurn Leifson of Mandur. The trees and shrubs grew smaller, fewer and farther between as the caravan approached the tree line. The gray-green carpet of Griefdark grew in patches of sunlight,
and it would soon be all the eye could see as they broke out onto the plain that ascended to the ridge far above. 12 wagons lumbered along the gently steepening road. Some merchants walked alongside their wagons, leading their yokes of massive bovine aurochs, whose horns curled down along thick jaws, hunched shoulders, and heads lowered. Other merchants drove smaller wagons pulled by 1 or 2 six-legged Sleipnir horses. Some merchants rode in the comfort of their wagons, while their apprentices or sons held the reins. 10 black sentinels took guard positions around the caravan, their faces obscured by the widow's peaked hood lines and pointed tops rising off their heads. The Clouw caravan detail, though unique for black sentinels who usually worked alone or in pairs, had become a fairly common sight along the road from Garrou to Edi City. Their larger numbers of experienced guards dissuaded brigands and opportunists from taking advantage of the merchants in their care. The Clouws took the lead that morning, walking out front of the line of wagons. Hanen, older than his sister by 4 years, and standing just as many inches taller, bore sharper features and had his black hair tied up loosely on the top of his head, tousled by the hood he kept off his head and on his shoulders. Rallia kept her cloak open and moved with a short staff in one hand, a club mounted to each end, and bound with single bands of metal, a signature of black sentinels of lower ranks. Rallia wore heavy leather pads over broad shoulders, gifted to her by her father, and 2 hand axes hung from the belt across her waist. She had sun-bleached blonde hair, bound across her scalp in 2 braids, the tips of which didn't quite grace her shoulders, and ended in 2 polished brass caps. "You should close your cloak," Hanen said. "Everyone else does. With your clubs on display, it looks like you're a lower rank than you are." "The axes on my belt say otherwise," Rallia replied. "If anyone underestimates me, that's their own fault." "The merchants were quick to rise this morning." "Half of them were up all night," Rallia continued. "Unless I'm wrong, and they got up before me to start drinking early." "I don't know how you do that," Hanen said. "Do what?" "Wake before the sun. For 1, why would you? And 2, how do you know to rise when the sun isn't even up?" "And 3?" Rallia asked. "3? You always make lists of 3. "No, I don't. That's you," Hanen said. "Not true. I don't like 3. 3 is uneven." They arrived at the tree line. The path was well cared for across the long meadow before the border crossing. It needed to be. Rocks no taller than knee-high had been erected in a short makeshift wall to keep the invasive griefdark from growing over the path. Lumps covered over in griefdark lay in the meadow, more than likely the remains of animals, fallen numbed by the touch of the leaves rather than rocks. While griefdark made for a good salve, many a traveler had gotten a leaf into their boot that left them with a leg that wouldn't work for hours. A sentinel, standing nearly as tall as Hanen, but built of firmer grit, came up next to them. Unia Hala lowered her hood. She had the deeper, sun-browned skin of a Moryagan, with the angular features of the northern scapes. Her hair was plain brown, and had been shaved along the sides by Rallia, the company's resident barber. "I will arrange ahead to the border station." "Do you want us to join you?" Rallia asked. "No. A few of the men there owe me a drink. I'd like to make sure they pay up before these merchants get in my way." Unia was a firmly stubborn woman. Hanen found it best to leave her to her own business. She never caused trouble for others as long as they kept out of her way, and if it came to a fight, he wanted her as a trusted ally, not a begrudging one. Another sentinel approached as Unia walked away. He too lowered his hood and walked in silence between the Clouws. He had pale skin and a heavy jaw. His thick hair grew long and upright, and down the back of his neck, disappearing into the collar of his shirt. He was the only man from the Auric marches, south of Aeron, that Hanen had met. Hanen understood why so many people insulted Auric, calling them horse people, even if the people of Aeron and Sidiarata grew the same wild mane. Thadar Salas's crossbow, the mark of his captain's rank, edged its way out of his cloak every few steps. "What is she doing?" he asked in a gravelly voice. "She said some of the border guards still owe her a drink or 2 from our last journey through," Rallia said, uncorking a bottle of ale, tipping the contents into her dry mouth, and offering a swig to Hanen. "You're not going to go with her? Make sure she doesn't mess up any arrangements you have with the guards?" "What does it matter to you?" Hanen asked. "I'm the ranking sentinel in this caravan. I have a right to know." "That doesn't mean anything." "Sentinel or not, I hired you. And I'm paying your captain's wages. You know rank is just your pay grade. Thadar scowled and slowed down, letting the Clouws gain a lead. Why did you let Unia go up there on her own? Rallia inquired. I trust her. She's good at what she does, and if she gets in any trouble, she gets herself out of it. Then why not just say that to Thadar? Because I don't trust him. He says he was never in military service, but I think that's false. Either he insists on our acknowledging his rank because he's had rank before, or perhaps he was jealous of those with rank. If I had to guess, I'd wager he was a deserter. I can't prove it, so we live with it. We can't negotiate higher pay from merchants without a captain in the caravan. Some of the merchants started to lag in front of the caravan, causing others to pile up and curse those before them. One sentinel pushed his way up past the wagons and gave each pack animal a slap, urging them on. When merchants opened their mouths to protest, he just waved them along. Orin Matteau was a charming man, though he never smiled. His black hair was thick, kept cropped short on top of his polished, pale face. The waxed mustache under his nose might have been out of place if he had not been from Iran. The dark hair that grew on his neck had been shaved off, but was coming in quickly. I saw Unia take off, Orin said, having jogged up to them. Is she planning to cause trouble? The gods owe her money, Hanen said. Damn, Orin said. What? I won't be able to gamble any money out of them myself if she spoils their mood. Hanen heaved a sigh as he admitted to himself that Orin was right. It would make their inspection harsh and the guards sour. Unia had stopped 100 yards ahead, just before entering a group of 12 pillar-like stones known as the Pantheon's Council, each granite slab named for a different member of the two families of gods. Merchants made signs of faith or cursed against bad omens near the stones of the fallen gods. Why is she stopping? Orin asked. I never took her for a superstitious woman. Perfect distance from the border guard barracks for an ambush, Rallia said, squinting toward the lone, black-cloaked sentinel. What do you mean? Hanen asked. Look past the two tallest stones of the brother kings, Abbot and Wiv. Hanen imitated his younger sister's squints and saw the movement. Ambush? But the grief dock is across the entire meadow. Not amidst the Pantheon's council, Rallia said. And we've still got a mile to the border. Even then, that's around the final curve and rise. You can only make out the back side of the stones from there. The guards won't even know an ambush has happened. And you know Barrack Captain Grodzi. He lets the grief dock guard the eastern flank. He just watches west and the road leading up to his barracks. You Clouws ought to go and check it out, Thadar said, having approached from behind. The caravan came to a halt 50 yards from Unia, as they watched the lone woman standing in the narrow road. Hanen gave Thadar a glare. So now you're not a captain? Thadar scowled and led the way forward. Hanen and Rallia moved to follow, with Orin and the rest of the sentinels close behind. Thadar strode confidently down the road and walked up next to Unia. They passed the single stone known as the Sword of Raion, fallen over 25 yards before the rest, like a huge sword blade lying in the grief dark, which kept the weeds from growing any further. Hanen could see someone trying to remain unseen behind the darker granite stone of Wiv, judge of Nosatan. See? Rallia muttered. Yes, I saw it. Ambush. Unia, Hanen said as they came to stand next to her. Thadar stood 10 feet in front of them now, though his cloak remained closed. Hanen could tell from his posture that he brandished his crossbow underneath. They are 3 arrows trained on me, Unia said. I thought it wise to wait for you. A man came out from behind the second pillar. He wore brown leathers, though portions were dyed like ruddy red. Like Thadar, he had a coarse mane of hair. Unlike Thadar, he had a large number of tight wrinkles across his pale face. 3 additional men came out to stand next to him. One didn't wear a shirt, showing off hair that grew all the way down his spine. These were Uturk, distant cousins of the Oruk of South Oran, and like them, ostracized by most cultures. 3 more just came up out of the grief dock behind the caravan, Rallia said to Hanen as they all continued to look forward. "Yna goin' sut wi' the wagons?" the first man said. The broken speech of the Uturk had always been hard for Hanen, though he was generally able to understand them. He had heard it plenty on the streets of Garrou growing up. He pushed forward to stand beside Thadar, who remained silent. "Yes, south," Hanen said. "You goin' Pagalod?" Hanen shook his head and lowered his hood, and tousled his own black hair free from the leather thong. "You Uturk?" "My mother died in childbirth, but yes, Uturk. So we'll be passing. You have to let the blood of the forest pass. This is my caravan." "Wikine, Vilbosina." Thadar looked back over his shoulder. "They sound worse than my grandmother. I can't understand a word these mongrels say. A large figure stalked out from between the stone cloven in two, representing the two fallen gods, Khos'ran and the deceiver, Akhenarut. It had long, massive arms that hung low from its shoulders, with hands that reached just above the ground. The majority of its mass was held up by bulky, double-jointed legs. It had a barrel of a torso, with a powerful neck holding up its almost canine face. Its jaws were built to crush, and its beady eyes shifted over a small, wet nose, sniffing at the air. Its entire frame was covered in a short but thick gray fur, which was longer on its arms and on the sleek mane that grew over its neck. Blackened leather over its body and legs sat in banded straps, framing its massive, hunched back. Atop the armored back lay a sword, too heavy for a man to wield comfortably. It was a Vul. This was not the scary image of a slavering beast that Hanen had come to imagine a Vul might be, taken from the stories told to scare children. This was worse, for this was real. The intelligence flashing in the creature's eyes told Hanen he had much more to fear than simply being killed by such a monster. It stalked forward to stand at its full height in front of Thadar, who had slowly turned around, looking up at the fang-filled maw that smiled down at him. "Your forest blood means nothing," the Vul said, with a low voice with more gravel in it than Thadar's. "Just the gold I take to my pack leader, and your lives." The first move was sudden. The Vul didn't wait for pleasantries. It swung with its massive arm across Thadar's middle, throwing him to the side of the road. Hanen opened his cloak with his short hunting bow in his hands. The Vul drew the sword off its back as he loped sideways. Hanen's arrow shot wide, taking the Uturk leader in the arm. Rallia stepped in front of Hanen, her staff planted firmly on the ground, challenging anyone to come forward. Hanen nocked another arrow and let it fly. One of the bandits threw themselves to the ground as the arrow flew wide and stayed down as Arn charged over him. Unia, keeping to Arn's side, gave the man on the ground a swift kick and then threw herself onto the bandit leader, who sat cradling the arrow protruding from his arm. "Look out!" Rallia shouted, as Arn and Unia raised their weapons to deliver a killing blow to the Uturk leader. Arn spun to see the Vul, turning back to charge them. Rallia backed up into Hanen, shoving him away from the center of the road. Hanen's back bumped up against the remaining sentinels, all gathered and facing additional brigands now coming up from behind. Beyond them, the merchants were frozen in a panic, unable to leave the grief-dark bordered road. The Vul raised its sword to strike Unia, who still hadn't turned to look at it. She held a bloody axe in her hand. The two bandits on the ground were no longer moving. Arn gave a quick flick of his wrist, his axe just missing the creature's sword elbow. It responded by swatting at Arn, who dodged deftly away. Rallia started towards the beast. "Rallia!" Hanen shouted. "Stop! Stay out of their way!" The Vul advanced towards Arn, who leapt backward again and again, pulling the creature away from Unia and her fallen opponents. "It's what we're paid to do, Hanen," Rallia said, ignoring her brother and charging forward. She lunged out with her staff, the banded club attached to the end striking the Vul in the shoulder. The Vul turned to face the young woman, swatting backward at Arn to warn him off. "Keep them back," the Vul shouted to the Uturk. The beast stalked forward, and Rallia backed up quickly in response. Hanen cast his bow aside and drew both hand axes from his belt, crying out as the heel of Rallia's boot caught dirt, causing her to trip backward. As she hit the ground, the Vul lunged forward. Rallia continued to roll, her legs coming over her head. She landed in a crouch on one knee, staff in hand. She looked up at the monster over her. The Vul advanced. Rallia's staff swung up under the creature's jaw, the force clamping the Vul's mouth shut, producing a yelp. Caught off guard by the sound that came from its own maw, the Vul paused, touching its bleeding lip. Rallia stood, spun the staff over her head, and set herself into position, readying herself for the monster. A holler came from behind as Unia flew at the Vul in a rage. The creature ducked and took the assault with its shoulder, lifting her up over its head and throwing her away. She landed lightly on her feet next to an Uturk who stood gawking at the fight between the Vul and Rallia. He crumpled to the ground as her axe bit into his shoulder. Hanen glanced around once more to see the sentinels behind him, making quick work of the brigands at the rear. The Vul broke forward and tackled Rallia before she could move out of the way. As Rallia dropped, she pulled a knife and repeatedly thrust it into the monster's side, shouting as she did. The Vul took hold of Rallia's throat, holding her down in the dirt at arm's length. Rallia couldn't reach the monster's torso past its long arm. so she tried slicing at the heavy leather across the creature's wrists. Hanen stood locked in fear, watching his sister die, unable to help her. "Hanen," Rallia croaked, glancing over. The Vul looked over and smiled. "Yours?" it asked. Sister," Hanen replied. The Vul lifted Rallia bodily off the ground and held her out. "Swear fealty to me, and to my god, Khos'eran. I might spare you, and give your sister a quick death." Rallia looked imploringly at Hanen and mouthed the single word, "No." The axes in Hanen's hands grew heavy. The Vul's fang-filled smile watched as Hanen thought through the offer. He wagged Rallia in his hand like a rag doll. Rallia continued to struggle. "My god is a gift-giver. I can be just as giving as he. You bear the blood of the Uturk. Follow your mother's blood. They make good servants. I would make you my—" Blood shot out of the monster's right eye as it disappeared. He dropped Rallia to the ground and grabbed the bloody eye socket, the bolt shaft from a crossbow sticking out. The Vul's tongue lashed out, became heavy, and seemed to pull it forward onto the ground, where it slammed down into the dirt, dead. Thadar stood behind the monster's dead body, his crossbow in his arms. "I think you owe me more gold." Chapter 2. Deld.
Auric, go away. Take your dreams past bright Umay. Your silly hair and cursed nightmare, we do not want them on this day.
Children's verse from Aran. "How did you make it past the Vul?" Captain Gradzi asked. "We didn't," Hanen said. "We killed him." "I killed him," Thadar said. "Let's not forget that." "That monster's been harassing me and my men for the past week," Gradzi said. "I have not let anyone from Doran into Bortali, nor seen anyone make it past the Pantheon's council until now." "Isn't it your job to clear the way of brigands like those?" Hanen asked. Gradzi turned and motioned towards the men with him. "It's me and 5 guards. Not one of us has been more than city guards before being stationed here. You think I can fight a Vul?" "I'd like to hope we can make our inspection quick," Hanen said. "Unless you're going to offer us a bath." "We ran out of wood for our fire 3 days ago." "Then a quick inspection?" Hanen countered. "Of course," Gradzi said. Hanen led Rallia over to a wall where his sister slumped down against the cool stone. Hanen applied the contents of a jar of grief-dark ointment to her sprained wrist, then lightly applied more of the greasy balm on his sister's throat. Unia looked worse, though upon inspection the blood covering her was not her own. "That was close," Rallia said in a hoarse whisper. "Don't talk too much. You need to preserve your voice while your throat heals." "And then the border guard captain wants to see you," Aran said over his shoulder. "And Thadar is getting pushy with him." "What's the trouble?" Hanen asked, approaching the 2 captains. "Nothing at all," Thadar said, his crossbow over his shoulder. "I was just speaking captain to captain with Gradzi here." "You promised a quick inspection, Captain Gradzi," Hanen said. "All the merchants came from Garrou and have their papers." The captain looked at the ledger in front of him. 2 of these merchants came from Bortali. It says they're moving barrels of ale. We need to inspect their wagons." "Captain," Hanen said, "I paid you quite handsomely last time we came through, and we just took care of your Uturk problem at the Pantheon's council." Gradzi turned to look Hanen in the eye. "I'm not asking you for more money, Clouw. We have orders to check and double-check all travelers from Bortali. You know the borders have been closed between our 2 nations now for some time." "I hadn't heard that. If it's just ale they're moving, I'll turn a blind eye. But I have orders." They came to the wagon in question while the merchants wrung their hands. "If there is trouble," one said. "No trouble," Gradzi said. "We'll just be giving your wagon a once-over." One of the merchants tripped and dropped a small sack of coins onto the ground. Reaching to grab it, the merchant unsubtly kicked it toward one of the guards, who picked it up. Captain Gradzi eyed the guard suspiciously and then looked over at the merchants. "If you're so keen to keep us from looking over your wagon, perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. The borders between Bortali and Bortali have been closed now for longer than I'd wager you've been in the country. I shouldn't let you go through to Duran at all, but I won't betray the arrangement I have with the Clouws." The merchants dropped their heads and let the inspection continue without complaint. After a time, the captain came back to Hanen. "All appears to be in order," the captain said. See, nothing to worry about, Thadar said, slapping the side of the wagon in a show of confidence. A panel fell free next to him, revealing a glint of metal hiding within. Captain Grazzi scowled at Hanen. You told me they were clean. Now I see they're smuggling good Boroni steel into Duran, when it should be going to Bortali blacksmiths. Hanen lifted his hands up in a show of innocence. Grazzi, I swear, we looked the wagon over ourselves. I'm as taken aback by this as you. Captain Grazzi, Rallia croaked as she came to stand next to Hanen, you know we're clean. What will it take for us to move along and forget this whole thing happened? Hanen offered. The captain looked around sullenly, considering his options. We're confiscating this illegal metal. We'll also be keeping these merchants here for further questioning. Whether they can bribe their way out of this will be up to them. Hanen nodded and turned to begin moving the merchants along. Clouw, Grazzi called out. Hanen turned back. I owe you for the wool, but with tensions rising between us and Boroni, I can't just look the other way next time. Vet those you escort, or else you may end up being dragged back to Garrou in chains as an accomplice. The captain held out his palm. Then we're good? Hanen asked. The crossing agreement was a gold coin. You said when we arrived that wasn't necessary, and that you owed us for the wool. I said that, yes, but I assumed you'd still pay. Now with these men I'm detaining, I need something to show my superiors. Grazzi, Hanen implored. Rallia stepped forward, shaking her head in disappointment as she handed the man a gold royal. Grazzi took it, nodding, and barked orders for the guards to take the smugglers into custody and move the caravan along. The remaining merchants didn't need goading. Captain Thadar marched ahead of the caravan, head held high, as they trundled through the threshold and onto the easy slope down into the Durrani highland plain. Hanen pulled his hood up over his shoulder and walked sullenly behind the last merchant wagon as it left. I don't understand why we even bring these sentinels along, the merchant atop the wagon grumbled. They make arrangements for us at the border, and then don't stand up for us when the guards get pushy. That's true, his companion grunted. That head sentinel says brigands don't bother us because their numbers scare 'em off. Didn't help today. We still got held up at the border. Keep your mounts moving steadily down the incline, Rallia croaked from the side of the road as she let the caravan pass. This is the third route you've traveled with us, so you know it's a long slope. Best to take your time. Don't mind them, she said as Hanen approached. You know those two have always complained about everything. If they're voicing it, then they aren't the only ones thinking it. Rallia shrugged. They've paid us. We do our job. They come back, or they don't. Try not to talk too much, Hanen said. I bet by Deld you'd be much better. Thada's bragging about how much gold he found in the Vol's stash, Rallia said, ignoring Hanen's suggestion. And he's not planning on sharing it. I doubt it. Rallia uncorked a bottle of traveler's beer, took a sip, and handed it to Hanen. Does he share anything? Gori Zioni will find a way to get a coin or two out of him, Hanen said, eyeing the man who walked near Thadar, hanging on his every word. Gori is always shouldering in to get what scraps Thadar will leave him. Little we can do about that. Should we inform the Durrani authorities what happened? Rallia asked. It'll be some time before Bortali gets around to doing so, especially if what they say is true about war with Boroni on the horizon. Let's let Thadar tell them, Hanen said. It ought to give him something to do. That, Rallia said, and you expect they'll confiscate some of the stolen gold he acquired. Hanen chuckled. Perhaps. Deld sat like a pat of dung in a dry field. None of the buildings stood very tall, and the roads ran through them like cracks upon its sun-dried surface. The main thoroughfare ran wide, but by no means straight. After passing through the mile-long stretch of outlying farms and collections of villages not yet absorbed into the city, they came to the gates, and just beyond them, the Auroch Yoke Inn. An oversized yoke, twice too big for even the largest Auroch to shoulder, hung as a sign above the entrance to a large courtyard. Hanen ushered the merchants in, and porters ran out to take them to stalls where they could feed and water the pack animals. As they entered, each merchant's contract with the sentinels terminated. Some would continue on for the longer leg, south through the rest of Duran and on to Edi City, but many had already expressed their intent to travel west to Byron, or east to Moryagan port cities. Most would stay at least one night at the Auroch Yoke. Many did not know where to find cheaper inns, and those who did still stayed for the simple reason that they were already there. Hanen walked to the inn's common room and approached the bar, taking a stool across from the proprietor. Rallia followed close behind and took the one next to him. "Ha, Clouws!" the innkeeper said as he placed mugs of ale before them. "How many customers did you bring me today?" 21, I think, Hanen said. Fine by me, fine by me. You're welcome to stay the night. Seems a good trade to me. Hanen took a long pull from the mug. The gingery punch of foreign spices with a hint of some unknown tropical fruit washed down the dust in his throat. I do appreciate the business you bring, the owner of the inn said as he came back to fill their drinks. He had the light brown hair of most Durrani people, and his sun-darkened skin told of an early life on one of the ranches that dotted the area. At least 3 of the sentinels you brought along are staying here too. Perhaps they sleep in a bed, perhaps they drink themselves into a stupor on a bench. Doesn't bother me, as long as their coin is good. If it's not, Hanen said, tell me. I'll make sure they pay. I would, but needn't you worry. Hanen looked back over his shoulder. A single paladin sat at a table. He had dull metal circles, the size of coins out, and had a file in his hand as he played at the edges, working on some side craft of his own as he traveled. Across the tower gorget around his neck, a black traveler's cloak lay over one shoulder. The paladin looked up under heavy brows and gave Hanen a glare. Then he scooped the metal pieces off the table and dropped them into a bag before standing up and tromping out. What's the trouble? Rallia asked. What do you mean? You keep looking over your shoulder. There was a suspicious paladin sitting there a moment ago. Oh? Rallia turned quickly to look. I don't see him. He left. Rallia pursed her lips in disappointment. Why do you care? Hanen asked. You never know if you'll see someone you know, Rallia said. Then nothing but trouble, Hanen replied. Trouble? Paladins? Yes, passing judgment, acting high and mighty. Hanen, they're paladins. They protect humanity. They serve humanity. They're not judging anyone. Grandpa was a paladin. Your grandfather was a paladin. He would have accepted you too if you had let him. But I didn't. I got enough looks from everyone, with an Utuk mother. Half the men who came into the poor kitchen knew her. Dad never minded, Rallia said. Our father was luckless and a fool. If anything didn't go wrong in a day, he was happy. Rallia shook her head. Father wasn't luckless. Things just never went his way. It didn't keep him from feeding us. Do you have any plans to make contacts here? Hanen changed the subject. It couldn't hurt to pick up a few more contracts, even with most of the caravan staying on with us during the next leg of the journey. The day's young, Rallia said. I'll see what I can do. Your voice is feeling all right? I'm fine, big brother. It's been 5 days. Stop worrying. Rallia left the inn, leaving Hanen to finish his ale. Deld had always been Rallia's city. She fit in there comfortably since their first visit 7 years prior as apprentice to the cheesemonger, Master Verith. Rallia had been good at keeping in touch with their late master's contacts up and down the length of Duran and Bortali. If those Rallia sought were out and about, then by the following morning they would likely have another 5 wagons joining them, and they'd also have an idea of any trouble forming to the south. You have any problems on the way here? The innkeeper asked as he passed by with a cloth to wipe down the bar. Yes, had a run-in with a fool. The man across from him stopped and whistled. You lose anything? Just some dignity. The barkeep laughed. Nothing shakes you, does it, Clouw? Why should it? In the end, I still have it better than my father. Improving yourself, eh? No, just staying away from his bad luck. The merchants filtered in, filling the tables. One of the city's musicians found their way in and started pandering to the crowd. Once it got too loud, Hanen retired to the small room he and Rallia had been provided and fell asleep. The sun woke him, and Hanen rolled over to see Rallia's bed untouched, but her pack gone. Hanen double-checked his own bag and shouldered it before descending to the common room and walking out onto the street. The cobbled thoroughfare started off wide, but narrowed at times, with fenced pens erected for ranchers to paddock animals overnight. The high summer fair wouldn't come for another month, so most sat empty, as locals had not yet been about their errands. Most of the merchants that planned to continue on would conduct their business in town and arrive at the south end by nightfall, where the next contract began, at the Burnt Bridge Inn. He passed a brightly colored stall of reds and purples. A figure stepped out of the shadows into view, and the green face of a Hrogran looked up at Hanen. The Hrogran merchant had large eyes and a soft, shallow beak of a mouth. He wore dun-colored robes with a vivid blue and purple sash. His head was covered by a tall green hat. He gestured toward Hanen with a hand. It had a thumb on each side and 2 fingers between. From within the merchant's tent, Hanen saw the bright eyes of a younger Hrogran watching its father work. The little one held a basket of fruit in its arms. Ajo, sintati, oi zidilmon partan? The merchant said in a courteous Hrogran greeting. Hanen nodded and said in response, Ashini, etibosha shina zidil partan. Ah, a man of the road, a black sentinel. I understand you're cold. Yes, Hanen and Rallia Clouw.
Well met. I am Turlet Niteth, purveyor of many odds and ends. Perhaps you seek something. Perhaps I have it.
No, nothing in particular. I'm escorting a caravan south to Edi.
Ah, the famous Sentinel caravan. You must work for the two who run it.
Actually, Hanen said, I am one of them.
I have just met your sister last night, then. I can't say I see the resemblance.
It's a common mistake. We have different mothers.
Very well. I already spoke with your sister. I will not be joining you, but I have asked that she take a package with her to the south, to Edi, and then on to Ikapa, in Minor Huragreens. I would like to know it has arrived safely.
If you have my sister's word, you have my word.
I thank you,
the Hrogrin said. He took Hanen's hand in both of his, all 4 thumbs wrapping tightly around his hand and wrist, and squeezed. By midday, Hanen came to the fresh district of Deld. He crossed over a bridge built only 60 years prior. The entire neighborhood took pride in its whitewashed newness, rebuilt after the fire that had consumed a third of the city so many decades ago. He came down the other side of the bridge and immediately came upon the entrance to the Burnt Bridge Inn's courtyard, being swept clean by several stable hands. Rallia stood off to the side, speaking to a merchant inspecting his wagon. She looked up, saw Hanen approaching, and excused herself. Successful evening? Hanen asked. Rallia smiled broadly. 6 small wagons, a couple of people on foot. How are you doing? I'm only standing upright because I'm holding a killet nut in my cheek. I can feel its effect starting to wear off, though. I want to introduce you to a few merchants before I fall asleep right where I stand. Rallia led the way into the inn, with tables filling the large room, some with wood frames and curtains to provide privacy. Waving to a few people as she made her way through, Rallia stopped at a table against the wall, with 2 figures taking pints with one another. They both had broad shoulders, hunched over from years of labor. The older-looking of the 2 was shaved bald and had a mouth full of teeth he could barely close his lips around. His nose had been broken so many times it seemed shoved into his skull. The other had a full head of hair growing in every direction, with a wild beard to match. He looked out from under heavily furrowed brows covered in thick lashes. This is Nihn and his brother Cash, Rallia said as an introduction. She indicated to Hanen, and this is my brother, Hanen Clouw.
I can't express how pleased I am to finally meet you, the bald one said.
Likewise, Hanen said. Do you have a wagon?
No wagon. Cash and I are traveling south, though. We met good Rallia here, and she said we could join your caravan.
What are you peddling?
Straightforward, I like it, Nihn said. We're on important errands, though nothing urgent.
I heard they tell good stories, Rallia said, so I thought a little entertainment on the way might help. Well, yes, that might be good, Hanen said, but taking on a merchant without goods might seem odd to the others.
We won't burden you. We pay just as well as the next man.
Cash, who had remained silent, pulled out a coin purse and set it on the table.
We need only go as far as Amston, Nihn said.
So not far, Hanen said.
No, just far enough. We gladly accept the company.
Hanen took the purse. It wasn't heavy, but full of enough silver to satisfy him. Hanen, Rallia said, putting a hand on his shoulder, I'm going to go to sleep. Hanen nodded and watched her go up the stairs and disappear. He moved from table to table, speaking with merchants from the first leg, and meeting new members of the caravan. Once the main room was engaged in revelry, Hanen went up to the room and fell asleep in the other bed. When he awoke, Rallia was gone again, though she had somehow managed to repack their bags as Hanen slept. Hanen left them for the time being and walked down to the courtyard. Thadar was standing in the center of the yard, shouting at Rallia, who ignored him as she helped a merchant brush the coats of his 2 draft Sleipnirs, who were waiting to be harnessed into the wagon straps. Rallia looked up at Hanen and shrugged. Thadar stopped and turned to see Hanen standing there.
You filthy shunt,
he said, marching towards Hanen. It wasn't the first time Thadar had called him that. Usually it was after he was too far drunk.
I went to the town guard to report the incident we had with the bandits. They took the money we found.
Why did you mention it? Of course they took it. Probably said they were going to return it to those it was stolen from. Thadar crossed his arms and scowled.
You knew they would take it.
No, I didn't. I counted on you being too stupid to keep your mouth shut about the gold you found. What happened with the gold was your own business. It's kind of funny that you let them take all of it.
Funny? I'm going to destroy your face.
The first punch he threw swung wildly past. Hanen could smell stale ale on his breath. You're drunk, Hanen said.
Doesn't mean I can't kill you. I'm still your better.
Thadar threw another fist. then another. His swings were reckless, and his whole body lurched forward with each one. Hanen easily stepped out of the way and backed up to provide another easy target. It did the trick, taunting the man forward one lunge at a time. Thadar took the bait and attacked with several wild swings in a row. Hanen leapt sideways with each punch, and Thadar turned to face him. After 4 more punches, he swung wildly around, forcing him into a spin. As Thadar turned to look at him, Hanen slapped him across the face and then shoved with both hands against his chest. Thadar fell on his rear. Hanen took 2 firm steps towards him and pushed him over with a foot. He was dazed and looked up at Hanen with blank eyes. Hanen looked over at Arnon and another sentinel. "Find a merchant willing to carry this sorry excuse of a sentinel to their wagon until he sobers up. We'll pay the merchant back from Thadar's own purse." He started to stalk away, then thought better and turned back. "Listen up," he said. "We're leaving soon. We're taking Thadar Salas with us. He's the captain on this caravan. The sentinels watch their own, and they fulfill their contracts. No more trouble from anyone. We're making for Edi." "We don't have to take Thadar with us," Rallia muttered. "We could terminate his contract now." "I know, and we should. But even though you're the one who faced down that Vul, he's the one who killed it. You're not one to brag, but he is. We'll put up with him until Edi, and then let rumors of his killing the Vul start growing. We won't hire him again, but our caravan will gain prestige of having killed a Vul. Eventually, they'll be saying there were 7 of them." "All right. But know that I would have backed you up if you had sent him on his way." "I know. Thank you. I think we've almost got this caravan route to where it needs to be." "For what?" "For us to move on." "Move on? We have a good thing going here." They arrived at their room and shouldered their bags. Rallia turned back to her brother and shut the door with one foot. "We're doing well, Hanen. We're making a lot of money. We're paying the other sentinels a gold royal a month. That's 4 times more than Dad used to make in a year. What are you and I paying ourselves?" 3 royals a month between the 2 of us," Hanen said. "Exactly. We've plenty of money and no time to spend it. Why move on?" "I don't know. Maybe we can do more. Set up other routes." "Let's finish this trip and get back to Edi. I met a Hrogan merchant who hired me to take a package on to minor Hrogans. It's not urgent. I can wait and line up some other work and then continue down to Ikapa. That should give us both time to think about this, all right?" Hanen nodded. The wagons were lined up in a circle and ready to roll out. Hanen nodded to each sentinel, who returned the look, all save Thadar, who lay passed out in one of the wagons. At the entrance to the courtyard, Hanen came to stop and turned around. Several merchants had followed him to the entrance on foot, almost forgetting their carts where they stood. "I've made this trip plenty of times. If we make good time, we'll reach our usual campsite. If we make haste, then we can send word to a nearby farmer near there who is always obliged to bring out a cart of ale that rivals Jigavan black beer." "Then please let me take the lead and set the pace," a Hrogan merchant said. He motioned to a cart pulled by 6 tall-horned drool, a stag-like common work animal of their people. "Janur o Bliau, is it?" Hanen asked. The Hrogan shook his head. "Janur b o Bliau. My Vrenor, middle name, b means great wind. Let me live up to that name my mother gave me. We shall make the stop in time for one to fetch this ale." "Very well," Hanen said. "Lead on." The Hrogan almost ran over to his cart and mounted it, giving the 6 shaggy animals a tug of the reins. The next merchants soon followed. Hanen started walking along the side of the road as the carts pulled past him in a long procession. The plains of Duran spread out before them once more. The cart, bearing the still unconscious Thadar, trundled past, and Hanen considered the coward he had been when he was too fearful to act and save Rallia's life, something Thadar didn't hesitate to do. He owed Thadar that much at least. He would let him finish off his contract, even if he hated the shunt.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 3. Amston Forest. How fortunate are we that the judge created the Wyvern, and his smaller cousin, the Savern, the Wyloth, and the Fury. Had he not created such vile creatures bent on harassing travelers, stealing hot food left out in windows to cool, and random screeches in the night to startle us awake, we might not have the daily reminder of what we have to look forward to for all of time if we should end up in Nosatan. Bedro Vlin, playwright of Nihn. They were nasty creatures, Wyloths. Simian, gangly, destructive. They usually hunted across plains, gliding above the ground by means of the taut skin between their arms and legs. Their screams could startle a grown man, though more often it was used to startle their rodent prey as they glided overhead. They were small, known to disappear into saddlebags and come out full and fat. Fortunately, they weren't as large as their much larger cousins, the saverns, or the wyverns, but they caused enough trouble hunting in troops of 2s, 3s, even 10s within cities. The first morning out of Deld, a small pack of Wyloths decided to harass the merchants. The following day, their numbers doubled. The sentinels attempted at first to scare them off with torches, but they only returned the next morning with a larger troop. At first, accusations were laid against the hapless butcher, his wagon drawing the vile creatures with the aroma of the hung meats within. To draw off the creatures, several sentinels and merchants pitched in and purchased a hank of meat from the butcher and left it out near the road in the morning as the caravan moved on. Sentinel Gory had volunteered to stay behind and observe the little raiders. He caught up later and reported that the Wyloths had set upon the meat and were squabbling over it, showing no inclination to pursue the caravan. As dusk settled, they came to the northern edge of the Amston forest. They pushed into the woods, and before dark fell they had their tents pitched amidst the relative silence of the trees. Whether out of fear that the creatures might return, or from irritability caused by the scratches the Wyloths left, no one talked. A single fire burned with wagons situated to block sight of it to the road, while the two brothers, Nihn and Cash, plied half their trade in the cooking of a stew, while their other half, the telling of tales, remained unsaid. Cash stood over his pot of stew and minded the contents within. Nihn took bits of meat, not yet spoiled, roots dug up along the road, and herbs from stands of bushes across the plains, and placed them into the bubbling liquid. Any who brought enough to add to the soup would gain a share, and their bowl would be filled. Hanen awoke the next morning to further silence. He turned over and saw Rallia sitting cross-legged on her bedroll, staring intently to the north. As Hanen sat up, Rallia motioned for him to lay still. Sitting on a rock by Hanen's feet, a Wyloth cautiously watched them as it picked at the remains of a dead rodent in its hands. Wyloths weren't often seen in forests. The webs of hunting zvolders caught them in the low underbrush, and the alerns in the upper branches hunted them to extinction. Yet the troop of Wyloths had found them. "We've judged it," Hanen whispered harshly. "What are we going to do?" Rallia asked. "We can't take these pests with us. Edi City will never let us in the gates." "We've been pushing hard," Hanen said, "trying to lose them, hoping they'd get bored. Maybe we do the opposite. Slow down and make a focused effort to eradicate them." "We should probably offer a reward," Rallia said. "We already have. A silver barrel for each one." "Then we double it. A silver conta each." Hanen nodded as Rallia thrust out the end of her heavy-ended staff. The Wyloth crumpled to the ground. There was a silence for a moment, before Wyloths on nearby branches raised an alarming cacophony to mourn their lost brother. The merchants groaned, rising from their bedrolls. Hanen and Rallia stood near the embers of Cash and Nihn's dying fire as the two of them dished the remains of the evening stew into jars for the next night's pot. Merchants gathered along with sentinels, anger plain across their faces. Thadar opened his mouth to protest, but Hanen held up his hand to silence the throng. "It's a bit of bad luck that we've come across here," he said. "Bad luck," a merchant called. "More like a curse." "I understand your frustration," Hanen said, "and we're going to take care of the problem." "How?" "Despite these fiends accosting us, we've made good time. I'd say we're a day ahead of schedule, actually. So I'm proposing we move slower. We're going to let these shunts come. Rallia and I will offer a silver conta for each dead Wyloth any one of you brings to us. Tonight, we'll chase off any remnants with torches, as we always do, and do the same tomorrow, to ensure these creatures go away for good." "Why are they harassing us?" another merchant asked. "Wyloths are never seen in these woods." "I don't know why, but we'll find out." The entire company was happy to give in to their anger, tramping through the woods, bringing back a fair share of dead Wyloth corpses. "We'll take 5 ducks for the lot of them," Gory said. He was a reedy man with a scraggly beard that grew mostly on his neck, but hadn't been brave enough to climb up onto his chin. He held out several dead Wyloths by their tails. Thadar stood behind him in sullen silence. He hadn't said a word to Hanen since Deld. "There are 7 here," Hanen said. "You get 7 conta. I'm not going to pay you more than I promised." Gory sucked his crooked, rodent-like teeth, baring them slightly. "Put a lot of effort into this." "And so did the 2 young merchant apprentices that spent an hour trying to catch one. I'm not going to pay more than I promised, and that's final." Gory sneered and turned. Thadar joined him, muttering something. The smaller man laughed a thin, weak laugh in response. Over the course of the afternoon, the Wyloths lost their courage and watched from higher branches, out of the reach of their sticks and stones. "Seems to be working," Rallia said. Yes, I think so. But what keeps drawing them? Hanen asked. The constant smell of soup is what I first thought, Rallia said. I did too, Hanen said. But when Cash left out some one morning, they wouldn't touch the stuff. I didn't know that. Wasn't important until now. The sun began its final descent toward the horizon. They came to a large clearing and called for camp. The sentinels started a fire, lit torches, and circled out into the woods, chasing away the Wyloths with their natural aversion to flame. By the time Hanen and Rallia had returned, the merchants had begun cooking over a few shared fires, the biggest of which was tended by Nihn and Cash. Hanen wrinkled his nose. What's the trouble? Rallia asked, looking over at him. They're throwing Wyloth's hull into the stew. Not sure what I think about that. Remember the first time you had those small fish in Edi? Yes, Silvertip. Right. You wouldn't touch them the first time you saw them. I think you order it every time it's being offered now. True, Hanen replied. You want a story, do you? Cash responded to several men muttering around the fire. He produced a bowl and passed it to the first man. You want a story, you pay for my skills. If you pay for my skills, you pay for my brother's skills. A few groaned, but everyone put at least 2 silver into the bowl, 1 for each brother. It came back to Cash, who looked in and nodded. That'll buy you a tale, and an old one at that. We've all heard the old tales, an old merchant spat. Tell us a new one. I'll tell you an old one that none of you has heard. If you have, you split the contents of this bowl with my brother and I. Bah, the old merchant said. I've heard them all. You might as well give me back my coin. You paid, you listen. You know it, I split it. Fair's fair. Stop scaring off the game and get to hunting, the old man said. Very well, Cash said. He took a seat, while Nihn continued to stir and dole out the stew. This takes place around the same time as that old tale of tales, that all people call their own, Vevmenya. There was another man who went off to fight that same war, though he didn't fight for some maiden. He fought for greater glory. It was there in that time of war that he saw the futility and madness of the battle. He alone survived and cried out to the gods in his frustration. How long will you make us suffer? How long will you demand our worship and give us nothing in return? A figure watched nearby, leaning against a dying tree from which moss clung like broken webs. He wore a cloak of tattered greys, and looked on with a grin upon his face. What cry is this? Do you rail against the gods who give you breath? Why give us breath only to have us suffer? Was it not their own feud that brought us all low? Indeed, that was the first. And yet it was mortals who created the deceiver. It was by their actions the children of Wiv were betrayed and torn asunder. Then I shall seek the destruction of the deceiver. That you shall not accomplish. Only a god may slay a god. Secretly to himself thought he, that he would seek to become a deity, and thus kill the deceiver, that 13-limbed one, to tear down the web that he hath spun. He travelled through many lands until he found a blacksmith who could craft the most exquisite armor. Good smith, said he, how can I become as a god? Will your resplendent armor make me so? And, said the smith, I can make armor to be made as beautiful as Garrou, the beautiful god to the east. And so he indentured himself while the smith made him the armor. And when it was finished, the man donned the armor, with details immaculate. The lessons he learned, while serving as an apprentice, gave him skills with which he could one day slay the gods. He was told to go to the goldsmith who lived yonder, who would give him a shield that the gods could not breach. And thus he sought the goldsmith out. The goldsmith was a grizzled, hunched figure, who leaned over his bench and slaved away over the prized works he crafted. Wilt thou make me a shield to keep the trepidations of the gods from falling upon me? I can make for you a shield so resplendent the gods shall be too distracted to place their will upon thee. And so he indentured himself those many long years it took to make the shield. And it indeed was glorious, and as heavy as the armor on his frame. The shield shone and sparkled. Any who looked upon it trembled with delight. Said the goldsmith, You must seek out the tailor in the village yonder. There he shall craft a mighty tunic, with which you shall walk in silence, and the rustle of the bat's wing as your friend, just as Wiv, the father of the outcast gods. The armor was heavy, and the dazzling shield blinded him. He traveled then to the tailor, who worked with only a single needle, and slowly, surely, plied his wares. I wish for a tunic that shall be more resplendent than the gods, to be like a god. The tailor chuckled. I shall make you this tunic, and indeed in its folds and delicate features you shall feel as wise as they. And so he indentured himself the years it took to make the tunic, thread by thread, until at last it was finished. The man put it on, and all that saw him gave him honor and respect. Travel now a final time to a graveyard dark, where mouldering bodies lie. There one waits with a blade so fine that all who touch it know it is death. And thus the man went forth. The armor was heavy upon his shoulders, the shield glittered until he was blinded, and the tunic, like a fine parchment, softly rustled, and he had to move most carefully so that it would not tear. All who saw him gave him wide berth and bowed in respect. He came to the graveyard, and one was there who dug an empty tomb. I understand that I must meet you. You are to give me death, the sword that kills any whom it touches, for with it I shall slay the gods. I see you wear an armor most resplendent. Who would cause harm to one burdened as you are? And I see you bear a shield as shining as the sun. Oh, how it blinds! And I see you wear that delicate tunic, which tells me you are wise. And yet you come to me and seek death. Come, therefore, forward, and I shall help you to visit the gods. The man took the grave-digger's hand and stepped down into the grave beside him. The grave-digger came up out of the tomb and began to heap dirt upon the man, who dared not struggle, for he knew this must be the ritual that would usher him into the presence of the gods, whom he would slay. Tell me the name of the blacksmith who made your armor. He never told me his name, the man said. You met Raion, the god of destruction, and he crafted for you the burden of your healthy years of work. You wear no armor, only the days of your youth. Tell me the name of he who made your shield. He never told me his name, the man said. It was Khos'ran, the gift-giver, yet all his gifts come with a curse. You knew then how to craft with metal and with gold, and yet you cannot craft, for you are now blinded and hunched, such as what happens in old age. Tell me the name of the one who crafted such a tunic. He never told me his name, the man said. It was Kiranu. He once was beautiful, and all the gods envied him, and yet now he is cracked and destroyed. Your tunic is simply your own skin, which hangs on you as parchment. Were you not blind, you would see that people respected you, for you are elderly. You have cast your years away in regret and thoughts of vengeance. You are now nothing but an old man. All I can offer you is death. My shovel is my sword. And now you leave this mortal realm. And what is your name? The man asked. I am he who sent you on this fool's errand. I am Akanarut, known as the Deceiver, and I defeated you the first day you set out to destroy me. Who are you to think you can do more than any other mortal? Your death overtakes you, and you die in futility. And thus the final clod of dirt covered him over, and he was no more. Those around the campfire sat in silence. The only sound was the bubbling of the stew and the crackle of fire. That's a terrible story, the old merchant said, but I'll admit, true. He stood and shuffled off into the night. Others awkwardly stood and left the firelight, leaving only the two sets of siblings sitting there. Why are all the stories of would-be heroes tragedies? Rallia asked. Because heroes are only what they make themselves to be, Cash said. The gods are not fools, as many of the stories make them. They know a hero's intentions much more than the hero themselves. It is by the will of the gods that heroes become great. It is by the will of the gods that the heroes fall. But why are they so petty? Hanen asked. The gods are not petty. They simply have greater plans, and mortals are only subtly a part of it. You said the story was from long ago. Where you hail from? Where is that exactly? Rallia asked. That is not something we like to share, exiled as we are, Nihn said.
What did you do?
You certainly are straightforward, aren't you? Cash chuckled. We left of our own free will, to tell you the truth, Nihn said. You might call us princes of the realm. 2 families rule there, though our uncle and his children brandish more power than our family. Our 2 older brothers are powerless to take any kind of control, so we're out to make our fortunes.
What will it do for you? Hanen asked, besides make you rich.
Perhaps we'll march an army back and take the place by force.
How will you do that? Hanen asked.
I have a servant who does not know a great debt he owes me, Nihn said. When the time comes, I'll call in his debt and he will answer.
That's rather vague.
It is vague. Rumors travel fast. If I said any more than that, a rumor could, over time, travel where I do not wish it to fly. I'd hate to see my servant find a way to wiggle himself out of the debt before I call it in.
Well, Rallia said, I hope you find not what you're looking for, as the man in your story did, but what you need most in order to succeed.
Nihn smiled a broad grin of gnarled teeth. I thank you, young lady.
Rallia excused herself. I'm going to start the patrol.
Hanen made to rise. What of you? Cash asked. What goals do you have?
I am satisfied with what I do as a sentinel. Its responsibilities grow natural over time. I'm happy.
Are you, though? Nihn asked. I could give you a few pieces of advice to improve yourself.
Yes, but at what cost? Hanen asked, smiling.
I've already been paid by you to join this caravan. Paying you back for advice I can learn on my own just doesn't work for me. No need to be rude, Cash said as he poured the contents of the cooling stew into jars for the next day.
Please, I meant no disrespect, Hanen replied, bowing his head. But if the myths and stories of the past have taught anything, it is to not accept a free gift, especially if you don't fully know the gift giver.
Wise words, said Cash. Words that are worthy of defeating Kassaran at his own game.
Chapter 4 Wyloth Problem.
Let not the Wyloth in, spake Alern. He is no bird. What of his brother, the Savern, or sister, the Fury? Dear Griff, do not fear their wrath. Simply fly higher. But what of their king, the Wyvern? You speak truth. Their wrath is nothing compared to he. Let us not invite his rage.
Council of the Birds, Act 4, Scene 7. The camp was quiet as Hanen and Rallia walked the perimeter. For Hanen, it was too silent. Rallia moved slowly, her staff prodding the underbrush. The silver light of Ume was 2 days past full and cast plenty of light to see by. Do you enjoy being a sentinel? Hanen asked. Why do you ask that? Rallia replied. Why should it matter why I asked? Because you obviously have a reason for asking. I'd rather know that first. Something Nihn said. What did that storyteller say? He asked what goals I have. And what did you tell him? That I'm satisfied. Hanen, you're never satisfied. Hanen stopped and glared at Rallia's back. Now it's my turn to ask. Why do you say that? 'Cause neither of us ever are. I'm never satisfied with myself, and you're never satisfied with your situation. It's why we set up this caravan. What if this caravan is as far as we go? So what if it is? Rallia stopped, crouching down, then, finding nothing, stood back up. What more would you want past this kind of responsibility? It's not like we'd ever be kings. I'd set up more caravan routes, and we could live like kings, barely lifting a finger. For one, I'd never settle down, no matter how much coin there was in it. And 2, neither would you. Rallia stopped, looking back at her brother through the darkness. And 3? What? There's always 3 when you make a list. You don't think we can set up multiple routes? I don't doubt we can. It just might take time. Besides, you're the one who always makes lists of 3. Not true. What would you do if you weren't a sentinel? I don't know. Maybe go east and join the Paladins of the Rose? Hanen stopped. No, you're not becoming one of those fools. Why not? Grandpa was a paladin, and as a girl, it's not an opportunity for me. But the Paladins are a little different. Your grandfather, Hanen corrected. I don't even want to think about you joining the ranks of a holy order. It was just an idle comment. Honestly, I've never given it any thought. I spend each day improving on the last. I don't think ahead like you do. Rallia came to a larger tree, and then quickly ducked up against it. She motioned Hanen to join him. As Hanen drew close, Rallia whispered, Did you assign any sentinels to patrol tonight? No.
Everyone should be in camp now. It's just you and I. Rallia nodded, then gestured with her head. Hanen leaned out and saw a lone sentinel moving around the woods. He had a bundle of sticks in his arms, and he was taking them out one by one and planting them firmly on the ground. What is he doing? Hanen asked. I don't know. Let's wait until he's gone farther and we'll follow. After a few minutes, the sentinel faded into the night. Rallia took off through the woods and came to the nearest stick in the underbrush and pulled it up. She made a jerking motion with her head and then ran back to Hanen and gave him the stick. He lifted and sniffed warily at the sticky substance glistening on the tip. He quickly regretted having done so, retching at the awful smell. What is that? I don't know, she replied. It smells like Wyloth. That's what I thought, Hanen said. I think it also has honey on it too. Looks like bits of fat. So why is he putting this out? And who is it? I don't know. Why don't you follow him, Rallia? I'll follow behind and pull up all the sticks. Rallia nodded, turned, and disappeared into the woods. Hanen followed his nose to seek out each rank stick, which made the search considerably easier than wandering aimlessly in the dark. There were over 50 stakes, spaced out evenly, and circling the entire caravan. After gathering them, he dropped the stinking bundle on a log pile near one of the fires and went in search of a brook to wash. There was a sudden tumult as the sounds of fighting came from between two wagons. Hanen took off toward the sound and came around to see sentinels and a few merchants in a circle around two people sitting at a makeshift table. They cheered the two on, then went quiet as someone shushed them, seeing Hanen approach. What is going on? Hanen asked as the man at the table suddenly swung out with an open hand and took Unia across the face. What? Hanen shouted, pushing his way in. The side of Unia's face was swelling around the broad grin she wore. She glanced up at him for only a moment before her hand went out, sending her opponent's head spinning. His eyes glazed over as he toppled off his seat. Hanen rolled his eyes as a merchant's son stepped forward and took a seat, placing 2 silver barrow in the bowl with a trove already collected there. It was a common enough tavern game in Garrou, and just another reason why Hanen was glad he no longer lived there. I didn't hear this Parfanat game from the perimeter, he said to Arren, who stood nearby with a bottle of wine in his hand. Everyone kept quiet until Unia took down the 4th man. Is everyone here? He asked, looking around. Thadar and Rallia were nowhere to be seen. That shunt, Hanen cursed. Who? Thadar. If he's not here, then Rallia might be in serious trouble. I doubt that, Arren said. Why? Hanen asked. Arren pushed past 2 merchants to a wagon and shoved something with his foot. The black-cloaked figure of Thadar rolled over. Unia's first opponent, Arren said. It was his suggestion we start the Parfanat. He was drunk before he even took his seat. It helped a bit, I think. He made it through 4 strikes from Unia. And she's still going? Yeah, I have my suspicions why, but I'm not going to say just yet. She's making me a lot of money on the side bet right now. Another black-cloaked figure joined the circle, sidling in to appear as though they had always been there. Rallia appeared out of the darkness behind the figure, standing a head taller than the short sentinel. Only one other company stood that short. Rallia gave a nod to Hanen and reached out and tugged the hood off the sentinel, revealing the face of the rodent-like Gori Zioni, who watched the fight with a gleam in his eyes, unaware anyone had even touched his hood. What's with the face? Arren asked. You look like someone just insulted your mother's cooking. I'll tell you later, Hanen said, turning to walk into the night. The night rolled on slowly, and dawn broke on Hanen's second watch. Hanen had moved to a fire near to Gori's tent and kept the fire stoked. Before the sun came over the horizon, Rallia joined Hanen, and not long after that, Gori rose. He stood and stretched, looking around, and saw the stick Hanen had left lying next to the entrance to his tent. Gori lunged for it, taking it in his hand and looking around suspiciously. Then he chucked it far into the woods and ran to the nearby brook to wash his hands. As he returned to his tent, Hanen called out, Gori, good morning. Gori spun and looked at the 2 sentinels sitting there. His sharp nose twitched. You did good with those Wyloths, Hanen said. Wyloths, Gori replied, not moving from where he stood. Come on over and share the fire. Gori inched toward them. I hope Thadar didn't take the credit. What? Gori said. He had nothing to do with it. It was my idea. But you still split the silver with him. Silver? Oh, you mean the Wyloths you paid us for? Well, yes, of course. Hanen stirred the fire. Could you and Rallia bring some of those sticks over there to feed the fire? He approached the haphazard pile of sticks Hanen had indicated and reached out for one. He recognized them and froze. Standing slowly from his crouch, he turned. Rallia grabbed him by the shoulders and shoved him to the ground. Garrou started screaming. His voice broke and his cries alerted the entire camp. People who hadn't yet risen came scrambling as Rallia flipped the weaker sentinel over onto his face and tied his hands behind his back. "Stop hollering," Rallia said, forcing him to stand. "What's the commotion?" Thadar said, shoving his way to the center of the quickly forming circle. His face was purple with the bruises Unia had given him. "What did you do, Garrou?" "That's what we're going to find out," Hanen said. "Given how eager Garrou here was to escape when we found him out, I suspect we'll be finding it's nothing good." After Hanen explained what had happened, a few examined the pile of sticks. Cash took hold of one stick and had the courage to give one a lick, grimacing as he did. "Wyloth brains and honey," the storyteller said. "If I may," a voice said next to Hanen. He turned to see the Hrogran merchant, Jined Brazstein. "For a time, before I took up this calling of being a humble war merchant, I served as a Templar, specifically an Itash of the Third Responsibility." "Does that help us?" Hanen asked. "Templars enforce Hrogran law," Rallia responded. "You were a law enforcer then?" Jined shook his head. "As a member of the Itash branch of the Templars, it was my responsibility to protect, rather than enforce. As I had risen to the Third Responsibility, it was my privilege to assist those of higher authority to sit in judgment." "You mean to offer yourself as arbitrator?" Hanen said. "I could not have said it better if my first language was your own." Hanen turned to Rallia. "He's not human," Hanen said. "The merchants may just take matters into their own hands, regardless of whether it helps." "Since he's not human," Rallia responded, "who better to act as mediator?" Hanen nodded and turned around. "Everyone," Hanen said, "I'd like to be on the road as much as the next person, but if our own sentinel, Garrou, has done something illegal, then it is important we deal with it immediately. Please go and prepare your things to leave. Once everyone is ready, we'll conduct a public trial, which our good friend, the merchant Jined Brazstein, has agreed to act as arbitrator. The sooner you're ready, the sooner we can be done." The merchants leapt to their work, harnessing their pack animals and pulling their wagons into a long line on the forest-shaded road. The Hrogran paced back and forth, speaking to himself or to his drolls as he hooked them up to his own wagon. "Will you be ready?" Hanen asked, walking past the Hrogran as he inspected the line of wagons. "Yes," the Hrogran said, "although I would like the proceedings to occur up there, 100 yards at the crossroads." "I had forgotten," the storyteller Nihn said from nearby, "that Hrogran law recognizes the old law of the world. Decisions made at crossroads are very old indeed." The Hrogran nodded. "Indeed, it is why no Hrogran home touches another, and paths available to the public are made to pass between each home, so that all decisions made, even in the home itself, are at the crossroads." Hanen approached Rallia, who was standing next to the smoldering fire. Her now shackled prisoner, Garrou, sat on a log staring wildly at the bundle of stinking stakes nearby. "We'll be moving to conduct this trial at the crossroads." Rallia nodded and prodded Garrou at her feet. "Hanen," Rallia said, "I'm hesitant to do this." "Why?" Hanen asked. "We are not the law," she said, "nor are we above it. Conducting a trial seems wrong. We're doing this for the merchants more than anything. It should establish our clout with them, and it will strengthen the respect we have lost through Garrou's actions." Rallia chewed her lip and said nothing more. The Hrogran merchant and the storytellers stood at the crossroads by the sign that led off toward the larger town of Amston. A carved pillar stood behind it with older markings upon its weather-worn surface. Rallia took Garrou to stand next to the pillar as Thadar stalked up. He looked around to see that there were no other merchants nearby, ignoring the storytellers altogether. "I don't like this," Thadar said, "and I don't like you." "Noted," Hanen said. "I'm the captain on this venture, and Garrou has been seen with me far too often. If this goes poorly, it will reflect on me." Hanen turned. "The first words you've said to me since we left Deld are an insult, and now you're asking me to do as you say because of your reputation? What about the reputation of all black sentinels?" "I could care less what happens to you or the others after we reach Edi." "I could have left you in Deld," Hanen said, "but I chose to keep you on out of respect for what you did to that fool. By showing you respect you do not deserve, I've preserved all of our honor, and hopefully ensured that some merchants travel with us again. What are you going to do in return?" Thadar stared at him blankly, and then realization dawned in his eyes. "I could act as accuser," he said. "That would distance me from Garrou's actions and reinforce my position of authority." "It sounds like your mind is made up." Thadar grinned evilly. I'll see him swinging from a rope. You'll show respect to the Hrogrin as judge, Hanen said. Thadar nodded. I know better than to piss off a Hrogrin. Their silver's too good, and that merchant is a lousy gambler. He laughed to himself as he walked off. Why did you do that? Rallia asked. I realize that Thadar only cares about perceived authority, but he is so mindless to what is actually occurring around him that just by suggesting that any action will earn him respect, he believes it. Now, as the accuser, if things go well, the Sentinels will look good. If things go poorly, it'll be because of his own anger, and it'll fall on his head. You seem fairly confident. I hope that's how I appear, Hanen said, his smile dropping from his face, because I don't feel it. The merchants had gathered in a crowd again, standing opposite the road to Amston, where the Hrogrin stood. He had exchanged the white woolen cap on his head with a silver ringlet. The sapphire embedded in the center glittered in what little sun broke down through the leaves. Rallia stood with Gorry next to the pillar, and across the Amston road stood the two storytellers. Hear you all, I am Zanur Be Obliao, Tamlor Fala of the Itash Horn, of the Tamlor Shawa. I shall act as arbiter. In this matter we meet for, and the storytellers, Kash and Nair, shall act as Ozan, or bard, to tell of what has occurred, to higher authority or to the gods themselves. Hanen stepped forward. Zainur, he said, thank you for agreeing to do this. He turned to the company. It is our goal this day to investigate whether Gori Zioni, the man I hired to protect this caravan, has instead brought harm to us all, through ways nefarious or in ignorance, by inciting the Wyloth to harass us. The merchants murmured to themselves. The Hrogrin held up his four-fingered hand to silence them. Please let it be known I am not a high enough authority to exact a punishment on this man, Zainur said, indicating towards Gorry. My aim shall be to establish whether what this man has done shall be taken to higher authorities, or whether what was done can be treated by all present as harmless. For we should all seek to live together in peace. But should one seek to break the peace, let him be accursed as the dark gods, walking forever in their own damnation. Thadar pushed forward through the merchants. I accuse this man of treasonous acts, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Gorry. He baited those Wyloths to attack, just to spite us. You are my friend, Gorry screamed. Harsha, Zainur hissed. He looked calmly at Thadar. If you shall accuse this man, make your statement. That man, Thadar said, now refusing to look Gorry in the eye, was always sneaking around. Always finding Wyloths hiding in bushes, and then telling others where they were so they could kill them. In Deld, I even saw him stop and watch a troop of them. He turned to the merchants. He even spoke to them. The merchants muttered to themselves, their faces darkening. Let someone speak for the accused, Zainur said. No one moved. If no one will speak for him, Zainur said, then we cannot pass any judgment. Rallia stepped forward. I'll speak for him. Hanen sighed. I think we're acting too hastily, she said. She looked around at the crowd. We've all done things. Some of us have let our anger get the best of us. Some of us aren't even peddling what we say we are. We tolerate that because it isn't harming others. But when someone does something, intentional or not, that offends us, then we turn to righteous indignation. Even more so when the man in question is, perhaps, not the most attractive man. Let's be honest, Gorry is downright ugly. This produced a laugh from the merchants. But we all have a member of our family, who we still accept despite their looks, or bad luck, because we know them. Who has gotten to know Gorry? Or have we all written him off as someone lesser than ourselves? I would hear his side, and see what he has to say, and then we can decide whether what he did was wrong. Very well, and well said, Zainur said. The accuser states that Gorry Zioni has communed with Wyloths, obsessed over them, and baited them to harass our company for means yet unknown, while his defender asks that we hear the testimony of the accuser. This is just, and right, and shall be. He turned to Gorry, who now sneered at the crowd, his eyes snapping at the Hrogrin and to Thadar and Rallia. I shouldn't have to explain myself, Gorry hissed. First you call me traitor, he said to Thadar. Then you call me ugly, he snarled at Rallia through his crooked teeth. What I say won't matter. You've already made your judgment of me. You can all go to Nottertan for all I care. Explain whether you baited the Wyloth to come to our camp, Zynor said. Of course I did. Tell us why. At first, Gorry said, it was to create a problem for our sentinels to solve, to make us great in the merchant's eyes, but it got out of hand. Because the sentinels couldn't make the Wyloths leave, Zynor stated, and because the merchants didn't even notice when the Wyloths were gone. So I did it the next night too, using the honey to draw them to camp, and the Wyloth brains to arrange them. You should see what a brain-mad Wyloth does if it's locked in a cage and set in a trap for an Eric. They'll do all the work for you and make it look like the Eric died from an animal attack. Authorities don't consider it poaching if you find a carcass and take it. And then it continued to get worse. No, Gorry said. Then it became humorous. Those fool Clouw started paying for the Wyloth bodies. Thadar suggested we could make some extra coin if we could convince others to pool the bodies and take off the top. From here to Edi. Liar, Thadar shouted. Halsha, the Hrogrin said again. Explain the humor to me. Perhaps it is a human thing I do not understand. You all look down on me. Ever since I joined the Sentinels, treated me as someone who would do the dirty work. To watch those Sentinels scratch, tear, and ruin, it filled me with satisfaction. Even Rallia now stared in astonishment. She glanced at Hanen, her eyes filled with shame for having stepped up for this man. The merchants started murmuring to each other as the Hrogrin put a hand to his chin and thought long and hard. After several long minutes, he held up a hand to silence them. This is a case of the accused admitting their fault and admitting that the justification for their actions came from their spite toward their fellows. It would be to the disadvantage of both this company and to Gorizioni to set him at large or acquit him. For if acquitted, our company may react violently. If set at large, then the accused may continue down his own road to destruction. Thus, this is beyond me, and the accused should be escorted to the nearest municipal authority and turned over to them for judgment. Nair stepped forward. If a single sentinel could be spared, my brother and I would be happy to escort Gorry to Amston, where we could give witness and turn him over. We were planning on leaving off here anyway. While you're welcome to join whoever takes him, Hanen said, I won't allow you to take responsibility for him. Then I'll take him to Amston, Rallia said. What about the caravan? Hanen said. My name is on it too. One of us should take him to town. And the package you need to deliver to minor Hrogrins? I'll take it, Arryn said. I've never been. Works for me. Thank you, Arryn, Rallia said. How about I stay back with Gorry and those two storytellers? We'll take our time and then move on to Amston. I'll meet up with you and Edi once business is concluded there. Arryn, Hanen said, perhaps you and Rallia should also help me relieve Gorry of his sentinel cloak. He won't part with it peacefully. The caravan was soon on its way, continuing south. Hanen took up the rear and looked back toward his little sister, who was driving the sticks into the ground in a small circle, setting what would be the last trap for the Wyloths before continuing on. The two storytellers stood nearby with Gorry, who was still tied up. Rallia will be fine, Arryn said, walking alongside him. I know, I trust her. She's my little sister. It's the others I don't trust. We all walk our roads, Arryn replied. If Rallia's road leads back to yours, none but the gods can know. That would only be reassuring if I thought the gods actually cared. Chapter 5 Saint Hamul. He found his way across the plain, and there he stood upon the road. Give me entrance to humility. I seek a pittance. I give now all of me. The Humble Paladin, a poem. The fortress of Saint Hamul appeared to look like a large hammer dropped in a field. It was not as large as the original it was built to emulate, but it was impressive nonetheless. If the fortress monastery of Periantur could house nearly 10,000 paladins and a third as many paladames, Saint Hamul could keep a tenth of that total number. Where Periantur had 22 domes atop its massive frame, Saint Hamul had a single dome over its chapel. What Saint Hamul had that its father chapel did not was a well-planned landholding. Periantur's surrounding lands was a chaotic patchwork of farms, groves, and houses. The three paladins of the hammer came up over the rise and stopped to look at the miles-wide valley, admiring the perfect grid of farms set around the citadel in a beautiful display. Jined Brazstein sat atop his 6-legged Sleipnir horse in full regalia, As all paladins, Jined's head was shaved. Where he contrasted from others was in his sheer size, height, heavy brow, and broken nose. Over the chain mail that covered his body, heavy leather armor provided a foundation for overlapping metal plates on his arms, shoulders, and stomach. Atop that, a heavy breastplate and tower gorget that nearly obscured his prominent chin. Most notably of all was the hammer, namesake of the paladins, held at attention against his right shoulder, the butt of the haft chained to his belt by 22 links. The head of the hammer, mirrored on each side, was topped by the aquiline head of a 4-winged Alern eagle. Alongside Jined rode Killian Glass, and ahead of them both rode the elderly standard-bearer, Valère Queton. He held steadied in his stirrup the standard of Grisone, the image of the 4-winged Anka, twin soul to Grisone, perched atop a hammer. Ribbons embroidered with scriptures trailed out from the pole they were tied to in the breeze. They trotted along at a brisk pace, the heavy-shod feet of their 6-footed mounts pounding the road, filling Jined's ears with the steady clip-clip-clop, clip-clip-clop. Behind him, a caravan of 26 paladins stretched along the 100 yards of road. 10 guards, commanded by Pater Secundus Nicolges, made up the advance and rear guards as well as outriders. Of the 4 carriages, each had its purpose. One contained provisioners and their supplies. Another, the scribes documenting the expedition. The next held the leaders and administrators. And the 4th carried the Primapater Dorian Muir himself, head of the order and the leader of the Grisoni Church. A rider matched pace and fell in alongside Killian's right. The rider leaned forward and glared at Jined, who knew it was Dane Merrick without glancing over. "I'm very thankful that Pater Secundus assigned me as outrider today," he said in a forced, reedy voice. "I need to breathe fresh air after traveling through that city. There were far too many women out and about." Dane had a sour smile on his face. He was a severe-looking paladin, though he had loose jowls under his chin, a relic of a previous life of excess and gluttony. "I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that half of the humans on the surface of Kallattai are women," Killian said. "Being in a city means we're going to be around them. They could be staying within the confines of their homes. They saw us, and they must know some of us are vowed not to interact with them. The paladins at Periantur do well to keep to themselves, after all." "The paladins of the Chrysalis Integritas may keep to their own, but they are about the monastery," Killian said. "They just know you and avoid your company at all costs." "You could have stayed at Periantur, studying your extreme view of your vow of chastity," Jined said, "if you thought this was going to be a problem." "Our vow, Brother Brazstein," Dane corrected. "You would be wise to remember that," Jined growled to himself. Not about Dane being right, but by Dane's need to use the vow of chastity as a crutch to benefit himself. Jined had, on countless times, seen Dane escape requisite work or responsibilities at the notification that a paladin of the Rose would be present. The Orders of the Rose and the Hammer had long shared the same citadel after the Chrysalis Integritas sought refuge there centuries before. Those brothers and sisters, who had taken vows and aspects that did not forbid contact with each other, had allowances to marry members of the opposite order. Only a select few, such as Dane, had sought refuge in extremist philosophies containing abhorrence of and abstinence from contact with the opposite sex. "Why did the Primapater have to invite him?" Jined asked. Killian chuckled while Dane seemed not to hear what he had asked. They passed a group of peasants on their way to field work, who stopped and gave a bow to the standard-bearer and then the 3 of them. Dane lifted his chin and paid them no heed, while Jined and Killian each gave the peasants a swift salute. "Brother Merrick," Killian said, "your cordons are out of place." Dane frantically looked down to the green cords across each of their breastplates, which denoted each of them as the rank of Brother Excelsior. Contrary to Killian's suggestion, they were not out of order. "Having a laugh, are we, Glass?" Dane asked, sarcastic venom in his voice. "Just lightening your mood. Your contempt for the people we are sworn to protect is showing. It's not fitting, given that the Paladins were founded to give them protection and hope, not hatred." Dane scoffed and pulled at the reins, leaving off. "Don't let Brother Merrick bother you so much, Jined. He's a fool. I don't let him get to me. I honestly can't help but be bothered. He's a hollering Wyloth. I can't believe they haven't given him permanent duty cleaning the washrooms instead of allowing him to continue as a soldier." Jined's mood, which had started out well that morning, had turned sour. "He has an exceptional eye. He's spotted danger a mile away. I've seen it. I would suppose that the Pater Secundus is willing to suffer through Brother Merrick's personality defects to gain access to that kind of talent. and you know as well as I do how capable he is in battle. Jined didn't bother responding. He hated when Killian was right, because it meant not only that Jined was wrong, but that Jined knew he was wrong in the first place. They came over the second lower rise. The road descended the last half-mile to the gates of the citadel. At the appearance of the quiet standard-bearer, the bells sounded, ending work and calling those nearby toward the walls. Lines of peasants moved toward the citadel and into the end of the haft of the hammer-shaped edifice. At Pater Segundus's command, the entire entourage stopped. They fell into a pre-drilled formation, flanking the carriages, and started the long ceremonial march down the road to the entrance. The bells of the chapel pealed wildly, and everyone inside filed out to create a large throng of cheering people, parting to provide a path for the entourage. Paladins from St. Hamul were interspersed within the crowd, each looking just as excited as the people indebted to the citadel. Thrown bram thistle flowers flew through the air. Jined could only imagine the trouble they had gone to gathering the flowers from the thorny hedges for the event. The entrance was more than large enough to allow the carriages to enter. The facade was simple, an image of the four-winged Alern, with wings not outstretched, but huddled over to suggest protection would be found within. The philosophy of St. Hamul the Insightful, founder of the vow of prayer, had always aimed towards symbolism found in the Anka. Jined could not see past the carriages as they continued on ahead, leaving the guards to enter last. The 6-beat clop of their Sleipnirs echoed in the long tunnel that led into a small courtyard where the passengers of the carriages and the guards would dismount and find washing and food available. The crowd gave little attention to the paladin guards as they filed last into the stable yard, and the care of their mounts was taken over by stable hands. Jined took a tankard of light ale offered to him by a brother and took a seat on a bench along a retaining wall. Nearby, the twin brothers Loic and Kavian stood speaking with their hands. Both had taken the vow of silence. A provisioner from the entourage walked up to them and nimbly moved his own fingers as he joined the conversation. Jined found it interesting that those who took similar vows usually congregated together. The silent paladins huddled near the twins in silent yet public conversation. The scribes and provisioners who had taken the vow of pacifism kindly deferred to each other as they kept out of each other's ways. The brothers of poverty all talked jovially while they worked rust out of armor. Those that had taken the vow of prayer had gathered in the center of the courtyard and held hands in a circle as they sang a hymn of gratefulness together. But Jined found himself thankful that Dain had gone over to preach his own humility to others of their vow, leaving Jined to his own thoughts. He took a long drink of the cool ale and sighed. It had been a long road already, across the plain from Periantur to the port in Messina, then stopping in each major port as they circled the Pyrocene Sea to Poré a week before, and now finally to St. Hamul. Yet nothing had happened. All of the bastion's reports and ledgers had been accurate to the copper penny spent on boot oil. "The thoughts of the holy weigh heavily on the shoulders," a paladin standing next to him said. "Ah," Jined said, looking up. He did not recognize the man, and so assumed he must be stationed at St. Hamul. "I was considering how uneventful the trip had been so far, and wondered if it would continue to be so. It is in the small things that strife causes harm, yet in the minutiae wisdom grows." Jined furrowed his eyebrows. "You're speaking in scripture, from the Hammer of Faith." The paladin said nothing but looked at him intently. "The chapter defining wisdom. Chapter 32, Jined guessed. Know ye your scripture, know ye your soul." Jined chuckled and stood up to stand eye to eye with the paladin, welcoming the challenge. "Speak thus the words of wisdom, and plant a seed that will flourish in a parched land." The other paladin smiled. "Much was hidden, and the stars themselves felt darkness beckon, but all will be revealed." "Interesting choice," Jined said. He turned to take water from an urn to offer it to the other. "That is from St. Nauki's commentary of the Book of the Pre-Calamity." Jined took a deep breath and turned to find the paladin was gone. The side door to the bastion opened, and the Pater Segundus Nicol Guest stepped out, followed first by the other more elderly Pater Segundus, Galahad Pierre, the senior scribe for the entourage and in fact the entire order. They each flanked the door shortly before the Prima Pater emerged, a perpetual smile on his face. Dorian Muir was a short, slight man. When standing next to others, most men stood head and shoulders above him. Despite being 95 years old, he almost leapt out of the entryway. Dorian's armor was in most ways similar to other paladinial armor. However, his was crafted from the original worn by Hamul the Insightful, founder of Dorian's vow of prayer. On his shoulders, aquiline eagle heads looked to his right and left. His gorget was styled like eagle wings, and an ornamental tail of metal sat embossed across his chestplate. He wore a red cloak cut to resemble the forewings of the Alern eagle. Instead of the normal paladinial hammer, he held a scepter made of 2 slabs of metal, wide and thick, both hammer and axe, once more in the appearance of the forewings of an Alern outstretched, representing the Anka, twin soul to Grazone, god of faith. It always surprises me what he can do at his age, Killian said as he sidled up next to Jined.
Grazone strengthens him, Jined offered. How else would you explain it?
I cannot, Killian smiled. Please gather round, Dorian announced. Jined and Killian came to stand only a few paces from the small man, who looked up and around at each of their faces. I've spoken with Pater Minor's Gage and his seneschal, Primus Zumeric. The Matriarch Superioris and the Chrysalis Honoris passed through here 3 days ago, as I expected they would, and traveled on to the destination of the Chrysalis College in Thementhu. The Matriarch was in high spirits and made sure they knew of my favorite meal, which they prepared for our feast tonight.
Prima Pater's smile broadened as he said this. The Matriarch Superioris was his wife, which was rare but not unheard of. Even more unusual since they were both in their late 90s, and still very much functioning in their roles as the heads of 2 different religions.
Saint Hamul, Dorian continued, was due to gather up the reports from the farms swearing fealty to them, so I have suggested that our own scribes do so. That being said, tomorrow we go to work. Please make sure you get enough sleep to rise at the usual bell to begin duty.
The Prima Pater turned without another word to leave.
The feast is to begin in 1 hour, when the bell chimes,
Pater Secundus Guess announced as he turned to join the Prima Pater, who now spoke to Pater Minor's Gage, head of the Citadel. Guess and Pierre followed the 2 men into the Citadel, while Jined and the others were shown comfortable cells before making ready for the feast.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 6. Protection and Fealty.
Sing we now of family and tide, gathered together in cheer and pride. Wads are away and blood up dried, but all come together where we shall abide.
Bronuin Tavern Song. The feast was simple with little pomp. The head table was deep in conversation while the brothers spoke amongst themselves. It was a welcome reprieve from feasts shown for the Prima Pater by the leaders of the cities and towns they'd stopped at along the edge of the Pyrocene Sea. Several of the local brothers took advantage of the additional barrels of cider and mead open for the entourage, and the plates of meat and thick bread roiled steam across the tables. Several of the brothers, under the vow of poverty, took remainders away to give to the sick and ailing, and soon the choir master called for the clearing of the plates. Hymns were sung, followed by Pater Secundus Galahad Pier reading the nightly scripture, given the masked chortles by several of the local paladins. When Pater Secundus Pier got to St. Sternovus Laud 87, it was obvious whoever chose the nightly reading thought to play a harmless prank on the high-ranking paladin. The longest single entry in the Holy Scriptures of the paladins began. Pater Secundus looked as though he might stop a quarter of the way through. Instead, he reached for a glass of mead and read on, stopping at times to give his own commentary on the hour-long text, extending the reading well into the night, turning the prank back on the paladins of St. Hamul. The smile on the Prima Pater's face broadened, allowing the reading to continue. As the evening came to an end, Jined tumbled toward his cell, shared with Killian Glass, who struggled through the effects of the flagon of mead he had partaken of during the feast. Killian finished working his way into his own bed long after Jined had pulled his own covers up and turned to face the wall. The snoring from the other bed came soon after, keeping Jined from sleeping until only just before the first bells of morning rang. Jined groaned as he rolled over to dress himself, despite the nearly free morning he had before his first order of duty. He should not have been surprised when he arrived at the dawn service, and found only a handful of paladins present. Even those looked the worse for wear, and those not present were likely unable to rise after so long a feast and sermon the night before. He finished his prayers and stood to leave when a paladin approached. "You're a member of the Prima Pater's entourage, aren't you?" the brother paladin asked. The red cordons across his breastplate indicated his station as a recently officiated member of the order.
"Yes, brother. Jined Brazstein."
"You're from Braj, in Barony?"
"I hail from there, yes."
"I'm from Clem, myself."
Jined nodded at the younger man, bearing the weathered look of a fellow Barony. The younger man held out an envelope sealed with cheap red wax.
"I received this at the guest house. I understand there are 2 in your company named Loich and Katiam?
That is true, Jined said, taking the letter.
If you know them by sight, will you please take it to them?
Of course.
He turned and walked toward the offices the Prima Pater and the 2 Pater Segundi had requisitioned. The door to Nicole's office stood open. He looked up and smiled wearily to Jined. What is it, Brother Brazstein?
A letter has arrived at the guest house for the twins. Have you seen them?
Ah, Nicole said. That letter has been expected. May I? Jined handed the letter over and Nicole broke the seal. Had it been anyone else, Jined would have been appalled, but as one of the 4 Pater Segundi, second in status to the Prima Pater himself, it was within his right. Good, Nicole said. Jined, I will go and deliver this to the twins myself. Please return to the guest house and receive the elderly couple this letter comes from. See to their needs, and I'll see that the twins come and meet them. Jined gave a salute and turned to find the guest house. He saw the Baroni paladin walking quickly from the kitchens with a tray and approached.
Can I help you, brother?
Jined asked. The brother stopped and watched him approach. I was taking this to the couple that brought the letter,
and I have been sent by the Pater Secundus to see that they are made comfortable.
Very well, the paladin said. Jined took the 2 bottles balanced under both of the other paladin's arms and followed him. The guest house faced southwest, not far from the half-end entrance to the citadel. The common room was comfortably adorned, with 3 open doors leading off to guest halls. Plain white tapestries, embroidered with a light gray thread visible only on close inspection, lined the walls, as they did many walls in St. Hamul. Sitting in 2 plush seats, an old couple looked uncomfortable in their surroundings. The man had long white hair, pulled back off his receding hairline in a tail. A leather apron, nearly the same color as his dark Seteran's skin, covered up a white linen shirt with evidence of stains from grapes or some other fruit barely visible. The woman wore a simple frock of plain linen, but the ribbons that hemmed the edges had been spared no expense. Though by Jined's discerning eye, the ribbons had some wear and had perhaps been moved from outfit to outfit as she worked the linen to dust with toil and happy labor. She had a full head of hair still, and bore the angular, pale features of an Acollan or a Jagavan. As Jined approached, the woman looked up in anticipation and then relaxed into her seat, before fidgeting to an upright position. The paladin placed the tray in front of them, and then took the bottles from Jined and popped their corks, pouring each a flagon of mead. Jined and his companion stepped back just as Loich and Katiam entered, Pater Secundus' guests just behind them. They were not in full regalia, wearing only their gorgets overtop their brown habits. They each smiled broadly, the mirror image of one another, as the 2 older guests stood from their seats. They silently rushed up to them and took one each in their arms, giving them a warm embrace. Little Lo, the woman said with a smile, pushing back the one who held her to look at him. I'd know you even after all these years. Katiam and the older man held each other at arm's length, examining one another. Cave, the woman said, touching Katiam's arms. The other twin turned and gave the woman a strong embrace. Loich turned to look at his brother, signing something to him and receiving a response. We, the woman said, can understand you. And yes, you can speak freely. Both brothers looked at the woman in astonishment. Your father has not spoken a word since you took your vows those many years ago. He wanted to show respect by emulating your vow. Suddenly, Loich, Katiam, and their father began moving their hands in rapid succession. The floodgates of conversation opened. Shall we leave them to their peace? Nicole asked Jined as he stepped next to him.
Yes, Jined said. We should respect their privacy. They must have a lot to catch up on.
They haven't seen their parents since they left for Parientur at the age of 10.
They were 10?
Jined asked, holding the door open for Nicole. They walked side by side back into the citadel. Their father owned a vineyard near the border of Jagava, alongside the Jig River. He was struck by vine blight, along with many others in that area, 20 years ago now? They were left destitute and fled towards Duran, hoping to find a new life there. They only got as far as St. Hamul. The twins saw the paladins here, and decided to dedicate their lives to Grazone, if only to reduce the number of mouths to feed by 2.
Noble, Jined said.
It was. I've known those 2 boys since they still had their surnames. I almost convinced them to take the vow of poverty. But Loich convinced Katiam to join him in the vow of silence instead.
So did they send a message ahead to their parents?
No, Nicole said, smiling. I'll admit to a bit of subterfuge on my part. I sent a message to their parents, Jodak and Juanis. Apparently, they now have a small vineyard of their own, bearing wine that graces the table of the Sentinel monarch. They brought a cask of very fine wine for the primapator, and another one for the twins. Nicol left Jined to continue with his work, while Jined took a walk through the citadel. He saw the entourage scribes in a debate with the paladins in the citadel scriptorium, while the smell of hot metal came from the large smithy. Killian Glass stood watching the glassworkers assembling a piece of fine stained glass as Jined walked by. "Your father is a glazier from Periantur," Jined asked, as he sidled up next to the other paladin. "Is he not?" "Yes," Killian said, "although he works mostly in glassblowing rather than panes." "Did you know Loic and Cavian are from here?" "Yes, their parents own a vineyard, I believe. They pay a tithe to supplement the twins' income. If I remember correctly, they're two of the wealthiest paladins at Periantur because of it." "The wealthiest?" "Well, yes. The stipend most paladins receive from the coffer, not myself, of course, with avowed poverty, I forfeited that, is enough to survive on. But Loic and Cavian never spend a penny of their coin, and their parents still send them a stipend from their vineyard, despite their debt to St. Hamul being paid off years ago. Don't you receive a pension from your family? I thought you came from nobility." "For several years," Jined said. "I hadn't even realized I was being paid. I came as a penitent, so my coin went to pay the Weir Guild of the man I killed. I'd imagine after all this time that the Weir Guild is paid off." "He was the son of the High Duke of Baroni." Killian whistled. "How did you know about the twins' parents?" Jined asked, changing the subject as the two of them turned to walk toward the refectory. "Because they're always talking about it." "You speak the silent language?" Killian laughed and held up his thick-fingered hands. "Speak? No. But I understand it quite well. My sister and I were raised around Periantur. It's mandatory to learn it in school. You must know some." Jined held his own hands up. "I suffer the same problem. But I know enough to get by for hand signals in the field, and to ask for the salt bowl to be passed to me." A commotion came down the hall leading outside to the stable yard. "Come on," Killian said. "The Citadel has their own guards," Jined said. "It doesn't change the fact that I'm nosy," Killian laughed. As they came blinking out into the light, a man knelt on the ground, his hands held up, pleading with the paladin before him. His thick, heavy black hair grew wild, and the red-dyed leathers he wore looked damp with sweat. "Go with the child, take, please." The paladin, who stood above him, looked around, unsure of what to do. Before Jined could open his mouth, a paladin wearing the black cordons of a primus marched out of a side door and up to the paladin. Jined saw two children with hair as wild as their father, up against a wall, their eyes averted to the ground. "What is the trouble here?" Primus asked. "Primus Zemeric, this man pushed his way in here and has been shouting at me for several minutes. I can't understand a word he says." Jined watched the Primus turn and look at the man kneeling before him, and remembered the feeling he had when he had knelt before Zemeric 10 years prior. The Primus was only a brother adjutant then, traveling through Baroni from Andor, and had relented to escort Jined, threatened by a mob who wanted his head for killing the High Duke's son, to Periantur to take his vows. "Please, please," the man begged. "What language is he speaking?" Killian whispered. "The man is an Uturk," Jined said. "They live outside of society, across the northern scapes, often marginalized to lives of brigandry and bare survival." Zemeric was now kneeling by the man, speaking softly with him as the man cried. "She cannot be here," a voice shouted from across the stable yard. Jined sighed and turned to see Dane charging across the space toward the two children. Killian leapt to intercept him, Jined hot on his heels. "What are you doing?" Dane shouted, trying to push past Killian. "That is a girl. She is not allowed in the Citadel." "Dane," Jined said, "it appears they are seeking sanctuary. Please leave off and allow the paladins of St. Hamul to take care of their own business." "There is a guest house for places like that," Dane hissed. "No woman is to set foot on Citadel grounds outside of the guest house." "And what of Sisters of the Chrysalis?" Jined asked. "Allowances may be made in that case," Dane admitted, "but that is not the case now." "Brothers Excelsior," a voice said. Jined turned to see Primus Zemeric standing beside them. "What is the trouble here?" "Primus," Jined said, bowing his head. "Brother Brazstein and I were aiming to allow you the privacy you needed to speak to the man over there," Killian said. "An interruption from Brother Merrick felt like it might interfere with your work." "I was merely passing by," Dane said, ignoring propriety, "and I saw that there was a girl in the courtyard. Perianti law stipulates that women are not allowed on the hallowed ground of lands owned by the Hammer." "And what of the members of the Chrysalis Honoris?" Zemeric asked. "That was brought up," Killian offered. "I believe I understand," the Primus said. Brother Merrick, I see you keeping a close eye on the children that stand along that wall over there. Can I have your attention for a few moments so I can dispel the accusation of heresy you have for them?" Dane looked at the Primus, then back at the children, before looking back and nodding with a sigh. "First, I imagine the three of you are rather weary, both from your long journey and perhaps with one another. The road can do that to the fastest friends." Killian chuckled, while Jined and Dane both grunted, giving each other a look. "I would encourage you to, aside from required duties, take time to rest here at our citadel. You still have, I understand, a long road ahead of you. I'd rather know that the Primopator has 3 trusted individuals who were not at one another's throats while protecting him and his cause. Furthermore, while you are in most respects correct, Brother Merrick, I'm afraid that you are basing your accusation off Minu the Gentle's Book of Common Life. It stipulates propriety at the base level in the lives of our brotherhood. But it was only that. Broad outlines for life in these hallowed halls. Within 100 years, a 20-year project went underway by those paladins of legal mind to prepare and propose adoption of the larger Code of Commons, which elaborated on Minu's treatise. As a student of these laws, I am familiar with your claim, but also with the allowances. After all, if we lived by Minu's book, then that encompasses all land under control of the Hammer, which means that only men could serve as peasants beholden to our cause, and their wives and daughters would be forbidden from working the land. Dane gave a shrug of indifference. Brother Merrick, the Primus said, leveling his gaze at the paladin, without women serving as peasants, within only a few decades, we'd have no one farming our lands. We do not have thousands of people coming to submit themselves here on a regular basis. Reproduction is necessary. The courtyard is still part of the citadel, Dane said. Yes, it is. However, it is a cobbled courtyard. The Code of Commons states that within walls, that which is flagstone with the same material as the walls is designated hallowed. Thus, the cobbled stableyard allows women merchants to enter to sell their goods to the Hammer's holdings. The guest house is floored with a different stone, and the nave of the chapels up to the transept is also marked as good for use by those not part of the Brotherhood. He turned and looked back over his shoulder. Now, if you are satisfied... He stopped and stared at the 3 of them. Jined and Killian nodded, but it took some time for Dane to give in and bow his head in acquiescence. Good. I shall return to hear this man's request. Apparently his tribe has been subjugated by Vul. He has been on the road for many months to bring his children, whom he intends to give to the Order of the Hammer. And the girl? Killian asked. She'll be given the option to stay here in the lands owned by St. Hamul, along with her father. What of the Order of the Rose? Jined asked. That may be a possibility, Samaric said. But we have no paladins here at present. I'll consider this and speak with the Primopator. Perhaps he'd be willing to take her with him towards Nihn to rendezvous with the Matriarch Superioris. The Primus walked away from them and helped the man to his feet, moving him over to a bench to speak. Killian touched Dane's arm and started walking off. I can see why he made Primus, Jined said. Dane said nothing as they walked to the door into the citadel. He has charisma, and he knows his law. He saved my life 10 years ago. Listen to his words, Merrick, and maybe he'll save yours, too. What makes you think I need saving? What makes you think I haven't already been given relief by Grisone himself? We all need saving, Jined said. Some of us need saving from the brink. Some of us need saving by being reminded why we do what we do. A rather smug statement, Dane said. I'm not going to reply to that. Why? Because I'm right? Dane said, spinning to glare at Jined. Because you're hostile and angry. And I know better than most what anger can do to a man. Dane turned and stormed away without another word. Chapter 7. Accounting. Lastly, one shall choose prayer. Let the words I give to him pour continually from his lips. Let him mutter under his breath consolation for the souls of others. And to him I shall turn an ear at all times, that his faith be a bastion and a mighty thing. But they shall not deny all of their humanity, for they are a guide. Instructi Grisone 5, 9-12. The sun lent a soft glow to the room. Killian was tapping the wood of the bed frame in an even rhythm to wake Jined, who rolled over, grunting. Give me a moment, Jined said, sitting up. Killian sat back down on his bed. He was already in full armor. He toyed with the weapon in his hand while Jined donned his own.
I hope we can get the accounting done quickly so that we can move along, Jined said. Why are you in a hurry? Killian asked. I'm not in a hurry, but it feels like we're just making a show. It will be good to get back to Periantur, back to fighting Teokai. Jined, I doubt we've scratched the surface of this trip. It's not going to be a month away and a month home. The Primopator has business to conduct. He's looking over the figures at each bastion we stop at, comparing notes. Didn't you read the dossier for our journey? Of course I read it, Jined said, but I think I expected more trouble. The Primopator goes on one of these every 10 years, and there's usually reports of trouble. Yes, Killian responded, but that's why we're heading north. The northern scapes have shown figures of solid growth for the past 50 years, and no conflict. And so the Primopator has been able to let the bastions, under the leadership of the Citadel of St. Hamul, go without his supervision. But that's a long time to go without the Primopator visiting. It won't be simply a matter of his seeing how they're resolving the conflicts around them, but making sure their reports line up. I suppose, Jined said. But then, why did he take several of his best warriors away from Periantur? No need to be humble, Killian said, laughing. Jined scowled. I guess I'm just wondering why I was asked to come along. It feels like a waste. They walked together toward the eating hall. It was still very early, even for paladins. 10 guards sat at a table together, breaking bread. Jined, Killian, the Pater Secundus guest said, greeting them. He had a map out on the table, with Primus Jamus Zumeric next to him. We understand that the lands of the north are primarily platted for ranching, Nicole said to Primus Zumeric. Yes, and we have an impressive herd of elk. Farther north in the wild nut grove, we keep a large herd of urswine. Jined, Etienne, Dane, Nicole said, ride north through those ranches. You'll be escorting the scribe, Brother Adjutant Ozermo Donton. As Nicole continued to give out assignations, they left, and soon after rode toward the ranch and forest Primus Zumeric had mentioned. Jined took the lead with the younger Etienne, while Dane and Ozermo took the rear. Dane yammered incessantly at Ozermo, hoping to find a like-minded brother in the vow of chastity. Chastity isn't just art not performing the sins of the flesh. When Dane started to preach, he elongated his use of S's, which always grated on Jined. Grisone asked that we abstain, yes, but also for us to abstain from interacting with those tempters of the flesh. What verses are you referring to, Merrick? Jined asked. You know what I speak of, Brazstein. As well read as I am, I don't. Please enlighten me. Dane scoffed. In the Anvil of Faith, Justin the Pure, our vow's founder, said, Look not upon her, lest her gaze scathe you. That quote is incorrect, Jined responded. Excuse me. The passage you refer to is in Anvil of Faith, chapter 12, verses 12 and 13. Know ye wisdom? Spake Icale. Yea, I know her, for her visage is pure, Justin replied. She cannot speak wrong. Ye may know her, but do not look upon her without knowing she will burn away your impurities with a cleansing fire. Note then that it was Icale, and referred to wisdom, not woman. It is often misquoted due to the paraphrase written by Pater Eugen 300 years ago. He may have misled more than he saved through his work. Dane scoffed again, but said nothing. Brother Brazstein is correct, Ozermo said. He knows his scripture. Adjutant Danton, Jined said, I'm sure you've heard all the speeches by those of Dane's persuasion within our vows community. Indeed I have, Ozermo said. You'll find I'm not one to change my mind easily, Brother Merrick. I subscribe to the upward path. Upward path? Etienne asked. Yes. I believe the path of chastity is about focusing on Grisone and his wisdom. We forego the pleasures of this world to better focus on him. I feel your chaste mind philosophy hampers you, Brother Merrick. It keeps you from exploring the pleasures Grisone has to offer, and instead trades it out for a miserable existence here in the world. Dane muttered to himself and pulled back from the rest to ride alone. Why does the vow of chastity have these different philosophies? Etienne asked. Why not just follow the originally intended purpose of the vow? Chastity would be hard enough a vow, I'm sure. Why complicate things? Brother Etienne, Ozermo said, you speak as though only the vow of chastity has these variegated philosophies. Well, yes. You are a brother Excelsior. You have been with the order how long?
Since I was 14.
I see. And what of the members of your own vow of poverty? What of those that ascribe to the wisdom of stringency?
You mean those that have given up all but bread and water?
I wouldn't call it a philosophy.
It is meant to bring them closer to Grazone through asceticism.
And that is why there is the upward path and the chaste mind. Each of these are meant to delve deeper into the faith, but in different ways. They neared the first ranch. It sat along its own long valley, which rose steeply to the west and rose gently into hills to the east. Across the open fields of the valley floor, animals grouped together. The bovine aurochs, both larger meat and smaller milking aurochs, moved slowly across the grass, seeking out the choicest clumps. Their heavy brows, topped with horns that curved down and along their cheeks. The white and brown woolly coats of capricorn stood out in the grassy green plain. One young boy was attempting to herd a group of them with his infalled hound. The spry creature, covered in pinecone-like scales, sniffed the air with its sharp nose. At the boy's command, it took off like an arrow from a bow, quickly circling a capricorn that had strayed from the herd. Jined sat atop his Sleipnir and watched for the hour it took for Azermo to approach a few of the farmers and take their accounts. They continued to ride north and soon reached the forest. It had a sturdy fence around the circumference. They came to a gate made of wicker, through which a farmer watched out for passers-by. Beyond that, the forest was devoid of most ground cover. Figures almost as large as the Sleipnirs rummaged in the shadows. We understand you farm urswine here, Azermo asked.
We do. Not many are willing.
Worth the trouble?
I'd say so. Better than the trouble of hunting them down.
Etienne had dismounted and walked toward the edge of the forest.
You ought to stop him, the farmer said.
Jined had tied his own mount off and approached Etienne. They both froze before the urswine, hidden at first from view. It stood as tall as a Sleipnir, but at twice the weight. Coarse fur covered its entire body, and its legs were muscled and powerful. A spine of fur ran the length of its body. It turned towards them, but continued to shovel through the leaves on the ground, disinterested in them. Its head was huge, with small, beady eyes and a flat snout which combed the grounds for anything it could find. Apparently, it had found something. It lifted its head to scarf down a mouthful of mushrooms. Large tusks, which had been hidden in the foliage, now flashed, impressing Jined. Rows of teeth chomped at the find. It took another glance at Jined and Etienne before it lumbered away into the woods.
They make good meat, the young farmer said, now standing with them. You were smart to stay still. They don't like sudden movement.
Etienne exhaled. He had been holding his breath for longer than Jined realized. Jined turned along with the farmer and Etienne, and they walked back to where the other two paladins stood with the head rancher.
Have your boys eaten? The old farmer asked.
They were led into the home through the kitchen. The rancher's wife was busy at the hearth, keeping an eye on a bread within while a roast of some sort turned on a spit. The rancher walked up to a huge hawk that hung from the ceiling, almost reaching the floor.
I hung this leg here a good 3 years ago, he said.
With a large knife, he cut away pieces and handed one to each of them. The salty piece of meat melted like butter in Jined's mouth. Even Dane was smiling broadly. If I may be so bold, Etienne asked, may we take a piece of this back for the Primapater?
That might be a long journey. The Primapater is far off in the lands of Peria and Tour. You must be a new paladin if you don't know that. But if it means a lot to you, you can.
But the Primapater is at the Citadel, Etienne said.
Is he now?
The farmer said. He quickly cut down a larger piece, wrapped it up in some cloth, and gave it to Etienne.
The meat won't spoil, regardless of the distance.
They were soon sitting at the long table. A display of herbs dried overhead. Strips of meat, fried and hot, were set atop hunks of soft cheese. A nut paste was laid out, as well as bowls of dried apples from the season before. Before they ate, Brother Azermo stood and spoke a prayer to Grazone. As they sat, the farmer's 2 daughters entered with bottles of wine. They moved from place to place and poured the white vintage into their cups. When the younger of the two came to Dane, though, he held up a hand, not daring look at her. Jined sighed, knowing he wouldn't just leave it at that.
I shall not take sin from a sin-maker's hand.
Jined shook his head in disappointment, knowing well the oft misquoted scripture. The girl stood with a confused look on her face. She was perhaps only 10, young enough to still be wearing a child's frock.
Is something wrong, brother?
The rancher asked. He sat next to Jined, who sat across from Dane.
I will not accept wine from her hands.
The rancher stood up.
Let me offer the hospitality of pouring it myself, then.
Jined stood too.
Good man, farmer, Jined said.
Please allow me. It is beneath you.
Beneath him? Dane shouted. To suggest I am beneath a peasant farmer. Do you know who I am? What I am?
Jined stared at Dane. Anger roared in his ears. Azermo placed a hand on Dane's arm, who shook it off. Jined opened his mouth to speak. Instead, the very quiet Azermo raised his voice with authority.
Excelsior Merrick, he said, you will leave this place at once and wait by the gate for us to join you.
Dane turned and looked incredulously at the paladin next to him. The young girl now stood against the wall, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered. Dane rose and stomped out of the home into the night. Azermo reached over and took the entirety of Dane's portion and placed it on his own plate. He turned to the rancher while he spread nut paste on a piece of bread. Goodman Wen, I appreciate your hospitality today, and I look forward to tasting this fine wine you made. After a few minutes, a quiet normalcy returned. Azermo worked hard to clear the double portion on his plate, not letting a single bite of hospitality, nor a drop of wine from the host, go to waste. Jined and Etienne left the farmhouse in silence, while Azermo thanked the farmer quietly, made apologies for the actions of Dane, and purchased the large leg of meat they'd tasted for more gold than it was worth as recompense. The sun had fully set, and they rode with only the sliver of Ume, the silver moon, rising to the east. Jined thanked Grisone that the ruddy and eerie red of Norlock did not add its haunting glow to the silent ride. After several long minutes, Dane spoke. You embarrassed me, Brazstein, he said coldly. You embarrassed me, you made a mockery of our vow, and you insulted the Order. The anger once more ran hot in Jined's ears. That you dare shame me in my personal beliefs, Dane began again. That you dare to speak ill of me, telling a simple farmer, and one that is subservient to the church no less, that it is beneath him to serve me. I will be writing a report on you and submitting it immediately. Jined pulled his mount to a stop. Dane and Azermo did the same. Etienne was up ahead and had turned his horse around, staring in silence. Jined felt a hand on his arm. He turned to see Azermo reaching out to get his attention. In the moonlight, he could see the paladin indicating he looked down. Jined had his hand on his hammer, gripped tightly. Dane opened his mouth to speak again. Actually, Brother Merrick, the brother adjutant said, stopping him, you said your piece. But before I say anything, I'd like to hear what Brother Brazstein has to say. He deserves the opportunity to respond to your accusations. Dane clamped his mouth shut tightly in a scowl. Azermo turned to Jined. Count to 22 first, Brother Brazstein. Jined took a deep breath and did as he was told before he spoke. Brother Merrick, Jined started. In the nation of Cetera, just as it is in Moriego, it is proper for one showing hospitality to put out food and ready a bed, but the food and drink does not come from his hand directly. His family places the food before you and pours the drinks. It shows he has a certain control over his household, and that all in his house have shared responsibility. When you indicated you would not be served by his daughter, you insulted her. You insulted her father. When he moved to stand, he was taking your insult in stride, humbling himself. I indicated I would take his place because, as a paladin, I am a servant of man. Therefore I did not embarrass you. I intended to save your face. You instead embarrassed yourself and insulted the farmer and his family. You called his 10-year-old daughter a cheap whore by likening her to a sin. You have now sown seeds of doubt, and have shaken any faith she had. It may very well send her into the sins you so readily heaped upon her head. Thus, you are the sin-maker and make a mockery of our vow. And lastly, you insulted our order by potentially destroying any bonds of loyalty we had to a farm that provides one of our primary citadels with meat. I can say this now, with full clarity of mind. I will not demand recompense for the insults you heaped on me. But if this happens again, you can be sure I'll break your nose. Etienne laughed out loud and immediately covered his mouth to stop himself from going any further. Are you finally done, Brazstein? Dane said wickedly. Jined remained silent. Dane's face contorted into a sneer, and he opened his mouth to speak. Azermo lifted his own hammer and leveled it at Dane. That is enough, Merrick, he snapped. You will not say another word. You will be moved to a penance cell when we return, and then, in the morning, you'll kneel before the pillory and face a court of your leaders. They continued in silence back to the citadel several hours after dark. Etienne was given the reins of the mounts to take to the stables, while Jined and Azermo escorted Dane to the penance cells. The jailer there, a young and sharp-featured paladin, received orders to bring him to the pillory in the morning. As they left the penitentiary area,
Azermo pulled Jined aside to sit on a bench nook cut into the wall. "You handled yourself very well, Brother Brazstein. I want you to know I intend to speak highly of you when I go and visit the Primopator now." "I'll admit I wanted to hit him, Brother Danton." "So did I. Now get some sleep."
Chapter 8 Pillory.
Lord of faith and God of man, 2 parts in 1, Grizone and Anka with Periantur. Your guidance is sure, firm I stand. Grant me faith, fill my cup with you. Grant me winged mind, soaring above the turmoil. Grant me strength of iron and a will of bronze. I will protect the helpless and serve the weak. I will honor your name and uphold your tenets. I will praise you in chant, in prayer, and daily ritual. I will be truthful and will not overindulge. I will not harm those that harm my honor. I will show mercy to those who attack my pride. I will bestow grace on those I find unworthy. I will take a vow and keep it. Chastity, blind introspection, pacifism, poverty, prayer, silence. Your will is mine to deliver. Your way is mine to follow. Your faith is mine to have. Your grace is mine to give. Grizone, Lord of Faith, let me not falter. The 22 Links. Jined found his way back to his cell, where Killian already snored in the neighboring bed. Throwing himself down on his mattress, he stared at the ceiling. The morning took its time coming, and sleep never arrived. Jined rose before the other paladin, who would likely wonder why he never came to their shared cell. Jined passed by a few others in the halls on their way to complete the morning chores, and found himself finally at the Citadel Chapel. It was smaller than the chapel at Periantur, and also served St. Hamul as the judgment seat. Someone had already set up a wooden pillory with iron chain links hanging from it in the center of the room. The judgment seat for the Primopator had been placed at the front. Jined walked the nave, found a bench halfway up the aisle, and took a seat. A set of windows looked to the east, heavy glass set into their frames. Jined thought he saw a bird of prey circling high in the sky. He always liked to think that a bird so high might be the Anka, circling the world, watching over the followers of Grizone. To center himself, he began reciting the 22 links. Lord of faith and God of man, 2 parts in 1, Grizone and Anka with Periantur. The words of the scriptures are a source of comfort. Jined turned to see the paladin from the courtyard sitting at the other end of the bench. Anvil of Faith, Chapter 9, Jined smiled. Know ye the way of Grizone? The other paladin continued. Know ye his patterns? Look then to your heart and be silent. Jined almost opened his mouth to speak. He knew the verse, it was one of his favorites. Then he realized the other brother was encouraging him with the words. He closed his mouth. The other man responded with a smile. The way of the hammer is not a path, but a guided walk of active faith. The other paladin indicated towards Jined, inviting him to speak. Jined thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully. From the heights he raises me up, Jined started. From the depths he grounds me. Sacred words, Menu the Gentle, verse 34. Seek ye now to enter a deeper faith. Seek ye now the way to the heart of a true servant. Jined was about to speak when the other paladin looked over his shoulder as others began to enter. He held up a pausing hand and said, She sees now a rose whose petals wilt. She sees now a vine that has been cut. Prepare then a hedge of thorns, and be vigilant as a dwarf watches over her nest. Jined turned to watch the others enter, and when he looked back, the other paladin faded into the crowd and out of sight. Azermo entered and indicated for Jined to join him near the front, where the 2 Pater Segundi had already come to stand at attention. Prima Pater Dorian Muir entered from a side room, wearing his full armor, with a white robe draped over it. He sat in the judgment throne, his sigil of office held in one arm. He was trying to look stoic, but a playful smile crept onto his lips, as it always did when the mood became too serious. The back door opened, and Dane Merrick was led in by 2 paladins. He wore only his habit and belt. They brought him to the tall post, ceremoniously unchained the hammer from his belt, and shackled the chain to the pillory. Then one of them handed Dane his hammer. He lowered himself to his knees and held his hammer up in front of him toward the Primopator. Jined had been brought to the pillory only once before he was a full paladin. Holding the hammer in that way was a painful lesson in endurance. His arms ached thinking about it. Nicol Guess addressed the group. Brother Excelsior Dane Merrick, under the leadership of myself, Pater Secundus Nicol Guess, has been brought up against the Pillory for the following offenses: public conduct unbecoming of a paladin, unwarranted disrespect and the verbal abuse of a fellow paladin, minor blasphemy by misquoting scripture for personal gain. At the last one, Dane's eyes popped in disbelief. How do you plead to these charges, brother? Nicol asked Dane. Dane said nothing for a long while. May I face each charge and their full accusation before stating comply or opposition? The Primopator waved a hand. On the account of improper conduct, let Primus Azermo Danton state for the record. Azermo retold the story in full, of the farmer's daughter offering wine, Dane refusing her service, and the escalation caused by his social gaffe, through to Azermo asking Dane to leave the house. And please explain the grievance to those not from this part of the world, the Primopator said. In Cetera and Moriego, the host does not themselves serve, implying that they've already made the arrangements and are privy to enjoy their own celebration. Thus, the farmer's daughters were to serve. Excelsior Merrick brushed these attempts at proper hospitality aside. Excelsior Brazstein attempted to assuage the situation as it occurred, but previous irritations prevented Excelsior Merrick from recognizing this was the case. The Primopator turned to Dane. What do you have to say in your defense? A bead of sweat ran down Dane's temple, but the heavy hammer held in his hand did not yet tremble. While I allowed discontent between myself and Brazstein to blind me to the good he attempted to do, I implied that I was being insulted based on Perianti tradition. And which tradition was that? That those under subservience to the hammer did so for their own good and for the honor of the Brotherhood. Do you believe yourself not subservient to the hammer? The Primopator asked. The question did not sound admonishing, but genuinely curious. Dane sputtered. We are all a common brotherhood, the Primopator said. In actuality, a peoplehood, if you take into consideration the paladins and the wives and daughters of those who submit themselves under our laws. You ought to, therefore, consider yourself a servant to those who are servants to us. We do, after all, exist by their toil, and they by our protection. Do you wish to say anything else? I accept guilt of the charge, Dane said, pleading ignorance. The Primopator stood. Very well. On the charge of improper conduct, what is the punishment? Pater Secundus Galahad Peer held a large book open in his lap. The charge for improper conduct can be anything from a lashing to an extended service. Pater Secundus Guess, as his acting commander, I will let you choose the punishment. Nicol cleared his throat. An apology issued to the farmer and his daughter, and a 1-week penitentiary vow of compliance. Excelsior Dane will comply to any request made of him, so long as it is not immoral. The Primopator nodded and made a hand signal. Shortly after, a tower bell pealed once to seal the verdict. The Primopator took his seat again and waved his hand toward Pater Secundus Peer. Regarding the second offense, unwarranted disrespect, what are the details? Nicol Guess states he holds the guards he selected for this entourage to the highest observances, Pater Secundus Peer said. According to the testimonies of Primus Azermo, after leaving the farm, Dane accosted Excelsior Brazstein, who remained calm under the assault and attempted once more to assuage the situation by deliberate explanation, to which Excelsior Merrick continued to find and offer offense. Pater Secundus Nicol Guess stipulated to each guard before leaving Periantor that they were to avoid such conflicts, and if they do take place, to ensure that no one but members of your entourage were present, so as to ensure a show of solidarity. Nicol, the Primopator said, turning to the other Pater Secundus, I know that a long time on the road can cause irritations among companions. I hoped to head off strife caused by such sentiments ahead of time, but it seems they still came out. Merrick, the Primopator turned to Dane, do you have anything to say to this? I shall admit I let my better nature get the best of me. I have nothing to say to the contrary. Brother Brazstein, the Primopator turned to Jined, as you and Brother Danton are the offended parties, do you wish to select a punishment of recompense to you? My Primopator, Jined said, standing, I am reminded of the 13th link of the chain. I will show mercy to those that attack my pride. I wish to forego asking for anything in compensation. A surprised look, then a smile, played across Dorian Muir's face. Primus Danton? Azermo shook his head. Very well. The offended parties do not wish to exact any compensation. However, Nicole, you have something further to add? After Excelsior Merrick has apologized to the farmer and his daughter, I would like to ask that he take a penitentiary vow of silence. Dorian slouched back in his chair, nodded, and waved a hand. The bell tolled again. Now, before I allow Merrick to respond to the allegations of minor blasphemy, Galahad, will you please specify the difference between a minor and major offense? The major blasphemy is rather encompassing of that which makes insult or mockery of deity or holy scripture, the fomenting of heresy, or the attempt at dissent for dissent's sake. Minor blasphemy can run the gamut of either speaking the name of a holy figure in vain, or misquoting a scripture for personal gain, negligently or otherwise. Dane was shaking his head as violently as his arms shook under the duress of the hammer in his hands. You wish to challenge these claims? The Prima Pater asked him. I am no blasphemer, Dane said confidently. To what lengths do punishments go for minor blasphemy? Swift penance is given to those who speak ill, and study of scriptures is added to penance quite often, Pierre said. I will face these charges with a stiff chin, Dane said. Very well. Know that if I decide you're guilty, I will set a new precedence with the punishment. Dane nodded weakly and stared, straining at the hammer before him. Brother Danton, will you please explain the scripture that was misquoted? Azermo stood. The scripture quoted can be verified by 2 paladin witnesses. I shall not take sin from a sin-maker's hand. And this was in regards to... Excelsior Merrick refused to take hospitality wine being offered by the 10-year-old girl. I see. Merrick, care to explain, and also where this passage of scripture is found? Merrick pushed his shoulders back and lifted the hammer even higher. That proverb was spoken by Saint Hamul to King Antabe of ancient Zig. I can see the problem. It seems Dane Merrick here believes, because of this scripture, that a simple glass of wine is a sin, and it was offered by a girl who would lead him into the temptation of drunkenness by doing so. We have what? 5 brothers here who have taken the vow of chastity. Brother Primus Beltran Cortes. He turned to the man who had planned the expedition. Do you, a Primus, find that you have felt your vow shaken by being offered a single glass of wine from a young girl? No, Prima Pater, Beltran said, with a smile playing on his face. Neither do I. But I suppose that is not the point. The point is, the verse had nothing to do with wine nor women seducing Saint Hamul. Dorian turned back to Dane. That verse you quoted was not even spoken by Saint Hamul. It was spoken by Saint Nihn, 200 years after Saint Hamul, and it referred to bribery from other countries. It was a warning not to side with a nation in a treaty hearing. I believe it would be found in the historical codices rather than scriptures. It is also not the first time I've heard this spoken as scripture. Merrick was sweating profusely under the strain of the hammer. I think it's a simple matter. You felt the need to show your own piety to the farmer and misused a verse, or I should say a supposed verse, to achieve that agenda. It is important that any punishment exacted is fitting. Since you have thus stated that wine is a sin that would lead you astray from your vow, I hereby sentence you to a penitentiary vow of temperance. Your diet is restricted to bread and water. Please note, Excelsior Merrick, that if you are going to quote scripture, then you must know it in its accuracy. Thus, in addition to your penitentiary vow of temperance, silence, and compliance, you are to report to Pater Secundus Garahan Pierre, or the scribe of his choosing, before each midday meal, where you will instead be assigned to the reading of a portion of scripture. I should not like this to occur again. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Prima Pater, Dane said, now barely able to speak under the strain of the weight in his hands. Then this pillory is adjourned, he said. The bell pealed in reply, and then soon after a different bell began to ring wildly, calling the assembly to morning meal. The hammer in Dane's hand dropped as the Prima Pater dismissed everyone. The right-hand man to Galahad Pierre, the silent Primus Ager, came and knelt next to Dane and offered him water from a skin. He put his mouth to it, but could not lift his hands to take it. Jined stared at Dane, feeling more sorry for him than smug that he had earned his punishments. I hope he will learn and grow from this. Jined turned to see Primus Jamus Zumeric standing next to him. Someone of his zeal, if he could see outside of his own inward shame, could be an asset. That may be true, Jined replied.
Grisome will use a man like him, either as an example or as a leader. I think we can all hope to be either of those, Jined said, although I like to hope that if I'm used as an example, it is not at the expense of my soul. Too true, Zemeric said. It's Jined Brazstein of Braj, isn't it? Jined nodded. I believe I owe you an apology for not showing recognition of you these last few days. Admittedly, I had recognized your face and even your name, but had not been able to place where I knew you from. I do now. I'll admit I had wondered if perhaps you had forgotten. I often think of the journey the two of us made together, Zemeric said, but you were a very different person then. My hair was longer and my nose was less broken. Yes, Zemeric said, laughing. That's what threw me off. It appears that the order suits you. You must be twice the size of the tall and much skinnier boy I took from Baroni. Jined smiled. Many lessons have been hammered into me since then. I have so much to thank you for. I wish there was a way to show my thanks. In fact, Zemeric said, there is a favor I could ask of you. You may not think it equal to the thanks you wish to give me, but it would be. How may I serve, Primus? I have a parcel I hope you might deliver to a paladin in Manfulhar, if you would be so kind. Of course, I would be honored. He held out a small square wrapped in red silk and tied up securely with ribbon that was, curiously, redder than the silk packaging. Jined took the package in his hand. The shape spoke of a small handbook, but the weight was leaden. Please keep this on your person. It needs to be delivered to Primus Mellet. Jined nodded and opened up the satchel hanging off his belt. The burden of the responsibility carried a weight he did not expect. The serious look in Zemeric's eyes spoke volumes. I will see it done.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 9. Interludes. Have the copies of the reports been prepared in triplicate? Hiram van Hulben looked up from the desk to the scribe standing before him. Ager, silent assistant to Pater Secundus Peer, nodded and placed a ribbon-tied parcel on the desk. Hulban looked back down to his own work. Brother Upona, Hulban said to the other man sitting at the desk, see to it that the parcel is sent in the next ship back to Periantua. I'll make sure one of the fortress scribes sends it off. Hulban looked up with a glare. Upono gave him a look and sighed. Pater Minoris. Thank you, Hiram smiled. It is important to acknowledge our ranks and authority. Order is the best form of protection against chaos. Upono stood and took the parcel, leaving the two men alone in the room. As the door closed, Hulban looked up. Have you made contact with the Brotherhood here? Hulban asked. Ager shook his head. I find it odd. I would have thought the Piedala and the Eri might at least send a representative to welcome me. Ager held his fingers up and began speaking in the silent language. You once said you feared they no longer respected Periantur. Yes, and that they might decide to go their own way, together or separate. It may also be that they do not know that you hold the title of fidelity now, and they do not know who to approach. This is also true. I believe I have identified the best place to leave a message for them. If you would like me to do so, I will ask for them to send message after us, perhaps warning us of any dangers to the Secret Brotherhood. No need, Hulban said. If there are dangers, it is something they themselves have set up, to entrap either us or the Prima Pater. So let us be wary, and if we spot them, be discerning on whether we ought to simply let them play out. I worry that if we act paranoid, we shall only draw attention to ourselves. Then don't be paranoid. Merely expect the worst to happen, and be surprised when it doesn't. Ager gave a bow and turned to leave. Brother Adjutant, Hulban said, the time may be nearing where the motes of power bequeathed to us shall be used for the good of many, for the good of the truth we have come to know. Ager replied. The orchard owner's wife was the only one to see Soraya off as the sun edged up over the farm buildings and warmed the courtyard. The woman's servant brought a tray of goods from her cellar, and the woman gently placed a cheese and 2 jars of preserves into her satchel. May the gods bless you for your judgment you make, the woman said. She had been kind to Soraya, offering her a place to stay despite the decision she had made in favor of the man claiming the orchard owner had built his wall into the property belonging to the man's dead grandfather. Soraya touched the satchel at her side, ensuring it was closed, her other hand holding the tall staff of her office. Rings mounted at the top jingled in the breeze. She forced a smile. It was always an awkward thing to say goodbye to those who had given her a place to stay. Despite all the years she had served, to not pay for her bed was still foreign to her. "Thank you for your hospitality," she said. Soraya could not see the woman through the blinder bound over her eyes, but she could sense the woman and her servant making a holy gesture. Not the touching of the head and pointing to the sky, as a follower of Aben might, but instead the enwreathing gesture of someone familiar with the vaults of Chrysania. That the woman and her servant were bold enough to do that in the broad daylight must mean there were no men around. "Glera," the woman said to her servant, "please see the holy Nefer to the end of the road." Soraya felt the servant come up on her left and put her arm under hers. Most did not realize she did not need assistance, but it was an easy assumption to overlook. Most did not help her along out of pity, but out of respect for her order, as one did out of respect for an elder. The girl took her to the end of the lane, past the stone wall, and indicated the way north. The orchard was a long one, and the stone wall that ran the length of its border provided an easy means to avoid leaving the road and falling into a ditch. Soraya found, with the help of her staff, a stone marker where the wall ended, and where the road she walked met with the road north out of the nearby town of Sul. She soon entered a short length of forest, and then began a long ascent to the chapel that topped the hill. She heard the humming of the priest in his garden, and smelled cooking coming from his kitchen. She hoped Father Dionno had not once more negligently left food burning on the hearth. The other 2 trips she had made from Byron to Temblin had both taken her this way, and the old priest had certainly become increasingly forgetful. "Father Dionno," a voice of a woman called from the chapel, "the food is almost ready, and it appears you have a guest." The older priest grunted, and Soraya heard him waddle through his garden to the wall. "Holy Nefer," he said, "greetings, fellow dedicate." "It is good to see you, Father Dionno," Soraya said. She felt the old priest come up to her and wrap her in his arms. "I feel I should know your name. You've been to my table before," he said. "Yes, Father. Soraya Yaladit. I came by last fall on my way to Temblin." Of course. Come inside, the table is being set." He turned and led the way toward the front door of the chapel. "Who's cooking?" Soraya asked. "Did your order finally send someone to share your workload?" "Another priest?" Dionno said. "No, I don't think so. Just a young woman who came to visit me. She comes by often." She could feel the name of the young woman escaping Dionno's memory as he pulled open the door to his small chapel and stepped inside. There were few places Soraya had been that were as serene and silent as Dionno's chapel. The sun had risen high enough that it now streamed warmth and light into the place, toying at the edge of Soraya's vision behind her blinder. The priest hurried on his way into his back rooms and kitchen, leaving her a moment to herself. She found herself a seat on one of the benches and took in the timelessness of the place. The sound of her own breathing was her only companion, and even the constant jingling rings on her staff had fallen still. A moment later, and the silence was broken as Dionno came back into the chapel. "Ah, fellow delicate, just in time. I was about to eat. Come. She stood and offered a smile, following the old priest into the kitchen. Sama moved around deftly, placing down a bowl in front of her. "Welcome, Holy Nefer," the woman said. "The bowl in front of you is wooden, but filled with hot soup. Be careful." "Thank you," Soraya said. She felt the priest lower himself down on the bench next to her with a heavy grunt. He reached across the table, brought back a loaf of bread, and placed it in her hands. After Dionno said the blessing, the other woman took her seat opposite them. "We've not been introduced," Soraya said. "I understand you're one of Father Dionno's common guests, as I am?" "Yes," the woman said, with a smile in her voice. "My brother and I stop through here several times a year as we travel north and south from Edi City to Garrou. That's a long trip to make so many times a year, much more often than I, traveling to Temblin once a year." "What takes you to Temblin so often?" she asked. "Although I suppose someone has to go and offer even those in Temblin the judgment of the monks of Nefara." "I would admonish you not to cast so quick a judgment on the hot-tempered people of Temblin. If you spent any amount of time there, you might come to respect them for who they are." "My apologies, Holy Nefer. Since we are sharing a table, please just call me Soraya." "Very well, Nefer Soraya," the woman said. "My name is Rallia Clouw." "You mentioned you and your brother stop here, but I hear only you and Dionno at the table." "I'm traveling south to catch up with him," Rallia said. "I had an errand to run in Amston." "And what takes you north and south from Edi to Bortali so often?" "My brother and I ran a caravan detail. escorting merchants up and down the length of Duran and Bortali. With that much walking, you must stay fit. A black sentinel who doesn't stay fit doesn't find work. I've not heard of black sentinels traveling so much, Soraya said. We're a different pair of birds, Rallia said. You're on your way back to Byron, then? How did you guess? You said you were coming from Temlin, and you appear to be heading north. So I assumed you were heading back to your order's templum in Byron. You're observant. I'm paid to be. Young Rallia here has come for my blessing, Diana said. You give me a blessing every time I'm here, regardless of whether I ask for one, Rallia said. If you're to sit at my table, I'll give you one. Perhaps our fellow dedicate has one she can offer herself. Soraya coughed as she tore off the bread in her mouth and moved the wad to her cheek. I know few blessings, she said. Do you not bless someone after you give them a judgment? We make our decisions and then encourage those nearby to just be themselves. You're a monk, educator of Nefara. Bless the girl after I have. It is our sacred duty. Of course, brother, she said. I'm not saying I can't, but in the few years since I bound my eyes, I haven't been asked to do so. Diana grunted as he rose and shuffled around the table. Kneel down, he said. She heard Rallia scramble to rise and then drop to her knees. Do right and seek the path. Do not listen to the words of the web-weaver, Akenarut the deceiver. Listen to your heart, for this blessing will tell you what is true and right. If you stray, return to the path. If you cannot find it, seek aid, and you shall find your way. Soraya rose and circled the table herself. Diana took her hand and held it out, assuming she could not find her way. Her hand came to rest on top of Rallia's head. She began. Go on, sister, Diana urged. She took a deep breath and sighed, silently praying to Nefara that she be granted the words to say. The words of the proverb her long-dead parents had spoken to her as a child came to her. Cold touch of chaos and deceit, melt away in the light of the path of righteousness. Look not left, look not right, but stay true to truth, and even servants of darkness shall walk free of chains that hold them. Thank you, Nefa, Rallia said, rising. She turned to the priest. I do need to continue on my road, Father Diano. I can see the Nefer out. Priest muttered his goodbyes and tottered out a side door. Should we help clean up? Soraya asked. No, he'll nibble at the food over the course of the day, Rallia said. Any other travelers who come along will be invited to help themselves. Thank you for joining us. A meal is always welcome. You're headed south? She said as they came to the gate outside the chapel door. To Edi City. North to Byron? Yes, Soraya replied. Thank you for your blessing. I don't know that I've ever heard of a Nefaran giving one. You've interacted with my order? I've been present for a few judgments, and I was raised among paladins in Garrou, so Nefarans were often guests at my father's pork kitchen, attached to the bastion there. Rallia said her goodbyes and left, and Soraya began the walk north, thinking on the words she had said, and trying to recollect why she had never given a blessing before, and wondering why she had never heard one ever given by a Nefaran. Part 2. Chapter 10. Thementhu College. Sister, mother, daughter, bride, lift your chin up, hold it high, found embroidered in the hem of most bridal gowns. The Emthu River was the lifeblood of portions of Duran and the northern vineyards of Moriego. From it, irrigation canals flowed down from the western border of that fertile land and fed the vineyards and orchards, ensuring another season would see harvest, regardless of drought or flood. The headwaters were fed by 7 springs in the alpine expanse of the southwest corner of the country of Nihn. It was there, where thousands of flowers bloomed, each in their due season, that the city of Thementhu grew around the Chrysalis College. The land was verdant and meager. Wildflowers painted the landscape in a multitude of colors. They stood out in contrast to the white marble buildings and black slate roofs of the college and the houses in between. Every living space had room to breathe, and in every personal field a long-wooled capricorn or two roamed free, keeping grass cropped short. The sisterhood of the Chrysalis Integritas, women who followed Chrysania, goddess of life, purity, and the future tapestry, could claim their college in Nihn as their oldest still-standing institution. In Nihn, they had never suffered under the religious persecution seen in other nations, and had long ago built the college as a place where any could come and study botany, medicine, and the sciences. Students in white robes shuffled along well-kept paths, discussing their studies and philosophies.
Some were formal members of the sub-branch of the Chrysalis Integritas, and had taken on aspects of purity, such as the shaven heads of the aspect of cleanliness, or the gold rose circlet, denoting the aspect of virginity. There were Hurlgrins and Kavili, and even fewer and far between, men in black robes, standing out in stark contrast. A starker contrast still came from those who wore the polished breastplates of the Paladames, the Chrysalis Honoris hailing from Periantur itself. There the Chrysalis had found solace over 900 years prior. Their close vicinity and Periantur's purpose, to protect the borders to the east, had quickly seen armor crafted for the women who had taken up residence there. Even those that had taken on aspects that would forbid them from violence wore a symbolic woolen mantle, reminiscent of the armor, and had undergone some training in the martial arts of defense. Katiam Barrow felt self-conscious with the elderly matriarch superioris on her arm. How she had come to be the caring physician for the ancient leader of the church, without the formal training of the college, escaped her. The woolen armor that hung from her frame brought further attention to her as an outsider. As a member of the entourage they had come to visit as the matriarch's attendants. She was already looking forward to the journey back to Nihn, where they would meet up with the paladins at the Hammer, after they had concluded their assessment of their own holdings in Cetra and St. Hamul. The matriarch superioris, Maida Muir, wore a white robe and a tall headdress meant to convey the appearance of a rosebloom. Over her frail frame she wore a chasuble mantle, resembling paladin armor, but made of blocked wool. She shuffled along slowly. It was nothing new to Katiam, though the glances of attention they both received walking along the path continued to send anxiety coursing through her stomach and spine. "Do calm down, dear," the matriarch said. "I'm sorry, Auntie," Katiam said. The matriarch was, in fact, her great-aunt, and she had been under strict orders to refer to her as Auntie when they were alone. Maida and her husband, Dorian Muir, the primapator of the Paladins of the Hammer, had never had children of their own, and often doted on Katiam because of it. "I can't help but feel the stares of those from the college." "Nonsense. Everyone stares at us as we walk the halls of Periantur." "Those are looks of deference. Here they look as though we are intruding." "I think you are mistaken. They are looking to one they only thought a myth. I'm 94 years old, after all, and I haven't made it back over the Pyrocene Sea since I was a young girl leaving my home to become a paladin in the first place." They arrived at the Greenhouse College. It was by far the largest building on the sizable campus. 6 separate greenhouses ran off the south-facing side. They came to the door, which was opened by 2 attendants. Stepping into the vestibule, the outer doors were pulled shut. They were quickly admitted into the inner hall and hit with a blast of humidity. "It seems the greenhouses are getting enough sun these days," the matriarch commented. They started down the well-lit, white-tiled hall. The hall to their left was decorated by images and figures of flora studied and diagrammed. Doors regularly broke up the long wall, opening to classrooms and laboratories. One room was full of greenery requiring shade while someone inspected the fronds. In another, a noxious smell wafted out as 2 women and a Hraugrin maiden leaned over a boiling pot. "I suppose that is where we're going," the matriarch said. Katiam's attention snapped back from looking into each room, and she saw several sisters standing outside a single office ahead, watching their approach. All of the women bowed, bringing their cupped hands up to their noses in the formal greeting. The women parted, and another came out of the room. She was a black-skinned Sidiaratan, head shaved bare, and wearing brown rather than white robes, denoting her as a follower of the aspect of charity. Her long, thin features bordered on severe angularity, making Katiam all the more aware of her own short, curvy frame. The woman touched her cupped hands to her nose, bowing. "Matriarch Superioris, thank you for coming to visit me here." "The honor is mine, Asenath Clarice," the matriarch said. She indicated to Katiam, who reached into the satchel hanging at her side and pulled out a package wrapped in silk. "Please," Asenath said, taking the package, "follow me into my laboratory." They entered the door after her, the other sisters close behind. It was a larger room with rare glass vials and tubes over small flames. The other sisters moved to return to their stations, continuing their work, albeit distractedly. Asenath walked over to her own desk, which was strewn with papers. She set the package down and opened it. Inside there were 2 books. She lifted one to her nose and smelled it. "It is good to have you back," she whispered, placing it down carefully. She opened the other one, glancing through a few pages. Then she turned back to the matriarch. "I cannot thank you enough for returning this to me. What a risk it was to send you my only copy.
If anything had happened to it, I cannot imagine what I would have done. Well, we've brought with us over 12 fresh copies of the book. The Chloe's Book of Flowers and Their Uses is sure to be very informative to new botanists over the coming generations. More than 12 copies. The scribes at Periantur outdid themselves. We had hoped you might make 3 for the college and 1 for Periantur. When my advisors and I finally saw what you had accomplished, with your instructions for care, gathering, and the extensive diagrams, we turned the entire scriptorium onto it, and even brought in some of the more capable illuminators from the paladins to help. We brought 5 copies for the college. Those 12 I mentioned are just the ones we're continuing on with, to make sure the vaults have access to it too. And that's not including the 5 we kept at Periantur. 22 copies, Asenath said, astonished. 23 if you include your own. The broad smile on Asenath's face beamed wider. What are we working on here? The matriarch asked. Ah, yes, Asenath said. We are working with ferrin root. Perhaps you know it is used for the creation of both the ferrinard green dye as well as ferran, the toxin used to keep many pests at bay. Ferrinard makes for a soft green dye, but it fades all too easily. We know that the closer ferrinard gets to converting into ferran, the green dye becomes very strong and retains its dye strength much longer. And so you seek to see just how far you can go before conversion? Katiam asked. Yes, Asenath said. Much like steeping a Kruth tea, Katiam said. If you're not careful preparing Kruth for aching elderly bones, it will convert into a sleeping agent and knock someone out for several days. Asenath, this is Katiam Barrow. She is my constant companion and a physician. You hold a prestigious position, Asenath said. Many a physician here at the college would give their left leg to have apprenticed under the matriarch superioris, last physician, the matriarch minoris Palan. I was very fortunate indeed, Katiam said. It was a practiced phrase she had come to say often. How long do you expect this experiment to take? The matriarch asked. We will not present any findings for at least a full year. Then, if you have the time, perhaps you will be willing to give us a tour of the rest of the building? For the next several hours, they were taken in and out of labs and into each of the greenhouses. Each had its own function and ran under the tutelage of a master botanist. They came to the last greenhouse. Before we go in there, Asenath said, let me introduce you to Sister Fealty. She's studying the beard frost toxins that have come to such common use in the vendettas of Redot. Though it was a small study, the walls were covered in shelves, upon which sat dome-colored plants, each looking more dangerous than the last. Most had white paper cards alongside them, loudly marking them as toxic, and then the uses, for scent, or for spices in small amounts. Others bore pink, red, and finally black cards. The last group of plants had heavy leather gloves placed next to them, and a full warning to the reader to tread lightly. The matriarch spoke with Asenath and the recently introduced Sister Tag as she showed them a display of minuscule plants, each bearing a frosty fuzz across the leaves. Katiam wandered by herself around the room, reading the placards and considering what she knew of many of them when their compounds were found in her own apothecary chest. She came around to the botanist's personal desk and spotted an odd fist-sized pod holding down a stack of papers. It was shaped like a walnut shell, but smooth, like an unopened rosebud. It was mottled with flecks of blue and purple across the green. What is this? Katiam asked. The 3 women all turned to her. Ah, the mystery pod, Sister Tag said. It is sad to see it reduced to a paperweight, Asenath responded. It has quite a history behind it. I suppose many a student who has attended has, at one time or another, considered ways to get it to bloom. I recall, the matriarch superior said, it being mentioned in books I studied as a young girl, when I first journeyed to Periantur to join the sisterhood. But what is it? Katiam repeated, holding it up. She could not close her hand around it, but it fit comfortably as she cupped it in both. Asenath approached. It is called the Ratha. No one knows its origin, just that it has been around for centuries. Many have tried to make it bloom. It has been planted and forgotten until it was tilled up again. It has been exposed to flames and charred black, only to slough off the ash to return to how it looks now. It has soaked in water for a decade, to no avail. It is a quandary that no one has ever solved. All these centuries, shouldn't it have turned to a dry wood or something like a gourd? Katiam asked. Her interest is piqued, Sister Tag said. Katiam held it up. It had a waxy surface that was almost supple in her hands. She smelled it, and it gave off a sappy, sweet fragrance. Perhaps it ought to be allowed to leave the college, Sister Tag continued. Maybe the women of Periantur can try to bring it to life. That's probably a good idea, Asenath said. Katiam, would you take care of it? Me? I wouldn't know what to do. I killed a pot of poramerias given to me last year, and those are hardy. You could teach her botany, the matriarch said to Asenath. Oh, Asenath replied. I was hoping that perhaps you'd join us on our journey toward Manfulhar. That way you can see the copies of your book placed into the hands of those who will find a use for it. It has been a while since I visited the vaults in Garrou, Asenath said to herself. Very well, it is settled. We'll be leaving for Nihn in 5 days. I expect you to be ready to go by then. The matriarch took Katiam's arm. We should return to the Paladin Guard. They'll be expecting us. The two of them made their way down the hall toward the door and heard a commotion outside. Give me a moment to see what's going on, Auntie. Of course, dear. Katiam stepped up to the door and peeked out. 4 paladins sat atop lean, gray Sleipnirs. They each wore a full suit of functional armor, from the breastplate down to the cuisses upon their upper legs. More so than paladinial armor, it was built for ease of movement rather than resilience. Joints were covered only in a very fine chainmail, and the chainmail skirt provided a modesty to the women. Rose motifs of silver and gold embossed the entirety of the armor, and pierced-out halos were mounted to the backs of their shoulders. Upon their heads they had hair cropped above their shoulders or shorter, and a tiara made of silver rose leaves and a single gold rose blossom on their forehead. Captain Sigri Smith, a tall woman with an imperious demeanor, looked forward, ignoring the crowd that was forming beyond them. There were several hundred students waiting, holding fresh roses in their hands. Katiam closed the door behind her and approached the captain's mount. Captain, Katiam said. Sigri looked down sternly. I take it she is ready to come out? Yes. What is this crowd? It seems that the students were kept unaware that we were visiting the campus. Rumors of our arrival struck a tinder, and now the surprise is spoiled and everyone wishes to see her. I sent Tabino Pona as the matriarch's assistant to go and speak with the headmaster, but she has not returned. Katiam slipped back into the building and explained the situation. Very well, Madame Muir said. There is nothing to be done. We were supposed to hold a large banquet to let the students know I was here. I suppose we'll need to go and face them. She turned to the door without another word. Katiam held the door open, and the matriarch superioris stepped out. The crowd outside erupted in a cheer. They pushed forward, and in response, Sigri Smith, in unison with the other 3 guards, nudged their Sleipnirs forward a step. The crowd halted and fell silent. Katiam felt the matriarch's arm fall from hers as she stepped forward between the mounts. Be still, Captain Smith. These are students, not Tiakai come to assault Periantur. Katiam watched Sigri's chin rise in defiance before she held her hand up. Presenting the matriarch superioris, Captain Smith declared. Head of the Chrysalis Integratas, Maida Muir. The crowd broke free of their emotional confines and cheered again. They did not quickly move toward the stairs now, but kept their distance. The intimidating challenge set by the paladin captain was clear. The matriarch approached the top of the stairs and held a frail hand up to silence the throng. Thank you for coming to welcome me and my paladins from Periantur. I suppose this comes as a surprise to you, one that we'd hope might be maintained until dinner in the great hall tonight. But needless to say, I am here, and we shall see to greeting and meeting with you over the course of the next several days. I look forward to seeing what projects you are working on, and what lessons you are learning. I have no doubt that a few of your brilliant minds might be invited to join us in our studies at Periantur, after this is all said and done. Where will you go after your visit? A voice shouted out. We should like to continue our journey from here to Manfulhar and the oracle at Chrysania's Massif. It was where my own journey started, after all. Fitting I should make the journey as I near the end of my life. The crowd groaned in protest. Now, don't get worked up. I'm not dying, but I'm 94 years old. No need for dramatics. But I'll be joining Chrysania sometime soon. At least I should hope so. They descended the steps carefully. Katiam rushed forward to offer her arm, but the matriarch dismissed her with a wave of her hand and made her own way. The crowd parted and then began throwing roses in front of her. She came to the rear of the crowd and turned around. "Now," she said. The entire crowd grew silent. "Off with you. I need a rest from all this excitement before dinner tonight." Almost as one, the entire crowd dispersed, running back to the chores and assignments they had neglected to greet the old woman. Katiam approached as a group of middle-aged women rushed across the green behind a single paladin, personal assistant to the matriarch. "Hello, Sister Epona," the matriarch said, her arm now in Katiam's again. "A few minutes too late, I should guess. It seems word got out of my arrival, and an impromptu welcome was assembled." Sabine Epona wore a brown robe the color of her skin. The small bells, shaped like rosebuds that hung from her ears, tinkled as she shook her head. "I'm very sorry, matriarch." "No need to worry. Captain Smith has everything under control. Perhaps a bit too much control, but all is well, nevertheless." Chapter 11. Higher Callings. Frost to flowers, bud and vine, flourishes in all due time. A proverb of Abbess Patience of Nihn. Katiam roused the matriarch from her short respite with a cup of tea just before the dinner bell summoned the college to the dining hall. They made their way in the early evening summer sun, along with Sabine Epona, who quietly brought her up to speed with the events at the college administration level. Students rushed along paths towards the continually pealing bell tower. Others cut through the green grass before they spotted the matriarch, making her stately way toward the central building, and they sheepishly rejoined the designated paths to take their time. Halfway to their destination, two paladins approached, who were as different from each other as they were from most other members of the Chrysalis. Lutia Calambrise was a sun-darkened Moryagan who stood almost as tall as the stately Captain Sigri Smith. But unlike Sigri, she was heavier, somber, and had the apt ability to memorize anything said to her. Next to her walked Nara Waven, one of the Veiled Sisters, and yet from a more severe minority within that self-secluding sect. She had taken on all three of the isolating aspects, stillness, sanctity, and solitude, indicated respectively by the veil, gloves, and hood she wore. To add to that, like Katiam, she had taken on the dietary aspect of St. Clair, dictating a strictly ascetic diet, and thus, though Katiam had never seen her face, she had come to know the girl through the whispered conversations she was allowed to partake of during meals and other designated times of community. "Sister Waven, Sister Calambrise," the matriarch said, "your trip to the library was fruitful?" Neither smiled. At least, Lutia did not. Her aspect of solemnity, marked by the lacquered black circlet in her hair, allowed no outward emotion. That or her naturally solemn homeland of Moriego had bred it into her. And if Nara smiled, none could say. She did, however, nod fervently. Lutia leaned toward Nara and nodded along with her. "Their library is impressive. We have not requested access to the restricted books yet. We have time still." "Very well. The Primapator asked we read through the restricted section in an attempt to glean more recent testimonies, especially regarding interactions with the women of Lime. He wishes to understand their work within the Northern Scapes." "Of course, Matriarch Superioris." "Why are there no paladins here?" Katiam asked. "What, dear?" Madame Muir replied. "Paladins. There are none here studying that I've seen." "There have been a few who have come to study, but that is a good observation. There are not many." "But why?" "Oh, you know how paladins are. They are very caught up in their mission. It is important to have them field-ready, armed for battle and prayer. Then they can study, and even then it's the study of trade, taught from master to apprentice." "But we sisters?" "We sisters have a different calling, to study the creations of our goddess, life, purity, medicine, and most importantly, history and the future. Studying this is how we come to know her." "I should have liked to study here. I might better understand my medicine." "I'm still alive, so that's a testament to your abilities. Nevertheless, I'm sorry you did not find the time to come and study here. Perhaps someday. In the meantime, take solace in the acquisition of Asenath Clois as your tutor for the remainder of our journey, and consider the Rothapod you have in your satchel. You will have much to learn from that, even if you fail, as everyone else has over the centuries." "Sister Clois is joining us?" Lutia asked. She almost broke her composure as excitement tried to bubble out of her. The work of Asenath Clois had been all the paladins of Periantor had spoken of for many months, as the copies of her book were created. "She will. I'm sorry your own journey to deliver copies of the book will be taking you on a different road.
Her company will be one more thing to look forward to when you return and we meet again, Lutia said, regaining her composure.
I'll see to it you are able to meet her before we all leave for Nihn, if you'd like.
Both women nodded adamantly. As they walked together toward the hall, Katiam reached down into her satchel and touched the pod there, stroking it gently and thinking upon the road that lay ahead. The following morning the entire college collected in a great hall, with the matriarch superioress taking loan of the throne from the college chancellor who sat beside her. Along the center nave of the room stood 50 women, among their numbers 3 Hrall maidens. Once the pomp and initial ceremony was concluded, each stepped forward to present their body of work. The matriarch superioress had spent time well into the previous evening preparing for each of them, to observe their character and to decide whether she would choose any of them to journey to Periantur and contribute to the community there. For each scholar she selected, a paladin off the waiting list in Sabine Upona's ledger will be given permission to travel to the college and begin their own era of study. The women, presenting themselves to the matriarch, hailed from each of the major schools. The matriarch quickly consulted with the chancellor, and Sabine sat at the matriarch's other arm, checking the needs of Periantur against the chancellor's preferences of who she wished to keep at the college to further their fields of study. From the botany school, 3 were selected, including one of Sister Teg's own apprentices. From the chirurgeons, the matriarch needed little consultation to take back Sister Gara Ablain, a paladin of some renown, and whom the paladins had been reluctant to part with 5 years prior. She would be very welcome back with her new knowledge of human anatomy. From among the apothecaries, a single woman was chosen for her intimate knowledge of both botany and the chemical compounds of the earth. Katiam recalled the matriarch noting her the night before, as one who would be able to best replenish the apothecariate at Periantur, supplemented with her mineral knowledge. But it was with astonishment to all gathered when the matriarch superioress took not only a handful, but all 15 applicants from the school of Medicae, including the 3 Hrall maidens, who would be the first Hrallgrins to be invited to become paladins in the past 12 years. As the women of the college cheered, Sabine whispered the names of those that would be sent to the college when the chosen applicants arrived at Periantur, and Katiam's heart sank, knowing her name would not be read. Tables and chairs had been moved out to the lawn by younger students, and throngs of college servants carried troughs full of food before the attendees as they came out of the hall. The smell of freshly baked breads and colorful vegetables grown in the botanical greenhouses dazzled Katiam's senses. Even the meat smelled wonderful, even if her diet forbade her from eating it. Astrid Glass, one of Captain Sigri Smith's paladin guards, tore a shank off of a roast capricorn as it was carried by and threw herself down into the seat next to Katiam. "Did you want some?" she asked, drawing her dagger and preparing to cut some of the meat off for her before hesitating. "I'm sorry, Katiam. Aspect of St. Clair, right?" Katiam nodded, touching the stylized thorn necklace sitting around her throat. Astrid reached out and took hold of a large piece of seed bread. "You may be restricted to bread, water, and those nasty bugs, but you can at least have some of the best bread any baker has ever made." Katiam smiled. "It's nice to see them making soa bread here." She tore open the bread, and various seeds seemed to pour out onto her platter. "I thought it was only made in Periantur." "I almost became a baker when I took my vows," Astrid said with a large smile. "It turns out I'm as terrible in the kitchen as my brother was at blowing glass for our father." "Your brother, Killian?" Astrid nodded. "Do you miss him?" "I go weeks without seeing him at Periantur," Astrid offered. "But yes, I do miss him, even while we're here with the matriarch superioress." "I thought as much. The 2 of you have been inseparable since we left the fortress monastery. He keeps me centered when we aren't at home, near our father and mother. I often forget you were raised in the shadow of the hammer. If one can say anything is in shadow there. Too true. More bread, water. At times of feast, I'm allowed to cut the water with some mead." Astrid took a large jug and poured out a helping of the golden liquid for herself, and then put a splash of it into Katiam's own cup. "To the college," Astrid said. Katiam and several others nearby lifted their cups to join her. The women who had been selected to journey to Periantur sat at the head table with the matriarch well into the night, while Katiam sat and listened to Astrid continued to tell stories of her brother's exploits against Tiakian raiders, and equally humorous stories of Sleipnir throwing shoes and riders. "What seems to be troubling you, girl?" the matriarch said as Katiam helped her out of her woolen chasubles that evening. "Nothing, Auntie," Katiam said. She stepped away and mixed up a draught of the matriarch's evening medicine.
You know that lying to the highest authority of your religion is a sin.
I'm not lying, Auntie. I'm merely avoiding speaking words that will hold no meaning or sway over my future.
Katiam,
the matriarch said. Yes, Auntie?
Stop being petulant and tell me what is on your mind.
Katiam stopped and turned, the glass of medicine in her hands. Only if you agree to take this without complaint.
Maida Muir sighed. Very well.
She took up the cup and drank it down and then handed it back. See, Katiam said, it's not so bad if you just take what I tell you to. Complaining only prolongs the discomfort.
I'm fighting very hard not to make a face of disgust right now, child.
Katiam turned and put the cup back in the apothecary cabinet.
Now, what is the trouble? The matriarch asked.
The trouble is, my name has, for years, been on the list of paladins wishing to come here to the college and study, and once more I am passed by.
I see. You truly are uneasy, taking care of an old woman like myself?
Auntie, Katiam said, coming to sit next to her on the bed. I enjoy my time serving you. You're the mother I never had.
Then why are you discontent?
Because I feel like I never had a choice.
Katiam, the matriarch said, do you not recall that you get in this mood every couple of years?
What do you mean?
You came to us with your brother, may his soul rest, when you were but 12 years old. I ought not to have, but I pampered you. You flitted from study to study, never settling. I tried during those formative years to nudge you toward this field of medicine because it was where you naturally flourished. But you were like I was at that age, feisty, stubborn.
You still are, Katiam said, smiling.
This is true.
She took Katiam's hand in hers.
Do you know what I realized about you? I realized that what you needed was to feel a part of a group, to have a family. It was about that time that you first put your name in the ledger to come to the college. And do you know, I thought to send you, but then I made a decision. You were at a point in your life where if I were to send you here, you would feel abandoned. Your brother had just died, and I was all the family you had. So I sent a letter to the college and requested they send Matriarch Minoris Palan. Rather than allow you to feel abandoned, sent to the college, I brought the college to you.
Auntie, Katiam said, why have you never told me this?
Please don't be angry, dear.
I'm not angry, Katiam said, tears coming to her eyes, and her hands began to shake.
Katiam,
she suddenly burst out, hot tears streaming down her face. You never told me. You let me continue to put my name on that list every year, and you never gave me a choice.
I admit my fault, Maida said, and I admit that what at first I meant as a means to protect you slowly became my own selfishness, to keep you near me.
Why?
Katiam said. Because I love you, dear. I do not say it flippantly when I say you are the daughter Cressania never gifted Dorian and I with.
Katiam threw herself gently into the arms of the old woman. The matriarch held her and let the tears fall on her linen evening blouse, and gently stroked the younger woman's hair, softly whispering her care for her. Eventually the tears subsided to long, deep breaths, and Katiam sat up, sniffing, and looked over at the old woman, seeing tears in her face too.
My dear, Maida said, what is the first prophecy we follow?
The flowers of the mother shall be a balm,
Katiam sniffed.
A healing touch to the world.
How do we interpret this?
By tending her garden, by serving the needy, by healing, by teaching.
Yes, I cannot part with you now, but when this journey has come to its end, I will make every arrangement for you to come to the college. I hope that through that action, I can be a balm for you. Would you like that?
Very much, Auntie.
Very well. In the meantime, please accept my arrangement with Asenath Clois, to be an interim college, if you will. You have much you can learn from her botany, and it will set you apart when you do come to join the ranks of the scholars here.
Katiam nodded. Did you ever question your choice? Katiam asked. To become a paladin?
At first, no. After all, I had visited the oracle at Precipice in Mandor, and the World Rose spoke and told me to journey to Periantur. But there was a time that I doubted.
What made you doubt?
Dorian.
The Primopater?
Yes. See, we grew up together. When I disappeared, my brother, Nathaniel Until, went after me with Dorian in tow. They came to Periantur to convince me to return home. Instead, they both became paladins, and Dorian and I fell in love. When the Protectorate Wars ended, and Dorian had become the Primapator at so young an age, I thought to abandon my vows and support him, but I didn't. What made you change your mind? The oracle that sent me to become a paladin told me of my future, and where it would end, and told me that if I remained faithful, my journey toward true purity would usher in the rebirth of the original intent of the world, Rose. A rebirth? I thought perhaps that it might mean any number of things. Perhaps I'd have a child who would be some sort of legendary hero. Perhaps it meant I should rise to leadership in the ranks of the Chrysalis Integritas. Perhaps I was always meant to be a foil to my husband, who in his younger years always answered with might and a strong arm. If my understanding of the past century is correct, Katiam said, perhaps all of those are true. Perhaps, Maida said. Perhaps I'm meant simply to continue down the path that has been set for me, and do all I can to fulfill the will of Corsania, and allow that prophecy to flourish like a rose in the desert. Perhaps all I can do is try to be a good mother to a beautiful 24-year-old woman, and when the timing is right, let her leave my 9-decades-old, frail nest. Katiam smiled and gave her great-aunt another embrace, and they both cried and laughed a little longer before turning in for the night.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 12. Nihn. The prayer of an honest man resounds blessings in the halls of Aben and Loman, and despair to the depths of Nosatan. Gulliben 12:9. The city of Nihn struck the senses in broad strokes that all seemed to complement one another as a single chord. The people of the city wore various shades of yellow, white, and beige, to match the yellow stones that made up the walls in most houses. The bell towers announcing the arrival of the matriarch superioris did not have the discordance of many cities, but instead had been harmonized to one another perfectly, a testament to the bell forge that was the city's pride. The smells that came from the bakery on every corner spoke of the Garrou seed powdered and sprinkled on the bakes. The yellow dyed bread colored with the flour the seeds came from. The matriarch's carriage trundled through the city toward the palace at the center, a large squat edifice that, to Katiam, looked like a loaf of bread itself. A row of paladins who sat atop their Sleipnirs at attention and watched their approach should have been what drew the eye, but it was the Konig of Nehn that she could not help but notice. Perhaps it was the strict lifestyle of those that lived together in the community of Periantur, but Katiam knew no one as corpulent as Konig Bermak Gelblight. He sat upon a throne, the spotted white fur lining his outspread robe surrounding his throat, and framing the wide smile plastered across his face. Stories of large men were often rife with morality lessons, and the corruption of those men was made obvious by the storyteller with details of warts, pimples, and sores. But this man was different. The pleasant joy he took in from everything around him was almost as singularly noted as his city. At a distance, Katiam had judged the man too quickly, but her criticism was washed away as he stood, stepping down from the throne and holding his arms open in greeting. The matriarch's carriage came to a stop, and the door was opened for her by one of the paladins. She came down to the beige cobbles and looked up to face the Konig. "Matriarch superioris, Muir! Hello, hello!" he roared with laughter. "Welcome to my city. A small country we may be, embraced by mountains and smothered by surrounding countries, but let me welcome you into my own arms." Katiam could see her auntie almost flinch as the man hefted his way across the courtyard to her, to gather the frail old woman in his embrace. His long train stretched out behind him. "Your husband," he announced, turning, and the small primapator stepped down, as equally glad to see his wife as she had been to see him, talking about it the entire ride from Thementhu to Nihn. He approached her and gave her a simple touch on her arm, his armor preventing him from giving her anything more. The fanfare continued as it often did in cities showing hospitality to their entourage. Katiam watched Astrid urge her own mount forward. Her brother, Killian Glass, fell in beside her. By their small movements, Katiam could tell they were already lost in conversation. "They know one another?" Asenath asked, riding alongside Katiam. "Brother and sister," Katiam replied, looking to the woman next to her. "Their parents are glaziers from Periantur." "And you?" "I had a brother," Katiam said. "I meant, where did you hail from before joining the Chrysalis?" "I followed my brother Hanen from Varia. He journeyed to Periantur to become a paladin, and I was sent after him to ensure he didn't become distracted on the way." "And what became of him?" He died. I am very sorry to hear that. The Tiekai took him. Katiam, Sabine Oponos said, turning back to look at the two of them. The matriarch superioress has asked she be given privacy once she is settled in her rooms. Of course. The prima pater will be visiting, and she mentioned that they have not had a moment's peace since we left Periantur. I understand, Katiam said, smiling. Will you take a moment to see to your husband? Sabine blushed. Perhaps. Let us see to the matriarch and the prima pater first. She turned forward toward the gates that swallowed them up as they entered the manicured courtyard. Sabine and her husband, Jurgen, are two of the most admired members of society at Periantur, Katiam explained to Asenath. That the prima pater is married to the head of our own church is one thing, but the Oponos, as attendants to the two of them, are loved by all who know them and see them together. Why is that? Have you ever seen a pair of lovers that makes you both jealous and perhaps a bit disgusted? My brother and his wife, Asenath said, rolling her eyes. Watch the Oponos at dinner tonight. At first you'll probably roll your eyes, as you do now, but as the night wears on, it will turn to appreciation. I've never known two people whose love is so genuine, almost chaste. You'll feel ashamed you started the night bearing almost ill will toward their love. I doubt that, Asenath said. You'll see, Katiam said, smiling. Katiam prepared the matriarch a basin of rose water and set clean linen by it. Hello, Katiam, the cheerful old prima pater said as he entered. Dorian, she said, giving him an awkward hug over his armor. Is Jurgen here to help you in and out of your armor? She asked. I think for now I'll only have a short time to sit and enjoy a rest with Maida, he said. I've given Jurgen some time with his wife, and the Queen of Nihn has requested to speak with the matriarch. I'd hope we might have more than a few minutes, Maida said. The look of discouragement on her face was obvious. We will find time, Dorian said. Koenig Gelblight was fairly insistent that his wife come and visit you. You haven't had more than a few moments in the courtyard to know him. He's not a stern man, but he was about your seeing her. Very well, the matriarch said. I'll give the two of you some privacy, Katiam said. Thank you, dear, Maida said. Please let us know when she arrives. Katiam left the room and took a seat on a bench down the hall. Further down, the twin paladins, Loic and Kavian, stood guard with Captain Sigri Smith. The latter stood as stoic as ever, while the twins spoke with one another casually with their fingers. The clack of wooden-soled shoes soon rang down the tiled halls, and the twins came to attention. The figure approached, just out of Katiam's sight. The matriarch superioress is expecting me. While her voice was commanding, she deferred to Captain Smith. Sigri turned and looked at Katiam, who stood, nodding. Sigri indicated for the woman to follow her. The queen was the opposite of her husband. She was tall, slender, and severely regal. She wore yellow that verged on burnished gold, which stood in defiant contrast to her raven-black hair, which was pulled into an elaborate headdress, attempting to contain it. Queen Mala of Nihn, Captain Smith said. The matriarch superioress is expecting you, Katiam said, turning down the hall. I'll let her know you've arrived. She came to the door and gave a light rap. Come in, Katiam, the voice of the matriarch said. She pushed in as Dorian rose from the lounge next to his wife. He had taken off the elaborate shoulder pads, though he still had his metal breastplate on. The matriarch had a pillow in her arms and was rearranging lounges. I'll leave by way of the second chamber, Dorian said, giving Katiam a smile. He hefted his armor pieces and went out the door by the hearth, closing it behind him. Please show the queen in, the matriarch said, rising from the lounge herself. It was late afternoon and nearly time for the feast to begin when the queen left the room. Katiam prepared her auntie's evening tonic, while Sabine dressed her. They married very young, the matriarch said, and they have been happy. But she has not bore the king a son in the 20 years they've been together. That would explain the continual donations she has made to the college, Sabine said. She brought that up, as though she was confessing some sin. I calmed her fears. That she would seek remedies for her condition from the college is no sin. If her funding were to discover a breakthrough and find a means to ensuring an heir, it would be a gift to many. There are many reasons a woman might not bear, Katiam said. There will be no one cure-all. I know, dear. It could even be the king's own size that prevents it, Sabine offered hesitantly. I asked her that, Maida said, and then laughed. You ought to have seen her blush when an old lady like me asked her that question, though. Katiam caught Sabine blushing too. It is something to take into consideration. It is a constant discussion of she and her husband. The whole kingdom, in fact, is worried that with no heir, other nations might decide to take a portion of Nihn for themselves. In the large feast hall, Katiam found a seat with Nera Waven and Lutia Calambrise. She had trouble, as most did, paying attention to her food, while the jovial king and his stern, demure wife engaged in conversation with the primapator and matriarch seated next to them. At a long table staged above the rest of them sat 25 other men and their wives. Each wore deep ochre robes, differentiated by various colored sashes and headdresses. They didn't wear coats of arms, but were instead denoted by stripes and checkers. When accompanied by a woman, she wore the colors of her companion boldly. "Esteemed members of my council and titled nobility," the Koenig said, struggling to stand from his chair. The murmuring in the room fell silent. "I thank you all for coming. Not one of you is missing, and for that I am greatly honored. I find myself in a rare position to have your attention without having to wait for me to move my fat belly all the way across the palace to the council hall." To this the Nemenese nobles laughed. The paladins and paladames offered a few awkward chuckles. "We have with us here the heads of 2 holy orders and their attendants. Both churches have long held respect in our country, as our loyalty to them is stronger than any other nation. Whether each of you holds faith in their gods or in one of the various sects of the Church of Aben makes no difference. But Nehn is and shall be continually loyal to the Grisoni paladins. Long have we given protection to the usually hidden vaults of the Chrysalis Integritas. I wish to extend my hand once more and renew our bonds of promise to them and theirs. May the White Pantheon continue to bless the holy orders they have established." He lifted a glass into the air and looked around. Katiam caught a moment of regret in his posture, choked down by a smile. Then he took and drank the entire goblet down. Others followed suit. "I have arranged special entertainment for tonight by my own hand. Please enjoy the performance of this short dramatic interpretation played by Kelmir of Jigava and his troupe, and written, as I have suggested, by myself." 2 figures took the center of the room in masks. The first wore a white robe, and from the mask flowed a white beard. He took up from one of the other actors a crown and placed it on his head and stepped forth. The second wore black robes, and his mask had 3 eyes set into it. Together, the collection of actors chimed in harmony the word, "Begin!" The actor in white stepped forward, his voice booming over the chorus. "I am brought forth by word begin, to bright shine like the fallen snow. From sun I came called forth by day, his word the measure of the all." The black-robed figure took center next to the first. "Lo, brother, by that word so spake, he gave us both our power. From deepest well of blackest star, I with you Aben, brothers." It followed the story all knew since their early toddler years. Separately, the sisters, Kursanya and Sakarn, were spoken into the all by the existence, and together the 4 of them took hold of a large silken blanket and unfolded it. "By power given to rule and weigh 4 corners taught on Kallattian, white light of soft suver ume, nor lock that ruddy glows stand by. Forth now the world encircled in, our power together buck and bend, the water surge and grain grow forth, for all who come from south and north." Streamers of green and gray flew across the blue silken sheet, and soon it was laid down to settle on the floor. Wiv became a plowman and began to sow seeds. Soon after, both sisters produced bundles presenting their firstborns. From the troop, 2 took their roles as Lezek and Ryon. Lezek held a book in his hand and proclaimed the birth of wisdom, while Ryon wore a helm with a red plume. The others came to the stage until all 11 gods stood in a long line, from Aben down to Casanet, and after the gap, proceeded back from Kosiran to his father Wiv. Together they spoke in unison. "All hail existence who hath borne our force of life upon this firm. To us he gives all rule and honor. In turn, breathed the same." Wiv stepped forward and his brother joined him. They took each other's hand. Wiv spoke first. "My brother, let me show you now this thing which I hath wrought. Let now we tie that thread of life, 2 gigantes over yonder. What shall you make to match his weight, and will they do thy bid? For I hath made as existence had, a thing with graceful strid." Then Aben spoke. "I see this now, the Titan there, but see these graceful things, the watcher who shall flit and fly upon angelic wing. Come now, my kin, my son, my girl, Let all now find thy way, to make a people to admire, and teach unto the others their ken. Each god brought forth a symbol of the people they made, and soon a panoply sat in the center of the fabric. The gods all turned and removed their masks and placed them to face the center in the circle. The company turned to face the Konig's guest and conclude in unison. Consider now, existence will, that power be shared for good or ill, glory brought to him on high, by Pantheon, man, woman, and child. Everyone rose and offered claps and cheers to the troop as they took their bows. The matriarch superioress had a large smile on her face, and Katiam remembered her saying, as they sailed into Poré, that she hoped to see proper plays, since it had been so long since a troop had journeyed to Periantur. The moral plays, put on by members of their order, were often too dry, or masked scripture readings that turned quickly to sermons on obscure passages. Now, the Konig said, holding both hands up, I pray you all take heart to the lesson this play has given, for it shall matter in the coming years. Everyone took their seats and turned to listen. As you know, I am rarely serious, nor wish to go on for any length of time greater than 6 hours. A few chuckles came from the head of the table. But I find myself, in very rare occasion, to be in the full council of my lords and under the auspices of the 2 churches I most respect, and thus I find I am able to ask you all to bear witness to a proclamation I have considered and now wish to make. I found myself in the position I am in, albeit slightly smaller than I am now, nearly 20 years ago. My father died only a few short months after I wedded my beloved bride. Of the same ailment I expect will take me sooner rather than later. He looked at his wife, who smiled up at him, nodding for him to continue. For 20 years you have watched and obsessed over whether I should have an heir. Indeed, while we have had our differences, all have in one way or another conveyed their desire to ensure the line continues. Perhaps it was out of care for the well-being of our small nation, or perhaps it is because I've allowed certain allowances of authority to go unchecked. Perhaps we all wish my line to continue in order to avoid being swallowed up by Duran, Cetera, Moriego, or, Pantheon forbid, Bortali, who would at the very least enjoy the untaxed use of our mountain mines. Nevertheless, my life, and the lives of my unconceived heirs, is a glue that binds our nation together. Thus, as the existence said, let our power multiply by means of common rule. I wish to proclaim this day that with my death, my power is not dissolved, nor passed to one who seizes it, but rather disseminated to you all. I have already chosen the members of this council, who shall act as chairs at my table as we focus the remaining years of my life to pre-establishing how my proposed parliament shall rule. He pointed to one of the lords who had been fidgeting. Lord Wensla, I know your mind, and you would ask what should happen if I sired an heir in that time. Should that happen, then they would take my ancestral title and become yet another member of the parliament. Should no heir be born, then my brother continues to hold the title. What of Thementhu? The matriarch asked, pulling herself up from her own seat. The city of Thementhu surely continues to remain independent under my authority and its own. So it shall remain, Konig Gelblight said. And I should like to extend a seat in Parliament to the representative from Thementhu, whom they may select. All this shall be decided by the council, but I wish to have the blessings of the Church of Grzon and of Kersanya, if we are to proceed. This is certainly more than the Baroni Jarls did when they broke away from Bortali, the Primapator said. The ties you have with Kersanya's church are stronger still than those with Periantur. If the Chrysalas give their blessing, then the Grzoni church shall too. When your council has decided everything, the matriarch said, bring it to the leadership of the Chrysalas. You can have the College of Thementhu deliver it, and we shall look it over with Periantur's best lawyers and theologians to ensure a satisfactory reply. That is all I ask, the Konig said, smiling broadly. To the future of Nihn! Someone shouted. The room roared in reply, and fell into the chaos of loud conversation that lasted well into the night. Chapter 13. Sentinel Office. A wretched creature joined him. They traveled long the road, lost their way despite the many wonders it showed. They lightened each other's load. The Traveler. The city of Edi was built upon 11 hills, each hill visible from its own harbor,
and each hill's face pointed out to sea. The top of each wall-like sheer cliff sat crowned with white marble homes upon the estate of the controlling family. Below each estate, a tight tier of lesser noble families lived in the shadow of the master estate walls, like beetles feeding on the droppings of some greater beast, clinging, clamoring, grasping up the side of each hill. The merchant class's homes and places of work sought the attention of those above. Below the merchant tier, man-made wharfs jutted out into the calm sea. Upon those wharfs clung the warehouses and homes of workers and sailors, precariously balanced shoulder to shoulder as they attempted to shove their neighbors into the sea. Edi's city was a city of possibility, and possibility was all Hanen and Rallia Clouw had sought when they had first arrived 5 years prior. Their office was located in one of the lesser-traveled side streets of the merchant tier, upon the Aratello Hill. Outside their door hung a shield, painted black, marking it as an office of the Black Sentinels. Hanen sat at his desk with his back to the wall. One of the 2 secretaries worked at a writing desk with his back to Hanen. Errol Yakin made a terrible sentinel, but his strength had been found in details, so Hanen had been quick to find ways to keep him sequestered at the office, doing the menial tasks no other sentinel would dare sully themselves with. The northbound caravan they passed as they approached Edi's city wouldn't be seen for a handful of months. Hanen hoped to leave town with the next caravan in 3 weeks' time, to begin the return journey before winter started groping its way down south. Errol stood as he pulled on his cloak. "I'm going to go down to the Blue Canal for food." As he approached the door, there came a tight rap. The secretary opened the door, nodding to the person on the other side, excused himself, and disappeared. Hanen took some of the papers he had across his desk and moved them out of sight. Long fingers held the side of the door, and into the room stepped an alien and elegant figure. The Kavil merchant was of obvious means. He carried a tall staff with a leather cover bound over the top 2 feet of wood. From the staff hung various pouches tied by leather thongs. He stood a hand taller than Hanen in stature, and was elegant, with a stretched out and powerful neck. His legs were hinged like a horse, and he bore long arms that reached to his knees, with slender fingers, and a thumb set in the center of the palm that posed left or right as needed. Behind him, a long, flat, and prehensile tail moved. He wore form-fitting robes, with layer upon layer of finely woven silk that moved around him like branches of a weeping siltree. His head was round in the front and tapered in the back. The face bore large eyes full of years and a flat leathery nose with long slits for nostrils, with 2 tendrils drooping below as a sort of mustache, or like the whiskers of any number of bottom-feeding fish. From his forehead rose 2 short, soft, round horns covered in skin. Thus he seemed young for a Kavil, perhaps no more than 80. His very long ears fell down and out from his skull.
"Lekaidis," he said.
Hanen rose and walked up to the Kavil and gave the formal Kavili bow.
"Kith ilas waran."
When the Kavil spoke, his lips pulled back to reveal a full grin of teeth, like a house manticore, hissing, but with no hint of hatred.
"I am Imbris Veronia, a merchant by trade and wanderer by habit, from the Kavili Republic, across the Kandar Sea, and now here. If you would extend your hospitality, strangers though we may be, I would be obliged."
Hanen indicated a comfortable stool by a meager fire, which Imbris took. Hanen poured the guest a glass of brandy and took a seat next to him. The Kavil held the brandy in one hand and sipped at it occasionally. His staff lay across his lap.
"Allow me to make introductions,"
Hanen said. "I am Hanen Clouw, and this is my office."
"Yes, and an odd thing, too, to have a Black Sentinel office. I came by way of Eran, and in the cities there I saw no offices. Black Sentinels, yes, but no offices."
"It was my own idea," Hanen said. "We set it up by necessity. We've met no small success escorting merchants up and down the road from here to Garrou in Bortali. Merchants needed a place to find us, as you have."
"It does seem impressive what you have done. To be frank with you, I'm not looking for a bodyguard."
"What can I do for you, then?" Hanen asked.
"I need to abuse your connections."
"Abuse?" Hanen asked, cocking his eyebrow.
"I'm sorry, that is perhaps the wrong word."
The Kavil sipped at the brandy while he thought.
"Take advantage of, I should say."
The Kavil took a pouch from the staff and laid it out on the table. It rattled when he placed it down. He waved his hand for Hanen to take it. Hanen reached out and poured several nuts into his hand.
"Those killet nuts are a gift from me to you. Perhaps it will entice you to hear me out."
While not an overly rare import, killet were not cheap.
I understand there is a certain gala happening in a few nights. I do not have an invitation, and I should like to attend.
We don't crash parties, Hanen said. We are invited.
Exactly. I'm not asking you to help me crash the party, so to speak. I understand you may know members of the upper class here, and can see to it I receive an invitation. I have only just arrived in town, and wish to make some connections with other merchants. The market is a good place to do it, but not for the trade I wish to involve myself with.
And what trade is that?
Exotic spices. Spices most common people cannot afford. I should like to meet the upper echelons of society in Edi, and by way of giving them samples of my wares, they will be in demand, and their kitchens will then desire them.
I see, Hanen said, pursing his lips. The gala you're talking about takes place at the Bortali estate. It is not easy to get an invitation.
Very well,
Imbrus said as he stood. He held out a hand, which Hanen took. As their grips parted, a single gold coin was left behind. It filled Hanen's palm. The stamp upon it marked it as a Kavili guild pound. A year of gold royals from the north could not be exchanged for one. Hanen looked up at the Kavil in surprise. You're very trusting and quick to spend money. He looked at the piece of gold in his hand. Quick to spend a lot of money.
I have more money than I know what to do with. It is nothing to me to give you that. If it makes you feel better, think of it as buying your loyalty.
Thank you, Hanen said. I will think about how I can do what you ask. Imbrus rose and bowed his head.
I am staying at the Windless. If you'll send message to me there when you've met success, I would appreciate it.
Hanen sat back down at his desk, setting the gold medallion in front of him with a heavy tap on the wood. He stared at it for a long time, wondering what he would do with it. People might try to kill him for that kind of wealth. He heard heavy footsteps approach the door and quickly took up the medallion of gold and shoved it down into his boot. Thadar came into the office and walked around the room to an oak barrel that stood on a stand. He grabbed a tankard from a nearby shelf and filled it with beer from the tap. That's for clients, Hanen said. If you want some, you have to pay. Thadar turned and glared at Hanen while drinking deeply. It's still cheaper than paying at the bar, Hanen said. The least you can do is pay for the drink so I can keep it full. Thadar turned and filled the tankard again, walked across the room and sat on the corner of Hanen's desk. I saved you and your sister's asses. He leaned forward toward Hanen, glaring into his eyes. You know what they're calling me at all the taverns now? The Vole Slayer. But I don't feel like it's enough. He stood, having drained the tankard a second time. He walked over to the tap and filled 2 tankards, bringing one to Hanen. Hanen glanced at it, but didn't touch it. I think you still owe me, Thadar said. It is nice to have a reputation, and it'll be nice for your caravan to have so illustrious a black sentinel on the job. But that's a few weeks off now, isn't it? 3 weeks, Hanen said. 3 weeks. I gotta stay busy. I'm going to need some work if I'm going to pay for the attentions of some of the ladies I've met since we returned. And you want me to do what about it? Isn't that obvious? Thadar asked. Hanen shook his head. You're going to find me work. That's not my job, Hanen said. Well, it is now. It's not, Hanen said. Every sentinel finds their own work. I've hired you for work on the caravans. It's a steady job and pays well. You can find your own work in the meantime. No, I shouldn't be spending my free time having to grovel and beg for work from nobles, when merchants are coming straight here and hiring you in the off time. I saw the tail wag that just left here. He looks to have means, and I suspect you took money from him. The heavy gold medallion in Hanen's boot scratched at his conscience. You and your sister, Thadar continued, have plenty of standing offers to guard merchants. You give me 1 or 2 of those, and for now, we're even. That's what it will take to get you out of this office. You send work my way, and I won't step foot in this office again. I'll escort your beloved caravans. I'll call myself the Vole Slayer, and you'll pay me. I could have let your sister die back on the road, but I didn't. I guess I'm just too kind. Hanen scoffed. Don't! Thadar slammed his tankard down on the desk. I own you, boy. You don't have your sister around, and I know how sound a sleeper she is, too. I'll kill her if you give me reason, and then I'll kill you. Hanen said nothing. So, give me a job, or you pay me for work you aren't providing me. Hanen touched his boot, thinking it might buy the man off, but if he gave him that, he'd only be bled for more. He touched his pouch. It had a few coins. Reaching in, he pulled out the first 3 he touched, 3 Edian silver lire. Thadar snatched them out of his hands.
Pleasure doing business with you. He turned and stormed out of the room without another word. Hanen sat in silence for a while, his heart rapping in his chest. He stood up, pulled on his cloak, and walked out into the city. The sun was high overhead, gleaming against the white walls of the Aratello hill above. Hanen kept his hood over his head as he walked by the Blue Canal Tavern. He could hear plenty of noise in the cool space, and with a glance saw a group of sentinels standing around Thadar, who was telling some tale. Hanen circled the hill and came to the gate that led to the next hill over. House Narvon had once been a small one. It had purchased the smallest hill in the city, between Aratello and Cerritu, centuries before. Once it had been second string to House Aratello, but success, with growing and harvesting Zvolder silk, launched it into the richest, albeit the smallest, land ownership of all the houses. The walls were whitewashed, and the streets were cleaner and less populated. Light purple house colors flew on every home. Hanen had first argued at setting up their office there, but Rallia had won out, putting it on the more populated and cheaper Aratello Hill. But the clean streets and everyone politely walking by one another could not rid Hanen's mind of the threats made by Thadar. Hanen took the long way around the city, from hill to hill, coming back around to Aratello Hill, turning the last 3 corners and arriving at the entryway to the street that terminated at the Black Sentinel office. Hanen stopped and stared down the lane. The other shops that shared the street with them would already be closed. Despite the silence that was normal for the street, something felt off. He took a cautious step forward. There was nowhere for someone to hide, no shadow to conceal someone looking to hold him at knife point. He took a deep breath and walked toward the office door. There were several voices inside, so he turned the latch and walked in. 9 sentinels waited for him. Having 9 sentinels in the office was common enough, but usually only before a caravan departed. They fell silent. To his relief, Thadar wasn't present. The secretary had returned and sat trying to ignore the noise around him. Hanen walked up to his desk and sat down. "So, what's the trouble?" Hanen asked, folding his arms. One of the sentinels, goaded on by 2 others, walked up to the desk. "We heard you were giving out guard work, and we were thinking we want some of it." "Thadar lied to you." "If you know it was Thadar, then you know what we're talking about. He told us to come and see you. He said you'd be able to get us some work." "I don't have any work," Hanen said. "Sure you do. Rallia hasn't been here, and she's always got work. Give us some of her contracts, since she's not here to fulfill them." "That's not how it works," Hanen said. "Says who?" another sentinel asked. "Says the sentinel leadership in Limay? That's 1,000 miles away. They don't have any say here." "Let me get this straight. You all became sentinels so you could wear a black cloak and get paid to stand around guarding whoever hires you, but you're too lazy to go out and find your own work, your own contracts?" A large sentinel stepped up to Hanen's right. Hanen turned and looked up into the face of Osri Bacha, who was from Messina, with black hair bearing a hint of red when he walked in the sun. He had his arms folded to match Hanen. He was a giant of a man, though not too smart. "Are you looking for work too?" Hanen said. He had never had any trouble with Osri, but there could always be a first time. Osri looked down. He realized Hanen was addressing him. "Work? Me? No. It just looked like there might be trouble, and I don't want you fighting," Osri said. Hanen turned back to the crowd. "Are we going to have trouble?" he asked, feeling a bit more confident with Osri next to him. Everyone stood silent. "I didn't think so." Hanen stood up and leaned forward on the desk. "I'm going to ignore the fact that you all walked in here and started ordering me to give you my own hard work. Perhaps you forgot that I hire each of you to fill the ranks of my caravan, and I can just as easily stop giving you that job." Everyone broke eye contact with him. "I'm leaving now." Osri followed him to the door. "What do you want, Osri?" he said, spitting on him. Osri held his hands up. "You look like you could use the hand." Hanen sighed. "Thank you," he said reluctantly. Osri folded his arms again, turning back toward the others. Over his shoulder he said, "Are you going to your room?" "Yes." "I'll stand here and make sure no one follows you." Hanen made his way up to the wall that stood against and under the main estate. Apartments lined the way, clambering up the side. Hanen and Rallia's room was tucked back a ways, looking out toward the sea. Hanen opened the door and walked in. There was just enough light left from the sun going down in the east for Hanen to see by. He knelt down by the hearth and lit the tinder. Once the fire flared up, he set the tip of a twig to flame and lit a few candles around the place. It was a small room, lightly furnished with 2 beds, a table, and a hearth. He shuttered the windows up and dragged his bed off the wall. A heavy piece of cloth hung there. The intricate Utrecht weave of blues and purples was the only color in the room. He peeled back the cloth to reveal a hidden alcove sparsely stacked with his and Rallia's personal possessions. Hanen stuffed his blanket and gear into the bottom of his travel sack, with a few spare undergarments. Both of his black Sentinel clubs went in. He stopped wearing them once he had earned his first axe, but they were good for pitching tents and driving spikes into the ground. His side bag came out next, in which he stashed spare bowstrings and his mending kit. Lastly, he reached in to pull out his bow, unstrung and hiding in the very back. He pulled out a cloth, oiled it, and set it on his bed. From a shelf near the hearth, he took the lid off the large vinegar jar a client had gifted him, and filled his horn flask, and then checked that his salt box still had enough of his favorite herbed salt. Lastly, he riffled through papers that sat on his small writing desk, folding some of the more important figures he had been working on, and stuffed them into the side satchel. He turned and looked at the place. He considered what he was thinking of doing, skipping town and hoping to meet his sister on the road, perhaps at the chapel near Sewell. The merchants will appreciate it, he said to himself aloud. Maybe the caravan will still run just fine without me. If it falls apart, I don't care anymore. I'm not dealing with Thadar, and I'm certainly not dealing with every sentinel we know turning on us because they're too weak-willed to know what a fool Thadar is. He turned back and looked at the hearth. His boot twisted on him, the gold medallion within biting his calf. He reached down, pulling it out and crossing his legs in front of the fire. The gold in his hand seemed to speak both of what he might lose and what he might gain.
Chapter 14. Edi-Foz. 3 hills squat, 5 hills tall, 3 more stuck between, 11 greedy all. Edian children's rhyme. The fire had died long ago, and Hanen sat staring at the gold in his hand as the early light from the sun trickled through the cracks in the window. The door behind Hanen opened, but Hanen didn't bother turning. He could tell from the sounds, or lack thereof, who it was. Rallia stepped into the room and dropped her sack on her bed, along with her staff, and turned. "Oh, Hanen, what are you doing up this early?" "It's late," Hanen corrected, finally coming to and turning to look at his sister. He stood, his muscles aching from sitting all night in the same position. Rallia looked and saw Hanen's travel sack on his bed. "Are we leaving?" "What?" Hanen said, looking over to the bed. "Oh, no, I'll put that back in a bit. Tell me how it went in Amston. Traveling there went fine. The storytellers are a lot more quiet when you walk with them alone. The authorities took Garrou in and shipped him off to Byron to figure out what to do with him." "Well, I've had my own fair share of trouble," Hanen said. "What kind of trouble?" Hanen explained what had happened with Thadar, and then the sentinels who later confronted him. "And what's that huge piece of gold you keep playing with?" Hanen looked down and then handed the medallion to Rallia. "It's a Gavili guild pound." "Holy Pantheon!" Rallia swore. "How did you come by that?" Hanen went on to describe his meeting with the Gavil merchant and the promise he had made. "That's why I didn't skip town and go looking for you last night," Hanen said. "I had to finish up my responsibilities here. That, and as long as Thadar doesn't kill us, which, let's be honest, we're his golden auroch right now, the worst thing that will happen to us is our egos will get bruised." "We could get some other sentinels together and convince him to leave town," Rallia offered. "If he puts up a fight, I bet I could take him." "There are 2 problems with that," Hanen said. "He knows how heavy a sleeper you are. He threatened to kill you in your sleep if I did anything. And if we did succeed, and he just left town, then we'd never know where he was. When we leave town, he could just be waiting to do something to us. I suppose if we could figure out a way to get him to leave town for a while, we'd buy us some time to figure out what to do about him." "Well, that's easy," Hanen said. "I don't know why I didn't think of that before. We could have Lord Ergen hire him." Rallia laughed out loud. "That's a great idea. The last time Ergen hired a sentinel, he took them on a chase all the way to Bologna and almost onto Messina. Ergen's guards might even rough Thadar up a bit in the process." "Why do you say that?" "It's just an old man's sport. His guards aren't that good, and Thadar's much more likely to harm them. Not if we pay Thadar up front." "What will that do?" "Ergen pays good gold for these games. If we suggest that he lead the sentinel he hires on a long chase, say to Ormark, he'll probably pay more than Thadar will see in 2 trips to Garrou. It's always suggested to hire a couple of other sentinels to help out." "But Thadar's greedy," Rallia offered, smirking. "He'll take all the coin for himself, and then be outnumbered." "Exactly." "That's a good idea. Once the sun comes up, I'll go round to Ergen's villa and set up the job. In the meantime, I need to figure out how to get an invitation to the Gala." "I've got that covered," Rallia said. "The reason I spent all of last night trying to get home is because I knew that the Gala was coming up. Before we last left town, Darrow Aratello,
son of Lord Aratello, asked me to be his bodyguard to the Gala if I returned in time. As long as he hasn't lost his money to his friends, the contract should still be good. Perhaps we can persuade him to let this cavil in. All right. Where can we find Darrow? I usually don't have trouble finding him. That evening they found Darrow Aratello in a tavern on Borano Hill, the Wooden Bale, sitting at a table with several friends playing the game Edi-Foz. Darrow had a child's face, despite being as old as, if not older than Hanen. And while most of House Aratello bore the richer and deeper black skin of the Edian nobility, Darrow bore a cream dark skin, a gift of his late and pale-skinned Durrani mother. His brown hair was slicked back, and his green and black house brocade was well kept. One of the 4 Edi-Foz players had already been eliminated and was nursing his wounded ego with a large tankard of ale. Hanen stood with his hood off his head and arms folded. Rallia came behind Darrow. A servant girl came by, and Rallia ordered another drink for the noble, who was being ganged up on by his 2 remaining opponents. Within a few moves, he was ousted from the game. The 2 friends stood up laughing. I'm headed out back to feed the sea, one said. The 3rd friend followed them like a kicked dog. Rallia sat down next to the defeated Darrow and handed him the beer. Lord Aratello, Rallia said. I am not a lord. The noble looked at Rallia, then noticed Hanen. Oh, it's you, Rallia. And who is this? My brother, Hanen Clouw. I don't know if tomorrow night is going to work, he said. I may have just lost the money I was going to pay you. Hanen shook his head. It's good we found you tonight, then. You've already got a contract with Rallia, so you'll need to pay us. The man put his head on his arms folded across the table. Rallia urged Hanen to speak. Lord Aratello, Hanen said, we may have a solution. Darrow perked up. Let us play your friends at this game. We'll win your money back. You can do that? I barely understand the game in the first place. Hanen sighed. Yes, but there are conditions. Whatever you need, name it. You get both of us as guards tomorrow night, but we want our pay in advance. Also, you're going to see that another client of ours is on the guest list. Darrow smiled. If you can trounce them at this game, I'll make sure that happens. The 2 friends returned, the 3rd no longer with them. They saw the Clouws sitting across from one another. Darrow stood behind Rallia. Ferris, Delan, Darrow said. I found a couple more players who are looking to get in on some action. Ferris and Delan sized the Clouws up and looked at each other, hesitation written across their faces. Ferris's esteem was tied up in the approval of Delan as he watched the other man's reaction carefully. Delan, on the other hand, had a cool look about him and paid no attention to his sycophantic friend. They both came closer to the table and saw the stack of 5 silver lire sitting on each of the Clouws' corners. Hanen looked at Ferris and smiled. Lord Darrow told us you 2 only played for real money. We thought a friendly game of 5 lire might be enough to start. If the game isn't to your taste, me and my friend here can move on. Delan sat down and Ferris sat across from him. They both put a stack of 5 coins of their own on their corners. Hanen took a bag of flat glass pieces from Ferris and Rallia the same. They poured the contents in shallow cups. Rallia had drawn red, while Hanen yellow. Ferris had blue, and Delan drew white for the lead. They each placed their token bowls out in their corner of the Edi-Foz board, and the game was underway. Hanen and Rallia rarely looked at one another. For all the other 2 knew, they had never met. Rallia feigned misunderstanding of the game, asking questions of moves she should take, occasionally touching Delan's arm flirtatiously. Hanen took that as an opportunity to move into Rallia's territories, capturing pieces. Hanen's own ham-fisted attacks quickly stretched him too thin, which gave Ferris the opportunity to take the advantage, while Delan seemed to be spending the entire game teaching Rallia how to play, which left him distracted. Ferris booted Hanen from the game, and then turned his attention to Delan. This aggravated the latter, who responded by stomping wildly over Rallia, leaving himself wide open to a wholesale win by Ferris, who, as it turned out, had never actually beaten Delan. Delan seemed ready to quit when Hanen pulled out a bag of coins. Rallia did too. They both put down 10 lire. I enjoyed being taught by you, Rallia said to Delan, touching his arm. I'd love to play again. Greed glinted in Ferris's eye. Delan remained cool. I don't know. I am feeling like the night is wearing out. How much would it take to get another game going? Hanen asked. I was just playing for some sport, coin cloak, Delan said. How much? Delan scratched his chin. Tell you what. You both put down 50, and we have a deal. Hanen pulled out a piece of paper, on which was a stamp minted 100 lire. This ought to cover us, he said. The game was reset. This time Rallia drew the white pieces and led. Within a few short turns, Hanen had seemed to stretch himself thin, while Rallia built up her pieces as a defense. Dallon and Ferris worked together and started consuming Hanen's territories. In response, Rallia meticulously took territories from all three of them, which caused Dallon and Ferris to turn back on her. Hanen feigned to work alongside the other two to wrestle Rallia back to a manageable size before Dallon realized the trap too late. Ferris was ousted from the game almost immediately, while Dallon was stretched too thin. The game was almost over when Dallon stood. "I'm going to spring a leak in the alley." "Not without paying," Hanen said. "Excuse me?" Dallon looked at Hanen incredulously. "Do you even know who I am?" "You are Dylan Hotwhite, son of Daniel Hotwhite, a cloth merchant of some means. I've had the honor of escorting him north for trade. So, if you're not good for paying up a simple sum of 50 lire, I'm sure your father will be." "You lied," Ferris said, arms crossed. "You both know the game." "We didn't lie," Hanen said. "We feigned. Edi-Foz is all about feigning. If you can't learn to read your opponents, you shall find a new game." Hanen took the 100 lire from Dallon and Ferris and pocketed it. "I believe you owe Rallia and I our pay for tomorrow," he said to Darrow as he held out a hand toward him. "But those winnings from Dallon and Ferris, doesn't it pay you?" "We used our own money to win that for them," Hanen said. "How much was the contract for, Rallia?" 30 lire for my services." "So you owe the two of us 60, he said to Darrow. "I've got 50, he said, pulling out a leather bill from inside his clothes. "I think we can settle on 50, since you're also getting our other guest in." Aratello sighed and handed him the piece of paper, then walked out into the night. The Clouws rose and approached the bar, giving a spare coin to the barmaid before turning for the door. Arin sat nearby and waved them over to join him. "How did he get back to town so fast?" Hanen said. "He parted with the caravan at Sul, but that was only 12 or 13 days ago." Arin had a tall tankard of beer before him, and a large citrus fruit next to him, cut open and sprinkled with salt. "Clouws," he said. "Join me. Sit down." "You're back?" Hanen asked. "Yes, I made good time. I got back none too soon, too." He played with his waxed mustache. "I think Temblin is on the verge of breaking." "Breaking?" Rallia said. "As in fall apart?" "No. They are a wall of water trying to break open a dam. I heard the word from a friend of yours." "What friend of ours is out east?" Hanen asked. "Sarm Vaturas was. But he came into town with me, he and that apprentice of his. Did you know we Sentinels could have apprentices?" "When did you arrive in town?" Hanen asked. "This morning. I don't know where he was off to, but whatever business he had was urgent." "Did the package get delivered to the Hrogans?" Rallia asked. "Yes, of course they did. I delivered it to the Teth family in Ikapa. They had hoped to see more of the city, but when they arrived at their place in the late evening, they gave me enough drink to kill an Arak. Next thing I remember, I was walking northward. I figured I had probably embarrassed myself enough the night before, even if I couldn't remember it, so I just kept walking." Rallia laughed. "I don't know if I've ever seen you that deep in drink." Arin smiled. "Then you don't know me that well." He winked as he took another drink. "And then you met Cern?" "Soon after. In the woods north of Ikapa, I met a few paladins who were riding northward towards their fortress. What is that one called? Padal?" "Piadala," Rallia corrected. Hanen glanced over in surprise. "What? You know I pored over all those paladinial maps as a girl." She turned to Arin. "Our grandfather had a nice collection of maps." "Your grandfather," Hanen corrected. "Anyway," Arin continued, "they gave me a ride north to their fortress. Cern was heading out of Templin and ran into me there. So I joined him heading this way. It was mutually beneficial." "Oh?" Hanen asked. "Yes. I guess he had a lot of questions about how the Black Sentinels were faring in Edi. He especially had a lot of questions about you two. It benefited me because his apprentice is something to look at." "A girl, then?" Rallia cocked an eyebrow. "To say she's not bad on the eyes is an understatement, but I kept my thoughts to myself. I had to. She's got a biting tongue on her, too. What have I missed in town?" "I only just arrived back this morning as well, but Hanen has been harassed by Thada, who has taken it upon himself to start demanding work." "What are you going to do about it?" "I haven't really decided yet," Hanen said. "In the meantime, we sent word to Lord Ergen to see if he wants to employ Thada on a chase." "That probably won't work," Arin said. "Why not?" "Old Lord Ergen died just before we all went north before the last caravan." Hanen walked sullenly beside his sister as they returned home for what promised to be a restless night's sleep. Sending Thadar off on a chase for Lord Urgan had seemed the only option, and now he was back where he started. A figure leaned inside the arch leading on to Aratello Hill. As they shrugged themselves off the wall, a second figure, smaller than the first, came out of another shadow. Hanen tensed, and Rallia stopped in place, her club-ended staff in both hands. "It's good to see the two of you haven't lost your touch," the voice of the larger of the two figures said. It was a charming voice, and one Hanen hadn't heard in several years. Rallia relaxed and stepped forward, a hand outstretched in the dark. "Hello, Cern," Rallia said. "You scared me half the way to Nosatan." "I can have that effect on people sometimes," Cern said. While Hanen couldn't fully make him out in the dark, he could tell the man was smiling. "Earlier today I stopped by that office you set up," Cern said, as he motioned for them to come and walk alongside him to the streets of Aratello Hill. "Quite a space, though it was a bit crowded." "What were the Sentinels doing there?" Hanen asked. "Ransacking my beer barrel?" "I think they must have, yes. When I went to get some for myself, it was empty. They claimed they were waiting for you to show up and give them work." "Damn it," Hanen swore. "What are you doing giving out work?" "I'm not. I've had some trouble with a local Sentinel captain who decided to try his hand at extorting work out of me. He's told the others I'd find work for them, too. We'll just have to see about that." "Who's the girl?" Rallia muttered, leaning towards Cern and glancing behind them. Hanen turned to look at the other figure as they passed under a torch and realized for the first time that it was a girl. Cern nodded to the other person as he stopped up short by a torch, and a figure approached to join them in the light. She was perhaps 4 years Rallia's junior. The tall wooden heels of her knee-high boots cracked on the cobblestone. The black leather trousers and the vest she wore over a white blouse tunic clung to her curves, though the loose belt that hung from her hips was as relaxed as her stance. Her forearms were covered by long, fingerless gloves. The entire outfit looked uncomfortable and newly purchased. Her hair was long and raven black, though the guttering torchlight lit the redness that no doubt caught in any light. Her mouth was pursed in a permanent smirk under her sharp nose and cheekbones, and she lazily eyed the two of them under sharply arched eyebrows. "This is Ophidia Delice. She's already earned her first club as a Sentinel. She's been traveling with me for about a year now, since we met in Messina. I'm Hanen Clouw, and this is my sister Rallia," Hanen said, giving Ophidia a curt bow. She looked them both up and down. "I know," she said in a rich contralto voice. "We ran into Orin earlier," Hanen said. "He mentioned the two of you were back in town." "He mentioned you just came from Temblin," Rallia said. "Are things as bad as everyone seems to think?" "Yes," Cern said. "If not worse," Ophidia interrupted. Cern looked over at Ophidia and gave her a dismissive glare. "Temblin is the same as always," Ophidia continued. "Dreary and at war with everyone, including themselves, it seems. Their king was killed not 2 months ago, just after Cern and I arrived. It has effectively shut down the border and plunged them into another civil war. Seems like you could keep busy with contracts there, if that was the case." "Yes," Cern said. "But some important news came filtering into Temblin a week ago, and I've been trying to work my way north ever since. I wondered if the news had arrived here yet." "That depends on the news," Hanen replied. "The head of the paladins at the Hammer is touring the continent, as he does every 10 years or so. This time, though, he went north across the Scapes." "It makes me wish I was going north with the caravan halfway to Bortali now," Rallia said, smiling. "I'd love to have seen the head of the Paladinial Order marching through there. Maybe they'll resolve some of the issues forming between Bortali and Baroni." "Why is this big news?" Hanen asked. "It means I think I can pick up a very big escort job, and I need a few more Sentinels to join me, who have enough reserve money to go without pay for a bit." "Paladins don't need escorting," Hanen said. "They're a walking army." "They are, but the Nefaran monks aren't. I intend to hoof it up to Byron and offer to escort the monks to meet with the paladins in the far north before winter sets in." "Winter is a long time coming," Hanen said. "Yes, but we don't know if the monks have thought to go north on their own. And by tradition, they always travel on foot, so I hope to make it there quickly before they leave. The sooner I start towards Byron, the sooner we can start out from there and begin the slow pace the monks will set through the Dead Pass from Duran to Mandur." "That's a long march," Rallia said, and then paused, considering something. "It's several 100 miles to Byron. If we forced a march over 16 days, we could make it." 2 weeks hard march?" Hanen said. "We'd kill ourselves doing it." "We wouldn't kill ourselves," Rallia said. "Sleipnirs are an option." "No," Cern replied. "Sleipnirs can only ride hard for a few hours a day. Knowing how well you two travel, we could march all day and then some and make much better time. And we could travel light." Hanen turned to Cern. Why the rush? Why do you care about a bunch of monks? Because I've noticed the world is getting a bit more dangerous. You mentioned Baroni and Bortali are on the verge of a conflict. It won't be long before Temblin decides to march to war. They've been itching to go to war with the Hralgrins of Karagar, and if they don't think they can stand against the full might of the Hralgrin Empire, then they'll take out their frustrations on Hraldor, or even Moriego if they're foolish enough. If all this is true, then the Dead Pass will be even more dangerous. Bortali and Baroni already contend for the pass with Lime. I suspect the naive monks will send a mass of monks north, perhaps influential ones at that. If bandits got a whiff of that happening, they might take advantage of the situation. If paladins have to stop their mission, whatever it is, to mount a rescue party, to save a few robbed, blind monks, it could be trouble for everyone. So you're suggesting we travel north and suggest that to the monks, which may scare them enough to hire us for probably more than we're worth, just to look like we're keeping the peace, Hanen said. Well, when you put it that way. It would improve the image of the Sentinels, Rallia said. Not that the Sentinels need it. Looks like we're doing well here in Edi, and that's because of you Clouws. Let's say we go, Hanen said, brushing past the compliment. What happens once we meet up with these paladins, and where do we meet them? Manfulhar. Rallia whistled. That's a long way. Rallia, Hanen said, this could be a chance to get away from here for a time, and on good terms. Rallia nodded. Just the four of us heading north? I'd like you to select a few extra sentinels you trust, Cern said. And if we land this contract with the monks, what's our cut? Hanen asked. A quarter for me, a quarter for each of you. The rest we split between whoever you bring. And how soon do you want to leave? Hanen asked. I've arranged to pick up a spare coin or two tomorrow night. There is a gala. We'll be there too, Hanen said. We could leave shortly after that. This is pretty sudden. Cern flashed a smile. Do you really care to stay another day, when the road beckons?
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 15. Difficulties. Seek not contempt for adversity. Instead, befriend the lessons it seems to teach. Sidiaratan Proverb. With the lack of sleep the night before and the upcoming nighttime travel, Hanen dropped onto his bed and fell asleep, although in the bed across the room his sister snored even before Hanen drifted off. The sun streamed into their room at a high enough angle. Hanen knew it would be later than he expected. On the table by the hearth lay a message from Rallia, letting him know that she was off to look for Uniahala. The first person they had discussed would be best to ask along on their journey. The letter included locations Rallia thought Hanen might find the others, and mentioned that she would be back to ensure their bags were packed before they left for the gala. Hanen pushed his axes into his belt and pulled his cloak over his shoulders. The gold medallion in his boot sat uncomfortably next to his ankle. He thought to stash it somewhere in their apartment, but didn't doubt that someone might find it. As he turned to the door, a light rap caused him to jump. "Who is it?" he said, his hand going to an axe. "Ophelia," called the contralto voice of the girl they had met the night before. Hanen pulled the door open, and she didn't wait to be asked in. "Nice place," she said, looking around. She took a quick turn around the room and took a seat on Rallia's bed, although it smells like 2 men live here. "I was just leaving," Hanen said. "Probably a good idea," she said. "Not having a cloak yet has its advantages. I've spent the last hour down in the market stalls below watching your coin-cloak captain. Thadar, was it?" "What about him?" Hanen asked. "He's down there waiting for you to come out. You know, I don't think he actually knows which door is yours." Hanen swore. "You ought not to swear in front of a lady, even if you are scared of the knock-damned shunt down there." Hanen looked at Ophelia. "A lady, huh? Well, if you're going to be a black sentinel, you ought to expect it from any one of us. But if it bothers you," Hanen said, his ears burning. "I was only joking," Ophelia said, laughing. "Cern sent me here to keep you company today. He figured Thadar might be looking for an advantage, and you being alone is the best time to take one. Well, like I said, I was just about to leave. Then I'll tell you what. Since you probably don't want him ransacking your room or sending someone else to, I'll go down and give him a bit of a distraction, and you can pop out of the room and down to the streets before he notices. You and I can meet up at the end of the street, say outside that last tavern." "The Windlass?" Hanen asked. "That one," Ophelia confirmed. She stood and sauntered out the door. He heard the clicking of her wooden-heeled boots. He took a peek out the window and watched her move down into the crowd. Thadar wasn't hard to pick out. He was leaning against a wall, squinting up at the apartments, trying to guess which one Hanen would come out of. Ophelia walked right up to Thadar and began talking to him. He tried to brush her off, which wasn't like him, since he was usually the first to get handsy with any woman around when the Sentinel stopped for the evening. She turned to go, and Thadar gave in, watching her walk away. He whistled after her, which turned the heads of a few others. Hanen quickly popped out the door and took the stairs, bounding several at a time, so that when Thadar looked back he might think Hanen came out of an entirely different level. He didn't go directly to the street, but instead jogged across the landings and stairs of the wall-clinging apartments. When he came to nearly the end, he took the final set of stairs down to the street just outside the windlass. Within, he could see the Cavil, Imbras, sitting at a table. He entered the inn and walked up to the foreign creature. "Le Coridis," he said. The Cavil looked up and smiled. "It is good to see you," Imbras replied. "I'm afraid I don't have time to spare," Hanen said, "but I want you to know that I've secured your place on the guest list for the Gala tonight." "Most excellent," Imbras said. "Where shall I meet you beforehand?" "I'll stop by here tonight and we can walk there together." "Very well. I shall make sure I am available." The Cavil looked over Hanen's shoulder to the door. "It appears you have someone looking for you." "How do you know?" "The girl wears one of your Sentinel clubs on her belt." Hanen nodded. "Tonight, then," he said. "Of course." Hanen turned as Ophelia marched up to him. "I think he saw you running along the wall," she said. "A black cloak flying along the white walls of the terraces was pretty obvious." "What did you say to him to keep his eyes on you?" Hanen said, walking toward the door. "Not really your concern," she said, as she stuck her head out into the street. "He's marching right towards us, though." "Then let's go out the back. We need to get over to Urson Hill, anyway." "What's there?" she said, following him through the kitchen and out the door into the alley. Hanen flipped a coin to the kid, who sat on a nearby stool peeling vegetables. "You see another Sentinel come this way looking for us. We didn't come by here." "See who?" the boy said with a wink. Hanen walked deeper into the alley and took the next turn out onto the thoroughfare. "What is on Urson Hill?" Ophelia asked again. "Not what," Hanen replied. "Who? I need to find Osri Bacha." The brutish Osri was easy to find, sitting on a box outside a milliner, watching the tavern across the way. "Good morning, Osri," Hanen said as they approached. The large Messenian glanced at him and back to the tavern. "Considering whether it's too early to go over there for a drink?"
"Man in there owes me money,"
Osri said. "You do some Sentinel work for him?" Osri muttered. Hanen turned to Ophelia. "You'll not meet a man easier to convince that you've paid him when you haven't." "Speaking from experience?" Ophelia asked with a smirk. "No. It was why I hired him, though. He's very reliable, but he rarely spends a coin, so he forgets who has paid him, since he used to keep all his money on him." "And now what?" Ophelia asked. "I keep it for him," Hanen said, and then turned to Osri. "How much does he owe you?"
"I stood guard for his daughter while she tried on dresses for over 5 hours, and when we returned to his estate, they shut me out."
"And so you've been waiting for him to pay you?"
"I approached him a couple of times, and he told me to wait, and I've kept waiting."
"What's his name?" Hanen asked.
"Abeo Nal."
Hanen laughed. "Abeo Nal has no daughter, but he does have a mistress. 3, actually. If he had you guarding one, then he was probably worried she was moving on to a new miser to cuckold."
"I don't understand,"
Osri said. "Where did you escort her to?"
"I took her to their home on Narvon Hill."
"He lives in Baranya. What did he say he'd pay you?"
"Normal 5 lire."
"You're not asking enough for your work again, Osri. Ophelia here and I will get your money for you, if you agree to come with me on a trip north to Byron."
"I thought the caravan didn't leave for a few weeks."
"This is another job."
"All right."
Hanen indicated toward the tavern, and Ophelia followed. They walked past the bar and toward the private rooms.
"You can't go back there,"
the keep said. "We're on the job," Hanen said, revealing the axes on his belt to the man. "Ophelia, wait here and get us both a drink." She stopped and approached to the keep to place the order. Hanen walked back into the recesses of the private rooms. He heard the click of coins on a gambling table and the hollering of someone still working off the night prior's drinks. He walked up to one of the nicer doors, and the only one near the back that was latched and wrapped on the frame. "Another drink," he called out. "Please," the man on the other side of the door said. Hanen fiddled with the handle, intentionally jostling it. "It appears you locked it from the inside," he said. He heard someone rise and walk toward the door and open it. A woman not much younger than Hanen peered out, a blanket pulled around her shoulders. "Someone is here looking for Sir Noel," Hanen said. A coin or two might keep prying eyes off you, Lady Narvan. The woman's eyes bulged, and she shut the door in Hanen's face. A few moments later, after the woman had stopped hissing orders at the man within, the door opened again, and Hanen found himself face to face with an older man with grease-slicked hair, tousled and awry. "Sentinel," Hanen said, reaching out and pulling the man out of the room. He pushed the man into the wall opposite the door. "You agreed to pay one of my colleagues some money, and you've failed to pay him for several days." "What are you doing?" the man squealed. "Don't you know who I am?" "Not someone who will easily get another contract with the Sentinels if you don't square up. If you haven't paid, then we don't owe you any silence. Maybe the lady's husband would like to know the cuckold you've made him into." A bow knoll suddenly bolted toward the front room. Hanen could see Ophelia leaning against the bar, a tankard raised to her lips. She stuck her foot out behind herself as the man ran forward. He tripped over her heel and took a flying sprawl across the floor. Hanen walked out and lifted the man up and against the bar. "Ophelia, would you mind going and seeing Lady Narvan at the back door?" Ophelia laughed and walked to the back room. "About the pay," Hanen said. "You now owe Osri Baka 20 lir, and I think a fee for the service my young friend is providing to your mistress is probably due." "Of course," Null said, sighing. They waited a few minutes until Ophelia had returned to the common room, nodding. Null led the two of them back to the room. Inside, the bed was disheveled, and the fire had run out of coals. He walked over to a pile of outer cloaks and reached in, swinging suddenly round on them with a sword in his hands. Hanen had expected him to do so, and already had both axes out in his hands. Ophelia quickly drew her club. "You could just pay," Hanen said. "After the insult you've given me?" "Yes," Hanen said. "You signed a contract." Someone entered the room behind them, and Abau's face melted into defeat. "What is taking so long?" Osri asked, his two clubs in his own hands. "Your contract here thinks perhaps he could fight the three of us rather than pay you what is owed," Hanen said. "That would be stupid," Osri laughed. "He hired me because he told me he was a terrible duelist." Abau dropped his sword to the ground in defeat. "How much do I owe you?" Ophelia left with Osri, who had offered to buy her a drink for her help. Hanen declined the offer and began the walk home. He passed through one of the back passages from Seratu Hill into Aratello, and came out not far from the Sentinel office. He turned toward the office to see if there was anything he might need to gather there, and whether he should speak to Eralt about how to run the office while he was away, but thought better of it. A letter would suffice, and Hanen could make sure no point was missed from the list. He turned towards home and felt a cold shiver run down his shoulder. The sun was high and warm, but the cold dread sat on his heart, and he looked around to see if something was amiss. There were plenty of people around, and none stood out. He shrugged and began to walk. "You're a difficult man to get alone, I'll grant you that." The voice came from just behind Hanen's shoulder. He spun and watched the smeary shadow of Thadar peel itself off of a recess of a shop, closed with a notice of infestation. Hanen kept his hands on his axes in his belt. "Don't bother with that," the man sneered. "I'm not here to rough you up." "Then why are you following me, Thadar?" Hanen said, keeping several strides between them. "I don't appreciate you trying to line me up with a job with Ergen. Not only is the man dead, I was one of the first to be hired by him for a chase. That's what landed me here in Edi." "It's still good money when he's lost the chase." "You wanted me out of the city," Thadar barked. "You'd have been halfway through Duran with the next caravan and without me by the time I returned. Are you trying to be difficult? Trying to get rid of me?" "You asked for work," Hanen said. "It was all I could think of to make sure you got paid." "You're going to that gala tonight?" "With a personal connection who expects Rallia and I to be his only guards." "Then you'll see to it that I join you. Introduce me to your job as the Vole Slayer."
"I'm not in a position to do that."
"I'm asking you nicely," Thadar said, "to hold to the understanding we've come to. We can do this easily, or we can do it at crossbow point."
Hanen stared at the man, an evil smirk playing across the other man's face. "Let's go to the office," Hanen said, "and see if anyone else is expected to be at the gala, and we can see if you can't take their place." Thadar nodded and followed Hanen as he turned toward the office and circled the hill to the back street. Within the office, Eralt was struggling to hoist a new barrel of ale up onto the stand. Hanen rushed forward to help him situate it into place, while Thadar watched them struggle. "Thank you," Eralt said. "No," Hanen said. "Thanks for replacing that without my asking. A captain friend of yours thought we ought to take the initiative ourselves and get it into place." "Listen," Hanen said, leaning in. "Do you know of any sentinels planning on going to the Barano Gala tonight?" "As guards?" Eralt asked. "Yes, besides Rallia and myself." "Why?"
Thadar's looking for work, and I'm obliged to check and see. Errol glanced over Hanen's shoulder to Thadar, who was eyeing the two of them suspiciously. I don't have anyone in my records going as a guard. But do you know of someone who is? Hanen asked. Errol gave him a look. Then he turned toward his desk. Let's look at my ledger, he said to Hanen, who followed him across the room. Errol turned back a page and began to run his finger over the lines, slowing to tap one of them as he passed by. As you can see, he said, preparing to turn the page, I don't have any. Hanen read the line Errol had pointed to quickly. Errol was going to be attending, hired by Lord Boragno himself to take stock of the number of attendees. I'm sorry I couldn't help you do that, Errol said. Hanen turned to Thadar. It appears no one else is attending. Thadar gave Hanen a look that could fell an arc. What are you going to do about it then? Thadar asked. Hanen looked at the ground and then back at the angry man across the room. I have an idea, Hanen said, but you're going to have to give me a moment. What do you mean? I mean, if you go wait for me outside, I have an idea, but I need time to think without you staring at me, so that you can sneak out the back. In the time you've been in Edi, employed by me as a captain, with time spent in this office, have you ever discovered a back door? Thadar pursed his lips, grunted, and walked out the door. Are you going to go out the trap door? Errol said. Because if you are, I'm going with you. I don't want to be here when Thadar finds out you slipped away. He's been following me all day long, it turns out. He's obviously desperate to get some work for whatever reason, and he's pressing me to be the one to give it to him. What are you going to do about it? Before we discuss that, I might as well tell you. I'm leaving town tonight after the gala. Rallia and I have an emergency job coming up. But you'll be back in time for the caravan? No, Hanen said. We're going to Byron, and then on to Mandor. Errol whistled. What do you want me to do in the meantime? Pay our rent here? You can have my apartment, if your own living situation isn't any better. And see that the caravans keep going. That's a tall order. What do I get in return? Besides a much better bed than the closet behind the Blue Canal. You can have half the office cut we take from each caravan, and the other half, keep that for you. There are some expenses that usually come from our cut, Hanen said. Spend what you need. Even improve the office here if you want. But, yes, keep the rest for us for when we return. If you disappear, others may rush to leave town too. They might even want their share of coin from the vault. It's a good thing there's a stash we keep in our apartment then, Hanen said. I was wondering why the books never quite lined up, Errol said. My office, my coin, Hanen said. Errol held his hands up. I'm not questioning you. I'm just saying I noticed. Your vault key will work in the box hidden under the floorboards in the back closet of the apartment. How much coin does Osri have in the vault here? Errol pulled out the ledger and flipped through it. Looks like he's got about 10 crowns. All right, he's journeying with us. I'll take those crowns from my own stash to take with us. You can replace those when you move into our place tomorrow. Thanks for trusting me with this, Errol said. You've done well, Hanen said, even if you've skimmed a bit for yourself at times. Errol blushed. I'll overlook that if you do me one more favor. What's that? One single night of discomfort. You want me to take Thadar with me as an assistant for the head count? Hanen nodded. He'll be useless. Once he's in, let him go free when he gets bored. He'll cause trouble, I don't doubt, but our hands are tied. What do you want me to pay him for it? Because it's not coming out of mine. Pay him 20 lire. And if he gets pushy, promise him you'll turn a blind eye whenever he drinks the beer here at the office. He already takes what he wants and never pays. It's the gesture that'll count. Chapter 16. Gala. Like a crown cast upon the shore, the jewels of each house dazzled in the sun, and jealous were their enemies, for only by sea could they trade with they who held sway. The Edian Hills, by Kallattian, historian of Varia. The gala was not the largest event the Clouws had seen, but it was well attended. The house hall, adorned in the blue and silver of House Boragno, overlooked the sea and all the other house hills to the east. The house sentries, similarly attired, stood everywhere, keeping a cautionary eye on the crowd. Darrow Aratello waved sentry after sentry away, holding in his hands his invitation rod and a document showing he had paid the fine for the Clouws to carry their weapons. He moved with a practiced sophistication in his finest house colors. The black, slashed doublet and green velvet cape caught torchlight with a shine that the dull, black cloaks Hanen and Rallia wore could not. Darrow never stopped talking, and Rallia, comfortable with their arrangement, listened attentively. What is your secret to winning? Darrow asked. Winning, Hanen replied. Edi-Foz. How do you win? We played a lot as children, Rallia replied. Our father was very good at it. He said he learned it from his grandfather. I thought it was a newer game, Garrou commented. New in a relative sense. I think they started playing the newest iteration of it during the Protectorate Wars. There are many ways to play and win, Hanen circled back to Garrou's question. It's a matter of learning what type of game an opponent is playing, and then beat them at it. I'm good at 2 major tactics, Rallia said. Yes, but you're better at feign and boiling than I am, Hanen replied. That may be true, but you're good at all 15. She leaned toward Garrou. That's why I won't play Hanen one-on-one anymore. Garrou laughed. I ought to set you up to play against some of the better players in town, and see if we can't make a tub full of coin for the 3 of us. They neared the entrance to the ballroom. The Cavil, Imbris Feronia, had sauntered ahead and waited for them there. This time the layers of silks he wore were different shades of purple. He had his staff with him, and held a rod of invitation in his hand, provided by Hanen earlier that afternoon. Master Clouw, Imbris said, I can't thank you enough for finding a way for me to attend. It was no trouble, Hanen said. Imbris, please let me introduce you to Garrou Eratello. Garrou bowed, and Imbris mirrored him. And who is this? Imbris said, turning to Rallia. My sister, Rallia Clouw. Ah, sister, you say? Same father, different mothers, Hanen said. That would explain the dissimilarities. Imbris bowed to Rallia. Lekai idis. Rallia respectfully bowed back. Kithilos Waran. Imbris smiled and then looked around. It would seem my money was well spent. Perhaps, Hanen said. I cannot imagine how attending a gala would warrant your paying me such a king's ransom. Ah, yes. Perhaps I did pay you too much, I'll admit. I was having trouble finding a moneylender in town who could exchange the piece. I forgot just how much they were worth in the lands of men. The ballroom was larger than the Temple of Aben, located at the foot of Rigole Hill. Off each side ran 2 additional ballrooms, and another room ran off the head toward the sea to the south. The marble pillars that held the roof aloft were a smooth gray with blue veining. The ceiling was painted like the night sky, and the constellations painted in a soft silver paint. Thank you again, Master Clouw, Imbris said. I shall take my leave of you and mingle with the people here. You're welcome, Hanen said. I hope you find what you're looking for. Imbris excused himself and began moving through the crowd. He played to an audience of ladies who quickly made a gaggle around him. Hanen noted that Imbris was an odd one. Where most Cavil preferred their own kind, staying with their Giddith and looking down on other people's, Imbris ate up the attention, as though he had never talked to another being. Soon, Hanen saw him doling out pinches of some spice, and the ladies, tasting it, made ghastly faces and laughed at one another. Garrou chatted with Rallia when no one else was nearby to converse with, while Rallia was ever the consummate guard. Her own money had been well spent on private trainers, learning to fight, duel, and move. Hanen felt inadequate next to her. Hanen was serviceable with a weapon, but he wasn't as capable as his little sister. His own strength lay in his ability to see the bigger picture and account for the costs. Perhaps that was why Hanen was the better Edi-Foz player, whereas Rallia was just the better soldier. 2 figures in black cloaks walked by, and Hanen turned away, noticing Thadar before the man. His eyes, glazed with boredom, could notice him. He followed Eralt, who walked with a ledger in his hand, making tally marks with a piece of charcoal. A retinue of sentries stood in the center of the party, acting as a cordon. They were not wearing the silver and blue of Boragno, but the red of House Seratu. Garrou Eratello indicated Hanen and Rallia follow. Hanen placed his hands on the 2 hand axes on his belt, under his cloak. Rallia walked with her staff openly in her hand. Perhaps it was Rallia's feigning technique from Edi-Foz coming through. They came to the edge of the circle, and Hanen and Rallia approached the sentry. The guard did not look them in the eyes, though Hanen noticed his knuckles whiten on his spear. Garrou pushed through the Clouws. I am Garrou Eratello. May I pass through? The sentry adjusted his eyes to look at the lordling and stepped aside. The Clouws entered behind Garrou. Within the circle of sentries, 3 men sat on comfortable chairs around a portable brazier. They sat chatting as though they were in a private study, with no party going on around them outside the square of guards. One man wore the silver and blue of House Boragno. Given his age, Hanen assumed he was the host, Edel Boragno. He was a large, heavy man with dark skin and thinning white hair. He sat with a plate of meat and cheese beside him, off of which his right-hand man fed him bites. Boragno's lips were wet, wide, and bore a bluish tint. Hanen disliked him immediately. The second man wore the black and green of House Eratello, Garrou's father, Turgon Eratello. His skin went well past being dark to purely black, as many Edian or Sidioratans. He had the sides of his head shaven like Rallia, but the hair on top that grew down the back of his neck was long and very thick, leaving him looking like some black war Sleipnir. Darrow went to stand next to him. His father looked up for a moment and then back to the others. He leaned forward with intensity as he gripped a goblet made of bone, which was filled with blood-red wine. The last man wore the same colors as his sentries, in a red cloak, with plain, undyed clothes underneath. Hanen recognized him as Gel Seratu. He was young, no older than Rallia, with long blonde hair. He may have been an Edian, but he looked more like he had pure Oronzi blood, being paler even than Darrow. Hanen recalled when Gel's father, Lord Pruim Seratu the Good, died a week after the Clouws had arrived in Edi. While Pruim was known for his good nature, his son, thrust into power 5 years ago, was known to all as paranoid and overtly particular. The show of force with the sentries fit into his character. Behind him stood the black sentinel whom Hanen recognized immediately, Cern Vituris. Cern stepped forward to stand next to the seat of Lord Seratu. He knelt down and said something. Seratu nodded and took the bottle Cern pulled out of the folds of his cloak. He stood, holding the bottle up for the others to see. "A gentleman. It seems that my black sentinel bodyguard here has come across a rather rare vintage that I was hoping I could share with you, Borano, Artello." He turned and looked at Darrow. "It's Darrow, right? A glass for you as well."
"What is it?" Edel Borano asked.
"An Abyssinian fuchsia from 2212. It was my late father's favorite vintage and year. How my bodyguard came upon it, I cannot guess. But I'm sure I'll feel it when the bill comes." He turned and faked a chuckle back at Cern. "I think there is no better gathering of powerful men in Edi to share in this fine bottle." A steward appeared with 4 crystal glasses and set them down. He proceeded to pull the cork and run through the ceremony of checking the bottle and pouring out the contents into the goblets. The steward took a mouthful and tasted the wine before spitting out most of it onto the ground. The color was indeed true fuchsia. Hanen had once watched his late master, the cheesemonger and gem smuggler, Tabin Verith, sit with a client and spend the evening contemplating the riches found in the glass. It had been a different vintage, but cost the client 10 gold royals. Hanen had meant to steal the bottle from the alley after it was tossed out to taste the wine, but had slept in too late the following morning.
"The word is that Temblin is starting to writhe," Lord Borano said. "If that Drakus of a country sheds its skin, it'll come out fighting something nasty."
"And it is good then that Hraldor stands between us and them," Lord Seratu said. "I best let them fight their vendetta and be done with it." "And if a Temblin wins?" Darrow spoke up.
"Shut your mouth, son," Lord Aratello said. "Let the adults do the talking."
"I come now, Turgon," Lord Seratu said. "He'll be sitting in that chair some day, and he's several years my elder."
"Then I'll just turn back when I get to Nosatan and take care of things myself. This boy can't stop bleeding my coffers dry from his gambling and whoring around the city." "He had enough spine to come and stand next to you, even though he knew you'd say something like this," Lord Borano said. "That counts for something. I wish I was still young and fit enough to whore around."
Seratu laughed at the corpulent lord next to him. "What do you have to say, Lord Aratello? You know you'll get a beating from your father later, so you might as well play your whole hand." Darrow stood there in shock. "What about? My life choices, or Temblin?"
Borano laughed. "I'm happy to lend an ear. Defend yourself, and let's hear what you think of Temblin."
Lord Aratello sat back, fuming but silent. I don't wish to lose money, but it has a way of spending itself." "Don't we all know it?" Lord Seratu said. "And I don't whore around." Darrow looked at his feet. "I can attest to that," Rallia said, speaking up. "And who are you?" Lord Seratu said. "Rallia Clouw, Black Sentinel. I've had the honor of guarding Lord Darrow many times, and it's never to go chasing after any skirts. Those are probably lies spread by the poor company he chooses. They're the ones who usually chase skirts, and they aren't that good at it either. There you go, Lord Aratello. It seems your judgments passed on your son are unfounded." Aratello crossed his arms. "All right, Darrow, what do you think of the Tembi?" "I think we ought to give them a voice. I've met them a few times. They aren't bad, just pushed down by everyone else."
"What, good boy, would you offer them? And what in return would they offer us?"
Borano was delicately picking up the crumbs of various cheeses off a plate, while his steward left off to find him more food. "We won't know unless we ask," Darrow offered. "It could be that we've been putting words in their mouths. The worst that could happen is they don't want our help, but at least they won't consider us the enemy."
"No,
his father said. The worst that can happen is everyone else assumes that we're in league with them. When it turns out those foolish Tembi are just looking for a reason to go to war, everyone turns on us, too. Namely Tashar, right across the bloody sea. The boy has a point, Branyo said. We could send a single house to meet with them. One of the less political ones. Kallattian, perhaps. It won't look like Edi as a whole was looking to ally with them, just an Edian house looking to advantage themselves.
Lord Aratello grumbled something, but nodded. Hanen saw a movement out of the corner of his eye and glanced over. Cern was pulling his crossbow out of his cloak and pointing it straight at Lord Aratello. Hanen opened his mouth to raise his voice, but Rallia beat him to it and hollered out as the crossbow let loose its bolt. It sailed over all their shoulders, just missing Aratello's head, and sailing past them into the chest of one of Seratu's sentries. The guard had drawn his sword and had moved toward the back of the Aratellos before Cern had responded. He doubled over and hit the ground as several others turned and advanced toward the inner circle. Seratu's steward, holding the empty bottle of wine in his hand, turned it over and swung it violently into the head of Baranyo's steward as he approached with a new plate of meat, knocking him senseless.
What in Nosatan?
Fat Lord shouted. The Seratu steward rushed toward Baranyo, drawing a knife. Rallia shoved Darrow to the ground, and Hanen stood over the young man as Rallia flew over the table toward the attacker. Her staff shot out and met the man in the jaw. Cern had dropped to his knees with the crossbow over his head. Seratu stood up and looked at Cern and then turned. "Stand down, sentries," he shouted. Most of them immediately stood at attention, their spears hitting the ground. 3 of them did not pay heed. They advanced toward Baranyo, too large to get himself out of his chair, and Lord Aratello, dueling sword now in his hand.
"In whose name?"
Lord Aratello demanded. Those behind the 3 advancing assassins hesitantly raised their spears, having trouble deciding if these sentries were traitors or following house orders. Cern and the sentries nearest him were dragging Lord Seratu away to safety. Hanen had both axes in his hands and stood defiantly over the quavering Darrow on the ground. It was Lord Baranyo who acted first. The plate of food next to him suddenly flew into the face of one assassin. Rallia took the advantage and charged the man, swinging her staff overhead, taking the attacker across the side of his helmet, knocking it off his head and sending a spray of blood and broken teeth across the floor. Rallia swung the staff repeatedly over her head in wide, sweeping arcs toward the second. The assassin stood his ground. Rallia threw the staff at the man and rushed him blindly as she pulled a dagger. They both went down in a tangle of arms. Rallia rolled over the other and sprang up, her hands now empty. The third assassin was coming far too close to Lord Aratello. Rallia turned and quickly drew both axes. Hanen watched Rallia throw a dirty look at the sentries, standing idly nearby, and then advanced. She was a second too late. The assassin charged towards Lord Turgon Aratello. The black stallion of a man lowered his sword and raised his chin defiantly. The spear thrust met Aratello directly in the heart, but the sound from the spearhead was the scratch of metal on metal. Aratello smiled as he twisted, the spear tearing open his suit and scratching off to his left. The man staggered forward. Aratello struck the back of the man's head with the pommel of his sword, and he went down hard. Rallia was still advancing from behind and dove on top of the man. She dropped both axes, pulled out a cord, and quickly tied the would-be assassin's hands behind him. Everyone stood in shock as Rallia finished her brutal work and spun the man into a sitting position. She sat behind him, one of her blades held to the man's throat. Aratello walked over to crouch before the man.
"Who sent you?"
He gave the man a slap across the face.
"I said who sent you? Another house?"
Aratello looked over at Baranyo, who was now drinking deeply from another goblet of wine and taking gasping breaths.
"Do we share any common enemies?"
Aratello asked the fat man. Baranyo shook his head.
"No more than usual. I made peace with House Avadoy 6 months ago."
He turned back to the man, sniffed, and then asked Rallia for the razor and slashed the man's uniform open. Underneath he had a tattoo across his chest. It was a feather and a castle tower that almost looked like a gauntlet. A burn the shape of a coin sat in the palm of the gauntlet.
"The Castanard sent you? Are you Sitiraten?"
He looked up. Baranyo's own guards had arrived.
"Idal, perhaps you should interrogate him. I'd likely just stirring him up."
Aratello walked over to his seat and sat down. He glared over at Lord Seratu.
"All evidence says you had nothing to do with this."
Seratu was shaking his head violently, shock across his face.
"If I ever find you did, then consider us enemies. For now, let us consider each other allies. If you are innocent of this, you had better see to it that you pick better house sentries, or you're going to wind up dead."
Seratu looked up at Cern.
You'll reconsider and stay here as a guard?" Cern looked at him. No, I'm afraid the errand I have to go on is more important. If you'd like, I'll give you my opinion of which of your sentries can be trusted. Darrow was standing once more by his father, who sat brooding over his cup of wine as he watched Boragno's servants rush to clean up the mess. Boragno gave a few short orders but largely ignored them. He tried not to show how much he wished the party to return to normal. "Shall I see you home?" Rallia said to Darrow. "No," Lord Aratello said. "I need to have words with my son." Darrow flinched. "Why wait until then?" the man suddenly scoffed. "I'm sending you away to serve in the Edian Fleet Guard. If we have assassins coming after us, and war growing to our east, then I need you to grow up and be a man. Take Serretu's seat." Darrow did as he was told and sat down, taking a goblet from a passing servant. Then Lord Aratello stood and walked up to Rallia, motioning for Hanen to approach. "It would seem I owe you both my gratitude. You both acted quickly to keep my son safe." He turned and squared himself off with Rallia and clapped both of her shoulders. "You, young lady, were something to watch. If you'd consider becoming one of my own personal bodyguards, I'd pay you handsomely." Rallia blushed and then glanced at Hanen. "I belong on my brother's side, but I will consider it." Aratello motioned for his steward, who had just arrived at the scene. "Do you have a coin purse on you?" The steward nodded. "Show me." The steward lifted it, and Aratello looked within, nodding. He took it and handed it to Rallia. "Consider it a meager gift. And please consider my offer of employment a standing one." Rallia took the purse and bowed. Boragno's guards were cleaning up the mess and bodies from around their lord, who continued to eat despite, or perhaps because of, the excitement. Hanen and Rallia turned to leave. Imbris stood nearby, watching the scene quizzically. He shrugged and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 17. Borderline Justice. Stood he now and took a step, approached he then his gate. Friends and family called his name, for fun way they did hate, and bid him for to wait. The Traveller. "I saw Cern raise his crossbow and I knew something was wrong," Rallia said excitedly. "I thought at first he was going to attack Lord Aratello, but then I saw the steward move. I didn't even think to look at the sentries behind me." "Who do you think sent them, though?" Hanen asked. "They were after Lords Aratello and Boragno, so I'd wager it was someone looking to keep them out of the conflict with Temblin. Except Boragno owns most of the fleet and would prefer not to meddle in foreign affairs, although he does have a huge pull with the rest of the houses." "What do you mean?" Rallia asked. "If Turgot Aratello decided to go to war, he'd need the backing of most of the other Edian houses. Boragno has that pull. So if it was Castanard, like Lord Aratello suspected, then Castanard wants Edi to keep out of the conflict and let it run itself out." Or, a voice from the shadow of an alley said, melting into the street to reveal Cern, and, shortly after, Ophidia. Or it was another country trying to dissuade Edi from joining a conflict. "What makes you say that?" Hanen asked. "Edi is perfectly situated. If they stay out of the political mess, they can continue to do what they've always done. Trade. But if Edi marches west toward their longtime enemies in Castanard, that would be a good time for Temblin to fight their way through Hraldor, take Edi while their army is away, and secure 2 major western ports. If they were to go to war, supporting their ally Hraldor, and fight against Temblin, then the city-state of Tashar would quickly move in. If Edi is to thrive, they would do best to stay where they are." "But will they?" Rallia asked. "I suppose we'll have to wait and see," Cern said. "Regardless, we won't be here when it happens. We'll be halfway to winter by then. Speaking of which, who did you find to travel with us?" They approached the Blue Canal Tavern, where the others were already waiting. Osri Bacha sat at a table with Unia Halla and her companion, the short and tenacious-looking Chos Telmar. All 3 were reliable, and though a bit into their drink, they were ready to go. Arin sat at another table, watching a barmaid move through the tables when his eye fell on the Clouws as they moved toward the other 3. He stood and approached. "What is with the travel bags so late in the evening?" Arin asked, eyeing the rucksacks leaning against the legs of Osri, Unia, and Chos. "I've been looking for you all day," Rallia replied. "We're making an unexpected trip to Byron." "This late at night?" Arin asked. "We've got a long way to go," Hanen said, "and we want to do it in a short time. Are you interested?" "What's the pay?" "If you can keep up and we make Sul by nightfall tomorrow," Hanen said, lowering his voice, "I'll pay you each a gold crown. When we make it to Byron, I've got another 10 gold crowns to split between whoever doesn't give up." "Hanen," Rallia said, pulling on his arm, "that's a lot of money." "Remember what I have in my boot?" Hanen whispered. "We can afford it." And while I don't know Choss as well as the others, you need to trust him. These are the sentinels we need with us."
"And who is this?" the usually quiet Choss Telmar asked, motioning to Cern.
"Cern Vaturis," Cern said with a curt bow. "And this is Ophidia Dalice. She is hoping to earn her cloak soon."
"You seem familiar to me," Choss said. "Perhaps we've run into one another in Haven."
"It is possible," Cern said. "I'm a sentinel after all." Everyone gave a courteous chuckle. "Is this everybody?" Cern asked.
"It is," Hanen said.
"Let's go before Thadar and his sycophants show up for some late-night drinking," Rallia said to Hanen.
"I didn't see him as we left the Branyo estate," Hanen said. "And I don't see Eralt around either, and he's often here around this time."
The streets were relatively quiet, and the guards at the gate didn't really care that a group of sentinels were leaving. They half-muttered something about going to join the others, and cracked the door open wide enough to let them all pass through. They spent the 5 miles walking to the border of Duran, adjusting their packs and walking at an easy pace. Rallia found a few good apples that had fallen off the orchard trees that would be picked clean come morning, and stuffed them into her side pack. Osri and Arin followed suit, chatting about some lute-playing girl they both knew in Amston Houghton, and whether they'd both run into her on their way through there. There were signs that the orchard owners had shifted their focus to the civic duty of repairing the roads from high summer travel. Piles of cobblestone could be seen here and there. Edi City not only required the work be done before winter, but took pride in the work. By the bright moonlight of Ume, Hanen thought he saw figures in long cloaks and tapered tops shadowing their movements and pace in the orchard. He thought at first it was their own shadows bouncing off some wall or mist he couldn't quite make out.
"Hanen," Rallia said. "I saw them," Hanen said. "Cern, why are fellow sentinels following us to the border?"
Figures came out of the orchard trees and came onto the middle of the road.
"Leaving town, Clouw," the gravelly voice of Thadar Salas said from under one of the hoods. "Your now very black and blue friend from the office let the core out of the sack."
"Before or after you beat him?"
Thadar laughed. "Does it really matter? He understands where he sits with me now, and he'll be a good little infald and make sure I get my pay when I ask for it. Might be time you came to the same understanding. Now come back to town and make us all some money, boy."
"I'm not going anywhere," Hanen said. "Certainly not with you."
"You owe me," he announced loudly to those nearby. "So what makes you think you can leave town with some of the best sentinels to be found in Edi? Well, perhaps not the best. After all, you didn't invite me, and I'm the Vul Slayer."
The men, standing with Thadar, offered up a forced laugh. He pulled back his hood and eyed each of them. His eyes fell on Cern before he turned to ogle Ophidia.
"Who's this? New blood?"
Ophidia clenched the club in her hand.
"You're that girl that flirted with me in the market this morning," he said with a smirk.
"She's with me," Cern said, stepping out in front of her. "Who are you? We haven't met."
"Captain Thadar Salas. What's your rank, Sentinel?"
"That's not your concern," Cern said. "I'd like to hear more about this work that Hanen owes you. I can't think of how a sentinel would owe another one work. We each find and fulfill our own contracts."
"It's nothing," Thadar said dismissively. "I save these Clouws' lives, and all I ask is they throw a few bones my way."
"The caravan detail isn't enough?"
"Those Clouws get asked by some of the choicest lords in town to do bodyguard work in their downtime. Doesn't sit fair that they get those jobs when the rest of us are doing the actual work on the caravan."
"The guard jobs we take on," Hanen said, "see to it that the clientele will join us on the caravan one day." "And they rarely come to us," Rallia said. "We have to go looking for that work."
"Doesn't help me, though. Doesn't help the boys here," he indicated to the sentinels next to him. "We heard you were packing up your home and leaving. Took some work to catch up with you."
He took out his crossbow and hefted it levelly at Hanen.
"This'll be the last time I repeat myself. You're going to march back to town and keep business going. And see to it me and the boys here get more work coming our way."
"They're doing something more important for me," Cern said.
"Listen," Thadar said. "I don't know who you are, but I'm the captain in the office."
Thadar suddenly roared and held his right shoulder where a crossbow bolt had sprouted. Cern's cloak was now open, and the crossbow in his hand disappeared back into the black folds as fast as it appeared.
"What in bloody Nosatan was that for?" Thadar screamed.
"You overstretched your authority," Cern said.
"So did you. You can't take law into your own hands," Thadar screamed. "The sentinels don't have jurisdiction to carry out justice in Edi. I'm going to have your head."
He screamed in rage and ran forward, his own crossbow coming up again. Cern spun his cloak around wildly, Thadar's own shot pierced the cloak, but not Cern. Cern charged forward, brought his boot up, and met Thadar's chest with his heel. Thadar flew back, stumbling several yards. The sudden brutal attack by Cern caused the other sentinels around Thadar to dive out of the way. Rallia rushed forward with her staff, cracking one in the head and tripping another. Unia and Chas struck at the next one together, and they had him on the ground, held at the ends of their axes. Osri ran at the fourth, the smaller Ophidia next to him. He tackled the opposing sentinel and straddled him, boxing his ears as he cried out for mercy. Aran had both axes out and flailed wildly until his opponent dropped his own weapons and fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Thadar tried to rise, but Cern pressed him back in a scramble. 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet. Thadar's hands shone with blood from scraping across the dirt as he retreated. He was gasping for breath. "You're mad! You can't just attack a man!" "You mean like you tried to extort your eglair, Hanen? Like how you beat Erlt?" Cern stopped, put his boot down into his crossbow, and cranked back. He lifted it, knocking a new bolt. Thadar was rising to his feet. "What? You gonna kill me in cold blood? The Edi and House Guard will have a heyday. They'll chase you into Duran. They'll dissolve the Sentinel Charter and Edi." "For killing one sentinel?" Cern asked. "Yes. They know to watch if I don't return. We have an understanding." "Well, it won't matter, since they'll find your body in Duran." "Kill me and drag my body across the border?" "I won't need to drag it. You did that for me already." Thadar looked around, and he saw he had moved past the short wall marking the border. "Sentinels have full jurisdiction in Duran to kill brigands," Cern said. He fired his crossbolt into Thadar's chest. Thadar fell to the ground. He didn't say another word. "I don't appreciate being slowed down," Cern said. "And even more so, I hate being betrayed by my own people." He looked at the other sentinels being held at the end of weapons. "Should I take care of you too?" he asked. They all began to beg for their lives. Cern turned and began walking down the road again. Hanen put his axes back into his belt and joined him. Rallia soon followed, then the others. Hanen could just make out the sniffs and scrapes of the other sentinels rising and heading back toward Edi, leaving Thadar lying dead in the road.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 18, Mountain Pass. A hammer rings on wood, on stone, on anvil, and on bell. A nail is driven true, and the crack is broadened. The blemish is beaten flat, and the toll announces the prayers. Greater than all of these is the hammer that strikes a note upon a string, for music resounds into the hearts of even the most deranged. From Incus Gruzoni, part of the third book of the Quatrodox. The entourage came to the stretch of the high pass that looked back over Nihn. Jined could easily make out Nihn, Nihmann's capital, thousands of feet below and 20 miles behind them. The high yellow walls that enclosed it did not look so tall in the air. The white chalk road that ribboned to the mountain was as clear as the yellow dust road that led back toward the hills down into Cetra to the east. 2 paladins walked past Jined and then broke off their own conversation as they stopped to take in the view. The matriarch superioress and her 10 chrysalis had rejoined the entourage at Nihn, along with the newest addition to her attendants, the dark-skinned Sidiaratan Asenath Clois. Asenath wore the armor of a paladin guard, though she did not ride with the other guards. The Pater Secundus had explained that she was a botanist of some renown and a guest of honor. The chrysalis sisters seemed to hang on her every word. The other woman, who walked alongside the botanist, was the physician to both the matriarch and her husband, the prima pater. Katiam Barrow was shorter and curvier. If seen in her robes at Parian Tour, one might think her simply round, but here on the road, in full paladin regalia, this was decidedly not the case. She reminded Jined of the baker's daughter that brought the morning rolls to his father's castle each morning when he was a young boy. Jined patted his heavily breathing Sleipnir on the neck. All but the Sleipnirs that pulled the wagons were being walked. The steep climb had lasted all day, and Jined looked forward to the checkpoint, a cave with running water, and stockpiled with supplies by Konig Burmak Gelblight. "You can almost make out the college," Asenath was saying, pointing to the west. "Do you miss it already?" Katiam asked. "No, the world is my school. I have much to learn away from that environment. In fact, I'm hoping we have arrived at the right time in the mountains." "Why is that?" "We shall see. Keep an eye out for gray-purple halunga flowers. If you don't know what they look like, look in my book." Katiam nodded, and the two continued on. "What are you thinking about?" Killian Glass asked, coming up alongside Jined. "The view. It's breathtaking." Killian smiled. "Has it been good to see your sister again?" Jined asked. Astrid Glass, a member of the Paladin Guard, was a small woman with shoulder-length wavy blonde hair. She smiled as often as Killian did. Of course, I've been missing her every day. Killian smiled again. Jined laughed. What's so funny? I'm sorry, Jined said. I was suddenly picturing you with Astrid's hair. I can't imagine you with longer blonde hair before you were a paladin. Killian rolled his eyebrows. Then he smiled and started laughing, too. I did have hair like hers. I thought very highly of it. Jined started laughing harder. We were raised in the shadow of Periantur. Our parents were glaziers, hence the name. One day my hair crisped in the glow of our fires. I was so mad when my mother told me I'd have to cut my hair that I threatened to just shave it off and become a paladin. She took that for permission, and within a month I was taking the first vows. Apparently, they had been hoping I would join. They never had the heart to tell me what an awful glazier I was. Jined was howling with laughter. Dane walked by with his mount in tow. He glanced at the two of them and scoffed. They arrived at the small man-made cave and packed in. There was a sheltered paddock for the animals on the outside. When Jined awoke, the fire had gone out, leaving the cave cold and dark. Nicole stood over the old standard-bearer, Valère Queton, who worked to ignite a fire. "Let me try from this side, brother," he offered. Valère nodded, handing him the flint and knife. "How far is it to the bastion?" Jined asked. "We're expected to reach the top of this pass in 2 days," Nicole said. "There is an alpine lake there. That marks the change from Nihn to Bortali. Then it's a day down to the gilded bastion." "I remember that bastion," Jined replied. "I was in awe when I passed through there on the way to Periantur as a young man." "It is known wide and far," Nicole replied. "Even as far as Zonte," Valère said. "The gilded stone, as we call it, is spoken of in awe." Both paladins looked at the usually very quiet Valère, who returned to his meager flame, feeding it more kindling. "Will they be able to house us all?" Jined asked. "I recall only 2 paladins being stationed there when I traveled through." "The bastion benefits from a very wealthy village nearby, given the gold mines in the area. I think we'll be able to find accommodations for all of us." The road into the mountains was well maintained, but at times very steep. They passed herds of wild capricorn that climbed sheer cliffs and bleated mockery at the entourage as it passed. The silent twins, Loic and Cavian, both excellent hunters, failed to bring any of them back. At one point, one of the guards swore he saw a rock manticore stalking through a boulder field. The entire entourage stopped to catch a glimpse, but it turned out only to be a long hour's rest. By the middle of the second day, everyone trudged on stoically. They were all glad to have made the final push to the top of the pass by the end of the 3rd night out from Nihn. Jined's heart had become a hammer in his chest that did not stop its pounding rhythm whether he moved or stood still. The thin, cold air burned his lungs from the inside, but it was fresh and clean. They reached the summit just before sunset. There were no trees at that height, and the alpine lake reflected the sky perfectly. The sun was heading toward its bed, and the sky was a splash of colors. To the north ran the long and now easy road that would take them out of Nihn and down into Bortali. A dark shadow of forest spilled across the lower lands, growing darker in the shadow of the mountains they now stood amidst. The sun dropped behind the mountain line, plunging them into darkness. Jined turned, approached the fire, and took a bowl of porridge from a provisioner. Cold fell upon them as fast as the darkness, and everyone scrambled to set up their bedrolls close to one another near the fire. The paladins were offered the carriages to sleep in, while the paladins, even those of rank, stayed under the elements, looking up at stars that were clearer here than anywhere else. Jined woke early the next morning from a cold and restless night's sleep. Packing up his bedroll quickly, he walked down to the alpine lake to take a drink. It was frigidly cold, but the cleanest, purest water he had ever tasted. He splashed his face, regretted it, and turned back to begin warming his Sleipnir's 6 legs. The animals practically pranced down the hill. The 3 days of hard work it took to climb to the summit seemed to flee from Jined's memory, each breath coming easier than the last. Soon they came over a small crest, and knew that they were only a few short hours from rest at the gilded bastion. Jined rode alongside the entourage as an outrider along with Loic and Cavian. Looking out across a field, he saw purple-gray flowers dotting the space. As though his eyes deceived him, the color seemed to pulse and grow, as though every moment revealed more of the color than before. The front of the entourage had reached them as they stood there. The botanist, Asenath Clois, passed by. "Sister," Jined said, "are those the flowers you were mentioning?" Asenath looked out over the field. "Yes, thank you, brother." She turned to the captain of the paladins. "We must call for a stop and gather these flowers." "The Pater Secundus has said we're not but a few hours from the bastion," the captain said.
Can't we come back and collect these once we're there?
No, they only bloom for 1 day. It is great luck that we came upon this meadow.
What purpose do they serve?
They are very important when performing surgeries. Hulungur flower teas and incense influence a patient to allow any procedure to continue without complaint.
The captain pursed her lips.
1 pound of the flowers is worth as much in gold.
This seemed to convince the paladin, who nodded.
I will tell the Matriarch Superioris. You can organize the sisters to begin collecting the flowers with you.
Soon the paladins were working their way across the field in a line, gloves off, collecting flowers one by one. The entourage stopped to watch. After several long minutes, the Primopator stepped down from his carriage, offering a hand to his wife, who came out to stand next to him. Jined watched him lean over to the Pater Secundus Galahad Pier. The other man nodded. At his command, the scribes came down from their carriage and were rolling up their sleeves to help. Then the provisioners took that as a challenge and took another nearby portion of the field. Other higher-ranking paladins soon joined, until all but the guards, the Primopator, and his wife stood watching. After the long hour, they had barely made it 20 feet into the field.
How long would you say we have, Sister Chlois? The matriarch asked.
How long? Asenath asked.
You mean until we can't gather any more? The buds begin to close and recede as the sun begins to set.
I'd give that 5 hours, Nicole said from the top of his Sleipnir nearby.
Then, the Primopator said, I will continue on with the matriarch to the bastion. Nicole, see that a few more hands help out from among your guards. If the gathering of this flower is so important, we'd best do what we can with the time given us.
Nicole nodded. Brazstein, Merrick, and Keton, continue on with the Primopator. Pater Secundus Pier, along with the Primopator and his wife, re-entered the carriage, while the Primopator's seneschal, Yorgar Nopona, took the driver's seat and urged the Sleipnirs forward. Jined looked back once at the 30 individuals gathering up the flowers. He saw a figure move in the woods beyond the field. Pulling his mount up short, he looked again, but saw nothing. He turned back to follow the carriage.
What are you balking at, Brazstein? Dane asked. I hope you're not looking at those paladins. Why they needed to join us in the first place is beyond me. It is better at Periantor, where they keep to their own side of the monastery.
Have you ever considered complete isolation?
Jined asked.
What is that supposed to mean?
Dane replied.
You're insufferable, you know that? And a burr in everyone's boot.
Be silent,
Dane whispered harshly.
No, I'm not done.
No.
Dane looked directly into Jined's eyes. The look of disdain was gone, replaced by an urgent sincerity.
I need you to shut your mouth. Listen.
He pulled his own mount to a halt, and Jined followed. There was a low sound that rose to a howl, followed by shouting, then screaming.
What in Nosatan was that?
Jined asked. The carriage came to a halt. The Primopator stuck his head out.
Vul, he shouted. Go!
Jined and Dane wheeled their mounts around. Jined hesitated.
We need to protect you.
We're not that far behind you, the Primopator shouted. Go!
Jined kicked his mount into a gallop, and they rushed back down the road. As they came back into sight of the field, large figures retreated into the woods. The paladins and paladames were grouping up against the wagons. Sleipnir, that had been grazing freely, were now rushing around in a blind panic. Nicole was the only paladin still mounted. He had chased the attackers into the woods and was circling back.
Form up! Form up!
He shouted. Captain Sigri Smith had called her own Sleipnir to her and mounted. The other paladin guards were scrambling to find their own. 2 of the sisters were crouched on the ground over the still figure of another. The form of a dead Vul lay not far from there. Jined and Dane rode hard towards Nicole, who sat atop his destrier on the edge of the road. Paladins formed a rank to their right, while a couple of paladames on Sleipnir back formed the left. Scribes and administrators huddled behind the carts, though even they brandished their hammers.
Brazstein, what are you doing here? Nicole shouted. Where's the Primopator?
Turning around to come back. He demanded we join you.
Nicole grunted and turned back toward the woods.
A Vul came out of the woods and assaulted the now fallen sister. I was able to run off the 5 Vul that came after the first, but it seems they are already forming backup. Sister Barreau, Nicole shouted. How does she fare?
Katiam looked up at him, her face streaked with hot tears, the dead paladame's head in her lap. The paladames screamed in rage. Their own howl was drowned out by one that rose from the wood, raising the hackles on Jined's neck. A second voice joined the first, then a third, until the woods were filled with a cacophony of nasty howls.
How many do you see? Nicole asked the sharp-eyed Dane.
Dane scowled toward the tree.
He shook his head. He held up a hand and showed all 5 fingers, then closed his fist and showed 5 again. Then again. Damn, Nicole said. The howl wavered and quit. Another set of howls came from much farther away. The vul at the edge of the woods began to chatter and snarl in response. The first figure stepped out. It was covered in a thick, black fur. The lower legs were short and dog-legged, clothed in trousers. Its torso contained a bulk that outweighed an average man. Long, massive arms hung almost to its knees. In each hand it held a finely crafted axe. The shoulders stood as tall as a man. It lifted its head above its shoulder to howl at the sky. A short, slavering mouth gaped. Beady, black eyes and short ears from the side of its head cocked towards its enemy. It was the first vul that Jined had ever seen in the flesh. If the Tiakai were something to fear for their angular severity and horns, the vul was something to fear for its sheer massive power and brutality. It lowered its head, teeth now grinning toward the collected men and women before it. Other vul burst out of the forest, loping toward them on all 4s. The paladin flank charged forward, the captain and her 2 mounted paladin guards forming a vanguard. "Captain Smith," Nicole shouted, "hold!" He growled when she did not heed him, and then gave his own signal. He kicked his mount forward. Jined and Dane matched him, while the twins, Killian, and one of the new guards from St. Hamul followed on foot. On the right flank, 3 mounted paladins moved at a march, but did not yet commit to a charge. The black vul who led the charge snarled something in its crude tongue, and the group of vul veered towards the paladins.
"No!"
Nicole shouted. He reacted, and the center of their line joined him, moving to counter the vul's attack on the women. Jined glanced behind him to see the right flank continuing to pick up speed across the field, hoping to gain a flank or rear. The black vul charged at Captain Sigri Smith, leaping up over her Sleipnir and taking her to the ground. Jined watched the paladin disappear, and then the vul came up, holding its side. Sigri staggered to her feet, holding a bloody dagger in her hand. The paladin Asenath was behind the vul, and struck it from behind with her rose-shaped mace. The vul turned to see what could have thought to hurt it, providing the opening Captain Smith needed. The tall paladin surged forward, swinging her own mace with both hands. It took the vul across the jaw, its head spinning with a snap. Sigrid kicked it over with a boot, and turned back to the others not far behind the first. The other 2 mounted paladins swung with their maces, striking another vul simultaneously on the top of the skull. It fell to the ground without taking another step. Jined felt himself cheering and roaring as he pushed his Sleipnir forward. He heard the clank of metal, and spun his head back toward the tree line. Rocks sailed overhead. One struck a paladin off his mount. 5 more vul came out of the woods, holding slings meant for fist-sized stones. Another vul came out from behind them and broke into a run toward the right flank's charge. 2 vul stopped to fall upon a riderless Sleipnir, slaughtering the animal. The paladin, who had fallen, tried to rise as a vul stepped on top of him, taking his head off with a swift swing of an axe. Nicole charged into the flank of the vul that went after the sisters. As 2 of them stepped out of the way of Nicole's charge, Jined and Dane each swung their hammers underhanded, taking them under their jaws. They fell where they stood. The slower wave of vul behind the first fell upon the herald Amal Yalis. He came off his mount and hit the ground. 4 vul encircled him. One lunged forward, striking him with an axe and sending him spinning to the ground once more. They closed in. Suddenly, Amal stood up and began a frenzied series of blows, raining death on all 4 vul. Amal had a look of surprise in his eyes. When he stood amidst the massacre around him, he looked over to Kavian and Loic, who stood signing a prayer over and over again. He nodded his thanks and limped toward the paladins. Shouting drew Jined's attention, and he urged his mount toward the right flank, where the vul toyed with the 2 mounted paladins, unable to urge their mounts away. One of the vul rose up underneath Jined and lodged an axe in the chest of the Sleipnir. The second vul began clawing at the mount's face. The Sleipnir fell, and Jined threw himself clear. He got his feet out from underneath him and stood, holding his hammer with both hands. One vul stepped up to him as the other tore into the horse flesh with its fang-filled maw. The vul before Jined stood taller and looked down on the armored warrior. "Perish, pup," the vul hissed. Its breath stank of a foul meat, and it held in one hand a femur with a sword blade mounted atop it. The bone was intricately inlaid with silver runes. Jined did not hesitate. He threw himself forward inside the monster's reach. The vul stepped back, swinging its blade around with both arms. The hit caught Jined across the gut. His armor stopped the swing, but it stole his breath away. He gasped for air and threw himself at the creature once more with several follow-throughs. The vul danced back each time, swinging again and again across Jined's armor. Jined thrust his hammer, and the vul struck down across the top of the hammer's haft, pinning it to the ground. The Vul cut at Jined's face with its elbow. Jined dropped his hammer, pulling his head back so the Vul's elbow struck his gorget. The face the Vul made let Jined know it had hurt itself, though it sent Jined staggering with his hammer in tow by the chain on his belt. Jined caught his footing, stepped forward and took up his hammer. Lifting it, he spun around, swinging it with full force across the face of his foe. He felt the crack of the skull spinning on its neck as he knocked its jaw loose. The Vul fell to the ground, dead before the dust exploded around its body. Jined looked around. Sleipnir lay dead around the battlefield. The Vul had targeted the horse flesh, leveling the field and likely providing food for their clan. "To the road!" Nicol shouted. "Fall back and foam up!" Dorian Muir leapt out of his carriage as it pulled up next to the others. With his scepter in one hand, he climbed up on top of one of the carriages and took a powerful stance. "To me, paladins! Paladames!" Jined ran on foot to reach the road. He could hear sounds behind him but didn't dare look back. The twins waved him on, but the look in their eyes told him he was safe. He caught his breath and turned around. A new line of Vul were coming out of the woods. The field was now filled with the scattered remains of Vul, Sleipnirs, and at least one paladame alongside several paladins. All but Nicol had been unhorsed. He sat at attention next to the carriage with the primapator above him. The Vul continued to pour out of the woods, but they didn't advance. They just waited. There were now 20 Vul to the 10 or 11 paladins and paladames still able to fight. "Wounded behind the carts," the primapator ordered, "and start praying. We're going to need it." He pointed his scepter toward the assembled Vul. "They won't be reasoned with, and they won't leave us alive." The Vul beat their chests with their fists in rhythm with one another. Their growls rose into a deep rumble of a cadence. The Vul in the center of their line parted. A shadow within the forest behind them moved. The shadow stepped out and into the sunlight. It was covered in blonde fur that seemed to glint in the sun. Instead of a lean stomach, though, it had a massive, engorged belly, juxtaposed to the well-built rest of its body. Its massive gut was covered by straps of finely crafted gold bands. Jined knew the Vul on sight from nightmarish tales told over fires and whispered to children who did not behave. This was the champion of Khos'ran, the cursed gift-giver god. This was the leader of the pack of Vul that ranged across the northern scapes. "Gold Eater," Jined whispered, his knuckles whitening around the haft of his hammer. Chapter 19. Gold Eater. Gartalosh had been born with an insatiable greed, and thus he sought out the company of his god, Khos'ran, begging him to fulfill his desire for gold. "I shall grant your desire. Your hunger for gold shall be now all that fills you, for you shall no longer eat the flesh of your prey, but only their gold." And thus was Gold Eater born. It is said that even his bones are now made of the metal, and yet still his greed has not yet been sated. Tales of Old. All of the legends of those who followed Khos'ran were filled with cursed blessings. The appearance of Gold Eater was proof that legends were not myth, but history. It meant that the fear-inducing stories were not just allegories, but warnings. But to Jined, the appearance of Gold Eater meant that they were facing the very heart of the local Vul pack. Gold Eater lifted a massive hammer and pointed it at the paladins, shouting orders. The Vul who stood behind the massive brute were working themselves into a frenzy. Nicol called over to the herald. "Brother Iollas, a dirge of Olaman, if you will." Brother Amal Iollas had a knack for memorization. Jined once listened to him recite the entire book of Sternovis over the course of 4 hours. Iollas raised his voice and began to sing. It was a simple song, repeating many lines, but setting a solemn tone, telling the tale of the death of Olaman, a paladin who gave his life as he stood alone against 25 Tiakai. The paladins began to march forward to the dirge's rhythm. Jined could hear the paladames marching close behind. They began to sing a wordless harmony to Iollas's hymn. Across the field, the Vul's frenzy was building to savage levels. They foamed at the mouth, ready to be let off their leashes by their master. Gold Eater raised his own hammer, a slab of granite mounted atop a haft like a small tree, over his head and swung it down onto some field rock Jined could not see. The loud crack caused the Vul to jump and leap forward, surging to feed upon man-flesh. Nicol rode alongside the paladins and paladames. They did not pick up their speed. They marched. One of the Vul broke free from the others and charged at the paladin's line. The mad dog of a creature came at them. and to the beat of the dirge they cut it down with powerful, controlled swings. Jined felt the dirge take over. He entered a trance as it dictated his moves. He gave in and moved alongside the others with only the song in his head. 2 more Vul charged ahead, and the same thing happened. The 2 lines stood across from one another. The Vul barked and roared the defiance. From behind, Jined heard a scream of rage rise. It was a paladin. She came running through the paladin ranks toward the Vul line. He heard Killian Glass nearby shout, "Astrid! No!" He took off running after his sister. She was filled with anger at the abominations that had stolen a fellow paladin from her. Killian was faster. He caught up with Astrid 10 feet from the Vul line and pulled her to the ground. Gold Eater held his hammer high once more, halting the Vul advance.
"You had best take back your woman,"
the monster growled. Astrid struggled to stand up as Killian tried to drag her away. Gold Eater stepped forward, shoving Astrid out of the way and kicking Killian in the chest, laying him flat on his back.
"Your sister, it smells like,"
the Vul said, standing over the paladin.
"And back there I see the collected leadership of your order. I would see you die."
Astrid had risen once more and came at Gold Eater again. She was not fast enough. The Vul caught her by the throat and lifted her into the air, holding her at arm's length. Then he put a massive foot on top of Killian.
"I can keep my pack in line,"
the monster laughed.
"Perhaps you should learn to keep yours under your authority, Dorian."
The Vul was looking at the Primapator across the field.
"I recall the wars you fought so long ago. I have lived long enough to remember them as yesterday. You once were a great warrior. Let us see if you are such today."
"I will not give in to your demands," Dorian shouted from atop the carriage.
"You will,"
the Vul said. He put the full weight of his foot down on the breastplate of Killian until it crunched. Killian coughed. Blood flecked his face. "You only send him to the bosom of our god," Dorian said.
"Yes, along with his own sister."
He stepped down harder. Killian did not respond. Astrid screamed in the Vul's hand. The Vul tossed her toward the paladin line. She fell still.
"If she can live through that,"
the Vul said, smiling,
"then she can live with the memory that her actions killed her own brother."
The Vul turned to walk back to his line. He held his own hammer in the air to signal the charge from his pack.
"Gartalash,"
Jined heard the voice call out and looked around to see everyone looking at him. The call had come from him. He swallowed his fear as the creature turned back around.
"I defy you," Jined shouted. "Gartalash, Gold Eater." "Ha, a champion then. Your own leader fears me and must resort to a champion. A big one, too."
Jined took a step forward, feeling his confidence rise, and walked past Astrid's still form. She was breathing. He made a hand signal in the silent tongue, one of the only ones he knew. Go. He heard paladins behind him rush forward to pull her to safety. The Vul began to laugh. The sound of footsteps rushed to meet stride with Jined. He turned to see the Primapator walking alongside him. "You may stand down, Brother Brazstein," the Primapator said. "I must face this monster myself."
"No, I issue the challenge. I must go."
They stood together over the body of Killian Glass. Gold Eater approached, standing just out of reach. Jined's head came to the monster's chest. Gartalash reeked of stomach acid, and his bared teeth were made of solid gold. "Go, Jined," the Primapator said again.
"No, stop your squabbling,"
the monster said.
"I'll fight you both. I am a chosen of Khasiran, infused with his holy anger."
"Unholy," Dorian corrected. "Your sentence in Nosatan begins today." The Vul lifted his head and laughed. He swung the granite slab hammer round his head and set it on his shoulder, confidently.
"Once I've destroyed these 2 pups,"
he said to the Vul behind him,
"hunt them all down, one by one."
He turned back to Dorian and Jined. Then he put his hammer down, having thought of something, and turned back to his Vul once more.
"On second thought, keep the paladin who came at us alive. I want to make sure she is reminded daily of her failure."
Jined heard Dorian next to him muttering a prayer.
"Primapator, thank you for accepting me into the paladins."
"Be quiet, Jined," I'm talking to your god. You should be too. If we die, we can all talk about it on our flight to Nosatan." Dorian winked. It was Dorian who made the first move. He closed the distance between himself and Gartalash, giving the Vul no time to react. The Primopator swung his Alern-shaped scepter into the Vul's knee. Gartalash grunted and stepped back, hitting Dorian across the shoulders with the back of his hand. Dorian fell back while Gartalash sucked at his hand. Grimacing, he raised his hammer and swung it round. Dorian leapt back, which took him toward the Vul line. A Vul stepped forward and took a swing. His hammer hit an invisible barrier and exploded, throwing the creature back through his own packmates. Dorian didn't seem to notice anything had happened, but Gartalash had. He barked at the Vul.
"He is mine. You stay out of this. Kos Iran shall bless me for this."
Jined took the opening and charged the Vul leader from behind. He swung down with his hammer on the creature's back. It struck with a clanking thump. It left a dent, but the Vul seemed unmoved.
"My pelt is made of the gold I've consumed,"
Gartalash said, turning back.
"Your armor is nothing but a false faith." "I have faith in Grzon. Your own god betrayed you."
The Vul advanced towards Jined, who retreated cautiously. The Vul paused and suddenly swung backward at Dorian, who was moving up from behind. Dorian dropped the head of his scepter to the ground behind him and held up his left hand. A flash of light blinded the Vul and Jined as Gold Eater struck his own hammer down upon the raised hand of the old man. As Jined's vision came back to him, Dorian wasn't standing there anymore. He stood 100 paces away and was charging toward the Vul, gaining speed. Jined ran toward the Vul as it realized what was happening. The monster swung wide in a sweeping arc, but Dorian leapt up over the creature's head and landed gracefully, mouthing to Jined. "Now." Dorian stepped in and delivered a flurry of blows. Chunks of gold flew off the monster as it backed away. Jined charged and felt a strength and speed building up in him alongside a peaceful serenity. The Vul seemed to slow down as Jined brought his hammer down on its shoulder and head with a repeated hammering of a blacksmith. The Vul slowly turned to look at Jined and then roared. The massive sound impacted Jined and brought him back to the world. Gold Eater kicked at Jined, knocking him 10 feet away. He came down on his left arm and heard the crack of his bone breaking. "Grzon, save your servant, Dorian," he heard himself say. The Vul turned back to the old man. Dorian stood in defiance, the slab axe of metal Alern wings in his right hand, and with his left hand he reached down and picked up the hammer of Killian, who lay next to where he stood. With a twist, the old man snapped the chain that attached it to Killian and held up the hammer. He slowly lowered it, pointing it directly at the Vul. The hammer glinted in the sun's light. "All shadows are banished in the light of day," Dorian said. The hammer leapt from Dorian's hand, glowing brighter with each passing moment, and shot across the field into the chest of the monster. As it struck the creature, the hammer disappeared, and rays of light exploded from its back. Gartalash fell to his knees. Jined stood and walked toward the creature, now on its hands and knees. It looked up at Dorian.
"You were toying with me the entire time,"
it rasped. Dorian nodded. "The battle was decided long before you accepted the challenge."
"Finish it, before I give a command for my pack to devour you anyway."
Dorian nodded again. He lifted his scepter, took 2 steps to the side, and brought it down over the neck of Gartalash. The head fell with a heavy thud upon the dirt. Dorian turned to look at the assembled Vul, who stood in awe and fear. "Your cursed god is not with you. Now shoo!" The final words were not the orator talking, but simply an old man in armor kicking at mongrels. The Vul turned one by one and loped off into the woods. "They'll be back," Jined said, wincing at the pain in his arm. "No, it'll take months for them to squabble over leadership of the pack. Did he break the bone?" "Yes," Jined nodded. "I think so." "Go and have it looked at. I'll have the twins collect the body." "Collect?" "Yes. If his bones are made of solid gold, it would be a waste to leave it here." Dorian walked away toward the carts, his scepter over his shoulder. 2 paladins had died, along with 4 paladins, each laid in the Primopator's own carriage. Of the war Sleipnirs, only Nikal's remained. He offered it to Dorian, but the old man refused. He walked beside the Sleipnir that pulled his own wagon, escorting the dead toward the bastion. It took some work, but those well enough to help moved the body of Gold Eater on top of one of the carriages. His weight made the work hard for the draft Sleipnirs, helped along by the slow dirge pace set by Dorian Muir. Jined tried to ignore the pain of his broken arm. He had agreed to let someone look at it, but not until they reached the haven of the bastion. If the pain in his arm was hard to ignore, Harder still was trying not to think of the loss of his friend, Killian Glass. They came out of the woods to the edge of the farmlands that would have surrounded the gilded bastion. But when they came through the break in the woods, the land was burned and barren. There was no bastion, only ruins over a foundation. "Where's the bastion?" someone voiced. "Where's the gold?" "I suspect we're carrying it on the roof of that carriage," another said. The Primopator, shoulders heavy, stopped at the edge of the fallen stone wall. The iron of the gate was entirely missing, save the hinges. Everyone behind him waited in silence. He turned. Tears streamed down his face. "Galahad, set your scribes to find a place we can set up camp. Amul, personally select a gravesite, or if you can find the old graveyard, select plots there for the fallen. Nicole, you have fought well, but I need you to gather wood for fire. It seems there's nothing left here to burn. Provisioners, prepare food." Everyone worked in silence. Night fell. Graves continued to deepen. Food was brought to everyone, and they ate without a word. Just after midnight, the silver moon, Ume, passed by nearly full overhead. The red glow of Norlock was beginning to rise in the east. 6 graves stood open, with cloth-covered bodies of brothers and sisters beside them. The paladins and sisters stood at the feet of the holes, while the Primopator and his wife stood at their heads. The matriarch solemnly performed her duties and saw the 2 women laid in their graves. Rose petals were thrown over their bodies, and the Chrysalos Honoris sang a tear-filled hymn to lift their 2 dead sisters' souls to join Grisonia. Each paladin was lowered into the grave, their hammers laid across their chests. Killian's hammer was no more, and so the Primopator had the heavy granite slab Gold Eater had used for a hammer laid across the fallen paladin's chest. A shadow flew across the moon above. As Jined glanced up, he thought it an Alern, or perhaps the Anka himself, twin soul of Grisone, come to see the fallen off. Dirt was heaped, and each left to sit at the nearby fire. Too tired even to sleep, Jined remembered Killian's constant smile. Killian's sister wouldn't smile for weeks, if ever again. She sat across the fire, staring into the flames. Her tears had already dried up and left her eyes burning red. "She sees now a rose whose petals wilt." He thought of the words that Paladin had said at St. Hamul, but something told him that this was not the time nor the place to bring it up. Loic and Kavian both pulled out 2 boxes they had stored with the provisioners. Loic opened his box first and pulled out the square-shaped, 3-staved stringed lyre. Then he pulled out the bow he would draw upon it as he held it upright on his knee. His brother, on the other hand, pulled out a small, bull-bodied mandolin. They each tuned their respective instruments. Loic began to pull a long note across the strings of his lute. He kept the note without breaking it as his brother began to pluck out a tune. It was a sad song, with no words. It needed no words. It met Jined where he was, as the sadness of the day filled him. It was a hopeless sadness, as the reality of their trip consumed him. Even with their numbers, even with the head of their order with them, they would face, had faced, turmoil. The song flew into the night sky, and the stars looked down upon them and sang along with them. A beat began low beyond the carriage. Yorgar Nopona, the Primopator's seneschal, came out from behind, having found his own stash instrument, a wide hand drum that he could strike with a short stick in his other hand. He began to lay out a beat that with each drop filled in the despair, if only a bit. Jined saw a few paladins draw close to the fire to gather around and mourn together. He saw Etienne with a small pipe in his hand. He would play when the time was right. One of the provisioners, Yandaur, had his own wooden recorder in his hand. The song continued round and round between the 2 brothers. The drum beat pulsed, and then it died out, suddenly. The fire crackled. The wind blew. The trees answered. A gentle tune began to rise from a low instrument. Jined turned, along with everyone else, to find the source. Primus Beltran Cottis came out from the Primopator's own carriage with the instrument in his hands. The deep, rich dulcian he had been known to play at Periantur began to sing an even more sorrowful song. The pipes in the hands of Yandaur joined in, and the woodwind chorus of lilted mourning lifted each person up, even as it dropped them back down. The twins joined in with the song. That was when Jined recognized the tune. It had been the song sung by the congregation of paladins on their departure. It was the hymn of Poor Marias. It was said to have been written by Saint Ichael himself, the first paladin. He had written the song of a small, weak orange flower that was said to have been found growing next to Periantur shortly after its construction. Within a few short years, the Poor Maria flower had run wild, covering the landscape spreading its orange petals across the grassy rises, and its soft, blushing scent through the air. The song had become over time a song of memory, taking many a paladin back to Parian Tor, even if they were parted for years. It was a song that would guide the fallen to a better place. It would have done its job that night. Jined could swear he smelled the scent of Poramarias on the wind now. He breathed deeply and looked up at the stars. They looked a little brighter as the song rose. Soon a voice rose from somewhere, and they each joined until a choir of paladins and paladames sang out the hymn together. To some, the loss of 6 might be small, but when faced against a rising darkness, a loss of family, friends, and companions was always felt. It was a loss only a deep music could heal, and they sang to heal themselves long into the night. Chapter 20. Gates of Garrou. Saw he then the destination, and walked up to the gate. The guards looked down upon him, and bid that he should wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. The Traveller. The Primopator Dorian Muir stood outside the walls of Garrou with no one but the standard-bearer Valère Caton next to him. When Jined had gone to his bedroll, they were there, and in the pre-light dawn, they still had not moved. Jined checked the binding on his arm. The break was setting well, but the dull ache persisted. At first it was only the Primopator who had insisted on standing alone. Valère had gone to stand next to him, refusing the Primopator's order to stand down, and thus their vigil continued. The city had barred their entrance, despite messengers having been sent ahead a year prior. The provisioners prepared porridge again. It was all they had eaten for 3 weeks since the Gilded Bastion. A few people in the vicinity who had survived the destruction caused by Gold Eater's pack had come to them starving, and the Primopator had ensured that they were fed. After a week in the ruins, they began the 2-week march on foot to Garrou. The road through Beckons, the halfway point from Nihn to Garrou, was barren. The market stalls were empty. Those few who remained spoke of Vul to their south, and military conscriptions in the capital in the north. A pall of smoke hung over Garrou that the briny sea breeze could not seem to brush away. The smoke was underlit by blue from starblush powder, mined nearby and refined in the city, lighting street lamps throughout the night. While it was the city that never seemed to rest, its gates had been barred, and the shadows of a doubling or tripling of the guard upon the walls made it obvious none would enter by night, and not during the day without express permission from the king himself. The sun began its ascent into the eastern sky as the overly ripe silver moon of Ume made its bed far to the southwest. In response, the blue glow of starblush was replaced by a filthy orange haze. The morning breeze kicked up the smell of brine, dead fish, human waste, and tar pitch. Matching the stink came the brazen sound of industry, seabirds, and people. More guards now stood atop the 60-foot wall. The second set of walls, 20 feet taller, were now occupied by higher-ranking members of the guard, plumes atop their helmets, watching the 2 paladins standing 100 feet out in front of the entourage. The herald, Amal came to stand next to the Primopator, and soon the 2 Pater Segundi joined them. Dorian did not turn his head, but from behind, Jined could tell he was speaking to the others. One of the plumed guards came to stand directly over the gate. He pulled up a cone to call out to the paladins, but the voice of Amal spoke first. His voice echoed off the walls, and all heard him.
Primopator Dorian Muir, head of the Paladins of the Hammer and the Grisoni Church, once more requests entry into Garrou.
The herald went silent.
You claim to be the Primopator, but last night you approached our walls with a full complement of armed knights. You shall send a message, as we requested last night, to the bastion within these walls, as well as to the king himself. Tell King Coffrin we require entry. We will wait 1 hour.
The plumed guard disappeared. Dorian turned and walked back to the entourage.
How long ago did you send message of our arrival?
He asked Beltran Catiz, the paladin charged with planning the trip.
1 year ago, Primopator, and we received a reply with signatures from the head of each bastion, fortress, and of course, the citadel inn, etc. That is what I thought. Why have we not seen a single paladin since we left Nihn then? The Vul may have prevented messengers from making their way through. I understand that. But by now, the country should have responded. You'd think they are prepared for war.
With the Vul, perhaps? Nicole asked.
I'd thought of that. But if that were the case, we might have heard of that, etc.
through Jugavin ambassadors. The gate opened. 10 riders came out, all wearing the green and yellow of the city. The man at the head wore a long robe and a fur-lined hat. His beard was braided in 2 cords. They approached, and the leader dismounted, nodding curtly to the Primopator. "I understand you go by the name Dorian Muir." The man was looking at a ledger in his hands. "Primopator of the Paladins of the Hammer?" "I am," Dorian said. Jined could hear an irritation in his voice. "And you're requesting to enter our city?" "I requested it over a year ago. I received a writ from your King Coffrin granting that permission." "I see. We don't have a record of that. It would have come to me." "Then you are?" the Primopator asked. The man looked shocked. "Why, I'm the Lord Mayor of Garrou. I'm quite frankly surprised that you thought this ruse would work." "Ruse? Who do you take me for?" The mayor turned and walked away. "Your spies already entered the city 2 days ago from the west, claiming to also be paladins. To try to do the same from the south, who do you take us for?" "I take you for one who will go to the king so I can be acknowledged for who I am. Head of a Pantheon-ordained church with more authority than you or your king can ever hope to muster." The man scoffed, rolled his eyes, and said, "We'll see," as he mounted up and rode back to the city. "Why do they block entry to paladins?" Etienne asked. "We're the protectors of humanity. What could we have done to offend them?" "He raises a good question, Brazstein," Dane said. "You're from the north, or at least you always claim to know all there is to know about this god-forsaken place." "I don't know, and I've never claimed to know what goes on here," Jined said. "I haven't been here in 10 years. Perhaps the political climate has changed." An hour later, the gates opened again. This time a complement of 20 knights rode out, 2 abreast. They split and lined the road. Above them, on the wall, it looked as though the entirety of the city guard had assembled, armed with crossbows. They came and stood in their own rank and file, crossbows on their shoulders. The Lord Mayor rode out again, this time on his own. He came to the end of the line of knights and halted in the center of the road. "Come, you are granted entrance. You are to be escorted to your bastion, to be refreshed before you meet the king." The Primopator grumbled something and pulled himself up onto Nicol Sleipnir. The carts drove forward, and the paladins and paladames marched behind them into the city, under the watchful eye of the guards and knights. Guards stood at every street corner. Citizens had been ordered to the side. At one point they were funneled through what seemed an alley that the carriages only just fit through in single file. The soldiers escorting the Primopator at the front dispersed to run around the block and meet them on the other side. At first glance it seemed like poor planning. Then Jined realized it was a show of force. The guards knew the city and could funnel an enemy into a tricky situation if needed. They came to a larger square, across which sat the bastion of Garrou, large enough to house 5 to 10 paladins, to host 10 times as many, and down the wall he could see a poorhouse alcove meant to supply food for the city's poor. A single paladin, wearing the gold cordons of Pater Minoris, stood before the closed gate to the bastion. "Greetings, Primopator," the Pater Minoris said. He was visibly exhausted and tried to force a weak smile. "Greetings, Pater..." The Primopator left it hanging. "Serengui, Pater Minoris of St. Ramon, Fortress." "St. Ramon? We're not scheduled to see you for some time. What are you doing in Garrou?" "I came of my own accord to see to your accommodations here in Garrou. I only arrived yesterday." "Pater Minoris," Nicol spoke up. "We were expected over 2 weeks ago. The month Grisil has almost come to a close, and yet you have only just arrived. Why was no paladin sent south to seek our whereabouts?" The paladin stood there, his mouth agape. "Where is Primus Mason Derrig? Is he not here?" The Primopator waved at the street devoid of any people. "Yes, he is. He has been assigned to preparing the bedding arrangements." "Those have not been made." Primopator was now turning red with anger. "Open the gate, Pater Minoris. I've had enough stalling." The Pater laughed weakly and did as he was told. Beyond, the sound of paladins and servants frantically scurrying about washed over them. Dorian rode into the gate and stood watching as the carriages and paladins filtered in behind him. "The bastion is not ready for us." The Primopator came down off his mount, handing it to a paladin nearby. "Brother Adjutant," he said, turning to his seneschal, "clear the Primus's office for me. I will be meeting with Brother Gui and Brother Derrig in 10 minutes. In the 2 hours it took for the Primopator to meet with the 2 paladins, the sisters disappeared off to their own destination. It was expected of them, and no one asked questions. Jined stood in the courtyard in silence with Loic and Kavian. They were summoned to the chapel, where the Primopator sat slouching in exhaustion in a seat. He looked as though the only thing keeping him awake was the anger that burned in his eyes.
It seems we've walked into a bit of a situation. Bortali and Baroni have been in a trade dispute for several months now. The borders between the nations were officially closed in the middle of the month of Roan. On the eve of the summer solstice, Peter Gui has been put in position of intercessor between the nations, since his fortress is located near the border. He is, however, not a diplomat. He is a choir director, with enough talent to run the administration of a fortress, but apparently he doesn't have enough of a backbone to ask for help from Saint Hamul nor Periantor. Primus Derrick is less to blame. The bastion here is barely more than a soup kitchen for the poor and destitute. He had not heard of our coming until the messenger came to the bastion last night. He has been doing what he could to prepare the place for us in a day, what he should have been able to prepare for over the past year.
Did Peter Gui know we were coming? Nicole asked.
I don't think so. I think our arrival last night was a surprise to everyone. Gui had arrived to continue his substandard diplomacy. Apparently, he has been traveling back and forth between Saint Ramon and Garrou for the past 4 months as things grew increasingly worse.
So with Peter Gui arriving yesterday,
Peter Secundus Peer said,
and our complement of paladins arriving from the south, the king thinks Periantor is bringing a strong arm down on him.
Yes, I expect so. We need to send message back to Saint Hamul. We need them to send delegates and ambassadors.
Dane raised his hand.
Prima Pater, let me honor you by going.
Very well, but not alone. Who else will go?
Etienne Orin raised his hand.
Galahan,
the Prima Pater said, turning to the old scribe,
write up a message. I want a complement of ambassadors, administrators, and a historian who understands the northern scapes and the political turmoil. They are to ride to Saint Ramon and meet us there.
Do you have that, Ager?
The scholarly Peter Secundus asked his assistant. The silent paladin nodded.
In the meantime,
the Prima Pater said,
it seems your help will be needed, Arium.
He turned to Primus Glynn, Periantor's chief ambassador.
You'll be staying here in Garrou to handle things in the city.
Then he turned to Beltran Cotis.
We have to change our agenda. We will not be going east to survey the Jagavan coast. Arrange for some of our number to go there to do the work alone.
Beltran nodded. What about the remains of Gold Eater? Nicole asked.
I've already taken care of it. I'm keeping the skulls safely hidden away. The rest of the gold we gathered has been given to the sisters. I didn't want to be carrying around such a valuable treasure from here to Manfulhar.
A knock came to the door. The Prima Pater nodded, and Loic, who stood at the door, opened it. A Primus came in. He walked up with a cowed look in his eyes, and handed the Prima Pater a letter before excusing himself. Dorian broke the wax and read on.
It seems the king has deigned to allow us to meet with him. Nicole, you'll be joining me. Bring 2 more guards.
Nicole turned and pointed to Amul and another before marching out of the room. It was late into evening when they returned. The Prima Pater was angrier than he had been when he left, and paced the chapel as the guards stood near the doors. The leaders of the entourage watched their leader, worry across their faces. King Coffrin had died at the beginning of the year, and his son, King Vorso, had taken his place. Years of resentment toward the wealthy Jarls of Baroni had fomented into near war and continual paranoia.
That Saint Hamul didn't even know is surprising. That Nehn said nothing is perturbing. The border between Bortali and Baroni is closed, and I can only imagine that means the canyons between Duran and Manfulhar, their only access to Baroni and Bortali, are policed.
Which may lead to further conflict, Nicole offered.
And if Nehn is now considering trading their monarchy for a form of democracy,
Peter Secundus Peer offered,
then we must continue our own path, and assess just how bad things truly are,
the Prima Pater said. He turned to the Primus in charge of the bastion.
Derrick,
Dorian said as he approached,
has this bastion ever received Perianti mead?
We've been honored to receive it twice. We've never had the opportunity to open the casks, though.
Very well. I'm afraid I need to requisition them. I'll have Periantor send you 3 in their place.
The Primus nodded. Of course, Prima Pater. I can only continue to apologize that my bastion wasn't ready for you.
This is not about you not being ready, but I expect our ambassadors may need it to entreat with the king. I fear that my overbearing authority may have been too much for this situation. We shall give the casks as gifts, and my leaving the city as another. Perhaps the Jarls to the west can be better reasoned with.
He turned to Arium.
Primus Glynn, tomorrow you're to go to the king with both casks and give them as a gift from me, personally. I'll prepare a letter of apology to go with them.
I need to make sure we're on equal ground before you start building relations between Bortali and Periantor. I don't want the northern scapes turning into another Temblin Hraldor fiasco."
The Primopator turned. Jined could see dark circles under his eyes.
"Brazstein, find Opona. Tell him I need sleep. He can bring me food, parchment, and ink early tomorrow morning."
Jined sought out Opona, and then made his way to the refectory to eat. Amal sat next to him in silence. Several times he looked like he might become talkative, but decided otherwise. Jined rose, his plate half eaten.
"Are you feeling well?"
Amal asked. Jined shook his head.
"I need some time to myself."
Amal looked around and then said,
"I'll handle anything asked of you."
Jined left and wandered the bastion. Most bastions consisted of a chapel refectory, a dormitory, and stables. This one had several individual offices, a chapel separated from the refectory, and a subterranean dormitory. Jined found his way to the chapel. A side room held a library with copies of each of the holy tomes. He touched the spines of each book and pulled down Anvil of Faith. He leafed to the 9th chapter. There he saw the proverb the paladin at the citadel had quoted. "The words of the scripture are a source of comfort." Jined smiled. They were a comfort. More importantly, they reminded him of something that had nagged him since St. Hamul. He had not been able to place exactly each of the verses the other paladin had quoted. He knew the quote from the Anvil of Faith. He had known the verse about silence. He even recognized the verse about being guided by the Anka. It was the last 2 verses the paladin had quoted that seemed different. First about the deeper faith, and lastly, the reference to the rose. He knew nothing of Cursonian scripture, but the deeper faith felt familiar and all too personal in a way. His hand was blindly feeling along the spines again as he breathed deeply of the smell of dusty leather. He came to a book with raised words on its spine. He recalled the 6th apostle of St. Ichael, Farus Khalida. His followers took the 6th vow, the now lost vow of blindness. It was told they had been greater scholars than others, able to memorize volumes of scripture, and they were even said to read a page by feel. He opened up the book. The title stood out in bold black letters, Deeper Faith. Below the words were marks, as though the words were set deep into the parchment. He realized then that the book only had a few dozen pages, each made of very heavy and thick material. There was no ink, just imprints of a writing he did not recognize. He closed the book and held it to his chest. Somehow, Grazone had spoken to Jined through that paladin, and now he would need to seek out deeper secrets to deepen his faith.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 21. Flower Vault.
"A rose and its thorn both grow from the same root. Be unto those that need our fragrance a welcomed scent. But keep thy thorns at the ready, to protect those that need a briar about them."
Sayings of Matriarch Denzwin. Katiam Barrow stood in the courtyard of the paladinial bastion of Garrou with the other sisters. The matriarch sat on a bench in the shade of a wall, sipping water from a silver chalice as she watched the paladins scurry around her. Katiam wanted nothing more than to find a wet cloth and wipe away the dry dust that clung to the sweat on her neck, but she knew the day's journey had only just begun. A small woman appeared from the gateway and approached Captain Sigri Smith.
"Sister Paladine," she said, "I am Semiva, a simple tallow merchant. I understand the Paladames are in need of new candles for the journey west. I should like to show you my wares."
Sigri nodded and motioned for Katiam to retrieve the matriarch. Her great-aunt was already standing when she approached, and quickly took Katiam's arm.
"A tallow merchant," she said.
Maida Muir asked.
"Yes, auntie,"
Katiam whispered. As Katiam understood, the tallow trade in Bortali was one left for the lowest rungs of society, and thus one of the few trades where women could hold a shop. They walked for some time through the streets of Garrou. They came to a series of warehouses even filthier than the last. The final one stood at the end of a wide street full of refuse, yet all was swept clear from around the door they approached. They entered through a side door into a spacious room beyond. Several women stood over vats, stirring hot tallow. Dried flowers and herbs hung in the rafters, providing a subtle scent to the air. At one vat, a woman with large arms continued to stir her cauldron with one hand, while with the other she placed herbs and twigs into a metal case perforated with holes. She dropped the cage of herbs into the cauldron and stirred vigorously, drawing the scent out.
"Thank you for coming to look at my wares," Semiva said. "That the Matriarch Superioress herself should find me worthy is an honor I cannot repay." "You are most kind," Maida said. Perhaps you can show all of us your finest goods. I have no doubt you keep them in a room separate from the rest.
Yes, of course.
She escorted the sisters to a back room. Once they were in, the room was locked, and they all began to take off their armor, down to the simple white robes of the Chrysalis Integritas. Semiva provided them with plain clothes to wear over top.
What trade allies itself with tallow?
Sabine Epona asked. Sabine was a meticulous keeper of facts and information, and had produced a ledger and a charcoal pencil, ready for the tallow wife's answer.
In our level of society, we are allied with the flower wives.
In the upper tiers, the ale wives are the most influential. And how does your trade fare?
Not as well as it used to,
Semiva said.
Starblush powder lights so much of our city now,
but that is mostly in the streets, and near the wharves where fishermen can now clean and gut fish both day and night.
Interestingly, the apiary chandlers have taken a harder hit.
The nobility are enthralled with Starblush light. They've all but stopped buying wax candles. The lower classes have begun to buy more tallow so they can work into the night and keep up with those able to afford Starblush.
And how are the women of the city? The matriarch asked.
That is a question better asked of the flower wives. You will be taken there soon. I have arranged for Armani Vital to take you to her shop. She is a flower wife and has a very plentiful garden.
They waited an hour after their host excused herself. Sabine and the scribes arranged for several boxes of candles to be delivered to the Paladinial bastion in the meantime. Eventually, a diminutive woman entered. She had pale skin, and her head was covered with thick, coarse black hair that grew down the back of her neck. She wore a green frock, with a brown, long vest over the top of it. She had overly large eyes and looked at each woman standing before her with a smile. She spoke with a heavy Orochi accent. Katiam had assumed she was Orochi by her appearance. Her accent confirmed the facts.
Matriarch,
the woman said, falling to her knees,
I am honored you should visit us. I am Armani Rital. Please rise, child. I am weary of our travel. I should like to visit your garden.
The small Armani rose. She was older than she appeared, twice Katiam's own at 25 years. She beckoned for them to leave with her. The matriarch took Armani's arm, so Katiam took the arm of Asenath. They would walk in pairs, keeping space between each group. Some of the women of their party were better at looking inconspicuous. Others chatted nonstop, keeping the eyes of passers-by at bay. They took what seemed like random twists and turns, passing some shops twice. After an hour of walking, they finally approached their destination. Katiam and Asenath entered the shop last. Fresh as well as dried flowers hung everywhere. Clusters of herbs sat out in nets in the rafters, and several jars and pots held flowers for sale. While the tallow factory had a subtle aroma of candles, herbs, and rendered fat, here there was an overwhelming garden of delight. Katiam and Asenath found themselves alone in the shop. A young girl no older than 10 appeared from a side room.
Good evening, ma'ams, she said to each of them. What are you looking for?
My sister has a hacking cough, I'm afraid, Katiam replied. It always seems to come when the weather gets colder. Do you have any herbs that I might grow in my box garden to help her? I've heard poromerias might help with that. Yes, the young girl said. I believe you have something in the back that might interest you. She came out and handed them both a dried rose, symbolizing that they had said the right turn of phrase. Had there been others in the store not privy to the secret, they would have waited, roses in their hands. They were led to a door that stood off the beautiful flower garden out back. As the door to the outer garden closed, a closet door was revealed. The girl put her key into the keyhole at the back of the closet and turned, pushing back the door inset and revealing a long flight of stairs. They came to the bottom, which ran much deeper than a single story, and found themselves in a basement room. This cellar smelled even stronger of the herbs and flowers. A young paladin stood guard in full regalia. She had satin gloves on her hands, and tiny bells jingled from her ears. She had a beaming smile.
Greetings, sisters, she said. You are visiting with the Matriarch Superioris?
We are, Katiam said.
I am this Chrysalis Societas guardian. The Garrou flower wife's vault welcomes you. I am Maida Salna.
Maida? Katiam asked. The girl blushed. She appeared no older than 20, with an air of someone who hadn't aged more than a year or two since she came of age.
Yes, I was named after the matriarch, raised by the sisters in Duran.
Not that we call the matriarch by her name, but perhaps we can call you Sister Salna? Katiam asked.
Most know me as Little Maida.
Then we won't fight tradition. The paladin opened the vault door and let them in. It was a long vaulted room that sat under the very garden. Above, a keystone-arched ceiling was held in place by a row of stone pillars. Doors off to the side led to various storerooms and sleeping cells. Women gathered in small circles around the space, chatting.
The pink glow of a chapel came from doors at the other end. Tables set against the walls were covered in goods as some women sold their crafts to one another. A few young girls ran around underfoot. Standing out among the common women were the sisters. Many of Katiam's companions had already dropped their peasant frocks. Captain Sigri Smith was already back in her armor, speaking with 2 other paladins Katiam did not recognize. Of the women dressed in commoners' clothes, a few had bruises on their arms, shoulders, faces. One had her arm in a sling. Katiam's blood began to boil. Here, in a secret vault of Chrysania, the downtrodden and the harmed could find solitude away from their husbands who had neither dignity nor self-control. The Chrysalis Integritas had always lived in these secret communities, hidden from the eyes of the authorities and from men who sought to force their control over their wives through overpowering wills. Centuries prior, when the Chrysalis made their diaspora to Periantur, the Paladins were formed, and the then ruthless Church of Aben ceased to seek out these hidden communes, thinking they had dissolved. Instead, they grew stronger. From centuries of remaining in hiding, these communities had put controls in place to keep their locations secret. Every country had a community embedded in trades, where women could work without needing special accommodation, and in each country it differed. In Oran, the Baker's Guild was the secret commune of women. In Moriego, the Salt Wives had grown to be the richest sisterhood in Ganthic, often offering financial help to other vaults and communities. The matriarch was already surrounded by members of the sisterhood. She looked even smaller without her headdress. Some asked her to bless them. Others took her hand in theirs and simply smiled broadly, tears streaming down their faces. A sister in white pushed through the group and stood before the elderly lady. "Matriarch Superioress," she said, "you are here at the perfect time. We have a young girl who arrived last week. She is expecting a child, and her husband has been gone for over a year. She is beginning the first stages of childbirth. She has asked for your blessing." Katiam's great-aunt smiled. "I have not been asked to help with a birth for many years. I would be happy to." She turned and sought out Katiam's eyes. Katiam shook her head. A physician she may be, but she had never excelled at childbirth, nor had she found the stomach for it, and so she left it to more capable hands. Her own strengths lay in nurturing the elderly, administering herbs and tinctures, and restoring their dignity. Maida nodded, understanding. As she left the room, the sister who walked alongside her said, "She wishes us to take the baby on as a charge, but our own coffers are rather thin. You shall no longer worry about money," the matriarch replied. As Katiam turned, the matriarch's assistant, Sabina Pona, was turning herself to another sister who was awaiting her attention. The woman was tall but hunched and held a book in her hand. Her features were not attractive, more masculine than feminine, and her lips large and heavy. Katiam felt sorry for her. She had no doubt joined the Chrysalis because she could not find a husband.
"Sister Epona, I believe I've shared letters with you."
She spoke with a voice that was low and rich, which leapt up into a broken falsetto as she emphasized words.
"I am Sister Fidelmina Barba."
The very tiny Sabine grinned broadly. "You are Fidelmina. It is wonderful to meet you. Our letters have brought me more joy than you know." The older woman towering over her smiled sweetly.
"I agree. I should like you to look over the figures I have prepared for the Sisterhood's vault. It is far worse than I feared, but no worse than the debt my late husband and I dug out of in our younger years before I joined the Chrysalis as a widow."
Katiam felt a twinge of shame creep over her, and she bit her lip for the judgment she had cast over the towering woman. "You have little to worry about now," Sister Epona said. "The matriarch has a gift that I'll bestow to you in the vault. Shall we find some place quiet to speak?" The woman followed behind Epona as they found a private room to discuss the remains of Gold Eater. Prima Pater had insisted that the matriarch take the remains and distribute the wealth to her church in secret. Asenath was speaking with 2 women at a table along a wall. Katiam walked over and stood next to the botanist. One of the women wore the white robes of a sister, while the other was dressed in ruddy brown, stained by work in the garden. "Katiam, come and see these," Asenath said. She indicated to the woman in brown. "This is Rinda. She helps Hermione out in the garden when her husband is too far to drink." "You are well, though?" Katiam asked. The woman looked unhurt. "Oh, yes. My mother introduced me to the vault here when I was newly married. When I was younger, my father insisted I marry the old man. He has not hurt me since I found I could flee here to avoid his drunken mood swings." "And he doesn't suspect you run away?" "No. We have a large house. He thinks I run to hide in some other room, and he doesn't recall much of anything after he recovers from his rages." She spoke with a matter-of-fact way that likely hid the disappointment she found in her husband. Yet she had the spark of resolve Katiam saw in many of the women who had resigned to their lot in life. instead finding companionship and life in the hidden Chrysalis Societas vaults across the world. "Then what can I do for you?" The woman in white spoke up. "Sister Bro, Rinda has proven to be a fine resource for odd plants." The woman, Katiam realized, was Ermani. She now wore the robes of a chrysalis, with the markings of an abbess. "I thought you would like to see some of the things these sisters have found," Asenath said, indicating for them to look at a table display against the wall. "We do not have much to show here but our service," Ermani said, "and while this is meager offering, we wanted the matriarch superioress to see this collection of interesting plants that she and her florists at Periantor might have better luck with, being in a different climate." The table had an assortment of bulbs and seeds upon it. Some were the usual bulbs used in every garden across Ganthic. Asenath pointed to a speckled Eref bulb. "Yes, we gathered these from a town to the south of here. The Eref grows in stunning red that would make a rose blush." There was a handful of seeds that were said to grow a grain less susceptible to sea rot, which plagued the northern coastal lands of the northern scapes. A dried fruit sat with a husk as hard as wood. It rattled when Katiam picked it up to look at it closer. "That is a fruit that has fallen out of favor over the centuries," Rinda said. "The fact is that you can't plant it until it's as dry as this husk. Then the tree sprouts up and dies after 5 years. Most gardeners find it just too hard to cultivate. I've been waiting to find a place to plant it. The root system can cause havoc in the city." "Do you recall the name of that plant from that description?" Asenath had been working through her own botanical book with Katiam over the past few weeks. Katiam had memorized more than a dozen herbs and their qualities, but she had barely begun to study the fruit portion of the book. "Velf?" Katiam guessed. "Close," Asenath said. "Verif. Rinda, try starting it in a large pot with silt from the river mouth. Once it sprouts, pour a gallon of briny water over it once a day. It will grow quicker and last 10 years. If you emulate the change of tide with brine water, you can suspend its root ball in the fishing net, changed once a year, and hang it over the river and allow the tide to water it." Rinda's eyes sparkled. "I have not thought of that. You're right. I've seen a few velif grow near river mouths, though they are much shorter." "Yes, but they'll produce more fruit over the 10 years they bear than they would for 5 as a tree, or worse yet, never grown at all." "May I show you something of my own?" Katiam asked Rinda. Rinda turned, nodding. Katiam pulled out the Ratha seed pod. "What is this?" Rinda said, taking it in her hands. "It has been at the college in Thementhu for generations, they say," Katiam replied. "Generations?" Rinda said skeptically. "Centuries, perhaps," Asenath added. "It looks like it was just taken from the bush," Rinda said. She held it in both hands, smelled it, then, to Katiam's surprise, Rinda tested it with her tongue. Katiam inadvertently reached out to take it, but stopped herself. "But what is it?" Rinda asked. "It's always been known as the Ratha," Asenath said. "It is an unsolved mystery among the scholars at the college." "And now it travels with you?" Rinda asked Katiam. "Yes, it intrigued me. Asenath suggested we might take it back with us to Periantor. We can see if it will grow there instead." "You might even find it would grow better here. We are near the sea and not situated so high in the mountains as Thementhu." Katiam could see Rinda becoming as interested in the pod as she had been at the college. "I'd rather not part with it," Katiam said. "I'm sorry." Rinda offered back the pod with a nod. "I understand. I once transplanted a rose bush. I spent 2 years trying to nurse it back to health, but was failing. Amani insisted I pull it up and let it be put on the burn pile, but I begged her to give me 1 more year. That was 5 years ago. The bush shot up and took over most of our back wall. If you find yourself so attached to this Ratha, then you are no doubt the right woman to unfurl its secrets." Katiam bowed her head. "Thank you for understanding." She walked away, tucking the Ratha back into her satchel. She felt embarrassed for acting so protective. It reminded her of her childhood friend wanting to play with the rag doll that her grandfather had given her. She did not wish anyone else to play with it. She wiped the sappy aroma of the pod that clung to her hands onto her skirt and then realized that it was the smell that had clung to the outer edge of her awareness since she had left Thementhu. She didn't mind it. Several hours later, the matriarch reappeared, holding a bundle in her arms. Women gathered around, and the children pressed in to see the new baby girl. The mother was reported as doing fine. "She has decided to give the girl over now. She fears becoming attached. Amani, you'll find a wet nurse for her?" Ermani was nearby and nodded. "And we shall find a home for her. She shall never be unloved." The taller Fedelmina Barba, still holding her book in her hand, approached and stood alongside Sister Epona. "Matriarch Superioress," she said, "I am Sister Fedelmina Barba.
I was sent here a year ago from Precipice to take care of the vault's books.
And how has the task gone? The matriarch asked.
Not so well. I have been able to train a new purser in the meantime, though. She is able, but the vault does not have much money.
I expect Sister Epona has given you the gift.
Yes, I thank you for that. There will be no trouble for some time now.
What of the alewives?
Have they not been able to help? I have not had contact with them, Philomena said. I have been sequestered here, given access to the books of this vault only.
Very well. Thank you for traveling so far to see that this is done.
Matriarch, Philomena said, I should like to accompany you back to Precipice. My task is done here.
Very well. Let us rest. I expect we'll be leaving tomorrow.
Why do you say that? Sabine said.
A feeling. I do not expect things are going well with the Prima Pater and the King.
We will meet back up with them on the road to the west once our work here is done. Chapter 22 Interludes. The chains on his wrists chafed and rubbed, and the tree they had set him against was equally uncomfortable. 2 men lay nearer to the warmth of the fire, leaving him to his cold misery in the nearby darkness. The sound from the nearby lake and the trees along its shore filled his imagination with dark ideas. Without the chains binding him to the tree, he might swim away, after he throttled the 2 men in their sleep.
An interesting predicament to be in, a voice said.
Cold shot up the man's back, and the hairs on his whole body stood on end.
Where are you?
The man rasped from a parched throat.
Who?
I'll stay out in the dark for now. I'd hate for your friends by the fire to catch a glimpse.
Do I know you?
I don't doubt that you do.
Your voice feels familiar.
Perhaps there is Utuk blood in your veins. They always seem to know me by my call. He scrabbled and strained at the chains, trying to look around into the dark. The red light of Norlock didn't do more than cast evil shadows and spray the color of blood across the lake to the south. Not much you can do on those chains without a key, the voice in the dark said.
Want to help me out? He asked.
That can be arranged.
What do I have to do?
Tell me about yourself.
Why?
I want to know who you are, and with whom I deal.
Garizioni.
No. Tell me your full name.
Garizionka of Nasan, son of Kirth Peshun, son of Ish of the Uptuk tribe of Wulig.
And what put you in chains? The story spilled out of him, from his childhood as a trapper and a smuggler, and the time he spent as a black sentinel, to the baiting of Wyloths and his being turned over to the authorities in Amston. All for using the skills your ancestor taught you. It hardly seems fair.
It isn't, Gori barked. They dared to shackle me for doing nothing more than helping.
I wouldn't have been so ungrateful if you had helped me.
Nor would I if you helped me,
Gori offered. And all you want is to be free of those chains?
Not that I would expect you to help me take my revenge, but if I was free, I could do that myself.
And how would I free you? Those chains look strong.
You could get the key,
Gori said. What good would that do? It is a small thing to shake loose apples from the tree. Better to give the hungry man a pruning hook. That way your tree gets cared for, and they don't go hungry. Gori saw movement near the fire. A single Wyloth snuck into the light of the dying fire. It scrabbled around curiously, and then disappeared into the satchel of one of the guards. It came out holding something. It climbed up onto a log and then considered the shiny object in its little hands. The ring had several keys on it.
Knock, Gori hissed. Did you do that?
Do what? The voice said.
Cause that little shunt to pull out the one thing I needed.
How could I do that?
I'm imagining you're going to tell me.
Why don't you try instead?
My grandfather told me about you, Gori said. About the walker, the tale collector. I paid my due and gave you my story. And now you'll grant me one request.
Presumptuous, the walker chuckled. Is that all you know?
You'll offer me more,
but at a cost. Only those who become too greedy are taxed a full cost.
Then you do not deny who you are?
Are you not fearful of who I am?
You came to me, rather than me seeking you out. What have I to fear?
Much, the voice replied.
Is that Wyloth going to bring me the key?
Gorry asked after a long silence. It might. It would be the simple way, but it wouldn't be giving me the pruning hook. As you say. Then what happens now? I can tell that creature to give you what would free you, or what? You could tell it to come yourself. That's absurd. You commanded Wyloths to harass your caravan? I thought that was humorous. I merely baited them. No man can command Wyloths, nor any creature, to just do what they want. You're better than most men, though, aren't you, Gorry? I am. I'm smarter than most men. You just haven't been given the chance. And you're going to give me the chance? If you'll go to Byron, where those 2 men were taking you, I'd hand-deliver you the chance to prove you are better than most men. That is all I offer, and that is all I ask. How? You need only give your commands to those lesser than you, and they will have no choice but to do as their king orders.
Gorry looked back at the Wyloth.
Just tell it what to do?
The voice was gone. Gorry and the Wyloth considered each other for a long time.
Come here,
Gorry said. The Wyloth stared back curiously.
Come on,
he whispered. Nothing happened.
Bring that,
he roared. The Wyloth jumped several feet into the air and disappeared into the dark. The men near the fire stirred, but did not wake. A set of small beady eyes glowed from a bush nearby, and from the shadows came the small figure of the Wyloth. It approached and placed the keys at Gorry's feet in a mocking bow of supplication. Gorry laughed nervously, pulling his keys closer with his toe. He picked it up and fumbled through the ring until he found the right one to unshackle one wrist and then the other. The chain almost clattered noisily to the ground before he caught it. He gathered up the chain and quietly set it down as he turned to the lake. Norlock was starting to set now. He could swim away, and they would never find him. The road was just out of sight to the north, leading to Byron. A sound came from the trees and bushes behind him. He turned and saw a small troop of Wyloths appear, all gathering near the fully prostrated first Wyloth.
Bow,
Gorry hissed. They emulated the first Wyloth. Gorry giggled hysterically to himself.
He just asked I go to Byron and wait. In return for this?
He turned north and started to walk. Behind him, the Wyloths edged forward to follow. One stopped and considered the keys and chain by the tree. The sound of the jingling brought Gorry's attention back to the men sleeping by the fire.
Why, just run, Gorry said. He gave me this pruning hook to use for revenge.
He took up the chain in his hands and crept closer to the men sleeping by the fire. The Wyloths began to howl. Nearby troops of Wyloths could be heard far away, howling and screeching in the night in reply, following the call of their new king. He ran his finger over the text once more and then closed his eyes, repeating the words. Faith can be made strongest through adversity. Only guard your heart from sin. He repeated the verse several times until a knock came at the door. Come in, he said. Primus, the brother adjutant said. We received 2 messengers from the Primapater. They rode very hard from Garrou to deliver it. Very well, the Primus behind the desk said. He stood and checked himself in the burnished brass hanging on the wall. Yesterday's shave was already sprouting strong across his face, scalp, and down his throat. He grimaced. Brother Pyle. Yes, Primus? See that a bath and shave is scheduled for me first thing tomorrow morning. Of course. Brother Dami was also starting to show signs of uncleanliness. And you know I don't like uncleanliness. Fighting against the gifts our Harrier ancestors from Mordaun gave us seemed to be increasing. They say that St. Hamul had the same problem. That was a story created by the Harrier hermits to further their cause back in the day. Primus smiled as the 2 of them left the office. They made their way down the candlelit hall. The silence across the citadel was thick, with most already asleep in their cells. The 2 paladins stood at attention in the guest courtyard. On a bench nearby sat 2 empty plates. Welcome back to St. Hamul, the Primus said. I see you have been fed. Yes, Brother Primus, the older of the 2 said. He recognized the hasty look in the man's eyes. It was the brother Excelsior, put to the pillory by the Primapater for too much zeal. Brother Merrick, is it? Yes, Primus, the man said, a faint smile playing across his lips for the recognition. And I'm afraid I don't know the name of your companion. Brother Excelsior Etienne Orin, Primus. Welcome, both of you. We've ridden hard to reach you, Brother Merrick said. The Primapater and his company have experienced trials you would not believe just to reach Garrou.
and the two of us have ridden to call for aid. Aid?
Yes, Primus,
Brother Orin said, stepping forward, holding out a rolled leather message. Thank you, brother, the Primus said as he took it. He turned to the adjutant. Brother Pyle, please see the brothers here are shown a guest bed and not disturbed until the midday meal.
Very well.
Brothers, the Primus said, smiling to the two messengers, please find solace. I am going to retire to read the message. The two paladins saluted as the Primus left and returned to his study. He unrolled the leather wrap and broke the seal made by the Primapator's own mark. The message was detailed and straightforward. It described an attack by Vul, including a champion of Khos'ran, the destruction of the riches of the Gilded Bastion, and the issues faced at Garrou. It very specifically requested brothers from the Citadel, detailing which ambassadors ought to be selected, to patch the cuts bleeding the northern states dry. What caught the Primus's attention the most, however, was a small notation below the signature of both the Primapator and the actual signatory, Pater Secundus Galahad Peer. The small notation was made in black ink with a hint of red, and looked like a small chalice with a drip of some sort falling into it. You devious little man, the Primus said, smiling to himself. He stood from his desk, walked to the door, and dropped the bar in place, and then returned to his desk. He took up a box from underneath, pulled out a small knife, and placed it beside the blotting cloth. He pinned the message open. Then he took up the knife, and with it a sharpened griffin feather quill. He pressed the tip of the quill into his thumb, and let the small bead well up before squeezing the blood onto the small image of the cup. The blood pooled larger than the small icon, and then contracted and disappeared into the cup, filling its empty lines with blood. Across the empty space at the bottom of the page, words began to bloom.
Greetings, Dusk. I wish first to apologize that we were not able to meet face to face when the company traveled through St. Hamul. I am under scrutiny by one who has abandoned the Motian cause, and I would do well not to expose myself to him. Add to that, I was under the orders of Brother Fidelity to remain silent. If you deem it within your purvey, please include yourself among the relief sent north, as Bortali and Baroni will most certainly go to war, and soon. Your help to bend the situation to the will of our brothers will be most welcomed. Once here, I expect we can find time to meet. I should like to inform you of what the Motian cause has accomplished within the walls of Periantor. As Brother Fidelity has been, as of late, undiplomatic with the Motians of the continent, namely those whom I once stood amongst as equal brothers, yourself, and those I need not name, for risk of their exposure should this message be unlocked by another. The Motians sit on the verge of inheriting a greater wealth of power, should all our plans align. Please note, the two messengers the Primapator sent are not members of the Brotherhood. Merrick, you may well remember from the Pillory, is a zealot, and the other, Orin, is naive, and knows little of the world outside of the Order of the Hammer. Both would do well under your guidance, if your oratory is still as sharp as it was when we were all taken under the tutelage of our former mentor. Cup. The words faded as he read the message. So he read quickly and sat in silence, pondering the message long after. He took a deep breath, sighed, and then took his own journal off the black leather underneath. He untied the red ribbon that held it closed. He opened it up and took up the quill, still damp with his blood. He pricked his thumb again and brought out another bead of blood. Then he put a single dot onto the page. It sat there, crimson. Then it faded into the paper. Black words began to form on their own. That rest was too long,
the words wrote. It was 2 days, Dusk said out loud.
It felt like a month. I have read through your notes in your journal, Dusk. I do not know how he did it, how he made a living shade. And he was my student. He must have learned it from someone else.
If we can unlock the secret shroud is keeping from us, imagine what we could accomplish.
You could completely cheat death and not be forced to end your life as I did.
Speaking of Shroud and the other members of the Order, I just received a message from Cup, who travels with the Primapator.
And what did Cup say?
The Fidelity traveled among them.
Did he now? The newest member to bear that name if you did not recognize him.
Yes. But if the head of the Periantor Motian Order chose to travel to the continent, they must have had a reason.
Or no choice. Perhaps he is one required to travel with the Primapator. If the head of that branch of the Brotherhood has truly ascended to such heights, it will be hard to make a name for yourself. Those within the Father Fortress Monastery are notorious at keeping power to themselves. After all, I was the same in life.
He sent a blood message. something I believe you taught to those studying the way of the feather before you became a shade yourself. What are you getting at, Dusk? The principles for creating both blood messages and giving your soul in its entirety to the Shade Book are similar. The thought had occurred to me. The question is, where is the line where you will not lose your soul but retain connection to it? That is the correct question, and one perhaps only Deagon's cloud can answer. Deagon was a madman. I was haunted by nightmares for months while studying that one page you gave to me. I expect the line we are feeling around for in the darkness lies somewhere close to madness. But I have little to fear of madness after all. Madness requires a mind, and all that is left of me is my soul. The words faded from the page. He went to the shelf and opened a secret compartment, pulling out a moldering tome. He placed it on top of the black journal, bound the two together with the red ribbon, and then put them both into the drawer of his desk. 2 days' preparation ought to be enough time before leaving St. Hamul, and still make good time to Wegley Sayar before snow closed the passes for the winter. Part 3. Chapter 23. Last Feast. The town faded from memory, gave way to fields of grain. The stony build sat alone, its portal sacred fane, shelter from coming rain. The Traveler. The day turned out to be warmer than expected, making traveling uncomfortable as exhaustion set in. Really, Hanen had planned the 50 miles to test the others. After the second 4-hour stint, Cern fell in alongside him. I said I wanted to get to Byron quickly, but I hope we aren't planning on doing 50-mile marches every day. No, I figure we'll make about 36 a day. I want to see how hard we can press everyone, as long as no one gives up. The only person I figure will quit is your girl, Hanen said, looking back at Ophidia. She was gasping for breath, but continued pushing herself. She can barely breathe in that absurd vest. She's tougher than you think, Cern said, and she'll figure out the vest herself. Let her make her own mistakes. Where did you find her? In Messina. She was doing a dismal job of picking up bounties. She owed debts to several collectors. But she helped me in a pinch, so I took on her debts and made her a sentinel. Not quite the same way you introduced Rallia and I to the job. No, but you two came with heads on your shoulders. You made, 2 promotions before I left Edi? You taught us the ropes well, Hanen replied. We owe you for that. I hope you don't think you owe me the same way Thadar thought you owed him. It was the first thing anyone had said about the dead sentinel. No, loyalty to someone we respect is different than being forced into extortion or a form of slavery. Cern nodded. I hope that's what you thought. Thank you for helping out back there. I wasn't going to let him push around the 2 best sentinels I know. How did he save your lives? Hanen related the Vul attack and how Thadar had finished the fight. Sounds like it was an easy opportunity for him, Cern said. To think of the reputation he could have built if he hadn't gotten so greedy. Just leaving town last night would have left the caravan in his hands, Hanen said, realizing the gravity of what he had done. Probably not the best idea, Cern replied, but, under the circumstances, I didn't leave you much choice. They marched on in the midday sun for another hour. We should be nearing Sul soon, Hanen said. That's the village we all met near, isn't it? Cern said. Fitting. They entered the village. While small, it benefited from being fairly close to Edi. Craftsmen could be seen building carts and wagons to take goods from the major trade city to the world beyond. Herdsmen stood in a pasture nearby, watching large aurochs graze. Blacksmiths could be seen forging chains and brackets, while carpenters turned spokes and wagon axles. They passed a village green that was overgrown with weeds. Ophidia stopped and stared at the space where a few burnt pieces of wood stuck up out of the soil. Cern called back to her, and she brought herself too, and joined them as they walked into the village inn's common room. The old inn was half the space, Rallia was explaining to Cern. It wasn't small, but when a new proprietor moved into town and built this one, after the last one burnt down, it took a full year to build. The man behind the bar was nodding and grinning wildly. Clouws, he said, beckoning Hanen and Rallia toward him. I did not expect to see you for a few more weeks. How many merchants this time? Hanen shook his head. No merchants. We're traveling north on other business. The innkeeper looked visibly disappointed. How did the old inn burn down? Cern asked. The innkeeper said. I've heard a couple stories from each member of the village since I moved here from Arbeswald. I heard one old man say he saw Nefara herself come and start the fire.
Another said the innkeeper did it for his past sins. Bah! An old man nearby said. It was the barmaids. They banded together and burnt the place down, tired of the merchants pinching their ears. The innkeeper himself was guiltier than most others. The barmaids died in the fire, the innkeeper replied. The old man looked them all over with a baleful eye. I think they all went to live in the woods, descending on evil men as vengeful harpies now. There was only that one girl who worked at the bar then, another patron said. She likely died right alongside the innkeeper and his family. Will you be staying the night? The innkeeper asked as he turned back to Hanen, rolling his eyes on the old men as they continued to improve their tale. No, Hanen replied. We'll go up to the chapel, but we thought we ought to stop in. I hope you'll keep the arrangement with the caravan, even if we're not traveling with it. I always do. Your caravan is good for business. Cern sat at the bar and clicked a coin down. You're from Arbeswald? He asked. I am. Then I can only assume you're serving Arbol ale. The innkeeper winked and poured a tall tankard for him as the others sat around him. The foamy head rose high above the rim and continued to rise, keeping its shape and never breaking. One for all of us, Cern said, taking his hand off the gold royal hiding underneath. The barkeep took it greedily and promised to send them along with some aged bottles and heavy travel jugs. The long march made the amber-colored liquid go down smoothly. The dense bubbles danced down their throats. It tasted of a dusty orchard and the clean water of a mountain stream. It is rather fortuitous to meet you here, a light and airy voice said from behind them. Hanen turned in his seat to see Imbrus Feronia standing before them. He had his staff in his hand, the leather-covered top above his already taller head. Instead of the long flowing robes layered upon each other, he wore a bright red coat. It was closed in the front with an elaborate array of Kavili buttons and straps. What are you doing this far north? Hanen asked. Did you not find what you wanted at the Gala last night? Imbrus smiled. I learned exactly what I needed. I left just after that little disruption you were at the center of and began the walk north. What takes 8 black sentinels north? It seems you have traveled as much as I have in just as much time. We have a job we'll be picking up in Byron. Hanen turned to the others. Everybody, this is Imbrus Feronia, a spice merchant. Everyone nodded and said their pleasantries. I would think a spice merchant would do well in Edi, Cern said. Why head north? Many of the spices were already readily available in Edi. I'm heading north to enlighten bakers and chefs there. That, and I'm doing research into a piece of history that has a gap in Kavili history books. I'm a student of history myself, Cern said. What are you researching? The Alvarian line, Imbrus said. Cern nodded knowingly. A noble effort, but why Edi? Because the 2 lines of Alvaria disappeared, and I'm tracking them down. I first sought to speak to the Edian nobility and see if any of their pedigree matched. It did not. I am hoping to find more information in the north now. Why not start in southern Mandur and Varia? Arn asked. In the lands of Oldavaria. One must start somewhere, and I will make my way there eventually. Hanen stood up. It was good to see you again, Imbrus. But we probably ought to get going. He turned to the others. We need to reach the chapel 2 miles down the road before dinner. Why go to a chapel? Cern said. The inn here is fine. But the food and bedding at the chapel is free, Rallia said. And we'll eat like kings and queens. Hanen and I know the priest there. He'll feed us very well. Oh? Rallia smiled. As the saying goes, always a table ready for a guest, but ne'er a soul with which to share. Nothing to waste, but instead to waste, for he cleaned his own plate bare. The other sentinels were already smiling broadly and nodding in agreement. As I said, I'm heading north myself, Imbrus said. Perhaps I can join you. The company will be enjoyable, and Byron is where I am headed. That may not be the best idea, Cern said. Hanen has a very stringent marching schedule planned for us. You're a man of history, you say. I would find what information you know helpful. In return, I'll pay my way. Just how fast do you plan on making Byron? 2 weeks' march, Hanen said. Imbrus's eyes lit up. You are most ambitious. Nearly 500 miles in 16 days. I'm impressed, but I can keep up, as evidenced by my appearance here. If I cannot, we part ways. You can decide how much you want me to pay before tomorrow morning. Hanen looked at Cern and at Rallia. All right, you can join us until we near the southern edge of Amston Forest. By then we should know if you can keep up with us. Imbrus smiled. I thank you.
He walked over to a table and picked up his own pack. It was a shoulder-wide box, only a couple of inches deep. Below it hung 2 rolls. He pulled the straps over his shoulder. It didn't bear his posture down at all. He shrugged. "I am ready." Rallia was out the door first, with Hanen just behind. "Maybe we ought to have talked to Cern first," Rallia muttered. "Perhaps, but it's free money." "Yes, I know. I'll feel bad taking any money, if only because it's free." "He offered," Hanen said. Cern came and walked alongside them. "That was very enterprising of you," Cern said. "Thank you," Hanen replied. "I figure if we're going to walk from here to Byron with no pay, we might as well make something." "That should help with the costs we've already promised to pay the others," Rallia added. "True," Hanen said. "I'll ask him for 4 royals. If he agrees to that, great. If not, we'll still be doing better than we were this morning." The 2 miles from Sul to the chapel were sloped and made for a trudging march. They slowed the closer they came to the chapel. Perhaps it was the realization that the first leg of their journey had come to an end, or that Hanen and Rallia, used to the walk, had slowed. It was still well before sundown. Hanen could see Father Diano out back of the chapel, rummaging around in his garden. Even at a mile off he stood, watching the 9 of them walking up the hill. He gathered a few more things from the dirt and entered the side office of his chapel. As they came up the final rise, Father Diano was standing out front, watching them approach. "Father Diano," Rallia said. The Abyssinian priest looked at them, seeking for a memory that would tell him who they were, and it dawned on him.
"Close!"
he shouted. He opened the door to the chapel and ushered all 9 of them in. He sized each one up, including the Cavil. Cern and Ophidia entered last.
"As I live and breathe, it is good to see you."
His voice was old and full of heavy breath. "Father Diano," Rallia said. "I was only here 3 days ago, as I headed south to Edi."
"Ah, yes, of course, I know that." The priest hesitated. "But it is still good to see you regardless."
Ophidia stopped in front of Diano.
"Hello, Father Diano," she said.
"Why, little Ophidia, is that you?"
She smiled and gave him a hug.
"I feel so old seeing you all grown."
"I've seen the world now."
"That's what made me grow," she said, and continued into the chapel. Everyone dropped their rucksack on the bench pews and stretched.
"How long have you been traveling?" Diano asked.
"From Edi," Cern said, looking around with a critical eye.
"That's 50 miles south of here. How long have you been walking?"
Hanen walked up and put a hand on his shoulder. "We've been walking since last night. Can we sleep here tonight?"
Of course. And you need food."
Everyone heard what he said and began opening up their packs, making space for themselves to sleep. Diano rushed out of the chapel and disappeared for a long time. Soon he returned with bread and apples and a wheel of cheese. He handed the cheese to Rallia to divvy between them.
"This will do for tonight. Tomorrow you'll feast before you leave."
As they settled into their places to sleep, Rallia walked over to Ophidia.
"I thought I recognized you. You're the girl who worked at the burnt-down inn in Sul."
Ophidia kept a straight face.
"What of it? Did you recognize us?" "Not a fool. Of course I recognized you. Neither of you has changed." "You've changed."
"Maybe I have.
Maybe I haven't, and I'm just old-looking now."
She pulled her bedroll over herself and rolled over to face the wall. The Cavil did not immediately find a place to sleep, but disappeared into the back.
"Did you know?"
Rallia asked Hanen. "She looked familiar," Hanen said, "but no more than another face I've seen pass me in the street. Now that she says she's the barmaid from Sul, I can see it." She had been the catalyst of their becoming Sentinels. The brigands they had overheard in the inn in Sul had been treating her poorly, and the Clouw siblings had worked to usurp their plans to rob and kill a duke. She had only been a 15-year-old girl then, but she had done what she could to distract the handful of brigands the next day while Hanen and Rallia picked them off one by one. Cern had been involved too, seeing their work, and invited them to travel south with him to Edi. Hanen rolled over toward the wall and closed his eyes, thinking of how little had changed, yet all the while, everything had changed. The next morning they all awoke to the smell of erstwine bacon. Hanen walked into the kitchen behind Osri and found Arren cooking alongside Father Diano. Imbris sat at the table, while Rallia entered from the garden with fresh firewood for the father's hearth. One by one the sentinels trickled in and sat down at a table spread with bacon, eggs, mushrooms, and other fresh vegetables from the garden. Imbris didn't have any vegetables, but helped himself to large portions of bacon and some left-over cold meat the father had on hand.
"What brings you north?"
Diano asked.
"We're traveling to Byron,"
Hanen said.
"It's a busy city, Byron."
Diano dished out mushrooms to those who had already finished theirs.
"And under the constant protection of Nefara. If I could choose a city to die in, it would be there. I'd wager she'd have an easier time finding me there before I'm ushered off to my judgment.
What is that supposed to mean?
Chos asked. He's talking about the superstition that the goddess Nefara is important in deciding whether we go to Loman or Nasatan, Cern said. Just another tale told to make children behave.
Don't you believe in the gods, goodman Vaturus?
Diano asked. Doesn't matter if I believe in them, Cern said. I'm more concerned with wondering why there are stories talking about how they meddle in the affairs of honest people instead of leaving us to do as we please.
She finds each of us no matter where we are, Imbrys said.
Ah, Diano said. His interest suddenly turned to the tall, foreign creature in his kitchen.
So Nefara is part of the Kavili culture too, then?
She is sister to Lezek, god of the Kavili. So yes, she judges the Kavili too.
She doesn't judge, Diano said. She merely escorts souls to the gates of Nasatan, and makes a case for them to the judge himself.
Make a case, judge. It is the same thing,
Imbrys said.
She barely mounts a defense for those who don't deserve it.
We need to be on the road, Hanen said. Everyone stood up, cleared their places, and went to pack their bags. Hanen approached Diano. Thank you for your hospitality.
Did I tell you about the young man who came to visit me last week? I should have sent a letter to Manfulha. He might have been able to ask the high priest to have me sent to Byron.
He stood and began to putter about with a look of confusion as he muttered to himself.
That young man, I can't remember his name, but I sent him north not long ago. He wished to become a priest.
Cern touched Hanen's shoulder, but Hanen turned, shaking his head. Just let him tell his story.
He was a spunk-filled young man. Hoped he might change the world. Said he left his home, his family. He could have been a duke or a lord. Instead, he went off on his own, seeking to change it all.
And he came by this chapel? Rallia asked, as the priest fell silent, reminiscing.
Yes, he did stop here. He was given priestly encouragement, enough to decide to take up the cloth and join the Church of Aben.
He stood up and shuffled around.
Ah,
Father Diano said.
Young man.
He came to stand before Rallia.
Kneel down so I may bless you before you go off to change the world.
I'm not, Rallia said, before the priest interrupted.
Nonsense, boy. Rise from your bench and kneel. Aben blesses those he blesses, and there is nothing you can do to stop it.
Rallia stood and went to her knees.
Do right and seek the path. Do not listen to the words of the web-weaver, Akanarut the deceiver. Listen to your heart, for this blessing will tell you what is true and right. If you stray, return to the path. If you cannot find it, seek aid, and you shall find your way.
There was a long and awkward silence. Rallia left the kitchen last, giving the old man a long embrace. He's not right, is he? Arn asked. He slips more and more every time we stop through, Hanen offered. That young priest he mentioned was himself. He tells the story every time. We tried to correct him once, Rallia said. It aggravated him. He was very offended when we left. But the next time we came through, he had no recollection of the conversation. That's when we knew. And I always wonder if he'll be here next time we come through. Before we go, Hanen said, changing the subject, I believe I owe everyone some money. He opened up his purse and paid everyone what he had promised. I owe you some money myself, Imbrys said. He handed Hanen 4 gold royals. Will this be enough? Hanen looked up, astonished. That's exactly what I was going to ask for, he said. Imbrys winked, though from a Kavil it looked odd or forced. I have good hearing. Each night they set up camp, while Arn prepared food over the fire. He and Imbrys discussed which herbs and spices to add. Imbrys listened intently as Arn showed him herbs he had gathered along the road, while the Kavil added dashes and pinches of liquids and powders from his box of exotic spices. 6 days out from Sul, they came to the edge of the forest and set up camp as twilight set in. Imbrys was preparing food and promised something special. Rallia came up to Hanen. My head is feeling scruffy. I really need to shave. The hair above her ears had grown in as rough stubble. Can I get one after you're done? Rallia nodded, turned, and set about her work. She soon had another fire going, with water boiling atop it. The others ate when the food was ready, while Rallia spent the time to herself. She came over to the light, the sides of her head shining clean and shaved. Hanen, you ready? Hanen nodded, put his food down, and joined Rallia at the other fire.
What is going on?
Osri asked. It seems, Arn said, that Rallia has set up shop. I was hoping she'd be about her business soon. He left the fire too and walked over to the other to sit down and wait his turn. Rallia had always been good with a razor,
She soon had hot cloths in boiling water and put them on each person in turn. She had a bar of soap to lather them up, pulled out her razor, and deftly cleared each man's face of unwanted whiskers. Imbris watched, fascinated by the whole procedure, while Rallia shaved the sides of Unia's head. "You're very interesting creatures, you humans," Imbris said to Hanen. "What do you mean?" "We grow our little tendrils," he said, indicating to the 2 long tendrils that dropped down from his upper lip. "It would be a terrible thing to cut. We'd bleed all over. And then you humans grow hair everywhere. You cut, you trim, you make yourself unique with it. It's fascinating." "You don't do anything like this?" "I mean, we have our own traditions. We paint our bodies with dyes that last for a month, then they fade away. Perhaps that is similar." Rallia finished shaving Chos last. He stood up and took a deep breath of the night air, then put a silver leer in Rallia's outstretched hand and walked off toward the other side of the cooking fire. Rallia dropped the coin into her purse before cleaning up. "I've no need for a shave," Imbris said, "but I'm interested in what you're doing." He sat down and watched Rallia clean up as though he was watching bread baking for the first time. Hanen went back to his tent. As he climbed in, he saw Unia sitting close to Chos by the cooking fire. They didn't think anyone was looking as she touched his freshly shaven face.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 24. Swift and Terrible. Stay true my path, and protect me from eyes that peer from the bush. From Common Prayers of Travel. The next morning they began their trek through the Amston forest. The road was just as well kept as others, but the sun rarely shone on them between leaves that were turning but not yet fallen. "Cern," Hanen asked, "are we thinking we'll have a day or two in Byron?" "Complaining already?" "Not complaining, just looking forward to this leg being over." "I'm just joking with you, Hanen. Of course we'll have a little time there, but there will be business, too." "Do you expect it to take some work to gain the contract?" "I do. I expect the monks will know all about the paladin's arrival, but I doubt they'll have left Byron yet." "How do you figure that?" "Because they make decisions about as slow as a mountain moves. What do you know about the Nefarans?" "They walk among the people and make decisions for those who can't afford to go to court." "They meddle, and they take donations to pay for it. They say they resolve issues between parties, when really they're just getting in the way of people taking care of their own problems and then calling it divine intervention." "What would you have them do?" Hanen asked. "If they feel their faith called them to charitable service, let them feel good about themselves. I don't care for the priesthoods, but they do. Others do. They can have their way of life." "That's fine, but not at the expense of others." "What do you mean, at the expense of others?" Hanen asked. Cern sighed. "Listen, the gods have a history of abandoning us, so why can't they leave us well enough alone and leave us be? Why do so-called holy people need to force-feed us their moralities?" "I guess I'm not understanding what you're getting at. Why even go offer our services to the monks if you don't believe in what they're doing?" "Regardless of what I think, the monks are heading into what could be a momentous meeting, and it will be at the risk of their lives. If something were to happen to them, I don't doubt it would provide a means for the nations surrounding the dead past the opportunity to go to war. I won't stand by and let monks martyr themselves on a trek into dangerous mountains, when I can hand-deliver them and perhaps provide some clout to the Black Sentinels while I'm at it. Imagine if the Black Sentinels were as organized across Ganthic as you were in Edi. We could be as powerful as the paladins, but without all the stigma of some uncaring god ruling over us." "I wouldn't call the gods uncaring," Imbris said from nearby. "The services your paladins provide, and the Nefarans as well, can't be ignored." "No offense, but the Kavili god has been largely silent on the matter for centuries." "Ah, a historian as well as a scholar, I see," Imbris replied. "Lezek loves his people in his own way. Just as a parent lets their child grow up and leave home, Lezek lets the Kavili make their own decisions. It's not ready for you to understand, not being a Kavil." "You're right, it's not. But as a human, it is my experience to try to understand the gods that humanity follows. Grisone abandoned humanity for a select few and gave the rest over to his lording father, who can't even get his own church in order. It's obvious you both have an education on these matters," Hanen said, stepping in, "but we've still got to march alongside one another for the next week. Can we keep things civil?" "Of course," Imbris said, smiling. "I take no offense at this conversation." Cern smiled and turned away, dropping the smile once his face was turned from the Kavil. They soon came upon a stretch of road lined with bushes covered in white silken sheets. The look of it sent shivers down Hanen's spine. Not often you see a Zvolder breeding nest, Cern was saying, stopping to look at the massive webs. This is the nest of those awful creatures? Unia asked. It is a small one, Imbrus said, stepping up. Everyone stopped, quickly gathering close. No one wanted to stray too near the edge of the road. We should move on, Hanen said. It is fine, Imbrus said. The adults gather together, build this nest, and move on. Inside are probably thousands of eggs. They'll hatch in a day or two and start devouring each other, and then the few that survive eat the webbing, grow, and move on. Zvolders are small here in your country, aren't they? Cern held up a hand and grabbed his wrist halfway up the elbow.
No longer than this.
Imbrus nodded. He pulled out a knife. You're welcome to continue. I'll only be a short while, and I'll catch up. He walked up to the edge of the web, slashed it open like a bedsheet, and disappeared within.
I'm not sticking around for this, Unia said.
She turned and began walking down the road. Chas joined her. I'll wait for him, Rallia said. You never liked Zvolders, Hanen said. I didn't say I do like them, but he hired us to protect him. I'll wait for him. Fine.
You're not going to stay with your sister? Cern asked Hanen as they walked away together.
I would, Hanen said, but...
Zvolders?
Exactly. You seem to know about them.
I did some zoological studies when I was younger. They're pinchers, 12 legs, capturing prey. They fascinate me. But when you wake up and one is crawling across your pack, it made my appreciation cease very rapidly. After an hour, Rallia and Imbrus came jogging up behind them. Rallia had a mischievous look on her face.
What? Hanen asked. Nothing, Rallia said innocently. Twilight set in, and they found a place to set up camp. Imbrus offered to make dinner, and soon had a pot boiling near the side of the road. He opened up a sack and dumped the contents into the water. A savory smell washed over them, and they quickly gathered round.
What did you make? Aran asked.
I've never smelled something like that before. Imbrus stuck a spoon in and pulled out what appeared to be an egg. He set it on a cool rock. Please, try one, he said. More were being pulled out of the water. He sprinkled nothing but salt on them. He picked the first one up and popped it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Rallia stepped forward and took one and did the same.
Where did you find eggs? Cern asked. I don't recall you stopping to speak to a peasant.
Imbrus shrugged. Osri picked one up, sniffed at it, and then bit it in two.
This is no bird egg, he said.
No, not from a bird, Rallia said, smiling. Hanen was reaching for one when he realized where Imbrus found them. I'm not eating that, Hanen said. Oh, come on, Rallia said. It tastes great. I had no idea you could eat Zvolder eggs. You should taste a whole-cooked Zvolder, Imbrus said, though not all are safe to eat. The others visibly blanched and refused to eat, while Rallia, Osri, and Imbrus ate their fill. Unia and Chaz excused themselves and went walking farther down into the open field toward the pond, just out of view before stopping abruptly. Is everything all right? Hanen called. Chaz slowly lifted a hand and closed it in a fist. Everyone grew silent and drew their weapons. They watched as Unia began taking slow steps in retreat. Chaz crouched down to the ground and started crawling backwards. There was a high-pitched squeal like the sound of a monstrous stuck pig. They both spun and began running wildly toward the road. Something else crashed up from behind that stood much taller and weighed several tons. An urswine. It seemed to be charging directly toward the sentinels, but then veered and ran off in another direction toward the woods. A second sound began to rise. At first it was a low growl that rumbled through the woods, and rose slowly in crescendo, then sharply to an ear-piercing shriek. It was like wind screaming through a barn, like the sound of the dying on a battlefield, and even like a young woman mourning the loss of her husband to a foreign war. The hairs on everyone's necks stood on end. Unia had a head start and made it to the edge of the road, while Chas was 20 yards behind her. Something great and terrible leapt up out of the tall grass and over Chas, trapping him in the field. It was lithe and covered in dark stripes on a sleek coat, the color of the dry grass it had been prowling in. On each paw it bore dagger-sized claws. Hackles rose along its spine, and within the hairs rose even longer, sharper quills. It bore a long tail that swished back and forth, a curved spike on the end, oozing a deadly venom. "Hey!" Rallia shouted out from just behind Hanen's shoulder. The thing turned around to see what could be disturbing its hunt. It had red-lined eyes and a long mouth filled with rows of teeth, each wickedly sharp, like an evil grinning smile. "Manticore," Aran hissed. This was no house core that hunted vermin for farmers and city folk. but one of the great manticores that hunted across the central lands of Ganthic, stealing herd animals and causing the disappearances of lone travelers on the road. The showing of teeth reminded Hanen why he hated all manticores, large or small. A bite from a house core could mangle a finger. What a full-size one could do, he did not want to know. It let out a shriek that froze them all in place. Cern fired a shot off with his crossbow. The monster ducked rapidly, and the bolt barely missed its face. It made a single lunge toward the road and swatted out with a claw. Everyone jumped backwards. It was only a warning, but it was enough. Chas moved separate from the others, his axe in hand, the long tail of the manticore swishing back and forth, preventing him from making a move. Cern reloaded his crossbow, and Unia took a step forward toward the beast, while Osri matched step. He held both of his clubs in his hand. Hanen watched Arn creep up the left, with Rallia to the right. "We all need to attack at once," Hanen whispered harshly. He lifted an axe, slowly, staring directly into the eyes of the monster. It moved with a wicked grace and struck like a lightning bolt, claws flying in several directions and then spinning in a long arc. The first swing struck Unia with the body of its tail, flinging her wide. The tail kept moving as the manticore turned back toward Hanen. Tip of the tail must have hit Chas as he cried out and crumpled to the ground. Cern shouted, "Now!" Hanen didn't even realize what he was doing as he drew back and threw his axe at the beast. It reared up as it swatted the flying object away, but it gave Cern the opening he needed. Another crossbow bolt flew, hitting home, burying itself deep into the ribcage of the creature. Arn moved in quickly from one side, while Rallia seemed to move even faster from the other. Osri charged forward, a club in each hand. The manticore crouched down on all fours and launched at Osri, knocking the huge man flat out on the ground underneath it. Arn had drawn a short sword, which he held out behind him, his own axe held out for defense. He struck out with his sword and scored a glancing hit on the manticore's foreleg. The sword came back covered in blood. As the monster turned to its attacker, the deft Arn leapt away and Rallia came in, swinging her staff in a large circle. The manticore's tail, which seemed to have a mind of its own, swung to find Rallia, who deflected it with a heavy swing. As she struck the bulbous stinger, the monster wailed. Cern walked up next to Hanen, another bolt loaded. "We need to finish this quickly," he said, drawing up the crossbow, "or it will hunt us from here to Byron." He let the bolt loose. This one struck the beast in the eye. It screeched in pain and began flailing wildly. It trampled over Osri, and its tail began to strike out spasmodically. Rallia was dancing around it, her staff spinning as she tried to find a chance to move in. Arn took swings as claws came close to him, but none struck home. The manticore stopped for a moment, seeing Ophidia standing near the road by herself, her club clenched in both hands. It suddenly lunged toward her. Imbris dropped between the girl and the beast, his own tail snapping left and then right, distracting the creature as it followed the flipping end. The Kavil held his staff out in front of him and reached into a pouch with his other hand. The manticore snapped its mouth open, and Imbris threw a powder into its face. It hissed and fell back, scratching at its own eyes. A few moments later, after snorting and snuffing its nose and mouth clear, it was now fully enraged. Chas came to his feet, holding his belly and visibly pale. Out of nowhere, the angry Unia flew toward the beast, screaming wildly. The manticore visibly froze as she assailed it with her axe, and wild screams. As the harpy continued her assault, the manticore fell back. It tried to bring its tail to bear, but Arn stepped forward with a gliding swipe, taking the tip of the tail clean off. The monster panicked and rolled over onto its back. Unia stepped up on top and began to chop the beast open like a rotten log. It stopped thrashing. Unia stood atop it, breathing heavily. She was covered in blood and scratches from manticore quills. She slowed her breath as everyone stared at her with amazement and fear. "Charles!" she cried, rushing to him as he collapsed to the ground. Cern walked up to the form of Osri and crouched down to check the man's breath. "He's gone." Imbris pulled Rallia and Arn aside, instructing them to help him turn the creature over. He took out a hooked knife and began cutting off the long quills that came out of the run of hair along its spine. Then he turned and said something under his breath to the two humans. They all three approached Unia and Chas. Rallia and Arn rushed to grab Unia, pulling her away from Chas, who was now thrashing with seizures. Imbris tore away the man's shirt, revealing a long, green, pus-filled cut. Taking quills one at a time, he forcefully stabbed them into the flesh around the wound. "Ophidia," he called, "you are to bring me my travel pack. Hanen, get water to a boil. I need fresh, hot, wet cloth, constantly." Ophidia brought the box, which Imbris opened, running a querying finger across several rows of vials and compartments. He lifted a little satchel and reached underneath to pull out a stick. He handed the stick to Ophidia. "Hold that. When I say, put it into his mouth like a horse's bit. Then he opened the little satchel made of a pliable but heavy leather. He took a pinch of powder from inside. He opened the mouth of the man and sprinkled it onto his tongue. Hanen heard the Kavil counting off in his own language. He looked to the girl next to him. Now, Ophelia. She reached out to place the stick into Chassa's mouth as the man suddenly clamped down on the stick, nearly breaking it in two as his eyes bulged. Drool began to fill his mouth. He arched his back as his face turned red. Then he fell back to the ground, out cold and breathing calmly. What was that? Ophelia asked. The powder is waking powder, or illith. It'll wake a sleeping orc, but it can also drive someone mad enough to kill them. The stick is called calm stick, or as we call it, deaden. It is soporific and calms someone enough to keep them from going mad. Together they balance each other out. Either way, he's stabilized. If only for now. Long enough for the quills to do their work. He proceeded to replace the first quills with more. The blood around the puncture marks, where he stabbed Chaz, had ceased to ooze green color and began to bleed red. Those quills draw poison? Cern asked. The Kavil nodded. They draw out anything. Cern turned to Rallia, who held down Unia, still hysterical and fighting against them. Does Osri have any family? Cern asked. Not that I'm aware of. He was Messinen, though, Rallia said as an afterthought. We should build a pyre for him. Even better that we have the body of what killed him. I think they usually burn murder victims with their murderers. Soon Unia had calmed enough to watch Imbrus administering his medicine with interest. Rallia, Hanen said, let's you, Arn, Ophelia, and I prepare the pyre for Osri. Wait until morning, Hanen. Hanen looked up to realize it was now fully dark. They chose watches, though Imbrus said it was unnecessary. He'd stay up with Chas. Unia stayed with him, too. Hanen woke early in the morning. Unia had fallen asleep next to the fire. Imbrus sat over Chas, who was not nearly as pale as the night before. The long gash on his belly had been sutured very cleanly. How is he? Hanen asked. The man will be just fine, Imbrus said. Once the quills did their work, I was able to cut away some dead flesh. It was only his skin, fortunately. His insides were not harmed except by what toxins seeped in. So he will live? I hope so. There's no way to know what kind of changes he'll undergo, though. These toxins are said to cause more than their fair share of mental instabilities in survivors. Hanen walked to the other side of the fire and looked toward the rising sun. Cern was down by the pond, dragging logs out of the grass by Osri's pyre. This is going to slow us down considerably, Cern said. Only a day or so, Hanen replied. You expect Chas to bounce back that fast? No, but we're a day's walk to Amston. We'll take him there and find a place we can leave him. We'll lose Unia, too, Cern replied. I expect so. Of all of them, Arn is the fastest anyway. We might be able to make up for some lost time. He walked back towards his tent, passing by the still body of Osri and the manticore. The man's wounds looked much worse in daylight, and Osri seemed much smaller than he had in life. Rallia was gone when Hanen opened the tent, probably out to find wood for the pyre. Hanen packed up the tent and put it away in his bag, making sure everything was ready. Arn had risen and started boiling water for breakfast. Soon they had a breakfast of flattened, parched grains and a meager but serviceable pyre ready. They ate quickly, and together moved the manticore onto the pile, with Osri's body on top of it. Unia stayed with Chas, while the others stood around the pile. They remained silent, while Cern lit the fire. To a fellow black sentinel, may he find the soul of his killer in the afterlife, and send it to the Evernight. Cern took a stick and cast it on top of the bodies. Each threw an item or two. Hanen took 3 leer that had come from Osri's pouch and tossed them on to pay the 3-eyed god Wiv to entreat with Osri well. While the fire burned hot, they broke camp. At Cern's suggestion, they didn't burn Osri's black sentinel cloak, but instead used it to create a rig that would carry Chas the rest of the way to Amston. I'd like to help carry him, Ophelia said, approaching Hanen as he finished putting the litter together. It's going to be a long walk today, Hanen replied. I know, but I feel like I owe him. I might have saved him or Osri if I had been braver. Rallia was packing her things nearby. That was the first time any one of us had faced a creature like that. If there is blame to bear, it's something we all share. They went through Osri's possessions and divided them. The only thing of sentimental value was a small doll made of tied-up cloth. I had a doll like this when I was a child, Ophelia said. They gave them out at orphanages. Were you an orphan? Rallia asked. She nodded. I wasn't even left at an orphanage. I was taken there by a Nefa, after she found me on the street, I guess. I don't even remember my mother. But I went to Messina after Sul to find her. Not much good that did me. Orphanhood happens to the best of us, Cern said. I turned out all right. He turned toward the pyre. I'm going to collapse the fire. Looks like the worst is done. He went over and kicked at the dying embers. Then he took a log they had left out and levered the whole pile down into the pond. I guess no one will be drinking from that water anytime soon. Aran chuckled. At least I hope not. Ophidia and Rallia lifted Chas up onto their shoulders and began walking. Hanen carried Rallia's pack, while Aran took what was left of Osri's belongings to sell at market.
Chapter 25, Mordaun Road. Ever forward, ever on. From falls to sea, ribboned Mordaun. Durrani proverb.
They walked the day in relative silence. They came to the crossroads leading to Amston Houghton at midday and turned toward it. Within 5 miles, the city appeared as the woods thinned. They arrived well before dark and found an innkeeper willing to try reviving Chas. They made the man comfortable in a room, and Hanen paid the man out of Osri's money, which he was glad he had brought with him. They all took seats at the table at the inn. The serving girl brought them a standard meal, and they ate in silence. Unia spoke first.
I'll not be continuing with you to Byron.
I expected as much, Cern said.
I intend to watch after Chas.
She handed Hanen the money he had paid her.
No, Hanen said. Keep that. You may need it to pay for additional medical attention.
Then he took out 2 crowns from Osri's purse and put them on the table. She nodded, took the money back, and excused herself. They didn't see her again.
Chas has found himself a good woman, if he survives,
Aran said.
He will live, Imbris said. He will not be the same, but he will live.
Do you have anyone back in Mordaun? Cern asked Aran. No. My mother intended for me to marry the daughter of a butcher. She was caught buttering a baker's bread, he said with a light chuckle. That is why I left home. I joined the Sentinels in Lime.
Do you have anyone of note in Edi?
Imbris asked both Hanen and Rallia.
I've been too busy with the Sentinels, Hanen said, so it hasn't come up. I haven't given it much thought myself, Rallia added. I'm pretty particular, so I doubt there will be a man who will put up with my oddities. Oddities? Imbris asked.
Rallia means peculiarities, Hanen said. She expects everything to be very neatly ordered. All of her things are placed in just the right spot, or she gets up for half the night to reorder them. Rallia blushed.
I just want what little I have in its proper place.
It's true.
She does only have a few possessions she calls her own, Hanen said. In the last 5 years, I think I can recall only 3 or 4 things Rallia sought out, sparing no expense. I'm not someone who needs much, Rallia confessed, but I want control. A man who wants my time will need to live with very little and know to keep everything in its place.
As for me, Hanen said, I don't need control. I'm always in control of what I'm doing, but I wouldn't mind being valued. Though not by just one person, I feel like I might come to resent it. You both sound foolish, Aran said. If someone comes to your bed, it's good enough. You'll learn to adapt to them too. Life is all about change and compromise.
I guess that means I'm not ready to marry then, because I'm not changing for anyone, Hanen said. Do you have a Giddith?
Rallia asked Imbris.
What's a Giddith?
Ophidia asked. Rallia looked over at Ophidia and opened her mouth, and then turned back to Imbris.
Perhaps you ought to explain. We do not marry in the Kividi culture. Instead, not long after we are born, we develop an attachment to others born around the same time. We grow up together, hunt together, and know each other better than our own families. Giddith means same water in your language. We live and die with our Giddith.
He sat back and then started.
Ah, yes. You asked if I have one. I do not. The closest I have to a Giddith is a cousin. I often consider him my Giddith, but he passed out of my life long ago. What about you, young Ophidia?
The girl turned red. She's young, Cern said. Let's not pull her into conversations of men in bedrooms. She blushed even redder and then burst out hot and mad.
I'm more than capable of holding my own in the sack, you shunts.
She rose and stomped off up the stairs. Cern rolled his eyes.
Let's plan on leaving mid-morning, Hanen said, changing the subject.
We can get a couple of stints in before dark. They made their way through the market slowly, and were nearly at the gates when Aran pulled them into a tavern and told them all to sit down at a table. He approached the tavern keep, and they exchanged words before he came and sat down. As it turns out, Aran said, Osri's little knickknacks he had all over him were worth quite a bit more than we all expected. He placed a nice bolt case in front of Cern, and a satchel of black spice seeds in front of Imbris. Then he pushed a package in front of Ophidia. Those dull red stones he had set in the medallion on his chest were some very nice uncut rubies. He turned to Rallia and pushed a small box across the table. I found the knife sharpener, who gave me this in exchange for Osri's silver belt. Rallia opened the box, revealing a new razor blade with a horn handle. The knife he had on him was actually a well-crafted Hrogran blade. I found a Hrogran ink merchant who was very interested in it. He pushed another box across the table to Hanen, sitting atop a wood-bound Hrogran-style blank ledger. Hanen took out and admired the sealed ink vials and nodded his approval. These are all very nice, Cern said, but why give these all to us? You could have kept them for yourself. You told Osri, Chas, Munia, and myself that whoever made it to Byron would get to split 10 gold crowns. Seeing as how I'm all that's left, trading a dead man's belongings and giving the rest of you what comes of it, not only seems right, it is the least I could do.
An attitude like that ought to mean something to the three-eyed king, Imbrus said.
I should hope so, Arn said, chuckling. Superstitions aside, Cern said, hefting the bolt case and realizing that it was also filled with new crossbolts. Thank you.
What's in your package? Rallia asked Ophidia.
Ophidia was peeking inside the packaging. She blushed and looked bashfully at Arn.
You were listening when I was talking to Unia and Rallia?
I hear a lot of things, Arn said. Go try them on. She got up from the table, asked the bartender for loan of a room, and disappeared. Food and drink came to the table, and they dove in. Ophidia re-emerged, a huge smile on her face. Instead of the tight vest over a cheap and flimsy blouse, she now had on a loose and comfortable wool blouse of wine red. She was walking confidently and stepping around oddly.
These stockings are so comfortable, she said.
Arn stood up and choked down his food. Apparently they're Barone Capricorn wool, which is hard to come by, especially these days.
But 6 of them? Ophidia said.
And the blouse?
It's going to be very warm, she said. Thank you.
She circled the table, sat, and quickly downed a tankard. Arn sat and gave a wink to Hanen and Rallia. The road out of Amston followed the Mordaun River toward Byron, and a pleasant warmth sat on the hills and their backs as they continued their walk north. They could have taken up their old pace and marched, but Cern didn't seem to be in a hurry, so they took their time. The following day, a cool breeze gave them a good excuse to resume their pace, to keep warm and make good time. Rallia ranged ahead of them as they neared a small town to find them a good inn. You know, I've never been to Byron, Hanen told Cern as the road turned from dirt to cobbles. Up and down the road, from Garrou to Edi, but I've never taken the time to go there. Even our old master never went there with us. Mordiego a few times, as well as Cetera and Nihn. But not Byron, Cern said. Remind me what business your master was in?
He was a cheesemonger, Hanen said. But in actuality he moved precious goods for the wealthy, stashed in his cheese.
He smuggled it? It took me longer than it should have to catch on. We would roll into town and go to an inn, where some well-to-do lady would buy the cheapest cheese we had for a great deal more than they were worth. The cheapest cheese? Cern said. Well, if a god would stop us, or even the odd thief, they'd be quick to take the more expensive cheese from us, and while we'd put up a protest, we'd let them go. And no one ever inspected any closer. That's smart. It was. Right before you met us, we were able to finish up with Master Vareth's contracts, and it set us up quite nicely. And he had no family? None mentioned in his ledgers, and he never spoke of anyone. There was a widow he often entertained in Deld. We made sure she got a nice gift from him. As they came to the inn, Rallia was outside, a broad smile on her face. What's that face for? Hanen said. I ran into someone I know. Come on in. The innkeeper is already bringing food to the table. She led the way in into a larger table at the back where a figure sat. Her eyes were bound by cloth, and against the wall leaned a staff, atop which were mounted several rings. Her head was shaved, and the blue cowl that sat on her shoulders was pushed away from her face so she could eat the bread in her hands. There was a tray of tankards in the center of the table, full of dark brown ale. And a foreign, Hanen muttered. I met her at Dino's chapel, on my way south, Rallia said. I thought that since we were going to Byron, as she is, we could escort her into town, as a show of good faith, and have an ally when we speak to the monks there. That's good thinking, Cern said, although it's going to slow us down considerably. I'd be interested in knowing how a blind monk has managed to stay ahead of us until now, when she only had a 2 days lead on us, Hanen said. Nefer Saraya, Rallia said, touching the monk's shoulder. I'd like to introduce you to my companions. She turned to the others. This is Nefer Saraya Yaladit. We met as I was headed down to Edi. Her frame was covered by a singular grey robe that fit well, but allowed movement, and her eyes were bound by pale blue cloth.
"It's a pleasure to meet you all, and thank you for inviting me to join you for a meal," she said. "You seem to have the wings of your goddess on your sandals," Imber said. "What do you mean?" Soraya asked. "These sentinels I've traveled north with set a good pace. If you met our acquaintance Rallia, as she said, on her way to Edi, not 3 days later we came back to the same chapel. How do you, a humble, sight-bound monk, make so many 100 miles?" "I suppose it is rather impossible, isn't it?" the monk said. 2 days after I left that chapel, I met with a paladin riding north from Piedala. Pater Pelion Nos. He was riding north and offered me a ride. He left me off in Amston a few days ago." "Impressive, nonetheless," the Cavil said. "Well, I'm perhaps a bit naive to say so," the monk said. "I don't often meet many Cavili. But then, I'm also sight-bound, so perhaps I pass them by every day, and they don't speak with me. What are you doing so far north?" "You'd be right to guess I'm an oddity, though we're not so rare as to not come north. We just prefer our warmer southern climes."
"Master Veronia is a spice merchant," Cern interrupted, "and we're escorting him to Byron. Perhaps you'd like to join us. It would ensure your safe arrival, and we'd be honored if you'd allow us."
"Generally, we prefer to travel slowly so that people can approach us, and we can offer our services," she said. "But I do need to get back to Byron, and there have been several other monks along the road this near to the capital."
"Then think nothing of it," Cern said, offering a big smile. "Hanen," he said, indicated he speak with him. Hanen got up from the table and walked over to the bar. "I'm a little disappointed," Cern said.
"Why?" Hanen said. "Because Rallia asked her to join us?"
"I understood the entrepreneurial spirit you had when you invited the Cavil, but it rankles me a bit that Rallia overstepped her bounds and invited another person to slow us down."
"Rallia and I are equal partners," Hanen said. "You know she doesn't offer many opinions, nor complain about her lot. So when she does do something like this, younger sister or not, I listen. She's rarely wrong."
"So you're not doing this just to entertain her?"
"No," Hanen said. "I trust Rallia's gut more than anyone else in the world. If she tells me to trust someone, I do. If she has qualms about something, she'll say so. And I know to turn around and walk the other way."
"If that's the case, then I do too," Cern said. "I just wanted to hear that from your own mouth." Hanen watched Cern turn to the barkeep and watched his face to see if he'd shift countenance. He didn't. Cern asked the barkeep for another tray of drinks and waited while the man filled it up and returned with the trays in his arms. "Now come on. If we're going to go at a slower pace, then there is nothing stopping us from diving deep into these tankards and that ham the barmaid just dropped onto the table."
Chapter 26. Saint Ramon.
A shadow is simply a place that light has not yet been brought to. Boroni saying. Wagli Seor had not been built upon the sea, but was hidden from view behind a group of sharp crags. You could not see it from the water, nor could you see it from the trade road that ran from Garrou along the sea toward the Jarldoms of Boroni. In fact, if you didn't read the signs on the road, you could pass it and travel into Boroni without knowing you had passed it at all. The road branched to the north in 2 directions. One led off to the left toward Boroni, and the other would take them to the destination. The Paladinio carts took a hard right and began to circle around the mountains that rose directly up on their left, while the ocean soon came into view below on their right. Wet ocean tang hung in the air as mist, intermingling with wet drizzle that fell from volatile gray skies, promising soon to rust them in place. It was a long and treacherous road that led around the edge of the mountains, with the sea crashing against the cliffs below. The carriages just barely fit. Rocks, recently fallen from above, were strewn across the road, forcing them to steer the wagon wheels around them. All was slick with rainwater. Jined Brazstein stood atop his Sleipnir. His tower gorget, obscuring his chin, threatened to fill with water and drown him. His hammer, held at attention, became heavier and heavier, giving him cramps in muscles that had never hurt before. His heavy brow was the only thing that kept the rain that ran down his bald head out of his eyes. The Primapater, usually so jovial, was sullen and on edge. With him rode the now entirely silent Pater Minoris Gui, returning to his own fortress of Saint Ramon, his failure to stop the Bortali conflict single-handedly written across his face. Amal Yalis rode not far ahead of Jined. Even he was grumbling in misery. "I pray the fortress of Saint Ramon is warm. If they don't have a hearth, I might throw myself off this cliff." The silent twins, Loic and Kavian, rode behind Jined. They continually sighed in their discomfort. Jined had nearly admitted his own defeat. He had spent the last 3 weeks on the road from Garrou, asking around regarding the teachings of the long-missing blind paladins, but found nothing. If the fortress had a library, perhaps it would have an answer. If it didn't, he intended to ask the Primopator himself. He had requested a chance to meet with him, but the meeting had been pushed back by the Primopator's seneschal several times. They came around a sharp bend. Ahead, Jined thought he saw a light, slowly blinking, continually, rhythmically. He heard someone shout, "The fortress of the Sailor Paladin! Saint Ramon!" The black slate stone fortress, topped with a blinking lighthouse, promised sailors in the treacherous Lupin-Fang Sea safety, and, to a paladin of the hammer, a warm hearth and a bed for the night. It was larger than a bastion, but smaller than a citadel, housing 60 paladins. There was no outer wall, but the black fortress rose up directly out of the rock and seemed to grow into the mountain itself. Doors opened. Ruddy light from recesses along the corridor that led into the monastery guttered, begging to be given new air. Jined passed by alcoves to see torches wavering in a way that seemed to speak of their reticence to provide light to anyone save themselves. They came into a courtyard, more a hall, not exposed to the sky above. The paladins were shown where to take their mounts. They were glad to see fresh hay in the stables, saving them the trouble of needing to feed their own mounts, and the Sleipnirs looked just as relieved to be left alone. Local paladins escorted the line of long, weary paladins and paladames deep into the heart of the mountain. The paladames were led directly toward the natural hot springs further in the mountain, while the paladins were shown the cells where they could find respite while awaiting their turn to bathe. Jined took out the book he had borrowed from the bastion in Garrou. He continued to run his fingers over the unknown script. Each letter was strange and block-like, made up of individual lines, some short, some long, no curves. A deep bell rang. Jined put the book back into his satchel and made his way to the hot baths. Arriving, he found there were multiple pools, each large enough for a few men at once. He found one not being used and slipped out of his robe and into the hot water. He almost sobbed out a cry of weariness as his pain faded away. He had to catch himself twice before slipping under the surface. 2 men shuffled in and slipped in next to him. Jined rose to leave when he noticed the older of the 2 was Pater Secundus Galahad Peer. His assistant, the Primus Ager, sat silently next to him.
"I shall let you have this pool,"
Jined said as he began to leave.
"Nonsense," the old paladin said. "Take your place, Brazstein."
Jined gratefully slipped back in.
"Don't feel any need to rush back to your room either. I just came from a meeting with the Primopator. You'll hear soon enough. We've all been given the rest of the day and tomorrow to do as we please. We've been long enough on the road."
Jined sighed in relief to hear it and slipped deeply into the water. He closed his eyes and dozed for a time. The other 2 seemed to be sitting in silence, but when Jined opened his eyes, he realized they were speaking to one another in the Silent Vows hand language.
"Do you speak the silent language, Brazstein?"
the Pater Secundus said.
"I do not,
but it is something I feel I must learn."
"What prevents you from learning it? Do you study something else?"
"That is interesting that you should ask," Jined said. "I am in the midst of a quandary. Having the opinion of 2 scholars might be exactly what I need."
"I am always happy to help with scholarly pursuits."
"Well, I came across a book in the library at the Garrou Bastion, and it's a mystery I can't seem to unravel."
"I'm familiar with all the great books. What is this one entitled?"
"Deeper Faith."
The smile on Secundus Peer's face disappeared. "It doesn't have any written words on it, just raised lines," Jined continued, "and I feel the need to translate it."
"You found a copy of Deeper Faith?"
"Yes."
"I must see this book."
Galahad stood and wiped himself down with a towel, and then pulled his robe over his shoulders. He looked back at Jined and Ager.
"Well, are you coming?"
Jined moved quickly back to his room with the 2 scribes now in tow. He slipped inside and brought the book out. Galahad took it from him, his hands shaking. He felt the cover and opened it, feeling the first page. He fell back against the wall and began to sob as he crumpled to the floor. Ager rushed to his side, but was pushed back.
"I'd given up hope of ever finding this book. For 30 years I have sought it."
"What is it exactly?" Jined asked.
"Let us find the fortress's library. We'll have better light there."
They walked through the fortress in silent anticipation and came to the library. It was about the same size as the one in Garrou. Ager began lighting candles. It had no windows, and cloth hung on the walls between bookshelves. They took the center table and gathered around it. Galahad touched his fingers to the symbols.
Hear now the rites of deeper faith, taught by Saint Icale to Sternovus the Silent and Ferus Khalida the Blind. Let this be written in the ancient script of the two brothers-in-arms. Let only those scholarly enough to decipher it learn these rites.
He stopped and looked up, opening his eyes. His fingers had not touched more than a single line of text. Egger sat with an astonished look on his face.
Here, Egger, touch the lines, slowly. Tell me what you feel.
Egger felt the symbols one at a time. After 5 symbols, he went back and touched them again, more slowly. Then he threw his hands up and began signing animatedly. Galahad simply nodded. A huge grin plastered across his face.
I don't understand, Jined said. That was a large body of text to contain in a single line.
Let me explain. Feel this here.
He moved Jined's fingers to feel a word.
This symbol is a single word for brother. Do you know the silent word for brother?
It was one of the first symbols taught. Jined nodded and made the symbol with his hand. Galahad and Egger did the same.
Now feel the word again.
Jined touched it, and it dawned on him. It was the same symbol. The lines equated to fingers. It was the same language as that of the Silent Brothers.
This language was designed for the blind and silent to communicate to one another, back when there was a 6th vow. Those 2 vows were very deeply aligned with one another.
Egger continued to animatedly sign, more to himself now, it seemed.
Egger is excited because, before today, this was a myth. You just discovered something we've speculated on for centuries.
I don't feel I did anything, Jined said. But if you can help me translate this for reading, I would be grateful.
Brother Brazstein, I would be glad to give you the text. May I have this for a day or so?
Please do. If I were to learn the silent language, who should I ask to tutor me? I think it's apparent I need to learn sooner rather than later.
Ask your fellow guardsmen. Loic and Cavian are quite good, I've been told. Guards they may be, but they are also scholars.
The following day, he awoke long after daybreak with a panicked start before remembering he had the day to himself. He dressed in a robe and gorget and left to find food. The storm was still blowing outside and threatened to tear off the curtains that were bolted over the stone window frames. It left the place cold and drafty. He found the refectory, where the provisioners had left out bread and cold stew. A few members of the entourage were sitting and eating, including the twins. Across the hall, he saw paladins from the fortress eating by themselves.
May I sit here?
Jined asked. Loic nodded and stared at Jined, his eyes demanding he say something.
What?
Jined asked. Cavian was now looking at him too.
Ah, the news is spread?
They both nodded.
Well, did the news also spread that I really need to learn your silent language?
Loic rolled his eyes and then nodded and began to gesture in simple signals so he would understand.
Yes, you. Learn.
Can I ask the 2 of you to teach me?
They both shrugged. Cavian signed.
Tomorrow. Today, off.
Jined didn't know what to do with himself. He spent hours walking the halls and familiarizing himself with the place. For a fortress, it was highly defensible, even though it was not intended for war, but instead assigned to the people, offering protection. As a lighthouse, too, it provided protection on the sea itself. As the day wore on, though, St. Ramon took on a different light. The face of the fortress, exposed to the elements, was made of black granite. The windows were slits, and wind continually howled through them. The torches recessed in the walls cast ruddy orange light that flickered in the moving air. The remainder of the monastery was cut back into the mountain itself. There was no natural light, so it was perpetually night. The torches further in the mountain were less affected by the winds outside due to the maze-like corridors. Chanting echoed eerily through solemn halls. Paladins of St. Ramon wore their hoods over their heads and walked past in pairs, eyeing the paladins of the entourage with suspicion. In between each torch alcove, the halls were cold and damp. Eventually, Jined found his way back to the library, which was no easy task. When he arrived at the door, people spoke excitedly within. The scratch of what sounded like hundreds of quills was unceasing. In the center of the room, both Pater Secundus Guess and the Prima Pater stood on either side of Pater Secundus Peer, who spoke animatedly.
Yes, Dorian, he shouted. A scribe at a Mar citadel in Ormoc had a single page from this, and it was so faded the imprints were practically unintelligible. But that was 30 years ago. I understand the importance of this. You've explained it all before when you asked my permission to conduct a pilgrimage to Icala. I still resent you not letting me go, he grumbled. Old friend, if you had gone, you'd likely be dead now, and someone else would be Pater Secundus.
Jined was now fully in the room and stood by the door. Were we not all given the day off? Jined asked as Nicole Guess approached him. Yes, but every scribe from the entourage volunteered to do this today. Those from the fortress were conscripted. Galahad looked up and saw him there.
Brother Brazstein.
He moved as quickly as his 85-year-old frame could manage and pulled Jined toward the center.
Primipata, it was Brother Brazstein who discovered the text in Garrou and brought it with him. We owe him a great debt. Do we owe you a great debt, Brother Excelsior?
The Primipater asked.
Primipater, Jined said, I am but the messenger. Grisone led my hand to find it, because of something someone said to me at St. Hamul. To him let the debt be owed. Dorian nodded his approval of Jined's comment. Primipater, you'll find I have a scheduled appointment with you to discuss the discovery. However, as I have found my answers in Pater Secundus Pier, I shall not need you to keep the appointment.
Nonsense, Dorian said, smiling. We shall keep it, and when the time comes I shall gladly give you a meeting, at which point we can discuss anything you like.
Thank you, Primipater.
Jined looked at the scribes. Each had several sheets of paper and worked wildly.
What are they doing, Pater Secundus?
I have been dictating the text of the book, page by page, and they are now copying their work. It is a small book. It may result in perhaps a prayer book's worth of text. But once we're done, we'll have 25 or more copies which we can bind and send to the scriptorium bastions. They'll make copies for themselves before passing them along. As I promised, you'll receive a copy of the text yourself. I'd like to hear the text read, Dorian pondered aloud. Shall we arrange something? Galahad asked. Yes, let's give Pater Minor's Gui something to do. He's been under a lot of pressure from me. Nicole, please see that he plans a nightly reading after the meal.
Nicole saluted and left. Dorian moved from station to station, looking over the scholars' shoulders and nodding approval before eventually leaving. That evening at dinner they announced the reading. Most ate quickly and made their way to the now crowded chapel to listen. Jined took a seat in the middle. The text had been written as a summary of theological proverbs by the silent and blind founders. If you wish to serve the haughty, humble yourself. If you seek to protect the hardened, be pliable. Jined left renewed after listening to the first 2 translated pages of the text. The following morning, Jined was assigned to guard outside the Primipater's temporary office with Loic. When no one was around to hear them drop their guard, Loic pointed at things such as walls, torches, parts of his face, and made hand signals for Jined to copy. Pater Gui arrived at one point, which divided Jined's attention away from learning the silent language, as the Primipater began to interview Gui. Regardless, Jined felt he was starting to add a few words to his vocabulary, and he learned from his eavesdropping that Bortali was refusing importation of Baroni goods through Bortali lands by enforcing gouging tariffs. The Baroni were still shipping west into Mandor, and then down into Oran, but the costs to ship through Bortali into Duran and beyond were hurting the southern countries and vilifying the Baroni.
You understand, Dorian was saying, that wars break out all the time, and we, the paladins of the Hammer, do what we can to remedy the situations as they arrive. What I am most disappointed in is that you didn't warn us. You thought you could take care of a multinational emergency on your own. We are part of a larger organization for a reason, so we can assist one another.
It was silent in the room for a long while.
What would you have me do?
Pater Gui whimpered. Jined heard the Primipater scoff.
Gui, you and I have been travel companions for weeks. It feels like longer. Truth be told, I've lost count of the days. In all that time, I have given you your space, given you time to think and ponder on your error. I am of the vow of prayer. It teaches us to be good listeners and to be patient. I have listened, and I have passed the edge of my patience. You have yet to make an apology. I would wager a guess that you have yet to ask for forgiveness from Grisone. No, don't drop to your knees now, it's too late. It is an empty plea if you think I'll watch you grovel now. You're a pater minoris for Grisone's sake. I should not have had to do this. I should not be taking you to the pillory.
The Primipater paused for some time in silence.
You shall be sent to Periantor. You're going to be sentenced to the Fortress of Durance, along with the other penitents there.
Jined heard Gui begin to sob. He was blubbering something.
You've never been to Periantor? I was an acolyte at Amar. How did you make Pater Minoris having never pilgrimaged to Periantor? You know what? Never mind. That's an entirely different problem. I knew there was a reason Grisone asked that I travel through the Northern Scapes. You've enlightened me, Gui. For that, I thank you. Nicole?
Jined heard the Pater Secundus grunt.
I want him escorted back quietly. Let's send 2.
I would choose Brazstein, Nicole said. Jined's heart sank in his chest. No, his journey with us is not yet finished. I think I'll send Hiram. It's time we sent someone of rank back to Perry and Tor to make some preparations.
Nicole came out, glanced at Jined and Loic, and left. Loic gestured to Jined. The most he caught was the word change. Jined signaled back. Change? Loic thought for a moment. Big change. Jined nodded. Not long after that, Pater Minoris, Hiram van Hourbon, arrived. He was Perry and Tor's chaplain, and the Prima Pater's choice to become the Pater Secundus of the Vow of Prayer when Dorian passed away. He was the Prima Pater's disciple, and his word often held great weight when he spoke, which was little. Adjutant Jurgon Upona arrived soon after and set up to record Van Hourbon's orders. They discussed for some time before settling on Brother Excelsior Eret, a provisioner whose health had not fared well in the cold climate. Someone came to the door and looked out. Jined found himself looking at the head of Dorian Muir sticking out of the doorframe. Brazstein and Kavian? No, Loic. Please escort Serengui to his quarters. Dorian turned to re-enter the room, then turned back. Also, I have no doubt you've both heard much of what has been said here today. I ask that neither of you say a word about it. He looked at Loic for a moment and chuckled. Of course I know I can rely on you to not speak, Brother Loic. But perhaps you could not share the information with anyone else, words or otherwise? Jined and Loic escorted the newly dubbed penitent Gui to his cell. At some point, the Prima Pater had taken his cordons from him. It marked him as no longer having any rank. Jined had never heard of such a thing ever happening, certainly not to such a high-ranking paladin. When Jined and Loic returned, they had been replaced by Amal Yollas and Valer Caton. The Prima Pater left with Brother Kavian and Pater Secundus guests to pay a visit to the city, Amal said. Jined turned to leave, but Loic put a hand on his shoulder. Now we learn. They found a room near the lighthouse tower with several large windows. Loic began pointing to features from the landscape nearby and showing him the words. Jined had always considered himself a decent learner. Remembering the words was not a problem now. It was his fat fingers trying to make the shapes. He became increasingly frustrated, could tell that Loic's own patience was being tested. I think that's enough for the day, Jined said. Loic nodded and signed something Jined did not understand. Loic pointed out over the sea. They spotted an odd flock of creatures harassing some smaller seabirds. From a distance, Jined thought they looked like Wyloths, nasty little simians with wings for arms, but those were too small to ever gain proper flight. They usually leapt and glided above the ground, harassing animals, Sleipnirs, and men. These were in full flight and larger. What are those? Jined asked. Loic signed a word. Jined stared at it and turned back to the creatures. Those are Savans. A paladin who was looking to be about his business, heading to man the lighthouse, had stopped and looked with them toward the open sea. Larger than those common nuisances, Wyloths, but not as big as the wyverns of the far south. Just as nasty, though. Watch, they live in the cliffs above us. You'll get to see them return to their roost. The creatures circled for some time before turning their attention back toward the mountain, flying toward it. They got closer and began picking at one another. They had long mouths and manes. One opened its mouth wide like a serpent and screamed at another. Their arms were leathery wings and their hind legs bent forward and back, ending with feet that resembled hands. Their long tails whipped around behind them. They were certainly nastier looking than the small Wyloths that hunted across the plains. Everyone had been harassed by a Wyloth at least once in their life. Jined couldn't imagine being bullied by something 3 times larger. They flew straight at the lighthouse above them, screaming in rage at the tower before disappearing up into the lofty heights of the shale mountain. The bell pealed and counted off the hour. Jined looked to see that the light of the sun was dimming. Dinner was approaching. They had been running the lesson for over 4 hours. He made his way on his own, Loic falling back to take his own time. By dinner, the Prima Pater had not returned, but he had sent back fresh food from the market. They ate their fill and filed into the chapel, once more to listen to the next translated excerpt from Deeper Faith. This time it spoke of readying your mind through meditation on the words of Grzone by serving others. Lesser vows were mentioned, similar to penitentiary vows, suggesting that they be taken not as punishments, but as voluntary prohibitions to ready oneself. It was the talk of everyone as the evening ended. Jined overheard Pater Secundus Peer mention something about how this may be the earliest historical reference to the lesser vows and how they have been bastardized into the modern philosophies. Jined considered these calls of faith from the book and felt a nudge at his heart. He was reminded, too, of the final words the paladin had said regarding the rose. She sees now a rose whose petals wilt. She sees now a vine that has been cut. Prepare then a hedge of thorns, and be vigilant as a dwarf watches over her nest.
He would need to speak to the Paladains soon, if not on the morrow, but it could wait. The nudge on his heart told him it could wait.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 27. Lesser Vows. Thy bones infused with faith shall stand firm. For just as the horde of blood washed over us and stood we there upon that rock, so too shall thy rock be found to stand upon. Make thyself a bastion upon a rock such as that was, for there Periantur stands as witness and proclamation of that fateful time. Gospel of St. Eckhale, 22:5. The next morning Jined awoke to a flurry of activity. Kavian came and woke him. Duty. Now. Jined rose, dressed, and made his way to the chapel. There the Prima Pater, always calm, always jovial, was pacing the center, fuming. Both Pater Segundi looked on. None looked like they had slept.
What kind of a fool do they take me for? How much ground have we lost due to Gui's foolishness? First that fool of a King Vorso more than wasted my time, and now Duke Urgus is putting rocks in the mill and calling it grain.
Everyone watched him silently. Galahad Pier stepped forward. Dorian spun to look at him.
Prima Pater, you have an audience. Can we sit down and discuss this? Very well. Everyone of Primus or higher stays. The rest of you, leave. Guards, man the doors. I don't want anyone but you eavesdropping.
Jined and the other guards left and took their posts down the halls that surrounded the room. Jined was assigned a side door to himself in view of the twins at the next door. Jined was able to hear very well what was said, though the way the twins assigned to one another, it seemed as though he was the only one who might actually be able to pick anything up. The leadership on the other side of the door, by Jined's reckoning, would number 10. He could hear them moving chairs and benches around into a council of sort. Everyone worked in whispers. Then they all sat. Pater Segundus Pier opened the meeting.
Ega, you will act as secretary and record the proceedings. All others bear witness to the meeting. Let it be titled the Ramon Council, Hragun Imperial Year, 2225.
Then he proceeded to name off those present.
Let me first begin by saying that I am proud of each and every one of you.
Dorian spoke softly, more than his usual self.
I personally asked each of you here for a reason, and you have fulfilled my hopes and dreams admirably. Clam, Yunt, Poland, you have seamlessly taken care of our finances and food. I greatly appreciate it. Galahad, your work, as always, is perfect, and the discovery of this holy book, hidden right under our noses, may very well justify the whole trip. Nicole, your guards have performed impeccably, and against the Vul most notably. Primus Cotties, we could not have made this trip without your preparations, and your ability to work between nations is the reason you are the Primus of Internal Affairs. Let it be known, I hold nothing against you in this situation. Secrets kept from you were kept from all of us. Had we even the slightest inkling of what had gone on here, I would have sent you ahead months ago. As it were, we've all walked into what is most certainly a war zone, and we were ambushed in the political arena. Let me explain, and I will keep it short.
Several chuckled at this.
Bortali and Baroni are on the verge of war. Bortali has plenty of exports, but in a bid to strengthen their coffers, they raised importation taxes. It seems the Jarls of Baroni would have none of it, and cut down on exports into Bortali until they lower the taxes, sparking a fire of anger on both sides. It seems we're on the verge of another Hraldor-Temblin level conflict. We must staunch the blood flow from this metaphorical wound before further injury can be caused. The problem is, the country of Bortali is practically a nation of city-states. Each city controls its own surrounding area, and not much further. The wilds here are primeval. We might have seen a bit of that, had we traveled our originally intended route. As it was, we had to follow events through word of mouth, and that word is the Vul are growing out of control. Men who live in the wilds, allied it seems to these foul creatures of Khos'ran, are beginning to act up. And thanks to the poor and uneducated moves of our local paladins here, our entire order is compromised in the eyes of the people. Thus, as a result, I have decided we will be enforcing a redistribution. Regardless of their track record, every paladin in Bortali will be sent to Periantur, and the paladins from other places, most likely from Periantur itself, will be sent out to replace them. Galahad, I ask you to begin preparing letters of passage. We'll need approximately 100. Their first destination will be to arrive at the citadel of St. Hamul. There, temporary guardians from the citadel will be sent out while awaiting those from Periantur to arrive. I intend to send a message back to Periantur before the paladins we are sending back can arrive.
When we visit the Chrysalis temple at Precipice, the Matriarch Superioris can convey a message between the oracle here and the oracle near Periantor. There was a long silence while the orders settled in. Prima Pater, Nicole said, that will leave the northern scapes, which you said are on the verge of war, without any protection from us. I intend to proffer a deal or two with the Jarls. That should help. I only hope they are more reasonable. Prima Pater, if I may, came the airy, oratorial voice of Beltran Cortese. I request to stay in these lands to help with the turnover, and the development of an alliance, however temporary. I expect that is what will happen, Dorian said. However, I won't have you stay here. I need you to travel with us at least to Donig. You can get a feel for the political climate and have a better chance at brokering peace. Primus Glyn is already working in Garrou to establish friendship with the king. We'll need that if we are to make any headway. We need to open the entourage coffers for this. Primus Daikon Polan had a tight, dry voice, like a coin purse that had never been opened. We will ask the paladins being sent here to bring gold, and I also plan to use the money from the local coffers to pay. While I hold Penitent Gui as a primary contributor to the problems here, I hold all the ranking paladins stationed in these lands at fault. Anyone could have told us. Jined heard a commotion from down the hall, near the front door to the room. A knock came to the main door. Nicole, see who feels the need to interrupt us. The door creaked and then shut. It's the paladins from St. Hamul, Nicole announced. They've arrived. Very well. Guards, open the doors. Jined gave a sigh of relief and opened his. Through the main doors walked Primus Jamus Zumeric, the man who had brought Jined into the folds of Periantor in the first place. Dane Merrick and Etienne Orin stood beside him, along with 20 other paladins. The Prima Pater rose from his seat at the table. As he came around to the edge of the 2 stairs that led up to the platform, Zumeric dropped to his knee. The paladins behind him did the same. Prima Pater Dorian Muir, Zumeric said. You have called, and we have answered. Our hammers are yours. Thank you, Primus Zumeric. I am glad you have arrived so quickly. Was the ride hard? We traveled through Nehn and Duran and up through the Tremolar Pass to reach you. Nothing could keep us from you. Your 2 messengers, he gestured to Dane and Etienne, are to be commended. They arrived ready to fall over dead, and yet they were more than willing to journey back with us. Dorian came down and took Zumeric's hand. Grisone bless your trip. Zumeric simply nodded and then looked around. I hope it wasn't interrupting an important meeting. No, I had said enough, and you and I have much to speak of. Dorian turned to the rest. We all have our duties to perform. Let us be about them. Pater Secundus Peer approached Jined. Brother Brazstein, if you would come to the library tomorrow evening after the reading, I expect to have something for you. He said nothing more, though it excited Jined. He turned to leave and noticed among the 20 paladins the one who had led him to find the book in the first place. He pushed his way towards him. Brother Paladin, he said. The paladin nodded back. The way was long, and it is longer still. Another verse? Jined's concentration was broken. His intention to tell him of the discovery would, it seemed, have to wait. Quaterdox, 1917. Long may be the road, but every step defines the one before, and gives purpose to what comes next. The paladin nodded. Know ye the steps of faith? Kale's testimony. The next line is, choose the way, take the vow, draw from hope, seek Grisone. What we seek is found. What we seek is seen. Brother Paladin, Jined said, you are a fascinating mystery. You know the scriptures so well. May I ask a question? Will you answer in truth? The paladin nodded. You gave me the scripture about seeking deeper faith. Grisone led me directly to the book. His ways are lofty, and they always lead to the truth. Yes, that is from the Quaterdox as well. Now, what did you hope I would learn from that book? Or how did Grisone lead you to guide me to the book? What do you suppose he intended for me to learn from it? Ikael spoke unto Grisone and asked him his will, and from the sky came a bright light, and Ikael saw the way, for it was holy. The paladin turned and began to walk away. Brother Paladin, what is your name? Jined called after him. The paladin turned around and winked. Aquila Malleus, 54-8. Before dinner, Nicole gathered the guards together. They all stood in an antechamber of the chapel. The Prima Pater asked that I inform you that we are leaving in 3 days' time, so please make sure your armor is polished and your gear is packed. Otherwise, you'll not really be needed unless requested. Do not consider these days to be used for idleness. Both evenings' readings of deeper faith prescribed the study of scripture, time spent praying and singing hymns. The second evening ended with the beginning of a list of rarely spoken of lesser vows. Jined found himself distracted, watching as Dane Merrick ate up the text. Etienne now sat with him, taking his own copious notes. As Jined turned his attention back, Gallahan Peer was finishing up the reading.
Speak then in scripture only, drawing yourself closer to the words of Grazone,
Gallahan read. Jined immediately thought of the paladin whose name he still did not know.
Or let thy hair grow out, but only as a hermit, for this will show a bad appearance, and it is a vow of secret service to faith.
The idea of hermitage intrigued Jined. Growing up, he heard of hermits of Aben, but never of Grazoni ones.
Be one of service, accepting any request made of you, so you may be humbled, and lastly, isolate yourself so that you may center yourself on the truths of Grazone.
After reading, Jined did as he was instructed and went to the library. There, Gallahan sat alone, working over a sheet of parchment and a booklet.
Brother Brazstein, he said, not looking up, please take a seat.
Jined took one at a drafting desk. A page there was half complete. Others nearby looked identical.
Does the translation proceed well?
Jined asked.
It does. I apologize, brother. Please give me just a few more minutes of quiet. I'm almost done with my task.
Gallahan took the page and moved over to another table.
Come and assist me, Brother Brazstein.
Gallahan placed a stack of pages upon the desk and leafed through them, nodding. He reached for a large leather hammer and began to pound the stack of pages. After a while, he took the stack, moved to a stool, and took a seat. Placing the pages up against tall rods of what seemed like a bleached and waxed leather, he instructed Jined to hold the pages in place so they wouldn't slip. Pulling out a needle and thread, he began sewing through the pages.
I'm tired, Jined,
Gallahan said as he finished his work,
but proud of what I've accomplished. Your book is done. Take a look over at the table by the window.
A package sat there. Jined took it and brought it back to the Pater Secundus.
I've been working to translate ahead of the others. You are to receive the first bound copy, and this one I am working on now will go to the Primopater.
Thank you, Pater Secundus.
Jined held the book, running his hand over the cover. It was decorated with a blue dye. He lifted the new leather to his nose and breathed deeply.
Do be gentle with it, especially for the next week or so as the glue sets.
I will. I cannot thank you enough.
He paused for a moment, carefully leafing through the book, and came to the page read during the reading earlier.
Pater Secundus, the reading today, it spoke about the lesser vows, as we often call them.
Yes. From them we drew both the penitentiary vows and the philosophies.
There are a few I didn't know existed.
None were a surprise to me. But then I'm well versed in all the great books. Each major vow tends to adopt one or another.
I'm curious about two of them.
Oh, thinking of taking a lesser vow, are you?
Well, yes. I feel Grazone drew me to the book for a reason, not only for the title but for its meaning, to draw me to a deeper faith.
And what is it you wish to attain with this deeper faith? Do you find your faith lacking? Have you not performed miracles?
Is it not the nature of faith to always be lacking and ever drawing nearer to it?
Well said.
And no, I have never performed a miracle, but I don't feel as though I am lacking for it. I am as astonished every time I see one as I was the first time.
Very well. What vows are you curious about?
Well, the first is more curiosity than interest.
You're going to ask about the hairy hermits.
Yes. Does anyone still practice it?
Interestingly enough, yes. The blind paladins often adopted it as a lesser vow. It's why we lost the last blind Pater Secundus. He went off on a hermitage and never returned. But more recently, after the Protectorate Wars, many left to the mountains together to form hairy hermitages, although they were not blind. I have known perhaps only 2 paladins in my lifetime who took the vow since then.
That is interesting. Thank you.
And what is the other lesser vow?
The vow of compliance, Jined said.
Ah, yes. That is an interesting one. What did you take it to mean?
Well, I only have the passage read tonight to go off of, except any request.
Yes. It's an interesting one, and we often try to dissuade anyone from it, because it is not only very hard to withstand, but also it is a vow one must keep secret or others will abuse it, and ask much of you.
What is entailed?
Exactly what you said. Someone asks something of you, and you are vowed to not refuse, unless it is immoral. If they ask you to carry things, you would say yes. Even if they ask you to give them food, you must.
That is rather harsh, isn't it?
Yes, but no harsher than the rigidity of those of chastity, who take on the philosophy of the chaste mind and refuse contact with any member of the opposite gender.
I would like to take the vow.
It feels right. Grizone asked me to take a step into deeper faith. Perhaps you should read the entirety of the book first? I could. But if the entire book is intended to develop a deeper faith, then why not take as many steps as I can? That sounds reasonable enough. As your superior, I can bear witness, and I shall keep it secret from all but the Primapater. Jined dropped to one knee. Brother Excelsior Jined Brazstein, do you swear to take on a vow of service for the time of 1 month?
I swear.
Then let no request of you, within moral reasoning, be denied. You are so vowed.
So be it.
Jined rose and clasped hands with the older paladin.
Thank you, Pater Secundus.
No, thank you, Jined. Young paladins like you give me hope that we shall continue to thrive as an order. Stay true to the faith. Jined saluted and left. Dane Merrick was approaching the door. Good evening, Brother Brazstein, he said.
Good evening, Dane. The trip went well for you, it would seem.
It did. The chance to get away for a time and just concentrate on my faith, Grizone, was reinvigorating. Brother Etienne Oren was a worthy companion.
Very well,
Jined said, turning to leave. Brother Brazstein, Dane said, stopping him, I was going to deliver this letter to Pater Secundus Nicol Guess, but if I might make a request of you to do so, I would be grateful. Jined thought over the work he had to do, and polishing he needed to accomplish, as the weather had started forming rust on his armor. That, and he would have preferred to not help Dane with anything. He looked back to Dane's still extended hand and recalled his new vow.
Very well, I shall deliver it.
Dane smiled a smug look and handed him the letter. It bore a seal he did not recognize. He delivered the letter with little thought and went back to his room, and then began the long process of polishing his armor, keeping at it well into the night. Chapter 28. Disrepair. My lord, please reconsider my request. We uncovered the hidden temple, best described as a coven, and captured 10 women. Through dark means, 8 of them escaped. The remaining 2 were soon let go before I could question them, due to connections with your esteemed mother's household. I fear they have spread lies from the top of society down to the bottom. If women are given the freedom to do as they see fit, they may plot to topple us from our Pantheon-given authority. Please allow me to continue my investigation and root out further hidden vaults of the heretical chrysalis. Letter from Lord Grava of Wegli to Duke Yorgon, executed the following year for colluding with Vul tribes and having multiple wives in several Bortali cities. The road to St. Ramon had been long and tiring. The usually stoic paladins had resorted to incessant grumbling, and the sisters were no better. Katiam was relieved to hear that they would be escorted to the baths St. Ramon was famous for as the paladins sought the Sleipnirs. They dismounted and walked single file behind the matriarch as they made their way deep into the mountain. As they came to the entrance to the baths, the servants had disappeared. You have until the bell tolls, Sister Epona said. Then you will follow Captain Smith as we make our way to the Chrysalis Societas vault in Wegli. They quickly filed in, stripped down to their undergowns, and slipped into the water. Any other day, and they might have chatted idly. The weeks of travel had not been kind. All soaked in silence. The bell chimed, and the collective groan came from the sisterhood. They rose from the water and slipped into clean peasant frocks. They took up their armor, bundled into packs, and followed Captain Smith through the back halls of St. Ramon. Move quickly, Captain Smith said. Alongside her walked the now permanently morose Astrid Glass, and one of the newest members of the entourage, young little Maida, who might have been more cheerful than Astrid ever was before she lost her brother, Killian. They walked one by one past the kitchens bustling with dinner preparations and came to a set of stairs. They took a downward spiral leading far under the monastery, a cold draught blowing over them from below. They came to the bottom to find Asenath standing with another woman. The hall opened out into the dark sky beyond, with ocean waves beating against the cliffs. The woman held a rope in her hands. The other end ran through a ring set into the ceiling. Where are we? Little Maida asked. You are below the commodes that led out onto the cliff face, Asenath shouted through the rain that splattered around them in the exposed arch. You need to trust us, the other woman shouted as Katiam approached. Are you afraid of heights? Katiam shook her head. Not particularly. Why? Good. Though you'll still likely scream. You can put a rag in your mouth if you need to. They tied the rope to Katiam's belt and checked that it was secure. Katiam, Asenath said, her face wet with rain. You'll need to jump. I'm sorry, jump? Yes, it's the only way to take the secret path. Katiam walked to the edge. I don't know if I can. Asenath didn't wait. She shoved Katiam out the door. She fell 10 feet before the rope went taut, and she swung back to slam against the cliff.
except instead of hitting a wall, she kept going. Sets of arms grabbed her, stopping her from going any further. She stood shakily, looking out into the rain, the rope rising up into the sky. She turned hesitantly to see 2 other women smiling broadly at her. "That was exciting, no?" one of them asked. Katiam couldn't bring herself to smile, still reeling from her fall. Instructed to wait, soon Astrid came down from above. She did not panic, keeping the same dead look on her face as before. The 2 of them continued down the hallway. A squeal of fear and excitement shot down the hall behind them as little Maida came to their side of the path. Katiam looked back to see her shaking, but with a look of glee plastered across her face. She rushed to join them, wiping her soaked face and hair with a hand. "That was fun," she said. Katiam shook her head. "I hope we don't have to do that again." They moved quietly through the tunnels and came out in a large cavern-like opening. The matriarch waited there, with another paladin and her scribes. Asenath soon joined them, completing their numbers. "This is Abbess Krina," the matriarch said, introducing a woman with strong arms and a very high hairline. "She has a Chrysalis Societas vault, sponsored by the local alewives. We'll be staying at their vault for the next few days. Then we will eventually meet with the Tallowives." "And what are the Flower Wives?" little Maida asked. "It is unlikely you will be allowed to visit their vault," the abbess said. "They are very secretive. Their vault was almost discovered by the Duke of Wegley-Seor 15 years ago. They are very distrusting now." "How long do you expect it will take us to reach your vault, Abbess Krina?" the matriarch asked. "It is perhaps an hour's walk." "Then let us go. I am tired and should like a good night's sleep before we review your mission here." It was an extensive set of tunnels. The countless halls and moldering double doors led to side chambers just out of view, indicating just how large the place was. Perhaps it once housed a whole city. It made Katiam wonder more about the history of Wegley-Seor, and how people could forget what lay beneath them. The abbess stopped them as they came to a space. Only their candles lit the calm, breezeless dark. "Move slowly, and make no sounds until after we pass through the next space. Noise made here is rumored to travel up into some homes up above, and we'd rather not alert anyone to the presence of this place." They moved slowly across the floor. Katiam was reminded of the old writings that spoke of the pogroms that had forced the sisterhood into hiding centuries ago. Perhaps tunnels under cities like these were what first hit them. Perhaps a whole community of women once existed down here. Now the tradition continued, but in a much different environment. A sisterhood aimed at hiding the downtrodden and those harmed by ones who should love their wives, sisters, mothers, daughters. They came to a large door. The abbess approached and tapped lightly on the brass plate in the center. It opened, not with a boom, but in silence. They walked into the vault, built just like the one in Garrou. The walls of this one were lined with barrels. There was no great crowd of women assembled and visiting in the middle of the night. They were guided down a side hall and shown beds. Katiam gladly obliged, setting her pack down on the floor and falling into the bed. She and her companion, who would sleep in the bed next to her, did not speak nor light a candle. She wasn't even sure who shared the room with her. They both fell asleep in the comfortable, pitch-black darkness. There was no call to wake, so Katiam wasn't sure how long she had slept. She only knew that she felt more rested than she had in weeks. She sat up and tried to see if the sister in the other bed was still asleep. She finally heard a long, deep breath. She felt around for her boots, pulled them on, and went to the door, coming out into the hall. She lit an extra candle stacked in one of the alcoves and went in search of the kitchen to prepare an easy breakfast for the matriarch, who would likely sleep for several hours still. Eventually they assembled. By the reckoning of the abbess, they were meeting at midday. All sat in the pew benches of the chapel of Kersania. A stained glass rose window, set in blush pink glass, was backlit by candles. It was one of the simpler chapels Katiam had seen. The matriarch was given the abbess's seat at the front, while the hostess took a simple wooden chair next to her. "It has been a hard couple of months," Abbess Krina said. "As you no doubt know, Wegley-Seor is built on the trade of others. The city's biggest trade is the moving of goods, carting them into and out of Barony. Thus the embargo has hurt. Even more so since the city needs the imports of others to survive. Some of the goods are more readily available from our neighbors across the border than from nearby villages, to be honest." "And this has cost you money in the sale of ale?" the matriarch asked. "No. Financially, we are doing better than usual. The men have nothing better to do than drink, but that means they drink too much, spend too much. We've had to try to reduce how much we are serving, since the men get violent when they are bored and drunk, but they are also going too quickly through their coin. It has caused the women of the city to seek alternate means of providing for their family." Katiam startled as Captain Sigrid Smith scoffed loudly. The matriarch also seemed to understand and was shaking her head in sorrowful disappointment. "This is not the worst that has happened, though," the abbess continued. The matriarch looked up. The city has also been hit by a blinding malady. It almost often affects children, but others have been struck by it. It hit Baronian last winter and then spread here. What are the symptoms? Some of our physicians are calling it dayblind. It causes a dimming of the vision. Actually, that's not the best way to describe it. Blurring, perhaps. In light, it is worse, causing a washing out of the world into whiteness. Those who suffer from it are more comfortable in darkness, and they seem to be able to see as well as anyone else at night. But during the day, they are very blind. How many have come under the effects? I have seen perhaps 36 individuals who have suffered the effects, but that could mean hundreds are suffering from it, if not more. What have you heard from the other vaults? We speak with the other vaults regularly, and I should say we receive word from the Flower Wives, though they do not openly communicate with us. The Tallow Wives are much more communicative. And do each of you interact with specific levels of society? In Garrou, this is the case. No, the city is fairly uniform. Yes, there are levels of society, there always are, but almost everyone lives alongside one another. I expect that we shall be staying here for a time, the matriarch said. Please send messages to the other vaults. I should like to visit the Tallow Wives in 3 days. And if the Flower Wives wish to meet us, they are welcome to seek us out. Over the course of the 3 days in the vault, they reviewed the finances of the alewives, who were doing even better than they had reported. The paladins under Sigri Smith reviewed their safety procedures. Felomina and Sabina Pona looked over their finances, and the rest of them served those who came to seek refuge. We'll be visiting the Tallow Wives, the matriarch informed them during an evening meeting. They are not connected to the underground tunnels, so we'll be making our way through the city. The abbess has warned us to be cautious and move quickly. Those not seen to be about their business are often accosted by guards who have nothing better to do. They left at dawn the following day. Katiam walked arm in arm with Aster Glass, who, as usual, walked solemnly with little remark. The streets were empty of people as the sun rose behind the mountains that ringed the city. A few candles burned in windows, but did little to warm the air. A few women stepped out of their homes, holding bundles in their arms. From one of the windows, a man peeked out and watched one walk away, calling out with lewd remarks. Another woman passed them, glancing up once and then back down. Her face was dark with shame and tired from no sleep. She had painted her eyes, now smudged with tears. The second woman they passed stole a glance at Katiam and Astrid, though her face was full of anger rather than shame. She too carried a bundle of clothes under her arms. Astrid, Katiam asked, I usually expect housewives to be about their business this early, but not to take a single set of clothes to laundry. They aren't going to do laundry, Astrid said, and they aren't about their business. They're finished with their business and they're headed home, with yesterday's clothes under their arms. What are they doing away from home this early in the morning? It dawned on Katiam what Astrid meant. Her ears began to burn. Is that what the abbess meant by the women here seeking other means? Astrid nodded. That's awful. That's what happens, Astrid said. Our father came to Periantur from a mining town in Mandur. When the mine failed, and the men waited for new mines to open, the women sold themselves to provide for the children. My father was a product of that sin. He came to become a paladin, but ended up a glazier, providing for Periantur instead. Katiam shook her head. Her heart broke each time another door opened. Far too many did. Far too many women stepped out into the streets with shame, anger, or deadness in their eyes. They passed away from the streets filled with homes and walked into a district filled with workshops and warehouses. A large stone building stood at the edge of the wide square. It was derelict, though Katiam could see signs of life moving in the alleys nearby. Inside the open front door she saw a figure, and then Sigri Smith stepped out, waving for them to approach. Katiam urged Astrid to turn toward the building. It is not where we're going, Astrid said. I know, but Captain Smith is signaling us. They walked toward the edifice. The stone was pink sandstone, with large glass windows 3 stories high. They walked up the 3 steps to the door. Captain Smith had already disappeared into the darkness. They came into the entryway. All decorations had been removed or vandalized. The captain stood off to one side with Sabina Pona. Sister Barrow, Sister Glass, Sigri Smith said. What are we doing here, Captain? Astrid asked. This isn't where we were told to go. No, I stopped here because I remember this place from my childhood. I was raised in Wegliseo, after all. What is this place? Katiam asked. It was once the Bortali Maritime Academy. It was moved to Garrou 20 years ago. Now it's just an empty shell for vagrants, prostitutes, and drunkards. She pointed the lantern in her hand off toward a corner where several people slept huddled next to one another. Come, I'd like to see how far it has fallen into disrepair. Captain, Katiam said, we should continue on to meet up with the matriarch. They'll be worried. I won't tarry long. They moved down the halls. The smell of bread arose, and Katiam remembered they had not yet eaten. How well do you know this building? Sister Epona asked. Well enough, Captain Smith said. My father forged fittings for the academy. If the place is derelict, why do we smell bread? I wondered the same thing. They came to an empty doorframe leading into the servants' halls. The smell of bread was overwhelming. Coming around a corner, the kitchen opened up before them. There were 20 children within. Some sat huddled together against the walls. Half of them had cloth tied around their eyes. They shielded their eyes from the lantern light. Next to the bread oven, 3 older girls worked dough into loaves. The oldest, perhaps more a woman than a girl, moved bread into the oven with a paddle. Another girl nudged her and she spun about, wielding the paddle menacingly. Out! This is all kitchen and you can't have it. And put that lantern out. Sigrid lifted her free hand as a sign of peace. Please, the tall sister said, we mean no harm. A child came out of nowhere, snatched the lantern out of Sigrid's hand, and blew out the candle within. The place went dark. Only the dull glow of the oven lit the room. Katiam heard a rush of movement and was just able to make out the paddle held under the chin of Sigrid Smith. I said get out. And I said, Sigrid had a tone of firm finality in her voice, I mean no harm. Put the bread paddle down. I'm a paladin. I'm sure you are, the girl said. Doesn't mean you have business here. No, it doesn't. I would know why you are baking bread in the dark. The light hurts most of our eyes. They must be day-blind, Sister Epona whispered. And you're watching out for each other? Sigrid asked. None of your business, woman, the girl said. We'll be on our way then, Sigrid said. Come along, sisters. They left behind the smell of bread and took a turn. They came to a break in the wall, and Sigrid, tall enough to look through the crack, stopped and watched for a long moment. She's feeding the children. The blind are feeding the blind. She was blind too? Epona asked. Yes, though as the abbess said, they can see a bit in the dark. She turned and continued down the hall. Come on. They came to a long row of smaller rooms. Some of the rooms still had beds within, marking them as former dormitories of the now defunct academy. A man snuck out of a room up ahead, still trying to pull his trousers on. He saw them and bolted. Sigrid took a glance into the room he had come from and took off after the man with long-legged strides. He shouted out as they both tumbled to the ground. Sigrid stood and pulled the man up. I swear I didn't know she had a madam. What? Sigrid asked. I'll pay. He reached in and pulled out a handful of coins. I swear I thought the girls here were on their own. I'm sorry, madam. Sigrid slapped the money out of his hands. She looked back at the others and indicated they investigate. Katiam followed Epona and Astrid into the room. A girl, no older than 15, sat on the bed. As they entered, she pulled her knees up to her chin. Girl, Epona said, sitting down on the bed next to her. The girl flinched. Don't be afraid. We will help you. We're with the chrysalis. I didn't know what else to do, the girl cried, throwing herself into Sabine's arms, crying. They calmed the girl down and offered her a shawl, leading her into the hallway. The man was gone, but Sigrid's knuckles were red with fresh scrapes. We need to take this girl to the vault, Sabine said. No, I can't. I have to feed my daughter. The girl was pulling away from Sabine. Come with us, and we will retrieve and keep your daughter safe, too. Chapter 29. Sister Baker. Make trench upon wood, and check palm to water for proper coolness. Pour out contents, first gently, then roughly, then strive against the dough that forms. Knead in the keep from the day prior. If a flatbread is needed for travel, do not knead in the keep, but save for another day in a jar. Beat well while singing the song Qursonia's Tears. Place in a wooden bowl covered by cloth until the midday sun passes over, and then turn. Let rise until morn, taking out a palmful of keep. Bake until ready. Queen Voron's Bakery. They arrived at the tallow warehouse, built into one of the mountain faces that rose up out of the city, much like the fortress of St. Ramon. It had several upper levels, though the majority of it descended into the earth, hiding multiple secret levels dedicated to the chrysalis vault. They found the matriarch sitting with the abbess in front of a fire in the vault. Captain Smith, she said as they entered. I wondered where you had gone. Matriarch, Sigrid Smith said. She walked up and knelt down beside her. Matriarch, what Abbess Krina said is more true than we first thought. What about, child? The women of the city cannot provide for their family and have turned to selling themselves. The blinding malady is leaving countless children blind. What do you propose we do, Captain? The matriarch said, her hands folded across her. We still have some of the gold from the wool. It is true. But we cannot just throw money at the problem. It will be spent too fast by husbands that will question where it came from in the first place. The Maritime Academy is abandoned, Sigrid said. It could be purchased by the sisters, and we could do something with it. Such as? Sigri fell silent.
Matriarch, Philomena said, as we went over the numbers, I saw that between the 3 vaults of the city there are a great number of physicians among the sisters.
I noticed that too, the matriarch said.
A hospital,
Sigri said. And would that help? The matriarch asked. The women who need work could be taught to nurse people back to health, Sabinapona added. I would see it done, Sigri said, but I would need help. You would leave us? The matriarch asked. Wegley Seor is my hometown. If this must be done, then who better than I? I could protect the women who come there. The men of the city would not take to a woman beating them senseless every time one of them comes seeking their wife. No, perhaps not, but I would like you to consider leaving me here.
I would stay and help also, Philomena said. I could see the hospital manages its money well to pay the women who work for it.
Very well, the matriarch said. Let us consider this. I should like to see this academy, but only after we're done here at the Tallowives' vault. The next morning, Katiam was awoken early by a summons from the matriarch. She walked into the matriarch's room. Maida Muir was sitting up in bed, reviewing a ledger. It's practically a mutiny, the matriarch said as she walked in. What's a mutiny, Auntie? Sigri, and now several others want to stay and start this hospital. Auntie, it's for the best, Katiam said. Sigri had spent her time working with Philomena, discussing what her vision for the hospital might be. Katiam had tried not to show interest, but she was losing her will to hide it. You're being very quiet, the matriarch said, watching Katiam prepare a plate of breakfast for her. Katiam placed the tinctures and balms in their respective spots and turned back to the matriarch. What was that, Auntie? She looked up to see the matriarch staring at her quizzically. I said you're being very quiet. You're thinking of the hospital, too. Katiam nodded slowly. Give me the plate, girl, the matriarch said. I'm hungry. It's a good idea, Katiam said. With winter setting in, it could take a full year for the Nefarans to act and take on an orphanage that might form under them for those suffering from dayblind, and it would be an opportunity for the Chrysalos to help in the paladin's effort to stifle the war. And if war can't be helped, then a hospital in a town like this is exactly what is needed. Perhaps I could stay and help. I'm qualified to help the elderly, and I could learn how to care for others on the job. No. Katiam looked up. You will attend to me. I need you by my side. Perhaps on the way home we can discuss it. But I'd rather you stay with me for now. Katiam nodded in defeat. We'll be visiting this academy today. I've eaten enough. Take it away. After you've had your medicine. I took my medicine, the old lady said. No, you didn't. You may be the matriarch and my auntie, but I'm your physician. If you're not going to let me stay and work at this hospital, you'll do what I say as your doctor and take your medicine. Well, the matriarch said with a smile, you're as snippy as I was at your age after a spat with Dorian. But I suppose I deserve it. Come here, child. Katiam came and stood next to her. Sit, Maida patted the bed. Katiam, she sighed. You're the daughter I never had. I can't let you go so easily. I love you. I love you too, Auntie. And I understand. But please know that I feel inadequate without training from the college, and without a certain purpose serving the downtrodden as we are all called to do. I know, Katiam. I know. Katiam rose. Now take your medicine so we can get you dressed. The matriarch grumbled and did as she was told. They soon stood outside the Maritime Academy, the matriarch's arm in Katiam's. It's certainly impressive, she said. Sigri grew up here and has been inside it as a girl. I think she recalled how grand it was then and wants to restore it. I know. She has not stopped talking about it. I intend to fuel that passion. They started to walk, and the matriarch stopped, looking to her left. A paladin with the cordons of a primus was approaching with 2 other paladins riding alongside him. With the street clothes the women wore, they were unrecognizable to the paladin, nor did Katiam recognize the man. Brother, Maida called as he rode up. He was a handsome paladin, in the beginning of his later years. Good day, lady, he said. How may I serve you? First, you can come down off that mount. Paladin looked a little startled, but did as he was told. How is my husband? Your husband? Yes, the Primapater, Dorian Muir. Ma'am, the Primapater has a wife, and she is off on her own mission, I believe. And yet here I stand before you. I am she. The Primus looked at Katiam, who nodded and took out a small silver rose from her satchel as proof. Matriarch, I apologize that I didn't recognize you. How could I, though? We have not met. I didn't think so. You came with the delegation from St. Hamul, then, last night? You are well informed. Yes, I am. And your name, Primus? Zumeric. Primus Zumeric. Ah, yes. Dorian has spoken of you. Come along, then. I'll need you to escort us today. I'm familiarizing myself with the town, as I'll be assigned here for a time.
Good. Then you're exactly who I need with me today.
The matriarch started walking, with Primus Zumeric hesitantly following behind. He sent his companions off to find a place to tie off their horses, and then offered the old woman his arm as they walked up the steps and into the building. Sigri stood in the large lobby and waved them over. She saw Primus Zumeric and nodded curtly. Matriarch, allow me to show you around. The matriarch took Sigri's arm and they began the tour. Zumeric walked alongside Katiam. What is happening? He asked her. Katiam summarized the discussion from the past several days. I see, Zumeric said as she finished. It won't work. Why is that? There are few trades in Bortali that allow women to run things. Physicians are not one of them. Katiam didn't respond. She felt slightly offended, and also disheartened that Sigri's dream might not be a reality. Of course, Zumeric said, if the fortress of St. Ramon sponsored it, the city would be more likely to accept the idea. The Primus's 2 companions returned and were immediately sent off again to buy food for the day. As they proceeded through the building, they found no men seeking the companionship of women, but orphans running every which way, and those struck with dayblind hiding in shadows. What would your role be? Zumeric asked Sigri, as they sat on the stairs and ate bread and cheese provided by Zumeric's men. I would administrate, and I would also defend against those that would cause harm. You mean to wear your armor, as a paladin? Yes. It would send a message. Those are bold words, Sigri, the matriarch said. The men of the city may not take it well. They would take it well enough if she was flanked by paladins, Zumeric added. Even more so if she was seen in public with the leader of the fortress monastery. This is true, the matriarch conceded. Let us walk and discuss our hospital then, Zumeric said, taking Sigri's arm and walking off down the hall. I think they've made up their mind, Maida said. I'll have little say from here on out. Is Primus Zumeric the new leader of the monastery? Katiam asked. Dorian shared with me that he intended to have him sent here to make him so, but I don't know if that has happened yet. They came to the hall leading to the kitchen. Matriarch, it might not be a good idea to go further on our own. Nonsense. There are orphans in the kitchen, are there not? I can smell the lingering scent of bread on the air. She forged ahead, pulling Katiam with her. They came around the corner and looked into the kitchen. Katiam could make out some of the children sitting huddled together in a corner. One of the older girls was speaking in hushed tones to the little ones. Katiam could hear her teaching them their letters. As they approached, the girl looked up and continued to scratch in the black ash she had spread on the floor. After she finished her lesson, she looked up. Can I make you some bread, Granny? She said. The oven is still hot from earlier. The matriarch smiled and took a seat. Why are you here, Granny? She said. Don't you have any family? Can't your granddaughter take care of you? Katiam opened her mouth to protest, but fell silent as Maida squeezed her arm. We do just fine. But I heard a rumor you make excellent bread, and I had to taste it for myself. Bread is a gift from the gods. It is a gift from my own hands, and the people we had to take the grain from. She tore dough away from a large mass not yet risen and began to knead it into shape, deftly folding it into a braid. You don't have to steal, you know. Of course we have to. No one will care for us. We're worthless and unwanted. She placed the dough onto a paddle, moved over to the oven and pushed it in. Are you a baker's daughter? What does it matter? I've not seen someone your age able to prepare a dough so quickly. Yes, well, you'll have to wait a while. The oven is cooler, it will take longer to bake, and it may not rise much, since I didn't give it any time. Bread is bread. Bread is not just bread, the girl said matter-of-factly. Flour and water mixed together and thrown over heat is not bread. It's not even food. A bread must be made with skill and love. They stood there in silence. Another girl, no older than 10, walked up. Mama Baker, the girl said. What is it, Layla? John found out Claren is having a shipment delivered tonight. Very well. Tell the others we'll make a grain run after sunset. The girl nodded and ran off. After long minutes in silence, the baker took the bread out and placed it on the table. She began fanning it with a towel. Why are you here, Granny? I will tell you once you give me bread. Tell me why you are here. Because it's safe, and it's dark. We moon-eyes don't do well in the daylight. Why is that? Because we're cursed by the judge, who's brought Nosatan to us. That's a dark thought, the matriarch said. It's true. It is not true. If I have learned anything in this life, it is that suffering happens. And when all is done, we stand before Wiv, and he decides if we go to Loman the other day, or stay in Nosatan the other night. But why? Let us eat bread, the matriarch said. The girl handed the loaf to the old lady. She held it, crunched it in her hands, smelled deeply of the freshly baked flour, and then held it up. You see in the dark places, Wivthum.
See this girl, who has served an old lady, and my mistress, the life-mother Chrysania. Make sure your brother sees this too.
She broke the bread and gave the girl a piece, then gave a piece to Katiam, and kept the last piece for herself. The smell of the bread filled Katiam's nose, and as she bit into the dense piece it dissolved. It was the most pleasant piece of flatbread she had ever tasted. There was some unknown herb within it that took her to a place she could not name.
Mama Baker, they call you?
The matriarch asked. Yes, now who are you, that you dare call out the name of the judge, and to call upon the life-mother?
This is the most wonderful bread I've ever tasted, Mama Baker. It is a blessing to these lost children that it is they who eat it every day. Yet I feel sorry for the rest of the city who has not tasted it.
Who are you?
Why does it matter who I am?
Because I fear you. I fear you are going to take this all away from me somehow.
Do not listen to that small voice, the matriarch said. It is a lie.
Perhaps from Arkanrut himself. Stop calling on the names of the gods, Mama Baker said.
I am more able to call upon them because I have the authority to keep them at bay. Does Sakhan haunt your dreams? Do you fear that perhaps Nefara shall come and take your charges away? Your bread keeps her away. Shall I tell Khos'ran to stay back, so that his madness does not fall upon you and leave your mind as blind as your eyes?
Stop it! Stop it! You will call down their wrath! You will take all of this away from me, from my children! The other children in the room had begun to cry.
I'm not going to take this away from you, child,
the matriarch said, standing up. She held out a hand toward Mama Baker.
I want to give you all of this. I can make this kitchen yours. The breads you make will bring life to the dying and happiness to the sick.
Who are you? Are you the life mother? Mama Baker was on her knees now, holding up her hands in a plea. Please don't take this away.
I'm not Chrysania. I'm the next best thing. I am her high priestess, the matriarch superioris, and I would make you Sister Baker. You will make bread here for the hospital. We intend to turn this building into. You will have an unending supply of grain, and you will never go hungry again.
I will only agree to this, Mama Baker said hesitantly, if the Moon Eyes are my only assistance.
Agreed,
the matriarch said, helping the girl to her feet. The matriarch clutched at her chest suddenly and made a grimace, followed by a smile. She nodded.
Our prayer has been heard. It seems you need to begin making bread. Much bread. Chrysania says that Grazone will need it tomorrow.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 30. Day of Bread. Persevere. Fight on, for by your sweat shall your legacy continue to be watered as a flower. Anvil of Faith, 26:3. The black slate roofs over the white-painted houses and shops of Wegley Seor stretched out in the distance as the Primapator and his guards came to one of the highest points in the city. They looked down on their destination, a city square with a jagged, sky-fallen slab of iron that was the namesake of the city. The entourage almoner, Steven Philip, was up ahead on foot, distributing coins to the destitute, who seemed to proliferate the place. Near Steven, the herald Amal Yalas and the standard-bearer Valer Caton kept watch, the presence of the standard of Grazone stating that this mission was official, providing help to the poor where the Duke and his people refused to. Jined rode barely awake in his saddle, having spent the evening, well into the early hours, polishing his armor, followed by helping clean up a mess at the request of a baker looking for anyone awake after he burned the day's bread. The Paladames had not yet returned from their own mission into the city, but as Nicole explained, this was to be expected. They had received a message from the matriarch to meet them at the city center. As they approached the wide space, Jined could see a group of people forming up and watching their arrival.
It seems the word has spread, Primapator, Nicole said. I expected this may happen, Dorian replied.
They came out of the tight confines of the side street into the large square. The massive red-stained slab in the center stood at a steep angle, lodged in the ground and stank of rust. A few groups of people went about their normal business, while others moved closer, perhaps wondering why so many paladins marched together.
Loic, Cavian, the Primapator said, please do as we discussed.
Both twins nodded, splitting up and moving along the run of shops that circled the square. They each came to a different shop with a sign for bread hanging out front, and disappeared within.
Have faith,
Amal called. The herald had a knack for his role, and he could make his voice heard even on the windiest battlefield. Jined suspected it was a god-ordained miracle, though not one that Jined had ever heard performed in the past.
Have faith. Grazone shall not forget the forgotten. He shall feed the weary and give them strength.
People began to gather closer in a small crowd of perhaps 50. From various side streets, Jined saw more poor begin to appear, hobbling across the cobblestones. Loic appeared from the bakery with his arms full of bread loaves. Behind him, apprentices, the baker's wife, and finally the baker himself appeared, each carrying the same. His Sleipnir followed him as he approached the almoner.
Guards, dismount and help, Nicole commanded.
Jined got down and took half of what Loic had in his arms, and came to stand behind the almoner.
Bring your mind, hungry for the wisdom of faith,
Amal said,
and be fed.
The almoner took a loaf of bread as long as a forearm and tore it in 3. He walked up to those in front of the crowd and gave each piece away.
Go and find ways to do the same,
the almoner said to each person as they took the bread. An energy rose in the square as people realized what was happening. They soon began forming a bread line, taking from the almoner piece by piece. Kavian soon came out with bread from his bakery. Jined saw Nicole speaking with one of the bakers, and the baker's own boy took off running from the square. The people stood alongside one another. Men, women, children, the poor, the workers, all were speaking to one another in hushed tones. But those who had received bread stood off to the side, talking more animatedly with one another, the act of kindness changing their countenances. A group of 10 men appeared at the back of the crowd. They all wore a faded blue set of clothes made of thick material. Jined had seen a few dressed likewise, cleaning the streets with sweeps and shovels. There may have been a large number of poor throughout the city, but Jined could tell the city took pride in keeping itself clean. The men watched for a time, then pushed their way through the crowd and came to the front, standing at the beginning of a single file line. Jined frowned, but his hands were full. He thought to go and tell them to stand back and wait their turn. Dane didn't hesitate. He shoved the bread he held into Etienne's arms and marched up to them. Dane stood a head shorter than their leader, but looked up at the man without fear. Jined could only hear the tones of the words they spoke to one another. Nicole was growing tense and opened his mouth to speak. The men suddenly parted. They did not step aside. They parted. Dane had his hands out and had moved 2 men bodily out of the way. The rest were moved simultaneously. An open walkway was created as the men stumbled to the ground. A man stood at the end of the opening. He had a crutch under his left arm and no leg below. He wore the tattered remains of a military uniform and had a basket held over his back by a sorry piece of rope. Dane walked up to the man and offered him his arm. They walked to the front of the line together. The men in blue did not open their mouths, but Jined could feel anger rising by their stance. Dane took a loaf from Etienne and offered the entire thing to the war veteran.
Grazone protect you. You have already served those less than you.
The man looked up at Dane with tears in his eyes.
Thank you, brother,
he replied before hobbling off.
Have you no dignity left?
Dane directed his comment at the men in blue.
The city does not help its own poor and unclean, yet the streets are awashed, paid for by coin from the Duke, taken from the people. Clean your hearts and then your bodies. Clea Grazone 64:9. You dare to pass by a man who has done more than you will ever do. He has fought your enemies, so you could continue to sweep your streets. Have you not been paid enough gold to buy your own bread? The men looked at their feet. The Primopator has promised that all will receive bread, and yet you push and shove and deny it to those who should first be served.
Dane took 2 loaves from Loic and held them up. Then he looked at a child.
Are you sick?
The child shook its head.
Do you know someone who is?
The child nodded.
Then take this loaf and go and share it with them.
The child took the bread and ran off.
You,
he pointed to a woman holding a child in her arms. Take this. No matter your sins, all should have bread. All should share in the grains given by the gods themselves. He indicated Etienne give her a loaf.
There,
he pointed over the heads of the crowd. A group of people huddled together, cloth tied over their eyes, suffering some form of blinding malady.
Who shall help them forward so they need not walk alone in the dark?
Several immediately offered their arms and began to guide the blind to the front.
Humanity is a brotherhood. Return to your god, Grazone. Serve one another and strengthen your faith.
He turned back to Loic and Kavian.
Brothers, pray the prayer of abundance.
Brother Merrick, Nicole said, that blessing has not been answered in centuries.
That is because it has not been needed,
Merrick said. He had a determination Jined had never seen in him. Nicole looked at the Primopator. Dorian nodded. The twins began signing a phrase over and over again. Jined picked out a few words. and soon recognized the prayer shortly before Nicole and Dorian began mouthing it. Dane began to speak it aloud, and everyone else joined in. Our God and Creator, your power upon us. Anka, your visage shine down. Strength of the hammer, Periantor, bestow our wish. Abundance, abundance, abundance. The sunlight broke through the clouds in response and fell upon Dane. 5 paladins appeared from a side street. At the front rode Primus Zumeric. He saw the Primopator and smiled. Driving forward, the crowd parted to make way. One of them led a cart pulled by an auroch. Jined recognized the paladin as the one who spoke in verse. The cart was filled to overflowing with more bread brought, perhaps from another end of a city. An excitement rose in the crowd, and they smiled. They began taking the bread and sharing it amongst themselves. This is a day of bread, Zumeric said, pulling his Sleipnir next to the Primopators. Your wife has asked that I meet you here and take you to her. She has much to share with you. The kitchen they took over spent all of today making the bread, saying you would need it. Dorian laughed. It seems Grizzone has been speaking with his mother and seeing the future. It is well met that you have come, Primus Zumeric. Let us ride together and discuss the future of St. Ramon and your role here. The Primopator ordered Nicole to stay with the almoner, standard-bearer, and Dane to help continue to distribute the bread. Zumeric instructed the paladins he had ridden with to stay as well. Jined, Etienne, and the twins followed behind the Primopator and Primus Zumeric. First off, the Primopator started, I'd like to thank you again for coming from St. Hamul when I called. And as I said the past few times you thanked me, it is my pleasure. They both laughed. I think this bread line, the Primopator continued, is an example of what needs to happen under your leadership. The Order has lost clout in Bortali, and I need you to re-establish it, if only through the feeding of the people here. I will endeavor to do so. If Ariam Glyn is to harvest a peacetime in Garrou, I need you to be the farmer preparing the soil. That is a good analogy, Zumeric said. What do you need from me? Dorian asked. I want to take back Samul Haile, who accompanied you when you left St. Hamul. He is a good administrator, and I will trust him to run things smoothly while I'm away from St. Ramon. I am glad to hear you'll be active and not idle stuck in that black fortress. I will. And so I will also ask that you leave your almoner, Steven Philip. He has just established himself as a face of the charity who will be performing. That being said, I also want Dane Merrick. I will grant you all of your requests, save for keeping Brother Merrick here. I believe he has some maturing to do. Perhaps when I am done in Manfulhar, I can send him to you. But I'd like to see him mature a bit more first. Is something wrong with his faith? Primus asked. He was a good companion on the road from St. Hamul. He has great faith. A far too blind faith at times, but faith. Dorian paused. What I'm referring to is his unbridled loathing of women. It sets a bad example for those under him, and it verges on getting him in trouble. You think he might fall into the sin he fears? Precisely the opposite. I see men like him become a tinder that lights the sparks of persecution. I will not have the goddess-ordained Chrysalis Integritas coming under fire from someone who should be their ally. Perhaps staying here would be good for him then, separating him from those he deems offensive. I have considered that. But I'd like to keep him near so I can watch his growth, so he can see the sisters acting upon their own faith. That said, what else will you need? We had discussed my needing more coin to run things. I know you will be able to arrange something, but I may need more than you first believed. And why is that? Because I need the money to finance the endeavor your wife has undertaken. I'll act as the sponsor for it, with your blessing, of course. I'll be interested in seeing what she's been up to. But you won't need my blessing, of course, because I'm promoting you to Pater Minoris. He handed Zumeric a wooden box, who opened it and pulled out gold cordons. You honor me, Primopator. I can't have you running a fortress as a primus. Go ahead and put those on. We'll conduct an official ceremony tonight at St. Ramon. Zumeric affixed the cordons and put his old ones into the box, setting it into his satchel. We're almost there, Pater Zumeric said. There's much work to do, but by winter solstice we should have it up and running. Jined found a quiet walkway at the back of St. Ramon Fortress and walked in silence, hoping for one last moment to himself before they left for his home country of Baroni the next day. Another paladin was approaching, walking along, reciting something to himself. Jined didn't recognize him with the spray from the ocean and a mist rising off the turf below. The figure came out of the obscurity. It was the paladin who had no name. You always seem to find me alone, Jined said. The Onka's sight is far-reaching. The grace of Grizzone deeper still. I looked up the verse you mentioned, Aquila Malleus 54:8, and it left me with yet another quandary. Let me see.
Be then a hammer, not of war, but of peace.
The paladin nodded.
I had asked you your name, and you gave me that verse. So I suppose you are Brother Hammer?
Again the paladin nodded.
You're a mystery.
Listen now, my brother, for peril marks the path. Brother Hammer began to walk away into the mist. Seek to grow deeper still. There is only one way, and you know what it must be in your heart of hearts. The mist obscured him, and he disappeared. It was no verse Jined knew, and so he knew that meant an even greater truth must be in it. He turned and made his way toward the refectory, where the twins sat eating together. They made him sign more often than speak when he was with them. Jined fumbled his way through communicating with only gestures as they corrected him in the nuances of their language. Loic was not the patient teacher that Kavian was, but he was more thorough. Eventually, Loic got fed up with the lesson and left, leaving Jined and Kavian to work on his lessons.
What vows has silence?
Jined asked.
Vows?
Kavian asked.
I understand that each vow has lesser vows taken to strengthen oneself. Chastity has chaste mind, an upward path.
Yes,
Kavian signed.
We take service and also pure silence.
Jined nodded. It answered what he wanted to know. The lesser vow of service was the philosophy of the silent.
Have you?
Jined asked.
No, but brother follows one.
It made sense to Jined. Loic was always compliant. It put his nature into an entirely different perspective. He thanked Kavian for his time and began to leave the refectory to check that his pack was ready for the road.
Brother Brazstein.
Jined stopped in his step. He did not wish to turn around. He expected Dane to take the opportunity to find another chore for him. It was becoming a daily thing. Jined reluctantly turned and saw Dane sitting with Etienne, who had a cowed look on his face. Others were beside them too, with Dane as the center of attention. How he had amassed a following was beyond Jined's comprehension.
Brother Brazstein, I just finished with these. We all did. Would you take them to the kitchen?
Jined walked forward and began to collect the plates that sat in front of them.
When you're done, return here.
Jined turned to walk away with them. He was halfway to the kitchen when Dane spoke again.
Bring back a spare loaf of bread from our excursion to the city when you come.
Jined stepped into the kitchen. The provisioners had taken over the kitchen to assure the feeding went well. What can I do for you, Brother Brazstein? One of them asked. A loaf of bread, if you'll allow me. Help yourself. He pointed over to the wall, where a line of loaves waited. Jined walked over and picked one up. There was a cup of melted butter next to them. Jined could hear the laughter of Dane in the other room. He took the butter and reached out into the spices nearby, taking a heavy spoonful of salt and several other spices, dumping them into the butter. He split the loaf with a knife and poured the contents of the cup into the bread and closed up the loaf. He walked up to Dane and placed it in front of him.
Brother Brazstein, you're such a good servant. Garrou must be very proud of you. I'm sure you've performed plenty of miracles yourself.
Jined stood there stoically. Dane laughed and began tearing pieces off and doling them out. He negligently tore a bit off and stuffed it in his mouth. Immediately, his face contorted.
What did you do?
He shouted at Jined. He began spitting the bread out.
A bit of bread is all that comes from a priest that needs gossip into his proverbs. Anvil of Faith, 89:3.
Dane stood up.
Vow breaker, he hissed, and faithless.
Jined turned and walked out while Dane continued to hurl insults at him. His ears burned, and he felt ashamed because he knew Dane was right. He had broken his vow of service. He arrived at his room and checked his pack while he awaited the inevitable. It came an hour later. Etienne entered their cell.
Brother Brazstein, you're to report to the primipator.
Jined walked with as much stoicism as he could muster and arrived at the office door. Inside sat the primipator and both Pater Segundi.
You may leave,
Dorian said. Jurgen Epona rose, and from a seat Jined had not seen, Dane Merrick rose and left with him. As he passed, he smiled at Jined.
See you at the Pillory.
Close the door behind you, Brother Brazstein, the primipator said. Jined did so. Take a seat and account for yourself. Jined sighed. Primipator, please allow me to apologize for my actions.
I don't want an apology, Jined. I want your account of events.
Primipator, I took a vow in the sight of Pater Segundus Peer, a vow of service, and I broke it today.
I see. Why? Why did you break it?
Well, it seems Brother Merrick heard me take the vow, and has made use of it since that day. Today I couldn't take it any more. He pressed too hard, and I did something terrible.
Which was?
I poured butter into the loaf of bread he asked for. I mixed in who knows what spices and a large helping of salt, too. The three men burst out laughing.
That's it,
The Prima-Pater continued to laugh. Merrick stormed in here, apoplectic about having caught you breaking your vow. I was afraid this was going to be much more dire than I thought. I did break the vow I made, though, Jined said. Dorian waved his hand dismissively. I'm not particularly worried about that. We can give you a little wrist slap for it. It will make you humble, and Merrick will feel satisfied. How much longer are you on this vow?
3 weeks, perhaps?
Very well. We'll also keep the two of you away from one another. I don't need this circling out of hand any more than it already has.
When would you like to exact my punishment?
We'll do it on the road one evening. Now please hurry along. I have other pressing matters to deal with before we leave.
Jined left with a wave of relief running over him. He walked past Dane, who was loitering in a recessed bench along the wall. He watched Jined walk by standing tall, a look of suspicion plastered across his face. Chapter 31. Interludes. Jined avoided speaking to anyone as they prepared to leave St. Ramon. Everyone stood in the antechamber by the stables and waited. The paladins suddenly emerged from a side hall. None had recalled them coming back to the fortress, and the paladins looked at one another questioningly, wondering just how they were able to come and go so easily. A few were missing from their original company, including Captain Sigri Smith and the taller Fedelmina Barba, a paladin the matriarch superioris had given much attention to regarding the finances of her church. The Prima-Pater appeared with the 2 Pater Secundi, accompanied by the newly promoted Pater Minoris Zumeric. Pater Secundus Pier's assistant, Primus Ager, came in behind them and moved in to join the other scribes.
If I may have your attention, Dorian said, it is a welcome sight to see each of you eager to see the road once again. We have a long journey through the pass into Baroni, and I should like to think that there will be nothing hanging over us as we go. Unfortunately, this means we must first conduct some rather unpleasant business. I feel it best that we do it now rather than later, and get our issues out of the way so we can better enjoy the trip as a whole. Adjutant Upona brought out a chair for the Prima-Pater to sit on. We have the unfortunate responsibility to conduct a pillory tonight for brother Jined Brazstein. Jined stepped forward, bowed his head, and folded his hands before him.
Shall I go and fetch a pillory?
Pater Minoris Zumeric asked. No need, we'll make do. Loic and Cavian both came forward at Pater Secundus Guest's signal and unhooked Jined's hammer from his chain, and together held the other end. Jined dropped to his knees and held his hammer before him. A paladin's vow is a sacred oath of allegiance to Grazone, Dorian said. A lesser vow, while not as necessary to the faith, is still a vow made and must be adhered to. The reason philosophies had risen around the lesser vows and the rules of each vow is because they do indeed draw us closer to our faith. It is important to note, though, that is why the lesser vows are usually reserved for punishment. There are no vows taken in a philosophy. Taking a vow outside of a punishment is often discouraged for this very reason. For if you do not take a vow, but still follow the laws, you can still draw closer to faith. Brother Brazstein took a lesser vow several days ago, the vow of service. Yesterday he broke that vow in favor of insulting someone who had asked him a simple request. Excelsior Dane Merrick, please step forward. Dane marched abruptly to the front, a smug look on his face. Please state the request you made of Brother Brazstein. Excelsior Brazstein was asked to fetch a loaf of bread for me. When he returned, the bread contained vast amounts of butter, salt, and other spices. It was inedible, it was insulting, and it was wasteful. Most of the company began to chuckle. The Prima-Pater forced down a laugh himself and raised a fist, silencing the congregation. Excelsior Merrick, were you aware of the vow Brother Brazstein had taken? Prima-Pater, I don't understand what that means. Did you know? I was vaguely aware of it. You were aware, or you weren't. Do not lie to me. Yes. And how many other requests had you made of Brother Brazstein over the past week? No more than I might at any other time. The Prima-Pater scanned out into the darkness. How many brothers here were informed to make requests of Brother Brazstein? Please step into the light. Slowly but surely, several paladins stepped into view, looks of shame on their faces. Very well. It seems we also have another punishment to give. Dane Merrick, you have caused another brother to stumble. It is the same as if someone had provided you a whore with which to break your own vow of chastity. You will resume the lesser vow of asceticism, which was prescribed to you at St. Hamul, effective for 3 months this time. Dane was about to speak, but the Prima-Pater waved a dismissive hand. Brother Brazstein, This brings us to the punishment we must visit on you. You understand the slight?
I do, Prima Pater.
You will also have your vow extended. However, I consider your lesser vow's service severed. You may select for yourself another lesser vow. Once you have selected it, I will designate the length the vow will take place.
The Prima Pater lifted his head toward the ceiling.
Let us pray that Grizzone guides your decision. Grizzone, God of Faith, guide now our brother, Jined Brazstein. He desires a deeper faith from you. Let this time of penance be one of your hand on his shoulder guiding him. Your will be done here.
Jined looked up. He saw only the Prima Pater before him. The dimly torchlit room seemed to close about him, drawing attention to one brother in the throng, paladins and paladames, Brother Hammer, who nodded to him. A nudge on Jined's heart told him what he must do. Jined spoke more clearly than he ever had. His voice resonated off the walls and back to him.
Prima Pater, I disavow all worldly goods. I deny myself possessions of any kind. From this day forth, all that I am owed shall go to my next of kin or to the involuntarily impoverished. I take, therefore, the vow of poverty, effective immediately, and without end.
The Prima Pater stared at Jined in astonishment, while Brother Hammer nodded his approval. A bright light flashed over Jined, and when the light cleared, everyone wiped their eyes to adjust to seeing again in the torchlight. Brother Hammer had vanished once more. The Prima Pater stepped forward and put his hand on Jined's shoulder.
Never in my time as a paladin has someone taken a second full vow, Brother Adjutant.
Jined looked down. His cordons had miraculously turned from green to white, and a second vow bead sat next to the other. Grizzone himself had willed he take the second vow and be given the rank. Jined realized the weight of the words he had spoken, and he fell to his hands, his hammer clattering to the ground next to him, as paladins crowded in to see the miracle. The monk had proven good company and afforded him the excuse to travel north that he had been looking for. He left her off at Amston, and from there rode the Sleipnir west as hard as he could. That he had been given such a fresh mount was the first bit of bad luck he had run into. No matter how hard he pushed the creature, it never seemed to weary. It would not validate his story if the beast of burden did not at least work up a lather. He arrived at the Mordaun waterfall, and the Sleipnir fought hard on the reins to get a drink. He knew then that he was finally pushing the creature to its limits. In the distance he could see the walls of the city and the bell tower of the Paladinial fortress. As he neared the walls, a bell sounded off from the fortress. The Sleipnir knew the sound and suddenly fell into line, knowing that fresh water and hay were not far off. Wyloth watched his approach from the walls, whooping and hollering. He had never seen so many in one place. He shook his head free of the distraction and settled himself in the saddle to appear even more exhausted than he felt. The bulwark, the Paladinial fortress of Byron, stoically sat in the large square, only a few merchants still hawking their wares nearby. A paladin stood outside the gate watching him approach.
Pater Minoris,
the paladin called out.
Nos, Piedala, he said,
dismounting and handing the other man his reins.
The Sleipnir has been ridden near to death,
the paladin said.
Then it is urgent I speak to your Pater Minoris.
I'll see to your mount then. Pater Nos rushed to the inner entry to the fortress, and through the halls he had traveled less than a year before to the office of the Pater Minoris. He did not knock.
What is the meaning?
The other Pater Minoris said, turning to see who had barged in.
Pater Nos! Pater Didas Cole. I just rode hard from the Eyrie. They are calling for your aid.
What do you mean? Cole asked as he moved to the sideboard and poured Nos a tankard of small mead.
And what are you doing so far from Piedala?
Well, it is of little consequence. I have been traveling these last 3 months to visit with several colleagues. While I was visiting the Eyrie, though, the unexpected happened. He stopped and took a long pull on the mead. The tension in the room went taut.
Vul, a large army of them, have assembled not far from Haven. Pater Gladen asked I ride to you and ask for aid.
Vul, Cole asked,
they've not formed up into more than raiding parties in decades. Regardless, it's happened.
How large a force?
Large enough to frighten the great warrior Pater Minoris Jacus Gladen.
How many paladins is he requesting?
All of you.
Cole looked up from his seat, incredulity across his face.
He can't be serious. He has sent other riders to other fortresses, but yours is the only one almost entirely made up of soldiers, save our cooks and a few scholars, and I don't doubt their services would be useful for preparing missives if this is to be a drawn-out campaign. I answer to St. Hamul, not the Eri, and yet he asks for you anyway. I will ride to St. Hamul from here, and tell them what has transpired, and I shall take full responsibility for this. Gladen needs your force. Then I shall answer, Pater Cole said with a dark smile. It has been a long time since I've seen battle. It will be good to raise the hammer against the enemies of man. How long will it take you to prepare? There will be communiques to prepare for the Nefarans and nearby bastions. I'm riding south toward Piedala. I'll stop at bastions along the way to spread the word. Give me lease of your office, and I'll see your missives are sent. You just worry about leaving, and ride to the Ares' aid. Cole opened a drawer, took out a brass seal, and handed it over. If you do that, I've got 300 paladins to ready for war.
Prima Pater Minor Sumeric, the adjutant said as he poked his head into the office. Yes, Brother Pyle, Pater Sumeric said, smiling. That may take some getting used to, Brother Pyle said. I imagine so. There is a Primus Ager here to see you. See him in. He has taken the vow of silence. Will you require a translator? I would not have made Primus if I could not understand the hand signals of a silent brother. Of course, Pater, the adjutant said. I imagine it's nearing the evening meal, Sumeric said. Why don't you go down ahead of me? I'm sure I can find my own way. Brother Pyle nodded and left the room. A moment later, quiet Primus Ager shuffled in. Greetings, Primus Ager, Sumeric said, rising. Why don't you drop the bar on the door there? Ager nodded and did so before turning back to Sumeric. Greetings, Dusk, Ager said out loud. Sumeric nodded. Likewise, Cup. It has been a long time. Indeed it has. 5 years, in fact. Will you take a seat? Sumeric motioned for the man to take the chair across from him as he poured strong red wine for both of them. Has it been 5 years? Ager said. Yes, it has. They both sipped their wine for a time. I suppose, Ager said, you already know most of what I have to say. I do, but coming from you will mean so much more. Do you still have Master Talon's Shadebook in your possession? I do. Then you also know that it is my turn to carry him for a time. Sumeric shook his head seriously. I can't part with him just yet. Why is that? Ager asked. The two of us are working through a problem, and I need his insight. Into what, brother? Creation of a living Shadebook. A living Shadebook? Ager said, his eyes bulging. That would be very dangerous. Even if it was possible, the risk would be too great. But it has been done, Sumeric said. By whom? I'm not at liberty to say. I know whom you speak of, Ager said, a smile toying at the edge of his mouth. And what if I told you that I expect to meet that individual in Manfulhar? I would ask who it is to confirm both of our suspicions. To echo you, I'm not at liberty to say. Sumeric sat back and sighed. I need to know. What good does being the highest member in the Mystery of the Feather do if I can't perform this task? I will send word on how to achieve this, if you would part with the Master's Shadebook. There's another reason I can't give his Shadebook to you, Sumeric said as he refilled the other man's drink. What would that be? You would have 2 Master Shadebooks in your company, and that would be dangerous. What are you talking about? I gave an unassuming member of your company a Shadebook to deliver to the Brotherhood in Manfulhar. What brother would that be? And what Master Shadebook? The Shadebook of Vale. Why? Why would you move that shade? Vale was very dangerous in life, and more so as a shade. I know, but I need to move it along. He and Master Talon don't get along when they're in the same library. And who holds the Shadebook? One of your guards. Brazstein is his name. He's loyal enough. Ager nodded. The book will be delivered. If Vale doesn't live up to his name, and just see he's carried about for the next decade. It's worth the risk. The Brotherhood in Manfulhar has been asking for a Shadebook for some time anyway. Speaking of Brazstein, Ager said, finishing his cup and holding up a hand to keep Sumeric from pouring him any more. Did you hear what he uncovered in Garrou? Discovery of the written silent language? Yes, it changes everything, and will need to explicitly inform all members of the Brotherhood. No need to tell those under Vanguard's sway, however. Ager cocked an eyebrow. Why is that? I think he's turning away from the cause and forming his own. It might make things difficult for us, but if we were to keep that information from him, he might expose himself and ruin some of his own plans."
"Very well," Egger said.
"Was there anything else?" Zumarek asked, pouring himself another glass.
"Well," Egger said, "we've known each other a long time."
"This is true."
"So I should like to think that we can trust one another."
"As much as any member of the Brotherhood can."
"Then will you tell me what news you have of the other two branches? Of the Piadala sect, or what you believe Vanguard is up to?"
"I will tell you what you wish to know, if you'll tell me who holds the title of Fidelity."
"No need to worry about Fidelity. He was returned to Periantor with the hapless fool you had stationed up here to run things into the earth."
"Then he is not part of the equation anymore?"
"Not this equation, anyway,"
Egger said. "Yes, not this equation. The problem of Periantor remains a separate part of the plan."
"Indeed.
Now what can you tell me of Bell and Vanguard?"
"Well,"
Zumarek said, "you are aware of the Primapator's charge to seek the Dreadplate, lost after the Protectorate Wars?"
"Of course. Vanguard is currently the most senior member of the Mysteries of the Plate."
"Seeking it out still, after all these decades?" "Correct. Bell and I believe he has it in his possession, and will no doubt have another tool for our Brotherhood to use to tear the Order down from within, if he doesn't already have it at his command." A knock came to the door. "Don your vow of silence again," Zumarek said. "It's time to see the Primapator and his entourage off to Baroni."
This concludes part 1 of this story. You've been listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. We hope you are enjoying this production. If you are, before continuing on to part 2, please like and leave a comment to let us know what you enjoyed the most about part 1. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.